required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming. Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It was the Eduardo Rodriguez and Blaze Alexander show in San Francisco yesterday in a 5-3 win. Erod went 6 in the third, struck out 6, gave up only 2 hits and 0 earned runs, and had help from his third baseman Blaze Alexander behind him, who made not 1, not 2, but 3 unreal plays at the hot corner yesterday. And here was Torey Lovello after yesterday's win.
We needed it. It was, like I said to you before we started, it was a massive win. And I think good teams are capable of winning games when they really have to. There's never a guarantee in this game, but we played well enough, hard enough, and it was a huge win.
The Snakes are off today as they make their way to Minnesota to start a 3-game series with the Twins tomorrow. ASU, according to Kenny Dillingham, had their best practice in a while yesterday as they prep for Texas State on Saturday. The Wildcats down in Tucson get ready for their first true test of the season tomorrow night against Kansas State, and the Cards ramp things up as they'll welcome the Carolina Panthers to Glendale on Sunday. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football watch parties have taken over Sundays. Join the excitement and don't miss out on a play at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley.
Oh, I've read all his books. He's brilliant. I had no idea he was so handsome.
Vince Marotta.
Vinny.
Jared Carlin.
Jarrett gets the white and the yellow flag, and Jarrett is going to win the Daytona 500.
And Sammy Sabolka.
Holy cow, Sammy!
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and business Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Hey, the voice does work. What do you know?
He's back.
Welcome to Thursday. I've made it back into the saddle. Dan Bickley's vacation continues. My sickness is coming to a close. Tim Ring is the constant on this show now. Good morning and welcome to Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Good to be back.
It's good to have you back. We had a good couple of days.
That's the most I've talked in the last 2 days, by the way.
We got through it. Special thanks again to Jody for coming in at the last minute.
Jody Jackson's awesome. Not only that, she fills in for me. Then she sends me a text. Hope you feel better soon, Vinny. Like, what a nice person, right?
She's just
solid.
She's a good egg.
Thank you. A tip of the cap to Jody Jackson. And, of course, I come back on this Thursday, September 11th, a somber anniversary in our country's history. 24 years ago today.
24 years.
Isn't that not amazing? And I just had the thought again. 24 years ago today, I was doing the exact same thing that I'm doing right now. I was doing a sports morning show. Talk about a lack of advancement in my life, huh?
No, that's consistency.
But you have more listeners now, maybe. That's the progress, Vinny.
I think that's probably the case, but
progress, yep.
It was obviously just surreal. It was surreal for everybody involved, so I'm not making this about myself, but to see things unfolding in real time on live radio, where, quite honestly, I was doing a show with Bruce Jacobs at the time, just not equipped to deal with it. And sports shut down, as we all know. We got sent home for a few days, and it was all news talk.
What was more surreal? Was that day more surreal, or was the pandemic day? when they started canceling one thing after another, and then they announced the lockdown.
It's a good question.
Because we were live on air during that too. Remember all the breaking news sounders?
We were, yeah. We were still doing the midday slot then, and that was conference tournament time, and the Big East shut down the tournament in the middle of a game.
When the NBA shut down.
The NHL shut down.
Yeah.
Baseball shut down. Yeah.
I think it's two completely
crazy
different situations.
Things
you knew the amount of people that just perished on 9/11 when those towers came down.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, with the pandemic, you were worried about the future, the long term, the short
term. There was no visual to go along with the pandemic thing. It was all just kind of projecting.
It was two of those you feel like you're in a movie situations. Like, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like the surreal part of it.
And watching the towers come down. And if you remember, there was so much uncertainty in real time. And it was very early for us out west. I was in Denver, but it was early there too, obviously. But then you were starting to wonder, like, okay, they hit the Pentagon. The flight that the passengers took down, Flight 93, that was, heading towards the Capitol.
Mm-hmm.
But then you were wondering, like, is the Willis Tower, Sears Tower in Chicago next? Is downtown L.A. next?
I remember wondering those same things.
Is Disneyland next?
Mm-hmm.
All these
landmarks.
Yeah, because there was
of our country.
American,
yeah.
What other people in other countries think about our country? Like I said, Disney World, Disneyland. Were they going to also be under attack at any moment?
So the amazing thing, Sammy, what were you, 1.5 when that happened?
Yeah, 1.5.
So you have no memory at all of September 11th. It's almost like, I'm sure when you were kids, you were not alive for the Kennedy assassination.
No.
But you heard your parents talk about it and like where they were in that moment.
Mm-hmm.
It's weird having somebody who lived through it but really didn't live through 9/11.
Speaking of which, how did the generation gap game go yesterday? Good.
It was fantastic. Yeah.
It's one that always now Sammy was left high and dry. His Jamal did not was not here yesterday.
Oh.
Well, the joke was the typical Gen Zer didn't show up for work.
Quiet quitted in the middle of the. But it was fun. I'll ask you the question. See what you would have gotten maybe off the air.
24 years ago today, you know what we say? Never forget. So we won't forget here either on this somber anniversary. Jared, start the show.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
D-backs avoid the sweep in San Francisco, taking the Wednesday matinee finale at Oracle Park 5-3 over the Giants. Eduardo Rodriguez was outstanding. He allowed just 2 hits over 6 2/3 scoreless innings, in the bullpen combo of Jake Woodford and Andrew Saalfrank did enough to hold on to the lead. Geraldo Perdomo led off with the game with a home run, also had an RBI single in the D-backs 3-run second inning. Not all great news, though. Ketel Marte left the game in the 7th inning, was replaced by Ildemaro Vargas. Torey Lovello said after the game, X-rays on Marte were negative, and he has a right foot contusion. He fouled a pitch off of his foot in his first at-bat of the game, stayed in till the 7th, but then asked out. Day off today for the D-backs. They'll continue their road trip tomorrow night. First of a 3-game series against the Twins in Minnesota. It's always that crucial D-backs Twins late season matchup.
So much history.
Yeah, so much history between the two teams. Brandon Pfaadt scheduled to go in the opener on Friday against Minnesota right-hander Pablo Lopez. D-backs also announced their prospects who will be participating in this year's Arizona Fall League. 3 of Arizona's top 25 prospects, infielder Hansel Luis, right-handed pitchers David Hageman and Yordein Chalas will play for the Salt River Rafters. Hageman, one of the pitchers the D-backs got back in the trade that sent Merrill Kelly to the Rangers just prior to the deadline. Also, Dre Jameson going to be participating after an injury-plagued 2-season stretch. The Fall League runs from October 6th through November 15th at ballparks across the valley. I'm going to get back to some Fall League games this year.
All right.
Have you ever go?
I have never gone.
It's different.
It's open seating, first of all.
It's
right?
open seating.
Yeah.
You pay your ticket. You sit wherever you want. And
it kind of has the vibes of the way spring training used to be like 20 years ago.
Yeah, it kind of does. Veteran first baseman Anthony Rizzo calling it a career. Rizzo, a 3-time All-Star, 4-time Gold Glove winner during a 14-year career, mostly spent with the Cubs. He helped the Cubs to the World Series championship in 2016, and his 242 home runs are 6th most in franchise history. Cardinals getting ready for their home opener Sunday against the Carolina Panthers. They did make a couple of roster moves on Wednesday. They elevated wide receiver Simi Fehoko to the active roster. From the practice squad, they placed defensive back Joey Blunt on injured reserve with a season-ending neck injury. Blunt injured on a kickoff coverage right before halftime in the Cardinals' win over the Saints last Sunday. He had been voted a captain for the 2025 season by his teammates. Cardinals also signed linebacker Channing Tindall to the practice squad. He's got 44 games of NFL experience under his belt, all with the Miami Dolphins over the last 3 years. He was a third-round pick out of Georgia in 2022. That's a bummer for Joey Blunt. Captaincy, and it lasted
2 quarters.
2 quarters.
And I mean, he was ruled out with a concussion, but obviously his concussion was worse.
Yeah. On the injury report from yesterday, tight end Tip Ryman, rookie linebacker Cody Simon, both missed practice. Ryman with a foot issue. Simon with a concussion that knocked him out of the opener against New Orleans, also on that same play that Blunt got hurt.
And both their names rhyme.
Simon
and Blunt?
No.
Simon and Ryman?
Yes.
Could be a buddy cop show on CBS this fall. Around the NFL, 49ers quarterback Brock Purdy has been called a long shot to play Sunday against the New Orleans Saints, according to head coach Kyle Shanahan. Purdy sustained injuries to his toe and shoulder during the Niners' Week 1 win in Seattle. If he can't go Sunday, it'll be Mac Jones getting the start against the Saints. Shanahan also said this could turn into a multi-week issue, and Ian Rappaport of NFL Network this morning saying it could be as many as 5 weeks out for Brock Purdy. Week 2 of the NFL gets underway tonight in Green Bay with a clash of 2024 playoff teams. Packers hosting the Washington Commanders at Lambeau Field. Both teams victorious in their respective season openers last Sunday. Kickoff 5:15 Arizona time, and you can catch it on Prime Video. One game on the college schedule tonight, a Tobacco Road matchup in the ACC with Wake Forest hosting NC State and Winston-Salem. There's a lot of North Carolina going on in that game. 4:30 kickoff on ESPN. And Mercury in action tonight. Regular season finale. They're in Dallas to face Paige Beckers and the Wings. Mercury locked into the 4 seed in the upcoming WNBA playoffs, but also trying to snap a 2-game skid. Heading into the postseason, they'll tip it up at 5 o'clock, and you can catch the action on Arizona's Family Sports. There you go. There is your splash for this Thursday, September 11th. And coming up on the Thursday edition, what did Kyler Murray have to say about his performance in Game 1? And what does the Cards QB think about the upcoming matchup with Carolina? We'll tell you next. Tim Ring in for Bick today as we broadcast live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2-2. Swinging a broken back chopper to short. Perdomo gloves and throws to first, and that's your ball game. The Giants take the first 2, but the D-backs rebound and win the series finale by a final score of 5-3. They pull themselves back to 1 game under 500.
D-backs day off before flying to the land of Lufta for 3 games at the Twins, the home of Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Sanderson Ford is Arizona's largest Ford dealership. They're also #1 in both sales and complete customer satisfaction. This is truly Sanderson Ford country, and people are singing their praises.
Across the painted desert,
Arizona Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez.
to where the mountains touch the sky.
Owner Sanderson Ford David Kimmerly.
This is Sanderson Ford country.
Owner of Rosie on the House Rosie Romero.
Where Arizona's pride.
92.3 KTAR News Talk host Mike Broomhead.
Sanderson Ford country.
98.7 Arizona sports host John Gambadoro.
Built on serving you.
102.5 KNIX country host Tim Hattrick, a.k.a. Johnny Maverick.
Sanderson Ford.
Mix 96.9 host Priscilla Ornelas.
Satisfacción en todo para usted.
Sanderson Ford General Manager Mark Whittar.
Where Arizona's pride. Sanderson Ford.
This is Sanderson Ford Country.
Enter to be the next Arizona sports fan of the game, presented by Redbird Farms Chicken. Win tickets to a Cardinals home game, be featured on the Jumbotron, and receive a $100 grocery gift card. Text Redbird to 620 to enter to win today.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the name Sweet James on billboards all over the valley. It's a fun name, but what they do is serious business. When you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, the insurance companies that promise to protect you, they often pay you as little as possible or deny your claim altogether. That's why I want you to know about Sweet James Accident Attorneys. This world-class law firm with over 25 years experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims, with a 98% winning record. They're the only firm with an in-house trial team. Having the right attorney means the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. They've even been named among the best attorneys in America. If you're injured in an accident, you're going to want Sweet James Accident Attorneys. They are there for you, and you don't pay them until they win your case. Go to sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com. Or call 800-9-MILLION, 800-900-0000.
When our parents passed away, my brother and I were heartbroken. They'd always been there for us. As we began settling their estate, we found their estate planning binder. Inside was their living trust from RJP Estate Planning. It had everything: clear instructions, account info, and the steps we needed to settle their estate and receive our inheritance. Our parents told us years ago, without that living trust, their estate could have gone through probate court, where legal fees could have eaten away at what they left us. When we brought the trust to RJP, they guided us every step of the way. No court, no chaos, just peace of mind. We're one of 40,000 Arizona families RJP has helped over the past 30 years.
If you're 55 or over, save 55% on a living trust from RJP Estate Planning. Call 480-576-5457 by September 12th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
It's kickoff time. Score big at Freeway Chevrolet with our kickoff special. Triple your rebate on all new trucks and SUVs. Every new vehicle in stock. No exclusions. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Kickoff special available on new inventory only. Cannot be combined with any other offers or incentives. NCC rebate only. On approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
Freeway. Chevrolet. I-10 and Ray.
Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort, offering small ship experiences with a shore excursion included in every port and programs designed for cultural enrichment. Discover more at Viking.com. That's Viking.com.
Oh, it's Wolf. What does the Cardinals defense need to show us against the Panthers? We'll ask 15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander at 11. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
I mean, I think we just talked about finishing. When we had an opportunity to put the game away, go and do it. Well, I mean, it's first game. Obviously we want to be hitting on all cylinders and go out there and light it up. But there's a lot of weeks in this thing, so we've got to continue to get better each and every week, and I think guys understand that.
Skylar Murray talking about what he took away from film review of the Cardinals' season-opening win over the Saints last Sunday. Interesting at the end there. Yeah, we want to be on all cylinders, but that's almost prevented by the way teams, and I'm not pointing the finger just to Jonathan Gannon and his staff, handle preseason, but it's almost impossible to do now. The easing in process to the NFL season is more prevalent than it's ever been, and I think you saw the results of that, not only with the Cardinals offense, I think with offenses all over the league, outside of the Pittsburgh
and
Jets game.
And Josh Allen
and Lamar Jackson are on a different level. But there were struggles for pretty much everybody else offensively.
Let me, without getting into detail, let me just give you the point totals from most of the games in week one. Forget the teams, forget who won. Just listen to the numbers. 20, 24, 21, 27, 23, 20, 17, 16, 8, 20, 13, 20, 13, 6, 21, 10, 26, 12, 20, 17, 13, 13, 9, 14. So, yes.
I think that probably could have been presented as an average.
Yes, goodness gracious. It was Gambo-esque.
No, I think it's
16, 19, 17.
I think it's more powerful when you hear them all lined up one after the other like that. We got 4 hours to film, guys. But no, I mean, it speaks to exactly what you're talking about. And that's where I was kind of going with that. That a lot of offenses are just not clicking on all cylinders this time of year because of the lack of reps they get in preseason football.
Phrase is defense always ahead of the offense at the beginning of the season. That's almost by design now. It's almost baked into the reality for any team because of the way they handle the preseason.
Yeah, and the Cardinals were no different. And Kyler talked there about not finishing drives. This is something you and I kicked around immediately in the aftermath in the wake of that game on Monday. A perfect example is they had an opportunity to go up 27-10 in the fourth quarter. And then all of a sudden, the entire vibe of that game, the way you felt about it, the way the Cardinals looked through the eyes of Cardinal fans, if you go up 27-10 there and you even win that game by that final score, they're driving in for the go-ahead touchdown. I mean, they got the Saints defense on their heels. Kyler just took off on a little quarterback run, and he got down to about the 26, 27-yard line, and Froholt got a holding penalty. And that moved him back 10 yards, and then they ultimately got the field goal blocked, and it was still game on now with the Saints having an opportunity to tie or win the rest of the way. So that's a great example of what Kyler's talking about there. They're finishing drives, not making the drive-killing mistake that prevents points from going up there on the scoreboard.
Yeah, here's Murray also sharing other things that frustrated him from the opener.
I mean, there's a lot of things, but just more so just the fact that we did not I didn't feel like we put our foot on the gas in the game when we were supposed to.
And also not ending the game with the ball in their hands.
Super frustrating just because we felt like, offensively we want to be who we want to be. Then, we got to end the game on our terms. And with the ball in our hands, we had put the defense back out there, which is something we don't want to do. Obviously, we're fortunate enough to get out of there with a win. But some cases you may not be fortunate enough. So, we got to be better in the situations.
Yeah, I think that's probably the consensus. The overall feeling moving on to week 2 is, okay, the Cardinals didn't play their best game. Far from it. I think there was probably a lot of Cardinals fans disappointed that the game came down to needing, on the second to last play from scrimmage, the Cardinals needed an outstanding defensive effort by 2 of their players to prevent maybe a loss. That's pretty frustrating. We talked about the Saints, and I had wondered going into that game, Tim, last week, are you getting the Saints at a good time? Because they're not expected to do much. They are a team with quarterback questions, obviously. Are you going to get the best version of the Saints, or are you going to get the worst version of the Saints? Well, it all depends on what kind of version of your own team that you're putting forth. And the Cardinals, I mean, they looked prepared to play, but it was pretty straightforward. There wasn't a whole lot of flavor to that win.
There are too many mistakes, and they didn't step on the throat of the Saints when they had the opportunity to do so. In terms of the Cardinals' game plan, and I think the talent on the field and the way the Cardinals played really should have been, say, like a 30-10 win. I said that on the postgame show. I still believe it today, but it wasn't. They allowed the Saints to hang around. They put them in a situation where you're not allowing the touchdown on that final drive. Obviously, you don't want to do what ASU ended up doing on Saturday night, but that also allows a team to matriculate up and down the field and put themselves in a position where they're a play away. And that's the problem. You left the Saints a play away because you didn't finish drives, you didn't make the plays you were supposed to make when you had the football. That has to get better. In honestly, Vince, in terms of are you catching the Saints at a good time, I've always believed, and again, this is not black and white, hard and fast, always the case. I've always believed that it's always tougher to take a team down in week 1 when they're, for the most part, healthy, but they also still believe. They don't know they're bad yet.
Yeah.
They got the home crowd that certainly believes, and you got a locker room that believes this team and this season can and will be different. And in the game of football, that often goes a long way. If you believe in yourself and your football team, you're going to take that team's best shot, a team that has that kind of belief.
Moving on to Carolina, another team that struggled mightily in its opener. They lose 26-10 to the Jacksonville Jaguars in week 1. One thing is almost certain with the Carolina Panthers, at least with Bryce Young at quarterback, is that he's going to be wretched in the opener. Now, he was wretched in week 2 last year as well, and actually lost his job after week 2. So to see him,
to be fair, he's mostly been wretched.
Mostly has been. But Kyler Murray took a look at the Panthers' defense in meeting with the media yesterday.
A good defense. Obviously, I think they got new names over there. Not the same guys that we saw over there last year. Same scheme as last year for the most part. But again, like every week, got to go out there and do what we got to do. Go out there and execute. And I feel like if we do that, we give ourselves a good chance to win the game.
You want to talk about one of the weird trends? The Carolina Panthers have had the Cardinals' number. Historically had their number. Carolina is 15-6 all time, 13-5 in the regular season. Overall, the last 8 meetings, 7 of them won by the Carolina Panthers, including last year when the Cardinals went to Charlotte and needed a win against a team that was really struggling to stay in the playoff race. And that's where their season basically came to an end that field in overtime.
And they lost in overtime, 36-30. And Bryce Young again. I mean, his numbers on Sunday in week 1, 154 passing yards, couple of interceptions. They got Hubbard in that running game. He ran for 57. Kyler's right, their defense. I mean, it's been 1 week. It's tough to say if it's a good defense or not. McMillan's there at 5 catches, 68 yards. You look at this Carolina defense, you talk about not a lot of household names. Mm-hmm. I mean, I encourage any Cardinal fan to go look at their depth chart right now and take a look at the names on it and see how many you recognize. Not many.
Julius Peppers. Who else?
Sam Mills.
Luke Kuechly.
Lamar Lathan.
Yeah. Don't miss your last chance to win tickets to the Cardinals home opener this Sunday. Just head to Arizona Sports YouTube page. Watch us live. Click the contest link pinned in the chat. It's that easy. Tune in, click, and you could be at the game. Coming up next, the D-backs salvaged the game of the Giants series and stayed alive in the wild card chase. We'll go through the highlights in D-backs Daily. Next, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Tim Ring in for Bick today here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals home opener versus Carolina Sunday.
Huddle.
Football is back.
I don't live in the past, but if you look back at that game last year, we did not play our brand of ball. And they're a good football team coming here. They got some premium players. They're hard to defend, so we got work cut out for us.
Cardinals-Panthers pregame begins with some birria, bloodies, and chorizo at 8:30 Sunday morning. Kickoff 1:25 Sunday afternoon on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with more great reasons why you should shop at Waltz TV and Appliance. They'll give you expertise and an extremely knowledgeable staff. This is a family-owned business that has been serving the Valley since 1957, and they'll give you the kind of insight you'll never get from the big box stores. You'll get great selection, all the major name brands you're looking for, big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches, and you'll also get great pricing as well. And to prove it, if you find a price you like elsewhere, bring it to Waltz and watch them match it. Waltz is also offering a great opportunity for one of our listeners. They're giving away a 75-inch 4K television along with a state-of-the-art soundbar, a combination guaranteed to take your fandom to the next level. And all you have to do is text Waltz to 620-620 between now and September 22nd. The winner will be announced on September 23rd. Remember, all you have to do, text Waltz to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply. This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time, like car wash. Right now, you can save 20% on the Armor All Complete Car Wash Kit. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
I still have my
first car, a classic 66 Mustang. And what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. When do you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer? Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Hi, I'm Lacey, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. And yes, I'm actually a jeweler. I bring dream engagement rings to life every day in our jeweler's workshop. When I hand set your diamond into your ring, I think about creating a piece you'll wear for a lifetime. I pay attention to the smallest details and treat every ring with the same care and craftsmanship, no matter the size or price. Come check us out at your nearby store. Our engagement rings are made with love from our hands to yours, because a friend knows your love deserves the highest quality. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, as homeowners, our closer is America Roofing. Yep, out of the bullpen, save 12% while it lasts with tax and tariff relief courtesy of Arizona's #1 roofing company, America Roofing. You know what? We had a leak in the garage. I'm like, it's all good. And then the monsoon hit, not good. Big leak in a bedroom. I should have gotten the free inspection right away, especially right now when you can save 12%. It's tax and tariff relief at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
ROC number 186438CR42.
I'm Sammy Sobolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs got a much-needed win in San Francisco yesterday. The 5-3 W stopped a 3-game losing streak and puts them 3.5 games out of the last wild card spot with 15 games left in the season. They're off today, but start a 3-game series tomorrow with a struggling Twins ball club up in Minnesota. NFL Week 2 will get underway tonight as the Commanders will be in Lambeau Field for some Thursday night football. Cardinals fans, the home opener in Glendale will be this Sunday against the Panthers. And here was quarterback Kyler Murray on Week 1 and needing to get better each week.
Well, I mean, it's first game. You know, obviously we want to be hitting on all cylinders and go out there and light it up. But, you know, there's a lot of weeks in this thing. So we've got to continue to get better each and every week, and I think guys understand that.
This report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured, call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
That baby is gone! Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-backs Daily. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
D-backs trying to avoid the 3-game sweep in the series finale in San Francisco. Carson Seymour on the mound for the Giants, and it didn't take long for the D-backs to strike. Geraldo Perdomo leading things off for Arizona.
Pyramid as Perdomo puts a charge into this baby, high and deep to right, on its way, and into Levi's landing. A solo shot, first batter of the game, and the D-backs jump out in front 1-0.
Chris Garagiola on the call in the D-backs Geraldo
Perdomo.
Exactly. He hit an 0-2 sinker, 380 feet to right field for 4 pitches into the contest. D-backs had a 1-0 lead. Eduardo Rodriguez on the mound for the Snakes. He allowed a 1-out walk to Rafael Devers in the first, but it led to nothing in a scoreless Giants inning. D-backs kept the pressure on in the second. Blaze Alexander led off with a single. Alec Thomas followed with a single of his own. That brought up Tim Tawa with runners on the corners.
Here's the 1-1. Swung on, line drive, that's into left field, a base hit. Alexander will score. Thomas has to hold it second. And the D-backs open up this inning with 3 consecutive singles, and they double the lead.
Yep, Tawa delivers 2-run lead for the Diamondbacks. Jake McCarthy followed with a sac bunt that moved Thomas and Tawa up 90 feet each. For Perdomo again.
2-0 lead for the D-backs, 2 in scoring position. 3-2, swung on, line drive, base hit, that's into right field. Thomas will score. Matos comes up firing. They hold Tawa at third, And it's a fourth hit this inning, and it makes it a 3-0 Diamondback lead.
93rd run batted in for Geraldo Perdomo on the year. 3-0 Arizona. And that number just still amazes me that 7 more over the last 15 games, and he's going to be a triple-digit RBI guy.
And think of how much of this season he's batted in the 9th or 1st spot.
Yes.
Not big RBI spots.
Yep. That would end Seymour's day. Spencer Bivens came in to face Ketel Marte.
The 0-1 pitch from the right-hander is on the way. Marte swings, drills it high and deep to right field. Matos going back, just makes the catch on the warning track. Tawa will tag from third and score. And Marte's sacrifice fly makes it a 4-0 Diamondback lead.
Another runner across 4-0 Diamondbacks. Bivens would then walk Corbin Carroll and Gabby Moreno to load the bases. Then got Adrian Del Castillo to ground out to second to end the inning. Rodriguez was at his best. He would not allow a hit until a Casey Schmidt one-out single in the 5th. It led to nothing. You'll get nothing and like it. D-backs would add on in the top of the 6th. Keaton Wynn on for San Francisco. Tim Tawa had a 2-out infield single. That brought up Jake McCarthy.
So the inning continues for McCarthy, who goes after the first pitch, sends a high drive out to center field and deep. Lee is going back. It's over his head. It's off the base of the wall. Tawa rounding third. He's coming home to score. And Jake McCarthy adds to the lead. RBI double, 5-0 Diamondbacks.
Jake McCarthy from the Beatles?
Yeah,
exactly.
Yes. Guy is multi-talented.
Yeah.
Songwriter, bassist.
Amazing.
He's probably singing "Hey Jude" as he's running the.
Hey, good pull,
Hey,
Sammy.
thanks.
Sammy, let it be, all right?
That was John Lennon, wasn't it?
No, it's Paul McCarthy.
5-0 lead at this point. Rodriguez.
Paul McCarthy.
He would pitch into the 7th. He left with a 5-run lead and runners on first and second with 1 out. Torey Lovello would call on Jake Woodford to try and wiggle out of the jam, and wiggle he would.
I would tend to believe they're going to get him in motion again.
There he goes. Swing and a foul tip. They will throw to second. And now they have Chapman in a rundown. As now they have Adames in a rundown. This is the right call. Moreno throws back to Alexander. Adames trying to escape. Flips it back to Moreno, who tags him out. Double play, inning over. Much better defensive execution by the D-backs. The Giants fail to score.
See, full admission, I was at home yesterday, still recovering from the ick, and I'm watching the game and I'm keeping score at home. You know, I'm a dork. That's where you give up keeping score and you're just like, CS, caught stealing. I'm not going through the whole progression there. San Francisco finally got on the board in the 8th. Woodford started the inning and allowed 2-out singles to Patrick Bailey and Elliot Ramos. Lovello would call on the lefty Andrew Saalfrank to face the dangerous Rafael Devers.
Swung on, that is mashed high and deep out towards right field. Carroll's moving back, he's looking up. It's off the top of the brick wall, not a home run. 2 runs are in as Devers just gets to second. Now the Giants are on the board, it's 5-2.
There's a gray level layer of brick above. It hits that one, so 1'6" and that one's a home run.
Yeah, that did not miss by much. Lead down to 3 in the 9th. The D-backs had runners on first and second with 2 outs, but Del Castillo struck out for the 4th time of the game to end the inning. Saalfrank on the mound in the 9th, tasked to close things out. He would walk the leadoff hitter Matt Chapman. 2 hitters later, Schmidt doubled off the third base bag. That sent Chapman to third, tying run at the plate in Jung-Hoo Lee.
Tying run at the plate, the 2-1.
Told you.
Swung on, off the end of the bat towards second. Vargas coming in, gloves, and throws to first in time. Chapman scores, Schmidt to third. It's a 5-3 ball game, but the Giants are down to their final out.
Exactly what we said, trade and out for a run.
Yep, 2 away for Luis Matos, also representing the tying run for the Giants.
2-2. Swinging a broken back chopper to short. Perdomo gloves and throws to first, and that's your ball game. The Giants take the first 2, but the D-backs rebound and win the series finale by a final score of 5-3. They pull themselves back to 1 game under 500.
Yeah, Torey Lovello had called that a massive game before the game started, so they get the win. How pleased was he with the massive win?
They did. It was the first batter of the game, fighting off some 2-seam fastballs, finally gets one that's elevated, and Perdomo hits a leadoff home run. I think that gave us a collective exhale. And then we started to have some just quality at-bats along the way. I thought Bo Mel did a good job, and he started to maneuver into the bullpen, and and things kind of leveled out a little bit, and that's when Eddie took over. And Eddie just, was pounding the zone, 99, 100 pitches, whatever it was. Didn't want to come out of the game, but I felt like it was the right time with the right guys to come in and help us out.
Yeah, with the way the Giants have been playing, Tim, to go in there and get one, not ideal, especially if you're chasing a wild card spot right now, which the Diamondbacks still are, and more on that in a second. But that was a good effort yesterday. And Eduardo Rodriguez came up big. That was one of his best starts as a Diamondback.
Yeah, and he's got a chance now to still win 10 games. What does that mean?
Been pretty good lately.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, since the trade deadline, the D-backs, stats don't lie, from a win-loss standpoint, one of the top 5 teams in baseball. Just like we all thought, Vinny.
Well, their starting pitching in general has been pretty good since the trade deadline. Everybody's kind of stepped up. But it's also like they very, 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 very rarely get swept. They also very, very, very rarely sweep anyone. It's a lot of 2 out of 3 or 1 out of 3.
And that's the story of a 73 and 74 ball club.
And this is a series they lost, but it was the first series they've lost since August 17th.
Mm-hmm. But all those series they won were all 2 out of 3. There were no sweeps involved.
Well, listen, bigger picture. They're going into this final stretch. They have 15 games left. They're 3.5 games out of the final wild card spot.
And think if they didn't have the 3-game losing streak. Think if they just won one of those games,
yes.
whether it be one of the first 2 in San Francisco or completing the sweep against the Red Sox on Sunday.
Is this getting 3.5?
Well, the Mets.
It's a deficit. The Mets are Metsing.
The Mets
They're going in the wrong direction.
The Giants and Reds, though, are going in the other direction, and they're still ahead of the D-backs.
D-backs have how many more against the Giants?
3.
3 more against the Giants.
3 more
here.
against the Giants.
Yeah.
The D-backs do have that tough stretch to finish the season as well against the Dodgers and the Padres. But the Mets aren't kicking the door open. They're taking the door off the hinges and putting it in the garage.
They're climbing through a window, basically.
I mean, they've lost 5 in a row now. It still seems a little far-fetched to think the D-backs could do this. But what if we can play this game on a Thursday?
Yeah.
They're off today. They've got the Twins this weekend. I mean, what if we all wake up Monday morning, and they're 2.5 back with 12 to play?
Yeah, I mean,
does the perspective change on just how feasible this would be?
They won't be.
They won't be.
Every single weekend
Jared,
we go insane.
Jared, you said it. They very rarely sweep. This is non-negotiable. They have to sweep this series against the Twins.
The last 3 Mondays we've come in. So 3 Mondays ago, it was 5.5. This Monday, it was 4.5. And
now it's 3.5.
Right now it's 3.5. If it comes to Monday and it's 2.5, it's gonna be
You're gonna run out of Mondays, though.
Hey, yeah, but still got 2 more, and then anything can happen.
Because every Friday we go into the weekend saying if they sweep this series, we'll come in on Monday and they'll be 2 games out.
You gotta believe, Jared.
I believe.
Yeah.
Look, they're not saying die. They're fighting till the end.
I actually don't believe. I'm pretty realistic about this. It's remarkable that after what happened at the trade deadline, we're sitting here on September 11th, even fantasizing about the possibilities of where this thing could go over the next 5 days.
Yeah, I mean, there's been this equation that selling equals tanking, and that's just not true anymore. I mean, if you look at what they got rid of at the deadline, it doesn't make any feasible sense that they're playing better baseball, but they are.
It just reminds you how much talent was on this team in general. They could lose this much.
Which kind of makes
still
things more disappointing in the big picture.
Eventually, the Mets are going to string together a couple of wins, too. I don't think.
They are the Mets.
They have the Nationals and Marlins in the last 2 of their 3 series. You'd think, but they are the Mets, like Vinny says.
Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcast. The Bickley and Murata Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up next, we'll talk about a huge matchup between NFC contenders and huge injury news from another NFC contender. Hash mark straight ahead on this Thursday. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Tim Ring in for Bick on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to D-Backs Daily, brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. The future of Arizona sports. High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Presented by Brooklyn Betting. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Heads up, sports fans, if you're looking for a meal that's never boring and always packed with flavor, head on down to your local neighborhood Sonic. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. You know I'm a huge fan of Sonic and their all-star lineup of burgers, but the Sonic menu, incredibly diverse, and there is guaranteed to be something for everyone in your crew. And I'm talking about iconic classics like cherry limeades, tots, corn dogs, and shakes. There are a ton of new favorites like the Double Sonic Smasher, mozzarella sticks, groovy fries, and soft pretzel twists. And with a drink menu that features 10,000 different combinations, your options are endless. Remember, order ahead with the Sonic app. You can score exclusive rewards like half-price drinks and slushes, where every sip helps support local schools through Sonic's Limeades for Learning, with over $30 million donated since 2009. Live free, eat Sonic.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
Low T, start for free. Yep, get prescription testosterone with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. Think better, sleep better, improve your sex life. Nothing. Boost testosterone like actual testosterone. Don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. And for a limited time, get started for free. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
When our parents passed away, my brother and I were heartbroken. They'd always been there for us. As we began settling their estate, we found their estate planning binder. Inside was their living trust from RJP Estate Planning. It had everything: clear instructions, account info, and the steps we needed to settle their estate and receive our inheritance. Our parents told us years ago, without that living trust, their estate could have gone through probate court, where legal fees could have eaten away at what they left us. When we brought the trust to RJP, they guided us every step of the way. No court, no chaos, just peace of mind. We're one of 40,000 Arizona families RJP has helped over the past 30 years.
If you're 55 or over, save 55% on a living trust from RJP Estate Planning. Call 480-576-5457 by September 12th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
This is the preview of the NFC Championship game. And, Field, let me tell you why. Okay. Look, Washington was already there a year ago. Green Bay looked as complete of a team as anybody when you think about Micah Parsons coming over, especially on the defensive side of the ball. And I love Philadelphia, respect what they did, but I really worry about them rushing the passer with Jalix Hunt and Nolan Smith. I think these are the two most complete teams in the NFC.
That's Mike Tannenbaum, ESPN, talking about tonight's Thursday night game. Another great one on Thursday night. The Green Bay Packers hosting the Washington Commanders.
Remember
NFC
the old days when it
teams.
used to be like Titans versus Panthers every Thursday night?
Yeah, Thursday night when they rolled this whole television package out, and it used to be NFL Network, and it's kind of floated around, but it was, okay, we know we have 32 teams. We'll use Thursday night to give
the Browns and the Bengals a primetime game. Bryant Gumbel, you handle the play-by-play terribly. We're going to put this on the NFL Network.
The Cardinals were one of those teams that was a Thursday night darling, if you will. Because every team was guaranteed a primetime game. Not the case anymore.
I recall a few Cardinals-St. Louis Rams games on Thursday nights.
Cardinals Seahawks.
Yep, a couple
a lot
of those
Jaguars versus
Titans.
Yeah.
Yes. I'll take this.
Though they clearly
last week Cowboys Eagles, this week Packers Commanders, I'll take it.
No, I think the league stepped in. I think Roger Goodell stepped in and said we will make this appointment viewing. We will make these marquee matchups, and they encourage the networks to treat these games as such.
Or streaming services. That's the misstep. Like, these games should be more readily available to people. But you know my thoughts on streaming.
No,
we're going to get into sports on television a little bit later on from a different standpoint. There's so much talk. Like the Packers obviously were going to be one of the favorites to come out of the NFC before they acquired Micah Parsons from the Dallas Cowboys. We saw Parsons make his debut last week. He had the one sack, played very limited. He's limited again this week, probably if he goes. But I overheard a conversation. I listened to a conversation on ESPN radio this morning.
You were hiding in the bushes.
Yeah, you
was there.
You were allowed to. Yeah, they don't mind.
I was pretending that I wasn't listening, but I was listening to everything. About the MVP. And, if the Packers are a favorite, obviously your quarterback is an MVP favorite. But they were wondering if the acquisition of Micah Parsons could swing the attention to the defense of the Green Bay Packers, and could Micah Parsons be the league MVP, which I think is kind of a ridiculous notion. The MVP in the NFL it's a quarterback award at this point.
Yeah, they had Joe Fortenbaugh on. And they asked him that question, and he said, Saquon Barkley had over 2,000 yards last year and didn't even come close to winning the MVP. So it's not going to happen to any other one but a quarterback.
Without looking up, you got it right there. When's the last defensive player to win the MVP?
Oh, my goodness.
There have been plenty of Super Bowl
1986.
Lawrence Taylor?
Yes.
It's very similar to, the Cy Young Award. Because they have their own award, the Defensive Player of the Year award, they very rarely even get considered for the MVP.
Well, clearly. I mean, it's been almost 40 years.
Micah Parsons would have to break the sack record or something like that, and Green Bay would have to be the best team in the NFL.
It's also, we haven't even played 2 weeks yet.
I know.
What are they talking about that for?
MVP discussions in any sport should be banned until halfway through the season.
The Packers could win 8 games. I mean, we don't know.
Just like legacy talk for a certain athlete should be banned until that athlete is done playing. Elsewhere in the league, the San Francisco 49ers are already getting hit with the injury bug on a big level. George Kittle hurt. Their receiving core is completely banged up. And now their quarterback, not great news on Brock Purdy. Here's Ian Rappaport this morning on NFL Network.
Jaden Daniels himself, that is excellent news. Not as good news for the San Francisco 49ers. Kyle Shanahan telling reporters yesterday that Brock Purdy is a long shot to play this week. It could be a multiple-week injury. My understanding is that Brock Purdy is out 2 to 5 weeks. 2 to 5 weeks for Brock Purdy with what is essentially a variant of turf toe. It is a ligament injury that affects the bottom of his foot. Call it turf toe if you want. That's basically what Kyle Shanahan has said. But 2 to 5 weeks for Brock Purdy, which would put him out at least the Saints game this week, the Cardinals game next week, and then we'll see. It is swollen. It is irritated. No one knows how it's going to react, but
So, 2 to 5 weeks, and you heard the mention of the Cardinals in week 3. That would be a massive break for the Arizona Cardinals. And I think already with Kittle on the shelf, and they're marginalized already, Tim, with the talent they lost in the offseason. Sometimes you want to get into the playoffs, you have to take advantage of what is presented to you from the opposition. And I think I wish I would have jotted this down, but last year I think the Washington Commanders were the beneficiaries of playing a lot of backup quarterbacks on their way to I think it was them. I'd have to look it up. So if you're the Cardinals, your first 3 weeks you're playing Spencer Rattler, Bryce Young, and maybe Mac Jones at quarterback. Take that advantage and run with it.
Well, we talked about the first 6 games of the season, how sort of advantageous they were. Saints, Panthers, 49ers, Seahawks, Titans, Colts.
Mm-hmm.
The one in that group was the 49ers, where you sort of put that down as a loss. If they get a break on that one, then you really need to take advantage of those first 6 games.
You could be 5-1, 6-0, and I thought they were potentially heading down that road even before the Brock Purdy, George Kittle injuries. You're right, Vinny. They've lost some guys, and we'll see Deebo Samuel out there tonight catching 10 passes for the Commanders at Lambeau Field,
or running the ball 10 times,
touching the ball, touches, Vinny. Kyle Shanahan and that 49er organization, he met the media yesterday. I mean, he was PO'd. I mean, he was, I don't want to say devastated, but almost exacerbated by the amount of injuries that he has had to deal with over the last couple of years.
Here's Shanahan from yesterday on Purdy, Kittle, and the other injuries.
Sir, Brock will be able to play on Sunday.
I think it's a long shot.
George Kittle's hamstring, is there any more details or just a...
No, there's going to be some time.
Is it possible that Purdy's injury could be a multi-week thing?
That's possible.
And that's the toe more so than the shoulder.
Yes.
That's 4 questions answered in a 20-second soundbite.
Right. It reminded me of the scene in Uncle Buck. Why do you ask so many questions? I'm a kid. It's my job. What's your record for consecutive questions?
I think that game this weekend, just from a competitive standpoint, obviously you take away stars from the game that are participating, but it's not going to be an easy game. We saw the Saints come to play a little bit last week. They're playing at home again against the 49ers. I think that might be a speed bump for San Francisco.
Spencer Rattler looked a lot better against the Cardinals than he looked last year as a rookie when he went 0-6. I said it after the game. If he continues to play like that, he's going to ultimately get that first NFL win as a starting quarterback.
Arizona Sports is giving you the chance to experience Innings Festival. You'll rock out to performances by Blink-182, 21 Pilots, Mumford & Sons, Cage the Elephant, and many more when Innings hits Tempe February 20th through 22nd. Tickets go on sale tomorrow, but you can win a pair right now by visiting ArizonaSports.com. Coming up next, Kenny Dillingham was thrilled by ASU's offensive performance in practice yesterday. Will he be as thrilled this Saturday against Texas State? We'll get into some Sun Devils talk next with Tim Ring in for Bick here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Tomorrow afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper, 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
That nagging joint pain, you know the one. Sometimes it's from years of hard work. Sometimes it's an old injury that never healed properly. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and QC Kinetics is here to flip the script. They use regenerative medicine, advanced cellular treatments that help your body heal and restore the damage in your joints, not cover it up, not cut it out, actually helping heal and restore, and the results are long-term lasting relief. So instead of planning your day around pain, you're planning it around life. You're walking the dog without stopping. You're playing ball with your kid until they get tired. You're waking up without that first step being the worst step. And at QC Kinetics, there's no surgery, no drugs, no downtime. So bring your MRI and your x-rays. They'll make sure you're a good candidate, and your first consultation is free, so don't wait. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can call them at 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DISC. Doc, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
People come from all over the world to see you. Why is that?
Well, I think we built a reputation for cutting-edge surgery, getting people back to life quickly and with less downtime. My father pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, which is an ultra minimally invasive treatment option for treating herniated discs and stenosis. And I guess the word's getting out.
You're being modest, Doc. Athletes from all over the world come here to see you.
It's certainly a privilege to take care of professional athletes, but most of our patients are just everyday people wanting to get back to work and back to enjoying life with their families.
If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Lowe's knows you've got a job to do, and we help get it done. With the MyLowe's Pro Rewards program, eligible members save more with volume discounts on qualifying orders through a quote of $2,000 or more. Join for free today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Offer can't be combined with any other discount, contract, and/or special pricing. Exclusions, more terms, and restrictions apply. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When your backyard needs a serious refresh like ours did at Casa Calvisi, you want the best. But how do you know? Where do you go? Well, California Pools and Landscape has already won 33 International Design Awards this year. Discover the difference when you go with the most awarded pool builder in Arizona. High quality work, built to last. Our favorite, the industry leading warranties. Even better, they're donating to Phoenix Children's with every project built this year. See our backyard transformation and what's possible at calpool.com/Paul.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It was the Eduardo Rodriguez and Blaze Alexander show in San Francisco yesterday in a 5-3 win. Erod went 6 1/3, struck out 6, gave up only 2 hits and 0 earned runs, and had help from his third baseman, Blaze Alexander, behind him, who made not 1, not 2, but 3 unreal plays at the hot corner yesterday. And here was manager Torey Lovello after yesterday's win.
We needed it. It was, like I said to you before we started, it was a massive win. And I think good teams are capable of winning games when they really have to. There's never a guarantee in this game, but we played well enough, hard enough, and it was a huge win.
The D-backs are off today as they make their way to Minnesota to start a 3-game series with the Twins tomorrow. ASU, according to Kenny Dillingham, had their best practice in quite some time yesterday as they prep for Texas State on Saturday. The Wildcats down in Tucson will get ready for their first true test of the season tomorrow night against Kansas State. And the Cardinals ramp things up today as they'll welcome the Carolina Panthers to Glendale on Sunday. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Sundays belong to football watch parties with wall-to-wall action, special guests, food and drink specials, football promotions, and more.
Hey, it's Luke. How much are the Sun Devils going to rely on Kanye Udo moving forward? We'll discuss it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Really, really good day. Probably our best offensive practice in a while. Like, that was a phenomenally sharp day.
Kenny Dillingham, phenomenally sharp. Kind of like the bass line of this Ambrosia jam from the early 80s. This is my favorite yacht rock song ever.
That one is.
That
right
one
there.
is.
Okay,
Yes.
good choice by me.
Yeah.
Better than Sailing?
Oh, please.
Come on.
Christopher Cross, please.
I've booked Christopher Cross.
Are you a yacht rock guy?
I am a bit of a yacht rock guy.
It's
Okay, stay tuned then for more yacht rock throughout the show.
It's never something that I seek out or sought out as, hey, I really like these songs, but they're so ingrained in like my childhood and listening to those songs that I've just grown to love them all.
I mean, there's a yacht rock radio channel on Sirius XM.
Yeah,
I think Dan Bickley is currently living a yacht rock lifestyle right now.
What is the quintessential yacht rock song?
Quintessential yacht rock
Something
song.
by the Doobie Brothers, maybe?
Brandy?
Brandy's a great.
Brandy's is up there. Doobie Brothers, What a Fool Believes.
What a Fool
is up
Believes.
there.
I don't know. Make it a poll question, Sammy.
I'll put it on. I'm going to put it on social media.
Yeah. Yacht. It's a Yacht Rock Thursday here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. A sharp day of practice, which, hey, how are you going to interpret that if you're on the outside? Kenny Dillingham also talked about, hey, what does that mean moving forward? If you don't practice well, you usually don't play very well, but practicing well doesn't guarantee you're going to play well either. The Sun Devils have another tough game coming up on Saturday night. Texas State.
It's a dangerous game. It shouldn't be tough. We saw them battle Texas State
Last year
into the fourth quarter.
In their place.
This game isn't home. McLeod is no longer quarterbacking Texas State. They're putting up a ton of points and
They scored like 95 points in their first two games against.
they haven't been held under 43. They got this kid, Bo Sparks. He's a wide receiver.
That sounds made up.
Sounds like a my player.
By the way, there's a great high school wide receiver named Bo Sparks here in the Valley. Or at least
Really?
there was last year. Yeah,
So their two wins came
different
against
guy.
Eastern Michigan, 52-27, and then they beat UTSA in San Antonio, 43-36. Bo Sparks, 155 yards in that game.
He's 5'11", 175 pounds, and nobody can cover him. So he's going to be a challenge. I agree with
And
you. Vinny.
look-
This will be a challenge. You're actually going to be able to roll the football out there and steamroll this team and win 46-0. They're going to have to play well. I think when Kenny says this is the greatest practice ever, or however he put it,
Best one in a long time.
he's building up his guys.
Which they probably need some build-up after
I
that.
totally agree.
But
He was building them up even after the game and post-game after that devastating loss in Starkville.
now, if you go back to last year, they played Texas State on a short week. It was a Thursday night. They went to San Marcos to play them at their place. It was a game that nobody saw the ending to unless you were at the stadium. Do you remember the circumstances? They put time back on the clock. ESPN wrapped up the broadcast,
Yes.
went to Sports Center, and the game wasn't actually over. That's how close that game was. And they actually finished the game not televised. It was one of many weird end game situations for the Sun Devils.
I was going to
last
say
year.
last year they had two of the most ridiculously, outside the box end game situations, maybe in the sport of college football last year.
Yeah.
I got to tell you though, if ASU is going to be who we think they are, they go out there and they win this game comfortably. I'm not saying it's a blowout from the start, but they establish dominance. They run the football. They throw the football. Sam Levitt comes back and has a good game. And they kind of get this thing back on the tracks because that 4-game stretch beginning at Baylor, you talk about offense. They're throwing the football like you can't believe. This kid, Sawyer
Robertson, yeah, he's been
and then
unbelievable.
and then at Utah, this is not last year's Utah team.
No.
The Baylor throws it, Utah can run it. I mean, so ASU's 4-game stretch, and then Texas Tech is looming out there.
There's very few soft spots on the schedule.
You got to get right against Texas Tech.
You have
Texas
to.
State. So you get those vibes going again, and you get that confidence back in that locker room. Because I don't think this is a confident football team right now, and I think that's why Kenny's saying the things he's saying.
Well, it's a team that I think going into this game, I think finally has a clear picture of its identity. They came out against NAU. One of the things I talked about was, why'd you throw the ball 39 times against NAU? And I know they probably were tinkering with some things, but the pass-run differential was weird to me. Last week in Mississippi State, when things got really, really sideways early in the first half of that game, and a lot of it had to do with the noise and the atmosphere, they were throwing the ball a lot. They came out after halftime, and they established dominance on the ground. That's where it has to start this week, I think, even though it's Texas State. And again, I'm not looking past Texas State. But a lot of this has to do with Sam Leavitt, too, who did not have a great game. I don't think he was very good in either game, quite honestly. He had big numbers against NAU, but really struggled against Mississippi State. This was Sam Leavitt earlier this week talking about Kenny Dillingham having confidence in him.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to hear. That's my dog. But, I got to have that confidence in myself, and that's something that's, never wavered within me, and I just got to hone in. I do this for me at the end of the day and, for my team and everybody around me, so I don't really care about the outside noise. It's one game. I'm not tripping at all.
Yeah, not tripping at all. That shows the confidence that he needs to have, but in saying that, you don't think that shows up on a bulletin board and in Texas State's? I mean,
who knows nowadays what shows up?
These teams are looking for something.
Everything they say. At least they didn't say the hotels in Texas are not tripping or are tripping. My dog.
It's bussin'.
Bussin'. Yeah,
do you know what?
Learned that one yesterday.
Neither Jody nor Tim knew what the word bussin' meant. Do you know what the word bussin' means? That was the generation slang term.
I mean, I've heard the term. I just kind of roll my eyes and go on with my day when I hear it.
Isn't there a popular podcast called Bussin' with the Boys?
That's right.
But it takes place in a bus, does it?
Right, I think that's unrelated.
Yeah.
But yeah.
What bussin' means what?
Really good.
I forgot already, Vinny.
It means really good specifically sometimes to food.
Yeah.
Man, that sandwich was bussin'.
See, food and bussin' to me brings me back to my first job when I was bussin' tables at a family restaurant, and that was not really good. It was terrible.
Or, you were just taking the bus to school. I was bussing to school. Marcus Arroyo took the football out of Sam Leavitt's hands at the half at Mississippi State.
Look, when you get down 17 in the NFL, you usually don't come back by running the ball. It's still possible in college football, but that's exactly what he did. That was the only chance they had to get back in the game.
And there's two ways to view this game. Is this game, do they now have to be heavy on the run because that's their identity? Or is this the game that they need to get right, the passing game?
Well, you can use the run to set up the pass. I mean, establish the run game with Brown and Udo. Those guys each had 100 yards. And then you can get some play action going. I think Leavitt has to find another receiver that he's comfortable with that
has not found that person yet.
Catches the football besides Tyson. Because when you play better teams, he'll be bracketed and double covered. So I think it starts with the run game. And then off of that, with the play action game, you get Leavitt's confidence and make him a little more comfortable back there and a little more effective.
Yeah, we'll have our weekly visit with Kenny Dillingham tomorrow morning as we preview the Sun Devils and the Bobcats. Arizona Sports and Redbird Farms Chicken are teaming up to bring you an exclusive tailgate package, including a grill set and a Yeti cooler. Join us this Friday at the Safeway located at Chaparral Road and Hayden Road in Scottsdale from 4 to 6 p.m. for your chance to win. Once again, that's Friday, tomorrow, at the Safeway on Chaparral and Hayden in Scottsdale. Coming up next, why does Adam Silver hate poor people? We'll tell you what the NBA commissioner had to say on a hot-button issue next. Bickley and Murata Mornings with Tim Ring in for Bick on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. It's
cold.
After a road loss at Mississippi State, the Sun Devils look to bounce back in the W column at home versus Texas State.
I'm excited. I was excited to build on the second half of last week. Played really good football there at the end. Build on that, play home, and keep the home streak rocking.
Pre-game begins at 4:30 Saturday afternoon. Kickoff at 7:30 Saturday night on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app.
Lowe's knows you've got a job to do, and we help get it done. With the MyLowe's Pro Rewards program, Eligible members save more with volume discounts on qualifying orders through a quote of $2,000 or more. Join for free today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Offer can't be combined with any other discount, contract, and/or special pricing. Exclusions, more terms, and restrictions apply. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
From the shadows of your bathroom comes a villain with 2 pinchers, 1 stinger, and 0 respect for your home.
Scorpions can make your home feel like a scary movie. At Blue Sky Pest Control, we rewrite the script. We keep scorpions out of your home so your story stays drama-free. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
In baseball, numbers matter. Every stat is tracked, every play analyzed, but numbers alone, they don't win games. And they don't build a secure financial future either. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team behind a personalized plan for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Tori here. You're spot on, Jeff. Good numbers help, but it's teamwork that wins. It's about building trust, understanding goals, and creating a legacy.
At Trajan, we go beyond the numbers. We build real relationships and customize investment strategies so you can enjoy life today and feel secure about tomorrow.
It's a relationship, and that's why I chose Trajan Wealth. Call today to build your personalized plan. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Hey, it's Gambo. What should fans expect at Arizona State's second home game of the season? We'll talk with athletic director Graham Rossini today at 2:30 on the Burns and Gambo Show.
We continue here on the Thursday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings. Tim Ring sitting in for Bick. Bick will be back on Monday morning from his vacation. Adam Silver, the commissioner. Have you seen this guy? Jared, have you seen this guy, Adam Silver? The commissioner of the NBA. He spoke yesterday at the Board of Governors meeting, covered a number of topics, including, this came to my attention from the Twitter account of Rachel Nichols yesterday. When she tweeted out, Adam Silver was asked about the rising cost to watch a season of NBA games as a fan of a particular team, considering all the games on either cable or streaming services. This is part of Adam Silver's answer on that question.
There's a huge amount of our content that people can essentially consume for free. I mean, this is very much a highlights-based sport, so Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, you name it, any service, the New York Times for that matter, to the extent that your content is not behind a paid firewall. There's an enormous amount of content out there. YouTube, by another example, that is advertising based that consumers can consume.
Wrong answer.
That is a Manfredian answer as a commissioner.
If you can't afford it, just go watch the highlights. I mean, essentially,
Where do you want to start on the inane nature of that comment? People are complaining about the new NBA television setup. It's confusing. Yes, there's basketball available to you basically every night if you want to pay for it. And I haven't seen anybody do all of the, hey, if you got cable and you got all these streaming services, what it's going to cost a fan per year. It's not cheap. That's why when you go locally and Suns fans, you can rip on Matt Ishbia for a lot of different things. His decision to put the Suns on over-the-air television and even taking the further step, you know what? You need to buy an antenna? Don't worry. It's on us. We want you to watch our product.
We'll give you one.
Is so out of, it's so out of the ordinary with the way things are going. It is a win, and that is not up for debate because not a lot of teams are doing that.
And let's understand that he took a financial
Absolutely.
hit. He left money on the table.
Yes.
With that deal. A lot of it.
But this is a highlights-based league? Part of the problem that longtime basketball viewers have is that this beating over the head that basketball fans are fed only highlights on the highlight three-pointers and dunks. That's it. The quality of overall play has gone down. A lot of people will argue. This just pushes that further down that road. You can't gain anything about how a team plays, how a player plays by watching highlights on YouTube. Sorry, you just can't. And you can figure out, okay, that guy's athletic. That's it. How did the game go? I don't know, but so-and-so had a great dunk in the third quarter. That is such a stupid comment.
You're not going to develop fandom. You're not going to develop people having a love for the game and developing their own love and sense and knowledge about the game if you just send them to the highlights.
Not to mention also the fans that are fantasy players, the fans that are gamblers, which, look, there was an NBA team that had a sports betting night on its promotional calendar for this year. So the league is embracing it. It was the Charlotte Hornets.
And they took it off.
And they took it off because it was the Miami Heat coming to town with Terry Rozier.
Whoops.
Oh, man.
But still, they've embraced it.
Look, if you have basic cable and you live in Phoenix, you can get plenty of basketball games on ESPN and whatnot. And I understand now streaming, the NFL is doing it right now. The game tonight will be on Amazon Prime. So this is the way it's going. I just think the tone and the dismissiveness of the commissioner to basically say, well, if you can't afford it, go watch the highlights somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, with a Twitter, so you can see Anthony Edwards throw the ball off the backboard and dunk it? Like that's going to be satisfactory to a fan base or to a young NBA fan? Maybe it will be. I don't know.
I do think that is the way a lot of young NBA fans do consume the sport, is only through highlights. And it's the reason why a lot of young NBA fans are fans of players and not necessarily teams. They don't have team loyalty. They just follow players because they just see highlight packages or highlights from games.
But isn't the commissioner of the league basically saying to a large percentage of the fan base, yeah, these regular season games aren't that important.
Right.
Yeah. What do you want to watch these for? Just watch the highlights and move on with your day.
Yes. It either came across as, well, you don't need to watch the whole games, just watch the highlights.
My dad used to say that. You only need to watch the last 2 minutes of an NBA game.
That's what my dad says, and it drives me crazy.
I believed it as a kid until I started really understanding the game, and I'm like, Dad, you're wrong.
My dad always says they're always going to score. It's not like baseball where you could just score in the first or second inning and you need to watch everything.
My dad at least said the quarter. Like, just watch the fourth quarter. Watch the fourth quarter in the playoffs.
Why do dads hate the NBA?
Why do dads hate the first 3 quarters of NBA games?
Does Adam Silver have kids? He might hate the NBA.
Oh, good.
I just think this was a comment, again, that was if you would anonymously read this quote, you don't know who it was attributed to, and this was a sports commissioner, you would say that's a Rob Manfred quote.
Right. It felt like the old, you can't afford to eat at our restaurant. Well, we dropped some crumbs on the floor. Just go eat some of those.
Because they'll all talk the talk about growing the game as being an important part of their roles as commissioners. Sure, I'm sure they would love to grow the game. But in terms of their priorities, it's to maximize revenue for the leagues.
You wait when October rolls around, the amount of noise you'll hear from NBA fans who are scrambling to try to find games, it's going to be loud.
Very.
Yes.
And my thing, too, as we're all NBA fans, we consume it a lot. It makes having conversations now with NBA fans that just watch highlights nearly impossible. Because as someone that has League Pass, watches the whole game of the Suns, if the commissioner of the league is advocating to its fans that can't watch these games to, just watch the highlights and form your own opinion about it, that opinion's going to be skewed.
Hey,
absolutely.
The NBA has long had a regular season interest problem, right? Yes. We're joking about, watch the fourth quarter in the playoffs. I've always maintained NBA fans, NBA Twitter, the NBA Nation, if you will, was far more enthralled with off-season moves and player moves and team hopping and team jumping and super team building. They've been more enthralled with that than the actual NBA games themselves.
There's truth to that.
In the regular season. And the NBA knew that, and that's where they come up with the NBA Cup, and they try to give some regular season games a little more oomph, a little more meaning to try to bring in fan interest, especially when the NFL is still going on. And now the NFL goes to mid-February. The NBA is trying to do everything it can to maximize interest in the regular season, and then you have the commissioner go out and say, if you can't afford these games, you're just going to have to find some highlights somewhere. I mean,
instead of saying, yes, it is a problem and we do care about the consumer, especially those, we're working on making these, instead of saying an answer like that, showing sympathy or empathy for the customer.
Well, look, the reality for a lot of fans, too, if you live in an NBA city or close to an NBA city, television's the only way you're going to see a game. Because the other great expense of being an NBA fan is trying to get to a game. They're really expensive tickets.
They're really expensive tickets. And Matt Ishbia did a good job of trying to bring some of the food costs down. But prior to that, to go to a Suns game and not only get the tickets, but park and eat and drink. Got a family of 4, $1,000.
Yeah.
Right? If you want good seats, decent seats. My daughter and I went, this is before Matt dropped the prices. And obviously with our jobs, Vinny, I don't go as a fan much.
Yeah.
So I admittedly was a little out of touch with the concession prices. And I did take my daughter to a game a couple of years ago, and we ate. And I was like, holy, you know what?
Yeah.
Completely blindsided by the cost of what a couple of meals and drinks cost at an NBA game. I was like, wow. How do people do this every night?
I wondered. I wondered myself.
I was blindsided by it, So
don't miss your last chance to win tickets to the Cards home opener this Sunday. Just head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page, watch us live, click the contest link pinned in the chat. It's that easy. Tune in, click, and you could be at the game. Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the big stories on this Thursday morning in the reboot. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
They put a trips formation away from Marvin Harrison Jr. basically. There he is, as the axe. He was on the single receiver side, and then they put the trips formation over here, and they ran 3 guys across the middle. And then here comes Marv across as well. The scissors play. That was timeless in regards to the execution by Marvin Harrison Jr. and Kyler Murray.
The other thing I liked, Marv looked different and better. He just did. And the other stat, if you're looking for a stat, he was targeted 6 times. He had 5 catches.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Advanced Window Products, and there are a lot of ways to know when you need new windows. Warping, condensation, trouble opening and closing them, the age of your house, and then there was my stark reminder, spiking utility bills that proved my windows are shot, which is why I'm stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, Arizona's premier window replacement company, where they treat customers like friendships, where they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. That's because there's no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They build it specifically for our climate, they install it, and then they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products currently offering a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows and you get a $2,500 discount. $2,500 off. So do what I did. Call today, beat the summer rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a newer used
testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to Vital4Men.com. That's Vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor with hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken. Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
We're calling professional wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, where are you?
I'm on my way to practice in my Arrowhead Honda. Man, I absolutely love it. The team at Arrowhead Honda takes great care of their customers, and they're really like family to me. The game isn't till Sunday, but I feel like I've already won with Arrowhead Honda.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler, a local family business started by my dad, Oliver Smith, right here in the Valley. Dad, you've been importing diamonds and cutting out the middleman for decades. How did that change things?
Well, we dropped the price, but not the quality. By importing diamonds and manufacturing jewelry ourselves, we cut out the middleman and passed about a 35% savings directly to our clients. We sell almost all of our diamonds with GIA certifications because that's how you create value. And value and trust are the cornerstones of our business.
Shopping for jewelry can be intimidating, but it doesn't have to be. Whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, tennis bracelet, or diamond studs, we make the process easy and personal. Trust Oliver Smith Jeweler.
We have some of the best diamond prices in the country, and we are right here in your backyard.
Come experience why Oliver Smith Jeweler does diamonds differently. Visit us in Scottsdale at the Shops at Gainey Village and in Fashion Square Mall.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs got a much-needed win in San Francisco yesterday. The 5-3 W stopped a 3-game losing streak and puts them 3.5 games out of the last wild card spot with 15 games left in the season. The Snakes are off today, but they'll start a 3-game series tomorrow with a struggling Twins ball club up in Minnesota. NFL Week 2 will get underway tonight as the Commanders will be in Lambeau for some Thursday night football. Cardinals fans, the home opener in Glendale will be this Sunday against the Panthers. And here was quarterback Kyler Murray on Week 1 and needing to get better here in Week 2.
Well, I mean, it's first game. You know, obviously we want to be hitting on all cylinders and go out there and light it up. But, you know, there's a lot of weeks in this thing. So we've got to continue to get better each and every week, and I think guys understand that.
This report is brought to you by America Roofing. It's been raining and windy. If you need your roof checked out, save 12% and get a free evaluation with Arizona's largest roofer. Call 602-960-ROOF or AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bentley and Mulatto Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Big stories on this Thursday. Sammy Cebulka's here to give them to us in the Rush Hour Reboot. What do you got, Sammy?
Yeah, good morning. So the Arizona Cardinals will have their home opener. There it is, right on cue. The Arizona Cardinals will have their home opener against the Carolina Panthers on Sunday. And here was Jonathan Gannon on why the Cardinals got beat by the Panthers last year.
Well, we didn't stop the run, and we lost the takeaway battle and got beat. So you don't do that, you're going to lose. So it was very clear to our guys why we lost that game, and just revisit it because they got a lot of players. Hubbard went for 152 versus us last year. Like, you're not going to win.
So you hope to see it be a little different on Sunday, but what are you most confident in with this team heading into Sunday?
I guess that they'll play better offensively than what we saw. Now, it wasn't a horrific game offensively. There was some bright spots, and they scored enough to win the game. But I think the Cardinals themselves would want to point to some offensive improvement. I don't know about defensively yet.
Yeah.
I was pretty underwhelmed with what I saw first chapter of this new book defensively, Tim. I would expect them to play better as well, but you just don't know because you haven't seen them do it.
I expect the refortified defensive front seven, defensive line is going to play better football and more impactful football. I thought they did a good job in the second half on Kamara, but then again, the Saints kind of started throwing the ball a whole bunch. So, Sammy, I think the defense will be better, and I think the offense will eliminate some mistakes and finish a few more drives. And I expect the Cardinals to win this game and to win this game comfortably on Sunday.
Okay.
I'd be highly disappointed if they did not.
On the flip side, what are you most nervous about as the Panthers come to town? There's a lot to be nervous about given the history between the Panthers and Cardinals, but where does your lack of confidence lie?
Mistakes. Kyler Murray throwing a back-breaking interception in the second half at a critical time.
Which happened last year against Carolina.
Did.
For me, it's just the history between the two teams. This has been such a one-sided affair with Carolina dominating the Cardinals, winning 7 of the last 8. You heard Jonathan Gannon say Chuba Hubbard had 152 yards last year. Bryce Young ran for 68 and a touchdown. So that's well over 200 yards rushing from your quarterback and your running back. I got to shore that up. Obviously, the defense is equipped differently than it was last year, but I don't know. I wonder how much the recent history between the franchises enters the mindset of players going or coaches going into a game like this.
That was something I was going to ask. Tim, do you think the history between these two teams does play a factor on Sunday?
It shouldn't. But a lot of these guys, this 7 out of 8 streak goes back a decade now to the NFC Championship game. Jonathan Gannon and Monty Ossenford, they basically flipped over about 90% of the roster over the last 3 years. So a lot of these Cardinal players weren't around for the majority of these Panther losses. So it shouldn't matter. But for whatever reason, this organization, the Panther organization, has been a nemesis to the Arizona Cardinals. And until that changes, you're going to wonder if the Panthers have their number again coming up on Sunday and every time that they do play.
Yeah, so, all right, we'll switch to Kenny Dillingham and the Sun Devils. He was talking about adjustments needing to be made from week 2 to week 3.
I think, one, our team and our staff does a good job adjusting to, what has been good, what has been bad. In a game that our players do a good job being able to apply that.
So if ASU takes care of business and they look good on Saturday, they get a nice win, what will that tell you about the Sun Devils moving forward?
That they're on, for me, it would indicate they're on kind of a similar path as last year. They did go undefeated in non-conference last year, but they had the early slip up against Cincinnati. They got better as the year went on, in my opinion, and maybe they're on that same trajectory. But I might be grasping at straws saying that.
Sure.
I think a dominant win on Sunday night, what that means to me is Saturday night, they have a chance to be still ultimately as good as advertised. Not saying they're going to get there. Not saying they're going to meet the expectations. but at least that would still be on the table for me, because right now I'm not even sure if it's on the table.
Yeah, and I would feel a lot better to see a really, really responsible / productive performance from Sam Levitt.
Yeah. If they struggle, maybe still get a win, but again, it's ugly. How would you feel leaving that game?
They got to win games until they figure things out.
Well, then I look at that 4-game stretch to open up Big 12 play, and I wonder how many of those games they're even going to win. Like, if they don't look good on Saturday night and they struggle, even in victory, I'm going to look at that 4-game stretch and wonder which games they will win.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, at the end of September, you're wondering, where did this season go? And that's not where anybody thought they'd be or wants to be, obviously.
Especially going to Baylor to open up Big 12 play, not a place you want to enter struggling.
Yeah, Baylor was dead in the water last week and came back and beat SMU in overtime.
Yeah.
And they score a ton of points.
A lot of points. So we mentioned this at the beginning of the show. We've been mentioning it. Since the trade deadline, the Diamondbacks, record-wise, have just been a top 10 team. And so playoffs or not, how important and how good was it to see this team respond in a positive manner post-selling at the trade deadline?
You know, Vinny, I don't know if that really rolls over into 2026. I mean, baseball it's really tough. People say that, but I don't know if there's any truth to that. If anything, maybe just from an individual standpoint, Torey Lovullo proved that he didn't lose the clubhouse, and the players still believe in him and what they're trying to do over there.
I think that's kind of the tack to take right now. There's still 15 games left, and you kind of prefaced it, playoffs or not. Let's assume they're not going to overcome this 3.5 game gap and claim one of these wild card spots. These next 15 games still have to answer a lot of questions. I think you got to see more from Jordan Lawler, who's struggled at the plate. He's struggled in the field because this is going to be a very pivotal offseason for him. I think they've answered some questions, and you've had some players step up and take the reins with the opportunity that was given to them. Blaze Alexander comes to mind, but there's some guys that need to prove that they belong at the big league level over the last 15 games. And the bummer, one of those players, Tyler Locklear, is on the shelf right now, and don't know how much playing time he'll get the rest of the way.
Yeah. Especially because they're just not going to spend a lot of money in the offseason. I mean, Derek Hall's already alluded to that in an article about a month ago.
Mm-hmm.
So point being, you need the Alexanders and the Tawas and maybe the Jordan Lawlers if he can figure out how to hit the baseball. Those are the guys you need to step up to at least have a respectable 2026 as you wait for Burns and these guys to get back.
And speaking of Derek Hall, he's coming up. But there you guys go. Rush Hour Reboot.
That is correct. Thank you, Sammy. Derek Hall, our weekly visit with the president and CEO of the Diamondbacks, is straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Tim Ring in for Bick today here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals home opener versus Carolina Sunday.
Huddle.
Football is back.
What we got to do a better job of going from week 1 to week 2, regardless of your opponent, just to play better football, to give us a better chance to win.
Cardinals-Panthers pregame begins with some birria, bloodies, and chorizo at 8:30 Sunday morning. Kickoff 1:25 Sunday afternoon on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, a lot of people want to hire an advisor to help their money grow, but there's more reasons. Give me the top 3 reasons why to hire an advisor like you.
Well, number 1, you need to make sure you have confidence in your plan and your planner. Number 2, you want to make sure you actually like the person you're doing business with. I see it all the time that people are doing business with somebody they don't even enjoy spending time with. Number 3, tax planning. Most financial firms never even talk about tax. They're prohibited oftentimes, these advisors, from giving tax advice. And if they're not giving you tax advice, you're missing half the story.
Yeah, if you're investing all your money and you don't have a tax plan, because many of us are putting money away tax deferred, you've got the wrong advisor. Call Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Protect your home with residential metal roofing from Mueller, Inc. Strong, stylish, and designed to last, their metal roofs handle wind, hail, and heat with minimal maintenance. With a range of colors and styles, you'll get lasting beauty and proven durability, all backed by paint warranties up to 45 years. Visit one of their sales representatives today at their West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or check out MuellerInc.com to learn more.
Hi, I'm Dallas, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. You know she loves her Shane Company engagement ring, but you also want to surprise her for her birthday, anniversary, or just because she deserves it. Why not get her a bigger diamond with our Easy Trade-Up program? We'll give you the full credit of your original natural diamond purchase toward a new one. Her new diamond only has to be $1 more. You only pay the difference. How's that for an easy trade-up? Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com. Because a friend wants you to win the gifting game. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
It's back. Bunker to Bunker's 14th annual Fall Frolic, Saturday, September 27th at the Arizona Biltmore Golf Club, benefiting Phoenix Children's Hospital. Play a fun 2-person scramble. Enjoy a tasty breakfast. Win big in the raffle and mulligan drawing. Plus, get a bounce-back golf round. It's just $134 and open to everyone. But hurry, space is limited. Sign up now at bunkergolf.com. That's bunkergolf.com.
Zoom over to Chase Field on September 24th when the D-backs face the Los Angeles Dodgers. The first 15,000 fans will receive a co-branded rally towel courtesy of NASCAR and Phoenix Raceway. Visit dbacks.com for tickets.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Mr. Speaker, the President. I have the high privilege and distinct honor to present to you the President.
He's the president and CEO of your Arizona Diamondbacks.
Hail to the chief.
Derek Hall.
The President.
On Now with Bickley and Murata.
Now, we talked about it this morning. 15 games to go in the regular season for the Diamondbacks. They trail by 3.5 games for the last wild card spot. So you're telling me there's a chance. Here to talk D-backs baseball is the president and CEO of the ball club, Derek Hall, for his weekly visit here on the Arizona Sports Line. Derek, good morning to you.
Good morning, guys. Vince, I'm glad you're back. Welcome back. You're feeling better, I hope.
I'm feeling better. Hopefully I'm sounding better.
He looks terrible.
Yeah. You sound fine.
There's
You know what? It's a Yacht Rock Thursday, for crying out loud.
All right, let's start there. Quintessential Yacht Rock song on Derek Hall's playlist is?
I love Yacht Rock, but I think it's anything, probably Michael McDonald, like you said, Doobies. You're going to hear Yamo Be There. And anytime you can sing along to a theme from the movie Arthur, you're in good shape, Asia, Toto, Al Jarreau, you're going to hear it all.
Derek, we've talked to you about the mindset of this team in recent weeks, and it seemed like, okay, progress is being made, but is a playoff spot really a carrot for this ball club? Yet you look at the reality of it, 3.5 with 15 to go is not impossible to make up. Has there been any change in the mindset of the team, in your opinion?
I think they're showing that a little bit. I do. And I get back to the identity of this team. We've recreated and re-identified who we are, playing a lot like we did at the end of 22, which did carry over, to 23, and it was an athletic style, and we're seeing that again. We got much more athletic after the trade deadline. Hated to see those guys go. We obviously took a step back in the bullpen and with our starting rotation, but I think we got much more athletic out there. And then you see a game like yesterday, Vince,
And it was just a really well-played game defensively and pitching. Again, Erod was spectacular. Blaze Alexander was he was bussing yesterday. And look at Tim Tawa, right? Tawa's playing great first base. You could put him anywhere. These are the guys, like you just said, that we're identifying now that, can clearly call for a spot on our staff next year.
Yeah, he may have bogarted a spot from somebody else in 2026. Derek, I looked this up. I don't know if you even realize this.
But by the way, Tim, just saying these things, we are so hip. We're not like the type that don't like the first 3 quarters of a game. You know that. We're young.
That's right. Give me the whole damn game. Derek, on August 1st, the trade deadline had just passed. We all know the D-backs were sellers. I don't know if you realize this. You guys were 10 games back in the wild card on August 1st. Yeah. And now you wake up here on September 11th, and as Vinny mentioned, there's still a chance. Top 5 record in all of baseball since August 1st, just like we all thought after the trade deadline. Whether you make the playoffs or not, what have these last 6 weeks told you about the ball club? And I'll go ahead and ask you, what has it told you about the manager?
Yeah. I think manager and coaching staff. I think they're connecting with the players, they're developing the players, motivating the players, and getting the results. I do think that nowadays, and you guys touched on it, just because you're selling at the deadline, you might also be buying at the same time. And Mike's always been really good about doing that, improving the team, especially for years to come. That was the important, priority here. And like last year, take a Detroit. They sold and, made it to the postseason. I just think it's great that we're still fighting. I think that's the big word. And, Jarrett used it early on this morning. We're fighting. This team fights. And I love that. They could have easily folded the tent. They could have given up, and they haven't. And they've crawled back in this thing. It's tough when you have 2 teams, ahead of you, yet we're only a game and a half behind those 2 teams. So anything can happen. It's great that we have, 15 meaningful games here still left. We're going to Minnesota where we're hoping for good things. Our homestand is tough, Tim. We come back and we've got, not in this order, but we've got the Giants, you got the Phillies, you got the Dodgers. That's tough. And all of those teams are going to be looking to clinch, spots in the postseason. So if we're going to do this, we're really going to have to play exceptional ball and play like we did yesterday, pick up the ball, throw the ball, and get hits when runners are in scoring position like we did.
Derek Hall, President and CEO of the Diamondbacks, our guest every week here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. In terms of one of the things that I think we would all agree and put it under the disappointment column for this year, although it is turning around late in the season, the performance of the starting rotation. And I know losing Corbin Burns early in the season will affect the starting rotation. Trading Merrill Kelly will affect the starting rotation. But the other 3 guys that were counted on, in Zach Gallen, Eduardo Rodriguez, and Brandon Pfaadt, for the most part, all of them have seen an uptick later in the season. Why do you think that is, Derek?
It's hard to say with the veteran mindset that they figured it out, because they've always figured it out. I don't know. We don't have the answer, but it's just having command of the strike zone. It's getting ahead in counts. I think they got away from who they were in the past. But when you look at ERAs and they're 5, nearly 6, that's not who those players are. And again, before the season started, you would circle our roster right around the starting rotation and say that's their strength. And when it became a weakness, I think they would be the first to tell you they weren't pitching up to their expectations. And it's good to see them coming around, especially Rodriguez. Eduardo's been so good. Look at him yesterday. He got into the 7th inning. He didn't give up a run. He only walked 2 guys. His problem was command early on. Mm-hmm. He was, falling behind. He was walking a lot of batters. He's the type of guy that's got to be precise, right? Because he'll go in, he'll go out, he'll go up, he'll go down. And if he's just a bit off, he could be in trouble. Well, he's landing his pitches now, and it makes all the difference. I think Zach, aside from the last start, has looked like himself, even like the 22 and 23 Zach Gallen. So it's just good to see, Vince. I can't put my finger on it, but they're pitching more like they have in the past with their success. They're commanding the fastball to begin with, which is so important for Zach. He's got such an effective knuckle curve. If he's commanding and locating that fastball first, getting ahead in the count, the batter's in trouble. When he falls behind, the other day, 2 walks, questionable calls, but 2 walks and then a 3-run homer, to start the game.
Derek, put the business hat on for a quick second. Speaking of Zach Gallen, curious, and this is really probably just your opinion more than anything, But your thoughts on how the market, either internally or externally, for Zach Gallen may have evolved in terms of the way he's pitched since late July?
Yeah, I think it has, Tim. I think he's shown again that he didn't take a step back, that he's still capable of pitching the way that, the way that he did when he was a Cy Young candidate. I think the teams that we've played against here down the stretch, who have all been, near or at the top of their division, are seeing that. So I think they'll probably have a lot of interest. He's going to be in a market that's not huge. And I think people have always had an interest in him. We've always had teams knock on our door every offseason on Zach Gallen. So I think there's going to be plenty of interest. If he had continued to pitch in the way that he did, in the middle of the season, I don't know. Yeah. But I think the way he's come on so strong, I think everyone's going to have a lot of interest in Zach Gallen. And I could just tell you firsthand, I feel a lot better when he's on our team and he's out there every fifth day.
Okay. Obviously, it was a bummer to see Ketel leave the game early yesterday after he took that foul ball off the foot. And I know the x-rays were negative, but kind of a crossroads here. You got these important games coming up that are absolutely must-win situations, but with Ketel's history, how cautious do you think the organization needs to be down the stretch with his health?
Yeah, if he can go, we've obviously got to have him out there. What a difference he makes in our lineup. The good news is it was negative. It was, taking that foul ball off the foot, negative x-rays, so that's a good sign. He had, the rest of yesterday afternoon. He has all day today off, so hopefully he can go tomorrow. It's just been such a bad string of injuries all year long, and over the last couple of weeks, you lose Gurriel, you lose Locklear, and then you see Ketel, hobble off the field there late in the game. It's been tough, but I think he's going to be fine, and we're going to need him for sure if we're going to have any chance at getting there.
Derek, speaking of Ketel, I'd love to get your perspective on this. No team likes drama, but now that all that drama and controversy, if you will, has kind of died down, do you see a scenario where maybe everyone looks back and says maybe the fact this bubbled up publicly in the long run turned out to be a good thing? Kind of on the table. I mean, am I searching for something that's not there, or is that something that may, again, ultimately prove to be correct, that it was a good thing this all came out?
It's funny you ask it that way, Tim, because I do not think you're searching for something here. I agree with you completely. I think I said it to Vince and Bick. In a weird way, it was a good thing that it came back and resurfaced itself, even like after a month of it being behind us, because there were still some hurt feelings and some of it needed to be aired out. And when that came back out and it became public, I think Ketel woke up and said, uh-oh, I need to address this, which he did. He didn't realize he had a problem with, some of his teammates, but also with the perception with the fans and media. So he did address it. And I think he took a step towards maturity, too, in a great way. And then you saw someone like Perdomo, who has been a leader for the last couple of years, again show another step in his leadership. And you can argue, okay, probably shouldn't have barged in on the manager's post-game conference, but he felt like he needed to do that to defend Ketel at the time. And then, that was also a very strong message to Ketel, and he felt the support of his teammate and of his teammates, and they were actually able to put it behind them. So Tim, I think it was a good thing, like you're suggesting, that it came back up, because we were able to clear it, and I think now it truly is behind us, and I think it made us stronger culture-wise in the clubhouse.
Derek, great stuff as always. Thanks so much, and best of luck against Minnesota. We'll talk to you next Thursday.
You got it, Tim. Good talking to you, Vince. Continue to get better.
Thanks, brother.
Derek Hall, President and CEO of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, through week 1 of the NFL season, the Arizona Cardinals appear to have one of the most buzzworthy rookies in the league. We'll get into that and more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings with Tim Ring in for Bick here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks President and CEO Derek Hall. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. It's time for the Cardinals-Carolina conundrum to die. Niners quarterback Brock Purdy is expected to miss multiple weeks, including a game against the Cardinals, and Arizona State needs phenomenally sharp Wednesday practice to translate to the Texas State matchup. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and fall is coming, the time of year we live for in Arizona, the time we love to be outside with the the family enjoying incredible weather, which means it's also a great time to call Turf Monsters, the award-winning one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams. It's a great time for that custom-built putting green you've always wanted. It's a great time to install artificial grass where Turf Monsters can give you and your dog a beautiful green lawn to enjoy without the hassle and the mess of installing real sod, and you save a lot of time and money with artificial turf. And from fire pits to barbecue pits, from pavers to pergolas, Turf Monsters can create a backyard oasis you can enjoy every day of the week. Check out samples of their incredible work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com. That's turfmonstersaz.com. Or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
It's fall, and back-to-school activities keep everyone busy. Remember, emergencies can occur anytime. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. Be ready. Be safe. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit. Remember, seconds matter, and so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
When our parents passed away, my brother and I were heartbroken. They'd always been there for us. As we began settling their estate, we found their estate planning binder. Inside was their living trust from RJP Estate Planning. It had everything: clear instructions, account info, and the steps we needed to settle their estate and receive our inheritance. Our parents told us years ago, without that living trust, their estate could have gone through probate court, where legal fees could have eaten away at what they left us. When we brought the trust to RJP, they guided us every step of the way. No court, no chaos, just peace of mind. We're one of 40,000 Arizona families RJP has helped over the past 30 years.
If you're 55 or over, save 55% on a living trust from RJP Estate Planning. Call 480-576-5457 by September 12th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Homeowners, did you know Arizona had more homes that didn't sell in the last 6 months than in the last 2 years combined? Thousands of sellers were disappointed with no sale. Don't let this happen to you. I'm Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, and with my guaranteed sale program, sell your home at a price acceptable to you, or I will buy it. If your home didn't sell or you're thinking about selling, call me, Carol Royce, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com.
Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It was maybe Eduardo Rodriguez's best start of the season yesterday in San Francisco. In a 5-3 win, Erod went 6 1/3, struck out 6, and only gave up 2 hits and 0 earned runs, and he had some help from his third baseman, Blaze Alexander, behind him, who made not one, not two, but three unreal plays at the hot corner yesterday. And here was manager Torey Lovello after the win.
We needed it. It was, like I said to you before we started, it was a massive win. And I think good teams are capable of winning games when they really have to. There's never a guarantee in this game, but we played well enough, hard enough, and it was a huge win.
The Snakes are off today, but they make their way to Minnesota to start a 3-game series with the Twins tomorrow. And ASU, according to Kenny Dillingham, had their best practice in a while as they'll prep for Texas State on Saturday night. The Wildcats down in Tucson get ready for their first true test of the season tomorrow night against Kansas State. And the Cards ramp things up as they'll welcome the Carolina Panthers to Glendale on Sunday. This report is brought to you by CW7 Arizona. It's the NASCAR Xfinity Series playoffs live from Bristol Motor Speedway this Friday at 4 on CW7 Arizona, your home for NASCAR Xfinity.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. Can the Arizona Cardinals defense have another coming out party against Bryce Young and the Panthers offense? We'll talk about it on today's Burns and Gambo show, starting at straight up 2 o'clock.
A swing pass to the left, caught by Olave, and a huge hit. He dropped the ball after the hit. It's an incomplete pass, and Will Johnson, the rookie out of Michigan, laying the lumber on Olave. And that's a Michigan-Ohio State thing. I'm sure Johnson had that in the back of his mind as he went to make that shot. That ball came popping out. It's incomplete. Will Johnson with the hit.
Will Johnson.
Oh,
wow,
man.
We got to check on Olave here.
Will Johnson.
Yeah, it sounded like
Yes, he will.
He will. He will knock you down. That's the way it sounded on the Cardinals radio network and on CBS. One of the highlight plays for Will Johnson. What's the name of that song? That's Doobie Brothers, correct? We know the name
That
of it?
is the Doobie Brothers. I don't know the name of it. It just says Doobie Brothers in all capital letters.
'Cause I know it, but I don't know the lyrics enough to bust into my Michael McDonald voice.
Something like that.
Give the man some credit. He is the godfather of yacht rock. Him and the guys from Toto, I think.
You know, if you don't know this, Sammy and his generation can bust out the Shazam app and just hold it up, and it'll tell you exactly the name of the song.
Or you can ask Siri. Siri, listen to this song.
I'm an old man, and
you can just do that now?
I use
Yeah,
Shazam regularly.
Here,
Shazam's
everybody.
a great app.
All right, everybody, hold up their phones and use whatever app you want.
Siri, what's the name of this song?
Hey,
gotta
Siri,
find
what's
it.
the name of this song?
This is going to be the song of the day.
Siri says, hang on, let me listen.
Well, you have headphones on.
Minute by
Siri?
Minute by
There
the
you go.
Doobie Brothers.
Minute by Minute by the Doobie Brothers.
Shout out Siri.
Shout out to the young person on the show getting it
I
first.
keep holding on. There it goes.
There you go.
My Siri's slow.
You're wearing headphones. Siri can't hear anything.
Yeah, I had to
Oh,
put.
it's hearing, it's trying.
No, you had to.
You're holding
Tim,
it
I
up
ran
to
into the same
silence in the
thing.
room.
I put my headphone jack into my little thing,
Yeah.
and it'll
Come
do
on,
it.
Grandpa, you got to let the music actually.
No, I thought,
Come on, you
I thought it
stupid
was
app.
on in the studio.
No,
I
I
guess
was gonna
not.
No.
It'd be coming through your mics then if it was.
It's like, hey, Coach, you gonna get that phone? No, that ringing's in my head, Sammy.
That's kind of a Gambo moment right there. Will Johnson, one of the most talked about rookies in the league, dare I say, after week one. It's only week one, but there was a lot of thought after the draft that, hey, the Cardinals, they rolled the dice. Some people said it was a gamble. Some people said it was a steal. And week one, look, we overreact to everything. This is what we have to base what we think right now. Will Johnson looked very much the part. He looked comfortable. He looked seasoned. That hit that he made in real time when you watched that swing pass that went out to Olave, I was thinking, they're going to throw the flag. It's a rookie. And then you watch the replay, and the technique that he used.
It was textbook.
It was perfect. It was a clean football hit, which you don't see a lot anymore.
His coverage grade was 90, second best in the NFL.
That was his overall grade, wasn't it?
Coverage grade,
Okay.
90.
Okay.
But what overall grade may have been 90 as well.
Yeah. Overall grade 90.2, coverage grade 90.3.
There you go.
Yeah.
So we're both right. God, we're good. ML Football, for what it's worth, it's a website, whatever. But, I mean, they named him the Week 1 Rookie Defensive Player of the Week and then tagged it with, looks like the steal of the draft as a second-round pick, and he's already a top 10 cornerback in the National Football League. Now, we'll see how it plays out. But I think we've all seen enough football, and everybody listening probably has seen enough football to know that if a cornerback is that good and that much around the football in his NFL debut, probably a good sign that he's going to be a really good football player. I thought he was the best defensive back on the field for either team in Week 1.
And that's saying something because you had Budda Baker on the field playing well, flying around like Budda Baker does. Will Johnson also talked yesterday with the media about some of the comments he got from around the league from people he knows about his first game in the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great feeling, to get a win, have a great first game, get my feet wet, but now the mindset is to go out there and try to do it again and get another win.
And also talked about making a strong impression in game 1.
It feels good, but it won't matter if I don't keep doing it the rest of the year, so that's my mindset.
Yeah, this guy has had a chip on his shoulder from draft day on. Basically, he's a first-round talent. Everybody said top 10 talent. And when he wrote the article toward the end of the preseason in the Players Tribune, that said, it was so misreported about my knee. He did have injury problems last year, but his knee was fine. He said it was sound. It wasn't the knee that was giving him problems. Why that was not more well-known on draft day, why that was still a mystery on draft day, and why the Cardinals were able to benefit from that by getting him in the second round remains to be seen. But that was a very, very promising debut. Because you see rookie cornerbacks, even the best of the best. Patrick Peterson had a storybook rookie season in the NFL as the 5th overall draft pick. He struggled in coverage. He made his mark on special teams as a rookie.
It's a tough position to play as a veteran. And to come out of the gates like that, not that the Saints, Olave's he's a good receiver. But it wasn't like he was out there against Justin Jefferson, and that remains to be seen. He may be in those guys' hip pocket as well when he plays them. I just think a lot of teams are going to regret passing on him. I love the pick from the jump.
Well, and what I liked, too, is preseason, we kind of sat here saying we wanted to see more. Maybe he struggled a little bit in camping in the games. And we saw him come out Week 1 and just be very, very good. That, to me, says when the lights are on, he turns it up another level. He's a gamer is what it seems like.
Mm-hmm. Jonathan Gannon, his head coach, spoke about what he saw from Will Johnson in his first game.
Played really well at the point of attack. He was really good. I thought his eyes were good most of the day. Technique was pretty good most of the day. He made a bunch of plays for us. Showed some resilience. He had the one ball caught on him in the first drive in the third quarter and then kind of shut his guy down the rest of the day. So I thought he played well.
Yeah. In a year where you might not get much from your first-round pick, at least in the first half of the season, it's pretty important and impressive that your next pick could give you something there.
Well, I love the entire cornerback room. I love everything they're doing with those guys right now. 3 young players, first year, second year, third year. I mean, when you draft 64 corners over a 3-year stretch, chances are you're going to find 3 who can play.
Hopefully.
And I think Monty did that.
Well, I think one of the real positives from Week 1, again, it was the New Orleans Saints, but Johnson played really well. I thought Max Melton had a really good game. And the guy that you were counting on as being the guy at that position, Garrett Williams, wasn't bad, but he was the third best corner on the field for you in Week 1.
And that's a really good – if he's your third best corner,
you're
that's
in
really
really
what I
good
mean.
shape. And I don't think that's going to continue. I think Garrett Williams will play better and start making more impact plays. One more from Will Johnson because you could see a very high-profile rookie-on-rookie matchup this week. Teteroa McMillan, the number 1 receiver for the Carolina Panthers, the rookie out of U of A. Here was Johnson on T-Mac.
Yeah, I was training with him all pre-draft, got really close with him. He's a big, smooth, fluid, explosive, great catch, great hands, everything. So it's going to be a great matchup for us.
So you know all his tricks, right?
A little bit, I guess.
We'll see if he knows all of his tricks on Sunday. Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, ArizonaSports.com, or wherever you get your podcast. The Bickley and Marotta Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFI.com. EFY.com. Coming up next, we'll tell you everything that will happen beyond the shadow of a doubt in the NFL this week. When we give you our picks, week 2 of the spreadsheet is straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and in pop culture, the idea of a never-ending summer is very popular and very romantic, but in Arizona, the never-ending summer is very real and very difficult, which is why it's always a great time for an AC tune-up from Parker & Sons, the company that has served the Valley for 50 years with honest, expert service in heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. They are reputable and highly decorated. They are fast and reliable. When you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. They will not charge you extra for nights, weekends, and holidays. When I had a plumbing emergency, I called them at 4:30 in the morning, and by 8 a.m., they were at my house. Incredibly impressive. Finally, they are trustworthy and credible. All their technicians are trust certified, which means they're licensed, bonded, insured, subjected to background checks and drug tests. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, that REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
From the shadows of your bathroom comes a villain with 2 pinchers, 1 stinger, and 0 respect for your home.
Scorpions can make your home feel like a scary movie. At Blue Sky Pest Control, we rewrite the script. We keep scorpions out of your home so your story stays drama-free. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Hi, I'm James Frabasilio, president of Presidential Pools. Since 1991, we've been transforming backyards into dream oasis with one of the longest warranties in the industry. Our unwavering commitment to quality and excellence has earned us the title of Arizona's #1 pool builder. We sell the most pools in the Valley for a reason. It's our dedicated team and extensive experience that sets us apart. Visit us at presidentialpools.com today.
Sanderson Ford is Arizona's largest Ford dealership. They're also #1 in both sales and complete customer satisfaction. This is truly Sanderson Ford country, and people are singing their praises. Across the green desert. Arizona Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez.
To where the mountains touch the sky.
Owner Sanderson Ford David Kimmerly.
This is Sanderson Ford country.
Owner of Rosie on the House Rosie Romero.
Where Arizona's pride.
92.3 KTAR News Talk host Mike Broomhead.
Sanderson Ford country.
98.7 Arizona sports host John Gambadoro.
Built on serving you.
102.5 KNIX country host Tim Hattrick, a.k.a. Johnny Maverick.
Sanderson Ford.
Mix 96.9 host Priscilla Ornelas.
Satisfacción en todo para usted.
Sanderson Ford General Manager Mark Whittower.
We're Arizona's pride. Sanderson Ford.
This is Sanderson Ford country.
Low T, start for free. Yep, get prescription testosterone with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. Think better, sleep better, improve your sex life. Nothing. Boost testosterone like actual testosterone. Don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. And for a limited time, get started for free. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Cover the point spread. What's the spread?
Don't forget about the 14-point spread.
It's not a spread, it's a schmear. Bickley and Murata make NFL picks against the spread. The spreadsheet.
1 week in the books on the spreadsheet here on Bickley and Murata mornings. Now, Dan Bickley is away. You want to talk about a commitment to the bit. He emailed me his picks from wherever he is in Europe right now. So Tim will be making the picks on behalf of Dan Bickley.
I shall. I have his picks. I have his order.
So the way this works is we take all 16 games, or how many games are on the NFL schedule that week, and we like drafts on this show. You know this. We do a lot of them. We will draft our picks against the spread in week 2 of the NFL. So that way, each of us will have 4 games. Last week's results, Dan Bickley came out of the chute on, he's had Bick's picks for years. 3-1 against the spread. Jarrett went a very respectable 2-2. Sammy 1-3.
Uh-oh.
I went 1-3 as well. And I felt really good because you follow this stuff more than anybody on the show.
I do.
And I think on 3 of my picks last week, you're like, oh, I love that pick.
The public went.
Love it less, Sammy.
The public went 3-13 against the spread last week. That's the worst mark since 2022. Worst week 1 mark in 22 years. So
it makes you feel any better. Sammy's also doing terrible at stacking wins.
My Niners.
See, Bick's been awful at stacking wins.
He has only 2
He has 2 wins
total
out of
wins.
8. Your team,
I have 7 out of 8.
wins.
Yeah.
I had 4, I think.
4, yep. So
And
you're
Sammy
right.
had 3?
Yep.
Wow.
So
All right,
we're all over the place.
That's a different
but
thing.
this is where you listen
All
to
right.
it. This is what we know we're talking
So random.org has created this draft order today. Dan Bickley via Tim Ring will have the first pick. Jarrett will go second, Sammy third. I will go fourth. 4-round snake-style draft. All games on the table for week 2 of the NFL.
Let's do it.
So you've got the first pick, Tim.
All right,
for
away,
Dan.
Away we go, and it happens to be the first game of the week. Dan is going to go with the Packers minus 3.5 over the Washington Commanders.
It is amazing. This happened last week, too. I have this as the 3rd hardest to pick game in the entire NFL this week, and I had it ranked 14, and he has that as the easiest to pick.
He has it at 1, yeah.
It was my 2. Dang it.
That's amazing. Wow. I think the Commanders are going to win.
I don't.
Or if they lose, they're going to lose by 3.
I think the home field in this particular game will be a big part of what happens tonight.
Jarrett, you want
the not so frozen tundra
The
of
not
Lambeau
so
Field?
frozen tundra.
Jarrett, you're up.
Okay, my first pick is the Cincinnati Bengals minus 3.5 over the Jacksonville Jaguars. Bengals are at home. Jaguars aren't that good. Bengals have a great offense. They're going to win.
Yeah, they
by
really flexed their muscles on that great
start off
offense
slow.
last week.
They start off slow.
Joe Burrow
every
had
year.
like 114
They start
yards
off
passing.
slow every year. They're due.
Against the Browns.
They're due.
All right. Jaguars, Bengals off the board. Sammy, your first pick?
I'm going to take the Broncos minus 1.5 on the road at the Colts. I still don't think Daniel Jones is very good. The Broncos have, if not the best defense, one of the best defenses, and they get a win by more than 2 points.
Kurt Warner said Daniel Jones had the best quarterback
Good.
performance in all of week 1.
That's fine.
I like that pick. If you that spread is so low that's like if you think the Broncos are going to win that
And
game, which a lot of people probably do, just pick the Broncos.
It opened at 4.5 too. It's coming down, so there you go.
All right, so I got 2 picks on the snake here. My first pick, I know they're on the road, and I know the opponent was pretty impressive in a loss in week 1, but I am taking the Buffalo Bills minus 6.5 on the road at the Jets.
It's a big road spread, but talk about a great offense.
And you figure their defense has got to be better, right? I mean, they're not facing Lamar Jackson and company again.
They're facing Timu, Lamar Jackson, Justin Fields.
And then I'm going to go with the home team with my second pick. Another offense that looked really good in week 1. The Aaron Rodgers-led Pittsburgh Steelers given 3 at home to Seattle.
All right, my second pick.
Aaron Rodgers is going to have 3 interceptions this week.
My second pick, I'll go to Monday night, the nightcap, and I'll take the Raiders plus 3 at home against the 1-0 Chargers.
Raiders plus 3. Week 2 of the spreadsheet.
Yes,
Picking all these games against the spread in
Exactly.
week 2 of the NFL.
All right, I'm going to pick the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on the road versus the Texans. Texans are favored minus 2.5. I think the Bucs win that game outright.
There you go.
I had that on my list too. It's a good pick, Jarrett.
All righty. Dan Bickley's actually going to get his second best pick in terms of his confidence poll. And he's going to take the hometown Arizona Cardinals 6.5 over the Carolina Panthers.
Ooh, I wouldn't touch that.
It's a big number.
I didn't have it.
If it was -2.5, -3, maybe.
Yes. And second.
And then, speaking of big numbers, Bick likes the favorites this week. He's going to go with the Ravens. Biggest spread of the week, -11.5 against the Cleveland Browns.
It's a
You
lot
want the
of
Browns'
points.
respectable Week 1 performance against Cincinnati?
Evidently.
All right. Jarrett, your third pick?
Wait, I'm sorry. What just got picked?
He
The
took
Ravens.
He picked the Ravens.
Okay.
He took the Ravens. He took the Ravens and the
Cardinals.
Giving 11.5. Yeah.
All right, I'm going to take another road team. I'm taking the Rams
Dang it.
on the road in Tennessee. I don't think the Titans are very good at all. I think the Rams are going to win that game by about a touchdown. So the Rams are -5.5, which is a big number on the road, but I'm going to take the Rams there.
Jarrett, there you go. The Titans haven't covered a home spread since November of 2024.
There's the Sammy Nugget.
That's what
Sammy.
That was my next pick. Okay, I'm going to take the Chiefs +1.5 at home against the Philadelphia Eagles. Mahomes has been a home underdog just once in his professional career.
Yeah, that one,
that's a good game.
It's going to be, I think it's going to be good.
Tough to think Kansas City will start 0-2.
They were 15-2 last year.
Right.
They're not starting 0-2. I love the Chiefs in that game.
That's where I was going to go.
That's Tim, not Dan.
With my pick. All right, where am I going with my third and fourth picks here?
Some brutal ones left.
There is some brutal ones left. I'm going to go. I'll take Minnesota, given 3.5 at home against Atlanta. Seems doable.
Yep.
And then I'm really rolling the dice on my last pick.
Don't take my game.
I'm taking the New Orleans Saints at home.
Yeah, that was a tough one.
San Francisco, a 3-point favorite. I'm taking New Orleans +3.
I was the least confident in that game out of anything, just because I have no idea what the 49ers or the Saints are going to do.
That's my fourth-round pick. What do I care? And I'm going to finish in last
Sammy,
place.
your last pick.
Yeah, my last pick.
Picking games against the spread
Against the spread. We're going to go to Jerry's World and give me the Dallas Cowboys -4 in the hook. If Russell Wilson's still under center for the Giants, they stink. And so 4.5 at home.
I think you see Jackson Dart before the end of the game.
Wow, really?
Yep.
No Jameis first?
Nope.
Okay. But the Cowboys -4.
It'll be 28-3 at that point, but yeah, you might see
Just get there.
All right, my last pick, I'm picking the Lions -6 at home versus the Bears. The Lions, I think, even though it's only 1 week, I think they're due for an offensive explosion. If not, if they struggle again, this might be one of those big drop-off years for the Lions, who everybody had as a Super Bowl contender. 'Cause they did not look good in the first game.
And that leaves only the Dolphins-Patriots game for Mr. Bickley. And Dan is going to take the Patriots and the points. 1.5.
New England
plus 1.5.
I didn't know what to do on that game because I thought, could the Dolphins possibly actually be that bad?
Yes, they can.
All right.
There's been nothing but negative, controversial stories coming out of Miami this whole offseason and leading up to this point of the season.
Nothing but negative.
I've been trying
Sammy
to get him
picked
good
Mike
vibes.
McDaniel to win Coach of the Year, for goodness sakes.
Trying to send my mojo.
Train wreck, he's not going to. And the Tyreek Hill stuff is back.
Tyreek Hill stuff is back. Patriots got problems, too. They're PO'd at Christian Gonzalez because he's not playing.
It's amazing what just seeing the teams on the field will do to like what you think and how you pick games. Because week 1, it's the same thing with happening in college football. You see these teams, you're like, I think they're going to be good. And then all of a sudden, they stink.
Yeah, but week 2 is when the stink really reveals itself.
It does.
There you go, week 2 of the spreadsheet in the books. Arizona Sports 98.7 FM is giving you the chance to experience Innings Festival. You'll rock out to performances by Blink-182, 21 Pilots, Mumford & Sons, Cage the Elephant, and many more when Innings Hits Tempe February 20th through the 22nd. Tickets go on sale tomorrow, but you can win a pair now by visiting ArizonaSports.com. Coming up next, we'll talk some Cardinals football, the one and only, and he's signaling for us to go to break as well. Rob Fredrickson joins us in studio to talk Cards football next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals home opener versus Carolina Sunday. Football is back.
You know, I don't live in the past, but if you look back at that game last year, we did not play our brand of ball. And they're a good football team coming here. They got some premium players. They're hard to defend, so we got to work cut out for us.
Cardinals-Panthers pregame begins with some birria, bloodies, and chorizo at 8:30 Sunday morning. Kickoff 1:25 Sunday afternoon on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Great slate of college and NFL games on tap this weekend. Maybe you're having a game day at your place. Well, don't fumble on the food if you are. Spinato's has got you covered. Hey, it's Vince Murata to let you know about the legit catering Spinato's has for you. We're talking crispy Chicago-style pizzas, monster wings, fresh salads, even gluten-free options. So there's options for everybody in your game day crew. Just hit up the catering menu, place your order, and you'll be the MVP. Here's something cool that Spinato's has going on for September and October. They're bringing back a fan favorite on their pizza menu, the Wizard of Za. It is a spicy chipotle peach pizza, brimming with sweet heat, and they are pairing it with a hazy peach IPA from 100 Mile Brewing. It is bold, it is different, and somehow it works, and it's just another all-star on the deep pizza roster at Spinato. So whether it's game day, pizza night, or you're just hungry for something awesome, Spinato's delivers. Check it all out and order out online at spinatospizzeria.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Dave Burns here with Jimmy V, founder of V's Barbershop, where you can always count on a great haircut or a hot lather shave. 25 years, and you walk into any of the V's now, nothing's changed at all, in the sense that they're all aligned the same. They all look like old-fashioned barbershops. It's the best barbers in town. The smell of the tonic, you talk about nostalgia. Every time I smell the tonic, I think about being inside a V's Barbershop. It is amazing how when you walk into one, it's almost exactly the same experience as you would have gotten back in 1999, and that's a real testament to what you've built.
The barbershops were in a bad place when we started, and we changed the model completely in 99, and we're proud of that. We did our part in dusting off the barbershop model and making it better. I want it to change with the times, but I want it to be something that's so familiar that people just look at it and go, yes, that's a V's.
It's true. The more things change, the more things stay the same at V's. Book your appointment today at vbarbershop.com.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs got a much-needed win in San Francisco yesterday. The 5-3 W stopped a 3-game losing skid and puts them 3.5 games out of the last wild card spot with 15 games left in the season. They're off today, but start a 3-game series tomorrow with a struggling Minnesota Twins ball club. NFL Week 2 will get underway tonight as the Commanders will be in Lambeau Field tonight for some Thursday night football against the Packers. Cardinal fans, the home opener in Glendale will be this Sunday against the Panthers. And here's what your quarterback, Kyler Murray, had to say on Week 1 and needing to get better.
Well, I mean, it's first game. You know, obviously we want to be hitting on all cylinders and go out there and light it up. But, you know, there's a lot of weeks in this thing. So we've got to continue to get better each and every week, and I think guys understand that.
This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction, located on 51st Avenue just south of Glendale and online at sandersonford.com.
Oh, it's Wolf. What does the Cardinals defense need to show us against the Panthers? We'll ask 15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander at 11. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Does it feel like you're on a boat? I do. Thursday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings continues here on Arizona Sports, talking Cardinals football, recapping Week 1, looking forward to Week 2 against the Carolina Panthers, the home opener, and joining us in studio, former Cardinals linebacker, the great Rob Fredrickson, joining us from the Cardinals radio team.
Great.
Yes.
I love it.
I still have visions of your pick 6 against Dan Marino dancing through my head, Rob Fredrickson, which is available on YouTube, I believe. You can find that highlight on YouTube.
Is this on YouTube? Are we on YouTube?
We are, yeah.
Okay.
Although I don't see you on the monitor.
We got to get you to pop up there.
Well, I'm not sure which angle I should.
Oh, almost came up.
Okay.
Jared's finagling something behind the scenes.
Good? Is he good now?
No, that's you.
Oh, well, I'm talking. Well, good.
No, we want to see. We definitely don't want to see you. We want to see Rob.
No.
Last week, you were part of the post-game radio show, and you know we spent a lot of time recapping last week. But love to get your thoughts. Anything that stood out, you know, as the week went on. You know, a win is a win, but it wasn't exactly the sexiest win for the Cardinals.
No, and I think you're going to see a lot more of that this year.
Yeah.
Just given the nature, the style, maybe of the offense. You have 4 tight ends in the game at one time. A lot of times you have 3 tight ends, multiple tight ends. You're not going to get as many explosive plays down the field. It's going to be it's just going to be methodical, dinking and dunking, move the chains, possession type offense. I think you're just look. They had great balance, right? Mm-hmm. Pass, run, and that's what they want. That's winning football to Jonathan Gannon. Play better defense this year than previous years, and win games the hard way. And I think that's just what you're going to see stylistically.
You know, Rob, it doesn't excuse the Cardinals not finishing drives and maybe an untimely penalty or missing a throw here and there, but you look at the NFL scoreboard in Week 1. I mean, outside of a couple of games, teams are struggling to break the 20-point mark. And it's easy for fans to say, well, it's because they don't play in the preseason. They don't get the preseason reps. How much validity is there to that, excuse, if you will, as to why teams, including the Cardinals, struggled to put points on the board in Week 1?
I think it's an easy excuse. Yeah, it's low-hanging fruit, but there may be something to that. They don't have their timing down. They don't have the chemistry down as much. They haven't played in a long time, significant reps. So there's going to be some growing pains. You're going to have those pre-snap penalties, post-snap penalties even. So, you want to clean that up. There's things to clean up, but silver lining here. Cardinals came away with a win in Week 1. They're 1-0. Got Carolina coming in. You got to feel good about where they're at.
Rob Fredrickson joining us in studio talking Cardinals football. When you look at what needs to happen this week, and for whatever reason, we've talked a little bit about it, Carolina's had the Cardinals number for years, especially going back to last year when they ended their playoff chances. But when you look at what the Cardinals need to do, a unit in your mind, Rob, that needs to step up and improve its performance from Week 1 is what?
I'd say the interior defensive line. Mm-hmm. I think, what was interesting to me about last week's game against the Saints is the Saints came out and they were gashing the Cardinals in the run game. I mean, gashing them. And for whatever reason, this may be coaching malpractice, but they went away from the run. The Saints went away from the run, and they really didn't need to. They were only down one score, 10 points at max. So for them to abandon the running game when they had so much success early on was really baffling to me. I just didn't see the penetration, the pressure from the interior of the defensive line. No, on the edges, it didn't result in sacks, but there was pressure.
Yeah.
Spencer Rattler was under pressure. But he was also getting rid of the ball so quick, and they were running no huddle, so the defensive line was gassed. I'll give them that. They were tired out there, and they weren't able to substitute because you're going no huddle. You can't run a new 3 or 4 defensive linemen out there. You'll get too many men on the field. So, that's probably the one area that I would pay closer attention to next week is the defensive line.
Yeah, and to your point, Rob, 46 attempts for Spencer Rattler is a number that I think if you would have told the defensive coaches of the Cardinals going in, yeah, that's a good number for us. If Bryce Young is throwing the ball 46 times this week, I also think that bodes well for the Cardinals defense, don't you?
I do too. I do. And the secondary of the Arizona Cardinals last week, I know you guys have been talking about it ad nauseum, but they were fantastic. They were lights out. And I think some of that is a result of there was pressure on Spencer Rattler. He had to get rid of the ball quick. I think the Cardinals secondary kind of got in tune with that and understood that the ball was coming out quick, so they were sitting on some of those routes. But Max Melton, Will Johnson, I think they played phenomenal, and I'm really excited to see what this season really looks like for them.
Yeah, Rob, we talked about it earlier. I want to get your perspective, the mindset that if Will Johnson is that good in his NFL debut, that really lends you to think that he's got a heck of a career ahead of him. I mean, it's been one game, but in your experience, especially that position, when a kid plays that well the first time he takes the field, it really bodes well for his future in this league.
Oh, it totally. I think it's the hardest position in football to play a cornerback. You're basically going against the fastest and quickest and best athletes on the other team, and they know where they're going. You don't know as a defensive back. You don't know where they're going. I mean, you have an idea, but for him to play that way and that confidently in week 1 of his NFL career, I think that speaks volumes, not only to, just his ability, but his understanding of football. He's a high IQ football player, and so I think he's going to have a really special future.
Rob Fredrickson joining us in studio here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. We've only got 1 week to respond to, whether it's the Cardinals or any other team, and the way teams treat the preseason is far different from even when you played the game. But in your experience, how accurate of an indicator is week 1 in today's NFL? Is it accurate at all?
No. It's a small sample size.
Yeah.
Right. We used to look at the season, because when it was 16 games, we look at it in quarters. Give me the first four games. How do you do in the first quarter of the season, the first 4 games, and then just kind of book it that way. So I think let's give the Cardinals 3 or 4, 5 games in, and then I think we'll have a better idea of where they're at now. Historically, the last few seasons, they haven't finished strong after the bye week, and that's something that is always kind of hanging there, looming. What is this 2025 Cardinals team going to be like? Can they be more consistent throughout the season?
What was your wow storyline, player, moment, game from week 1? Was there any one performance or one game or one
throughout the NFL?
Yeah, throughout the NFL.
Well, I didn't see a lot of games, but that Buffalo Baltimore game.
Game of the year in week 1.
There was no problem with offense and scoring in that game.
Yeah, that was the outlier, and then Aaron Rodgers doing what he did. He put some points on the board.
Yeah, he sure did.
They hogged all the points for the whole league, Rob.
Yeah, there's some old guys playing in the league. Calais Campbell, Aaron Rodgers. Maybe I better.
Hey, how about Matt
do
Prater?
some push-ups?
I'm kicking a game winner at 41.
Yeah.
You got 1 game left in you, Rob.
Freddie,
it might be 1 game if you came.
Yeah, it would be.
Freddie, thanks for coming in, joining us. Always a pleasure.
Love it, guys. Thank you.
All right, thanks,
Rob Fredrickson, former Cardinals linebacker, NFL linebacker, and part of the Cardinals postgame radio team. He joined us in studio here on Arizona Sports. Coming up next, ASU wrapping up their non-conference schedule And yes, it's Texas State on the schedule, but it's a big one for the Sun Devils. We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2-2. Swinging a broken back chopper to short. Perdomo gloves and throws to first, and that's your ball game. The Giants take the first two, but the D-backs rebound and win the series finale by a final score of 5-3. They pull themselves back to one game under 500.
D-backs day off before flying to the land of Lufta for 3 games at the Twins, the home of Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did a ton of research on this. And why is it such a good value at Aria Dental Implant Center?
One of the things I liked about Aria Dental is their wide range of plans that you can choose from. So it doesn't matter what your range of income is or what your finances are, they can make it happen for you. And I didn't find that in other implant centers. That was a key game changer for me.
The pricing, they worked with our pricing. Because, we all have bills and everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they made it work.
You need to make one call to Aria Dental, and that's all you need to do. They will take care of the rest.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA Dental Implant Center.com.
When our parents passed away, my brother and I were heartbroken. They'd always been there for us. As we began settling their estate, we found their estate planning binder. Inside was their living trust from RJP Estate Planning. It had everything: clear instructions, account info, and the steps we needed to settle their estate and receive our inheritance. Our parents told us years ago, without that living trust, their estate could have gone through probate court, where legal fees could have eaten away at what they left us. When we brought the trust to RJP, they guided us every step of the way. No court, no chaos, just peace of mind. We're one of 40,000 Arizona families RJP has helped over the past 30 years.
If you're 55 or over, save 55% on a living trust from RJP Estate Planning. Call 480-576-5457 by September 12th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating, or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. What should fans expect at Arizona State's second home game of the season? We'll talk with Athletic Director Graham Rossini today at 2:30 on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, anytime that, everybody's talking about you, you feel like everything is on your shoulders. Like, that's natural, right? Especially in today's day and age with social media and, in this market specifically where the highs are super high and the lows are super low, right? There's not like this. We're not in this market. We're in this market, right? We're in the sky is falling and the world is ending or everything is on top, right? So you got to learn to just kind of stay like this, and there's going to be ups and downs. So for sure he has that, and that's my job to hopefully keep him just like that.
That's Kenny Dillingham on last night's Sparky's Den radio show, talking about the expectation and pressure on his quarterback, Sam Levitt. And look, a lot of the pressure is off now because we had talked about leading into this season, Tim, the rare situation that ASU football was in, that they actually had a preseason Heisman Trophy candidate. That has not happened at all in the history of ASU football. And I would say with the performance in Week 1 against NAU, not necessarily knocking him off the rankings, but also probably increasing his odds. Last week's performance right now takes Sam Levitt out of the Heisman mix.
Oh, I don't think it's even a conversation anymore.
Yeah. So if it was weighing on him, that's one less thing to weigh on him this week, if you want to look at it that way.
It's tough. You listen to Kenny talk about this was the best practice we've had, and then hearing him on the radio show last night, he's trying to elevate the spirits and the disposition of his football team, elevate the confidence, get them excited about playing football again, because I'm sure that's a football team that's a little shell-shocked. Kenny in the offseason talked about how nobody cares if you're a one-year wonder. We see that all the time. I'm kind of paraphrasing Kenny, but he basically said this. Teams have great seasons all the time. What our goal is and what we want to be as a program is to do that year in and year out. Anybody can have a great year and rise up for 1 year. We need to do it consistently. And through 2 weeks, it looks like they're kind of going the other way in terms of everything that he wanted to be and was trying to prevent in terms of stacking seasons back to back. Now, there's still a lot of time left. Everything they want to accomplish can still be accomplished. Let's understand that. But through 2 weeks, this thing has to look a whole lot better, or they're not going to sail through the Big 12 conference like they did a year ago.
No, not at all. And look, I felt that way after the NAU game. They won that game by 19 points. They got dinged in the AP poll, and a lot of Sun Devil fans were like, how do you win by 19 against anybody and get dinged? Well, it was because of the optics for those that chose to watch the game or were able to watch the game. They didn't play a great game against NAU. And I had said early last week, if they play that way again against Mississippi State in a much better, deeper program in a tough environment, they're going to lose that game. My confidence grew over the course of the week. They got to start from scratch here. And, is there panic involved? We know Kenny Dillingham doesn't panic. His attitude after the game was, look, we have to play better. And he doesn't even talk about winning. That's his goal. He wants his team to play the best quality of football that they can play. And if they do that, the winning will take care of itself. But he also said a lot of teams don't go undefeated. So that monkey's off their back right now. And yesterday, in speaking with the media, Dillingham also said they're not trying anything all that drastically different.
Yeah, we're not going to do anything different than what's been in our plans for the last 16 games, 15 games. I know people want us to completely change, but we're not. We're just going to execute at a higher level. We're going to be able to get into more of a rhythm early so we can get to all the calls so everything starts to complement each other. It goes back to the 3-and-out thing. When you go 3-and-out, you're never going to get everybody involved. There's not enough touches. There's not enough rhythm. So we got to get early drives started to get into rhythm so we can get everybody touches, so we can move the ball around, so we can be efficient.
And to me, the way you do that now, based on what we've seen through 2 games with this group of Sun Devils, is you run the football early, on early downs, run the football early in the game, establish that part of it, and I think that frees a lot of things up for a passing game that outside of the Levitt-Tyson combination has been non-existent so far.
There wasn't another. We talk about the Cardinals' lack of production out of their second, third, and fourth wide receiver. I mean, there's, at least in the Mississippi State game, there's no production out of another wide receiver. At least Michael Wilson had a catch Zay Jones
had a catch. Greg Dortch had a catch.
I mean, outside of Jordan Tyson, now listen, Sam Levitt threw for 82 yards. So no matter how you slice up receiving yardage, it's not going to look pretty. But outside of Jordan Tyson, the rest of their weapons offensively caught 14 yards in total reception yardage in that game. So Kenny can talk about not doing things differently. I would think if they had to do that game plan over again in Starkville, the way they began the second half is the way they would begin the football game. Establishing the run. You got two good backs in Brown and Udo. They both went over 100 yards in that game against Mississippi State. Establish the run. Okay, let your offensive line get some push, play some bully ball. If you can do that against an SEC team, you can do it against Big 12 teams. I can promise you that.
Yeah.
And then once you establish the running game, then you run play action with Sam Levitt. Then you might find some guys open in some intermediate routes. And Jordan Tyson's always going to be there as a guy who's basically uncoverable. I mean, he seems to be always open, and get him the football for your big plays and your touchdowns when you need them, or to move the stick. So I think it starts with the running game, and I expect them to try and establish that right away against Texas State.
Yeah, there's other things that they need to shore up. I mean, offensively, they've been terrible on third downs. You mentioned not finding other receivers, the preponderance of targets going Jordan Tyson's way. And look, I get it. You want to exploit him. He's arguably the best wide receiver in college football, so you want to get him the ball. But is your offense clicking the way that it can if you're not involving others? On the defensive side of the ball, they're not forcing turnovers. They had a turnover late in the NAU game on the deflection interception by Anthony Cooper. Other than that, no turnovers against Mississippi State. That needs to improve because they have way too many playmakers on that side of the ball. And the pass rush needs to be better. I mean, that's an experienced group up front, and they're not getting a whole lot of push on the opposing quarterback.
They're not, and they're leaving their cornerbacks who struggled in that game on Saturday night, hanging out to dry. Now they may not face another receiver as fast as Brennan Thompson the rest of the year, but so what? Like if you're not putting pressure on the quarterback, you're asking an awful lot of your defensive backfield to stick with receivers all over the football field. And we saw Saturday night they couldn't do it. Mississippi State not only had Thompson over 100 yards receiving, Evans had 108 yards receiving. They threw, what did they throw for? 279. So I mean, it was a problem. But
they had 153 yards on 3 scoring plays. That's another thing. You can't have. You cannot have that. Other than those 3 big plays, I thought the pass defense was fine. But that's like saying, oh, if they didn't score 100 points, we might have won the game.
I know the football coaches just say, you take away 6 plays out of this game, and it was an even football game.
Say that about every football game,
right? As they try to save their jobs.
Yeah, but I can tell you this: even though this is not a conference game, there's no way ASU wants to go into conference play with a 1-2 record. No way. They have to get this for their confidence going into conference play.
If they lose Saturday night, you talk about not boding well for the rest of the season, because now you have 3 poor games back to back to back. You've lost to a team that won 2 games a year ago, and then you lose to Texas State.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got to go play a stretch that includes Baylor and Texas Tech and Utah. This thing's going to be off the rails even before that 4-game stretch.
Yep. So 1-1 can become 2-4 very quickly.
This is a must win.
Absolutely.
Let's not make any mistake about it. Must win Saturday night.
Don't miss your last chance to win tickets to the Cardinals home opener this Sunday. Just head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page. Watch us live. Click the contest link pinned in the chat. It's that easy. Tune in, click, and you could be at the game. Coming up next, we roll into the 9 o'clock hour on this Thursday. Sammy's going to take us through some social studies here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Tim Ring in for Bick, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play.
Walk-off homer!
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you should have high standards when buying a new car. You should want a great brand, a great experience, a great price, and a car you cannot wait to drive. My friends at Chapman BMW will check every one of those boxes for you. Chapman BMW, the premier destination for luxury and performance. This family-run business for 58 years. Chapman BMW, different in the very best of ways. They've got employees who've worked at their stores for 30 and 40 years, which is unheard of in the industry, and proof that the Chapman family cares as much about their people as they do their clients. And at Chapman BMW, you have a friend in the business. His name is Shane O'Hanrahan. He's the GM of both locations. He's a great dude. He ensures that every one of our listeners will get the best price possible. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Ready! Hi, this is Chris with Ready Services, Air Conditioning and Plumbing. I've been with the company for going on 15 years. What you're going to get is not only get your problems fixed, but you're going to leave with peace of mind knowing that it's done right and done well by a qualified technician. Ready Services won't ever take advantage of any of our customers. Our goal is always to be the most accurate in diagnosing and providing top flight service for any service, air conditioning or plumbing.
ReadyServices.com. Ready.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at AssetPreservationWealth.com. That's AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Mint is still $15 a month for premium wireless. And if you haven't made the switch yet, here are 15 reasons why you should. 1, it's $15 a month. 2, seriously, it's $15 a month. 3, no big contracts. 4, I use it. 5, my mom uses it. Are you playing me off? That's what's happening, right? Okay.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, $15 per month equivalent required. New customer offer first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
If you could rewind 10 years, what would you do differently? Buy Apple stock at $20? Skip the Ghost Pepper Challenge? Maybe even rethink the skinny jeans. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Some regrets are harmless, termite damage isn't. You can't go back in time, but you can keep termites from eating your future. Call 602 Blue Sky today for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It was the Eduardo Rodriguez show in San Francisco yesterday in a 5-3 win. Erod went 6 1/3, struck out 6, and only gave up 2 hits and 0 earned runs. And he had some help from his third baseman yesterday, who made not 1, not 2, but 3 unreal plays at the hot corner yesterday in Blaze Alexander. And here was manager Torey Lovello after the win.
We needed it. It was, like I said to you before we started, it was a massive win. And I think good teams are capable of winning games when they really have to. There's never a guarantee in this game, but we played well enough, hard enough, and it was a huge win.
The Snakes are off today, but they make their way to Minnesota and start a 3-game series with the Twins tomorrow. ASU, according to Kenny Dillingham, had their best practice in a while yesterday as they prep for Texas State on Saturday, and the Wildcats down in Tucson are getting ready for their first real test of the season tomorrow night against Kansas State, and the Cards ramp things up as they'll welcome the Carolina Panthers to Glendale on Sunday for the home opener. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction, located on 51st Avenue just south of Glendale, and online at sandersonford.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
The 9 o'clock hour is upon us. That means it is time for some social studies with Sammy Cebulka.
Yes, we've made it to the 9 o'clock hour. You know where to follow us. We are at Bickley_Marotta on X, Bickley and Marotta, Instagram, Blue Sky, Facebook, and on YouTube. We are at Arizona Sports. And so, our first question is for Cardinal fans. Which player do you want to see play better in Game 2, and why?
For Cardinals fans who I want to see play better, I would love to see just a dominant, big-time statistical game from Kyler Murray.
Oh, yeah, that would be great.
Now,
those seem too few and far between, don't they?
They do, and I think we know the reason why, and I think Rob Fredrickson talked about it when he was in studio with us too, is they are embracing the boring. I mean, it came up, that word boring came up a lot in the preparation for this season, and Kyler Murray, getting better at doing the boring things and not putting the ball in jeopardy.
13 personnel,
14 personnel, run first identity.
But they didn't run the ball all that well either outside of the one
No,
Trey Benson.
they didn't. Non-explosive
run,
plays. I would love to see Kyler go off for like 350 and 4 touchdowns. But
yeah, sure.
I'll go the other side of the ball. I want Josh Sweat to make his presence known.
You want Sweat to make them sweat?
Yes.
Nice.
Couple of sacks, 4 quarterback pressures, pick 6.
Oh, pick 6.
There you go, Josh. I just put it on you.
There you go. Williams says, the easy answer is Kyler, but he really wants to see D-Rob get it going. Seemed pretty invisible out there.
How about just do something for him?
Yeah. Like, how about a couple
sacks,
tackles?
Yeah, like when he gets called for a penalty late in the second half and you thought, oh, there he is, which was my response.
Oh, he is played.
Yeah.
Exactly. And then Andy Bryant says, Michael Wilson. Somewhere, somehow, we need to find a second receiver. Hopefully, Michael Wilson can be that guy. All right, so we've had our discussion today about the NBA and Adam Silver discussing. If you want to watch our product, you can go watch the highlights, right? So we asked, who is the best commissioner in sports and why? Is it Rob Manfred in the MLB, Adam Silver in the NBA, Roger Goodell in the NFL, or Gary Bettman in the NHL?
I would say at different points in their careers also, they've all been considered the worst.
But I feel like, yeah, you're right.
So we'll see what people
think. I mean, you talk
now.
about like who's the best of the worst.
Yes.
No matter what answer Vince and I give right now, somebody in their car is going to go, "Oh, what are you talking about?
How could you like that
How
guy?
How can you like that guy? He's the worst."
Or you just say Gary Bettman and nobody bats their eye.
Around
like,
here.
People hate him too.
For years and years and years, he was considered the worst, and around here.
Yeah, he was like the savior of hockey in the desert.
Until he wasn't.
Look, we had the discussion on Adam Silver. I think what he said yesterday was To borrow a phrase from Tom Cruise and A Few Good Men, I thought it was galactically stupid. But body of work over the course of his tenure, he's probably still the best of the bunch.
Probably.
I mean, it's hard to argue with.
But the further he gets away from Stern, the worse he kind of gets. Like he was running on Stern's fumes for a while and his ideology, but lately it's.
Who is your vote, Tim?
I mean, I guess it's Silver. Maybe Roger Goodell has kind of turned things around.
And Manfred's on a good run.
He's on a heater.
I mean, he was. There was a period in time where he couldn't do anything right.
And he is on a good run. The rule changes have worked.
Yeah. The poll results: 37% actually voted Roger Goodell, 25% Gary Bettman, 19 Rob Manfred, and only 17% voted Adam Silver. And some of the responses: Seabacker says, seriously, they all work for billionaire owners, so they all suck.
That's not the question.
I
You
know
gotta
it's
pick
not the
one.
question. Tom Foss says, look, they're all brutal, but the changes that were made in the rules in the MLB, the pitch clock, and some other things make the game quicker and has really helped. So for that reason, I pick Rob Manfred. And then we had another response. Hate to say it, but Roger Goodell, because he continues to make tons and tons of money for the league. And if that's the goal, then Roger Goodell's your guy.
That is very true.
To give people's general thoughts on the commissioners, there were several Brewster's Millions gifts in the replies.
None of the above.
A lot of those. All right, so we've been playing some yacht rock music as we come back from break. And so we just asked, what is the best yacht rock song of all time?
First of all, in your guys' opinion, what makes yacht rock? What makes that fall in that genre? Because it doesn't have to be about sailing or boats or the water or
Just
something.
that, again, to use that word quintessential, that quintessential 70s soft rock sound.
There's a vibe. It's defined by
horn,
honestly, like unbelievable musicianship.
Kind of horns and
yes,
strings.
Yeah. I suggest if you have any interest in the genre at all, and if you don't, I get it, whatever. But watch the documentary that Bill Simmons and his people at The Ringer put together that's on HBO Max. I thought it was fantastic.
I've heard really good things about that.
Yeah.
I mean, Brandy, the Pina Colada song.
It's a vibe.
Escape is
Doobie
in
Brothers, Christopher Cross.
Our own Dave Burns says Africa by Toto.
Toto's another band,
But
yeah.
Baker Street is the most yacht rocky song of all time.
Jerry Rafferty?
That song, Sammy, you don't know this. That song was so overplayed on the radio, I just loathed it by the time it ended its run.
I love several Toto songs. Africa is not one of them.
Oh, I love that song.
Really? Never really loved it.
I don't know if I consider that the same as yacht rock, though. That's more of a kind of lame arena rock song.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that.
My
arena rock.
Dad that curses says Baker Street or the WKRP in Cincinnati theme song.
That's a great one.
That's a good pull.
Baby, if you've ever won.
My dad texted me. He said,
Welcome Back Hotter, too, maybe.
He likes yacht rock, so he texted me Into the Night by Benny Mardones.
It's also one of the creepiest songs of all time.
I've never heard it.
Yeah.
So he says he listens to it. It's always on the radio, he says, on the yacht rock
He's
station.
basically professing his love to a 15-year-old girl in the song. Yeah.
Oh, yikes. not good.
Steely Dan got a lot of votes. Steal Away from Robbie Dupree.
How about Hooked on a Feeling? That's a pretty good one.
Great
Caribbean
song.
Queen by
Ooga
Billy
chugga,
Ocean.
Ooga chugga, ooga
The
chugga.
whole Guardians of the Galaxy playlist is a good yacht rock.
Here's a jam right here. Future is History says, What You Won't Do for Love by Bobby Caldwell. Oof, that song slaps, Sammy.
That song slaps. It's not a jam, but Randy Van Warmer's "Just When I Needed You Most" quintessential.
There's a
song
baby
from
come
the
back in
70s,
here.
one-hit wonder.
We're vibing with the yacht rock today. Hope
Because
you guys
we can.
I hope you guys listening got some new yacht rock songs to go play. That was our goal today.
Yeah,
There you
there's
go.
playlists all over the place.
There
I love it. I went and saw a Yachtly Crew concert. I got a sailor's hat and everything.
Yachtly Crew.
It was a good night. There's social studies for this Thursday. Thank you, Sammy. Want to remind you, you can take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Bickley and Murata Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up next, week 2 of the NFL gets underway tonight at a historic location. Packers hosting the Commanders. We'll get into that. More NFL headlines next. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
And at the moment, it put you down 17-0. I mean, it made it so the game looked like it was going to be out of reach. I will give them credit because this is something ASU has done consistently last year, too. They come out in the second half and look like a much better team. That's a great trait to have. The problem is these slow starts are starting to become a trait now, too.
How do you get back into a game when you're trailing 17-3 at the half? You come out and you blow the other team's face off.
Yeah.
You come out of the tunnel and you go 8 plays for 75 yards and a touchdown. That tells me somebody was yelling inside the locker room.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, let's talk about your financial future. Paul Calvisi with Matt Degas from Bright Wealth Management. As we know, the best football coaches, right? They make the best halftime adjustments, and that's a great analogy for people heading towards retirement.
It's perfect. And if you're 5 to 10 years out, it's time to stop playing offense and start protecting the lead.
All right, so what kind of adjustments should folks be thinking about?
Risk, taxes, income planning, healthcare, the things that didn't seem to matter when you were just saving. And we help people create a full strategy for the next phase of life.
And you're not just selling products, you're offering real planning.
Exactly. And if you want clarity on what the next chapter of your financial life looks like, give us a call at Bright Wealth Management, 844-726-9116, or visit us online at brightwm.com.
Again, halftime is a perfect time to get the plan right, and Matt's team can help. Call Bright Wealth Management today at 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Football season is here. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and if you're like me, when you're watching the game, you're snacking chips, wings, veggies. Why not change the game and level up your snacking? Daisy's got new dips, the French onion dip and the ranch dip. Both qualify as game changers. Just as delicious as a homemade dip made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. Level up your snack game while watching the game. Give Daisy French Onion Dip a try. Look for it at your local grocer.
Hey, home sellers, Arizona has had more homes that didn't sell in the past 6 months than in the previous 2 years combined. Thousands of sellers left stuck with no offers and no sale. Do what I did so you don't get stuck. Call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's guaranteed sale program, sell your home at a price acceptable to you or Carol will buy it. If your home didn't sell or you're thinking about selling, call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carolyn Seller must agree on price and possession.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. Can the Arizona Cardinals defense have another coming out party against Bryce Young and the Panthers offense? We'll talk about it on today's Burns and Gambo show, starting at straight up 2 o'clock.
This is the preview of the NFC Championship game. And Field, let me tell you why. Okay. Look, Washington was already there a year ago. Green Bay looked as complete of a team as anybody when you think about Micah Parsons coming over, especially on the defensive side of the ball. And I love Philadelphia, respect what they did, but I really worry about them rushing the passer with Jalix Hunt and Nolan Smith. I think these are the two most complete teams in the NFC.
That's Mike Tannenbaum from ESPN on tonight's Thursday Night Football offering. The Green Bay Packers hosting the Washington Commanders.
No jumping the gun there. No. They played freaking one game. These are the two most complete teams in the NFC.
Well,
NFC Championship game preview. Calm down. Pump the brakes.
He might be right.
He might be right.
But is it possible, look, when this week is over in the NFL, we would have seen a potential AFC Championship matchup? Last week, we saw it on Sunday Night Football, Baltimore and Buffalo. We might have seen, according to Mike Tannenbaum, an NFC Championship preview. And we've got a rematch of the Super Bowl this week in Kansas City with the Chiefs hosting the Eagles.
Good early slate. Meanwhile, the Cardinals have played the Saints and the Panthers.
Hey, no complaints about that.
Cardinals-Panthers could be an NFC Championship game preview. So you can just say anything.
I thought
2010.
I thought it was really interesting.
2015?
Yeah, 15.
I thought it was really interesting what Rob said earlier in that when he played, you broke the season down into quarters. Like the first 4 games of your season, you're just trying to maybe get through them, see what your team is. Don't you think it's beneficial to have the Saints, the Panthers coming in early so you can kind of build what your team is going to be? Or would you rather have those games a little later?
I think early. That's a good question, Sammy. I think early because I really believe that when a football team gains momentum and confidence within that locker room, that can go a long way to winning games down the stretch.
Not with
of
the Kyler Murray Cardinals, though.
No, and we wondered about that last week. Are you getting the Saints at a good time? Would you rather have them later in the schedule? Based on what I saw, a win is a win, yeah, but I would feel so much better about what the Cardinals can become had they just dismantled the Saints in week 1. So maybe it was more on the Saints being prepared than the Cardinals being ill-prepared. I don't know. I think it's a great mystery, and there's so much mystery now because, like we talked with Rob as well, they don't play anybody in the preseason. Even if your starters play, it's such a sprinkling you can't glean anything from it.
100%.
Let's go back to the days where you're playing 6 preseason games and everybody was playing the whole game.
Well, the only
guys had to get in shape in training camp because they were selling cars in the offseason.
Yeah, that's true.
The only reason I asked that is because in week 1, the best game of the week was clearly the Bills and Ravens, but those teams would even say themselves, in 8 weeks, or if we play you guys again, we're going to be a wildly different team probably.
They will. But you think either one of those teams is happy about their defensive performance in week 1?
Yeah, no, probably not.
2 teams that have championship aspirations? Probably not, is right. So the Packers, the home team tonight at Lambeau Field, the historic tundra of Lambeau Field.
I've spent many of Sundays there.
Yeah.
Many of Sundays.
Your Green Bay background, how long were you there?
I was there 3.5 years. I got there in the middle of the 95
You spent a decade
season.
there once for over 3.5 years?
Spent a decade there once, 3.5 years. It was one of the great experiences of my career, being out there at Lambeau Field each and every Sunday. The tailgating experience, we did a pregame show from the parking lot.
What were the years here?
I got there in the middle of the 95 season, and I left right at the end of the 99 season.
The Brett Favre era.
It was I hosted the Brett Favre show, as a matter of fact.
Still keep in touch with Brett?
No. We've lost touch over the years.
Has he got any of your money? Or no?
But it was a really special time to be there because it was kind of their resurgence, if you will, after a kind of a dormant era
Yes.
post the glory days of the 60s. So
That was really that era in my lifetime was really the first time the Packers were relevant at all. They were so. I remember being a kid when I fell in love with football. The Packers were terrible.
Terrible.
It's sort of like
terrible in the 70s and terrible in the 80s, save maybe the 89 season with Don Majkowski. They kind of popped a little bit.
But that led into the Favre era a little bit.
It's kind of like
Favre took over from Majkowski in 92.
Alabama football. People just think they've always been the great, but like kind of same era, 70s and 80s. They weren't even in the 90s.
Yeah, when Bear Bryant left Alabama, they weren't good, and then it took
pretty much
Gene Stallings getting there.
Had the national championship, but it was an exciting time, and I've always said my little joke was Green Bay is a great place to live, 8 days a year.
Do you think the home field advantage is what it was still nowadays?
Not so much. I mean, certainly they were dominant at home in that era that I was there. I mean, they never lost until Randy Moss came in and had 1,000 yards receiving on a Monday Night Football game, and that invincibility took a hit for that era that night. But I don't know if teams come into Lambeau Field. I mean, is there any home field advantage left in the NFL anymore where you're like, maybe Arrowhead? But again, I think the guy playing quarterback has something to do with that as well.
Yeah, but I think that the Arrowhead edge precedes Mahomes. But basically since the 90s, it's been considered a tough place to play.
And it is a tough place to play. Now, is Lambeau a tough place to play? Certainly, if you want to factor in the elements.
Throw Seattle in there. I'd throw New Orleans in there.
Yeah, we were talking last week. Go to the Superdome.
I mean, when they're good,
Let me ask you,
better. But
any of you three ever had the opportunity to go to Lambeau?
I have not been to Lambeau. I was going to ask.
Would that be a bucket list for any of you guys to go to Lambeau Field?
I'd love to see a game there.
It's on my sports bucket list for sure.
I don't care at all about that.
Do you have any venues on your bucket list? NBA arenas are all new. I mean, Madison Square Garden, I guess, would be.
I have events,
the only one,
but not specific places. Like I would love to go to a Final Four if U of A was in it, and I would love to go to like a World Series game if the D-backs made it, but not specific venues really.
No, like no interest to see Fenway Park, Wrigley Field.
Not those ones.
Madison Square Garden.
Like San Francisco and Pittsburgh, because they're supposed to be so like the most beautiful stadiums. Maybe.
So you want amenities over history, is what you want.
I mean, the history is cool for like when you first walk in and look around, but then you're sitting in an old crappy stadium.
I don't know. I went to Fenway and it was the second best baseball game I've ever been to, and I didn't care about either of the teams.
I'd love to check off all the historic places.
Do you have a few on your bucket list then that you haven't been to aside from maybe
I've been to
Lambeau?
Madison Square Garden, but not for a basketball game. It was for a boxing match, and it was still amazing.
Ali Frazier. Did you sit next to
Aren't you
Wilt?
older than me, Tim? I believe you are.
Tell me about Cosell's introduction.
Sugar Shane Mosley against Miguel Cotto.
Okay.
It was great. Lambeau's on that list. Fenway's on that list. Wrigley's on that list. I've been to Dodger Stadium several times, and it's historic now. And I loathe the Dodgers. I love Dodger Stadium. Absolutely love it. I think the atmosphere is amazing for so many reasons. I was at the old Yankee Stadium. The problem is that the historic places are all pretty much weeded out. They're gone.
And that's kind of almost what
Soldier Field is not the same as it once was.
No, and I got to be honest, Lambeau Field is nothing close to the way it was.
Wrigley's not
especially
either.
in the winter.
In the 90s. And in the 90s, it was nothing close to the way Lambeau Field was in the 60s.
Well, they were famous for the frozen tundra, and then they put in like the heated whatever things on the field.
Yeah. The unfrozen tundra, the thawed-out tundra.
Yeah, I mean, the venerable arenas and stadiums. I mean, I guess you can go into the college ranks and you can talk about the Big House.
That's where they're all at.
The L.A. Coliseum, Notre Dame Stadium. These places
Duke.
have been around for
Duke
100
basketball.
years.
Cameron Indoor. Yep.
Cameron, right? For me, it's just Madison Square Garden. For whatever reason, I've never been there.
Wow.
The world's most famous arena.
Been pretty much every place else.
I
but
grew
the
up in
world's
New
most
York, and
famous
I
arena.
never went to Yankee Stadium or Madison Square Garden. Only Shea Stadium and Nassau Coliseum. How's that for a childhood?
No wonder you're so
The
bitter.
two crappiest arenas, stadiums.
so much.
I just want to go to a place with a good big hot dog.
That's all Jared's looking for. Only if it's boiled. Coming up, it's Thursday.
That's the great hot dogs on the streets of New York City. That's how they're made. They're not grilled.
They're not great.
Okay, well, they're famous.
We got a round of Mock My World to get to next. Tim Ring in for Bick today here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals home opener versus Carolina Sunday.
Huddle.
Football is back.
What we got to do a better job of going from week 1 to week 2, regardless of your opponent, just to play better football, to give us a better chance to win.
Cardinals Panthers pregame begins with some birria, bloodies, and chorizo at 8:30 Sunday morning. Kickoff 1:25 Sunday afternoon on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan, the last piece of financing you will ever need. You can do your banking inside your mortgage and pay off your home in just a few short years. You keep access to your equity, which gives you great liquidity and allows you to buy new properties without additional mortgages. If you have home improvement needs, not a problem. Just borrow from yourself. Need a new car? No need to finance. Just borrow from yourself. Stressed out by college tuition? No worries, just borrow from yourself. Bottom line, if you have great credit and are good with money, there is no need to let the bank control your finances or your future, not when the future of banking and mortgage is here. And if you think it sounds too good to be true, they hear that all the time at Life Changer Loan. And like they say, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more at 480-504-0844 or online at lifechangerloan.com.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You've got brothers.
Huh?
$50 and $200 bills, just like you.
Hey,
what's up? What?
We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all gonna live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Football fans, every Sunday, the ultimate watch parties are going down at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Get ready for an unforgettable game day experience with special guest appearances, mouth-watering food and drink specials, all the big plays on massive screens that make you feel like you're in the stadium. Whether you're rooting for your favorite team or just there for the good vibes, you won't want to miss a minute. So bring your friends, your game face, and catch every thrilling moment every Sunday at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs got a much-needed win in San Francisco yesterday. The 5-3 W stopped a 3-game losing streak and now puts them 3.5 games out of the last wild card spot with just 15 games left. The D-backs are off today, but start a 3-game series with the struggling Minnesota Twins tomorrow. NFL Week 2 will get underway tonight as the Washington Commanders will head to Lambeau Field tonight for some Thursday night football with the Green Bay Packers. Cardinal fans, the home opener is in Glendale this Sunday against the Carolina Panthers. And here was quarterback Kyler Murray on Week 1 and needing to get better.
Well, I mean, it's first game. You know, obviously we want to be hitting on all cylinders and go out there and light it up. But, you know, there's a lot of weeks in this thing, so we've got to continue to get better each and every week, and I think guys understand that.
This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question, brought to you by Sanderson Ford, is who will earn the third NL wildcard spot? Will it be the Mets, the Giants, the Reds, the Cardinals, or the Diamondbacks?
We're assuming the first two are taken?
Yes.
By the
Cubs, I believe.
Cubs and Padres? I'm going to go with the trend. I would vote for the Giants.
Oh.
I don't think the Reds have the makeup to do it. D-backs might be a little bit too far back. The Mets are the Mets.
I say the Mets turn it around this week.
Do you?
I think the Mets hold on, but
you
it's close.
Can't keep losing.
It's close. All right, so 43% of the vote went to the Mets, 26 the Giants, 24 the Diamondbacks, and then 4% to the Reds, 2% to the Cardinals.
All right. Well, that's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Bickley and Murata. Mock my world.
Are you mocking me? Are you mocking me? Stop it. You just didn't do it again.
Are you mocking me?
I just had... I messed up. I had the result from last week. I got to find him. I got to find him again. Mock My World is back for another week. Last week, we tried to keep up with the Joneses. We drafted people, celebrities, athletes, actors, whoever.
Oh, I won.
The last name of Jones. And Jarrett Carlin ran away with the voting last year. He had the number 1 overall pick, and he picked Indiana Jones. And who doesn't love Indiana Jones?
Beloved.
Roy Jones Jr., Shepard Jones, and Deacon Jones made up his team. 47.7% of the votes.
That's domination.
I finished in a distant second place at 26.6%. Bick in third, 18.8%.
Old single-digit Sammy over here.
Single-digit Sammy, 6.9%.
It was bad from the jump last week.
He even preceded his first pick, saying he was in trouble that week.
Well, Jerry Jones was the number 1 overall. It was his number 1 pick, third overall. So
I was banking on Indiana Jones.
Well, it didn't come to fruition. This week, we're not going in reverse order of last week's results because Bick's not here. Tim Ring is. So random.org determined the order, which we'll get to in a second. But we're going to the world of sports movies this week. We will each draft 4-member teams of the best characters in sports movie history.
Oh, man.
Not necessarily the best athletes in the sports movie, but the best characters.
That's right.
The order determined by random.org is I've got the number 1 pick. Sammy's going second.
All right.
Jared third. Tim Ring will go fourth. 4-round snake-style draft. With the number 1 overall pick.
Do it.
Oh, what
There's so much to pick from. The first name that came to my mind. I'm going with Apollo Creed.
Oh, Apollo Creed.
Yes. As opposed to Johnny Creed.
No, it's instead of Rocky, obviously. But
yes,
Apollo, even though that was a great character. And it had a, what do you call that? An arc, a character arc.
Yes.
Where we went from the villain to the...
Absolutely.
So one of the heroes to dead.
To dead.
That was his
And
arc.
based on Muhammad Ali, obviously, but made it his own character. All right.
I'm going to take Happy Gilmore.
Happy Gilmore. Which another complaint I have about Happy Gilmore, too.
Yeah.
Is that if you found the movie funny, there wasn't much funny about Happy Gilmore himself. He was kind of a tragic figure.
Yeah.
Yes.
Every long-standing sequel somehow has to begin with the character in some sort of tragic, depressed situation.
Yeah.
Also, Adam Sandler pretty much just plays himself anymore. He didn't really play that like the young Adam Sandler would have.
True. It was like all the comic relief was based on other people.
And just cameos. All right, I am going...
I think that's a good pick, Sammy, because people aren't going to consider Happy Gilmore, too.
Correct.
Now, this might not be a good pick, but it looks good on you. I'm going with Al Cervic. Rodney Dangerfield's character in Caddyshack.
Oh, okay.
All right, Tim, you got 2 picks.
All right, I am going to go with. I mean, Vinny, I'm going to go right back. Rocky Balboa, to me, I think is the greatest fictional sports movie character of all time.
Absolutely.
I mean, absolutely. And
Don't
then
pick Rocky. I'll tell everybody I haven't bought new underwear in 10 years.
And then for the second man, there's a lot of different ways you could go here. I'm going to go with Ricky Wild Thing Vaughn.
Yeah,
Ooh, it's a
he's
great
on my
pick.
list.
Started watching that Charlie Sheen documentary last night.
Oh, I heard. Yeah, it's.
I have no idea how he's alive.
Ricky Wild Thing Vaughn, great character in Major League 1. Major League 2, Charlie Sheen became a big star, and they made based the movie around him, and they kind of changed the character a little bit until the very end.
Yeah.
But, all right, my pick, right?
Yes.
I'm going to go with not just one of the great sports movie characters, one of the great movie characters. Big Ern McCracken from Kingpin, Bill Murray's character, the villain.
McCracken.
Probably my favorite movie of all time.
It's
Actually?
Yeah.
It's really good. It's the best Farley Brothers movie. Farley Brothers. Farley Brothers?
Farley.
All right. I need a ruling on this next pick.
Oh boy.
So I want to take Forrest Gump.
No,
not a sports
movie. A movie with sports in it.
Gotcha. All right. So I had a backup. I'm gonna take Benny the Jet Rodriguez from Sandlot.
It's a good one.
Big, good for the millennial and
It was
Gen
one of my
Z
favorite
vote.
sports movies growing up.
Well, that was required by law for people of
It
your
was
age.
required by law. Yes. All right.
I'll tell you, my nephew who's 7 loves that movie. Kids like watching other kids do stuff.
Yeah,
So
it's a very good movie. I just scoff at people, and I know a lot of people that say it's the greatest baseball movie of all time. No, it's not. So much to pick from.
So many.
I'm going to go with... I'm not going with the obvious. I'm going with another supporting actor. I'm going with Nuke LaLoosh. The crowd goes wild.
I have no idea who that is.
Bull Durham? You ever see Bull Durham?
I haven't seen
Tim.
Sammy, would you meet me after the...
I mean...
I think that movie's a little bit overrated.
Shut up.
I don't. Well, I like the baseball and the minor league part of it. The love story whole thing part of it. I know it's intertwined, but
All right, and then we'll go with the water boy himself, Bobby Boucher.
Yeah, that's a good pick.
Yeah, Bobby Boucher.
Oh, it's back
Remember
to me.
that time Bobby Boucher showed up at halftime and the Mud Dogs won the Bourbon Bowl, do you?
I'm gonna take Ricky Bobby from Talladega Nights.
Ricky Bobby.
One of my, I think, comedy sports movies. So good.
Sort of peak Will Ferrell
Yes, yes, agreed.
Jared, you've got, we're picking the teams of best sports movie characters.
I'm picking all supporting characters so far, and I'm going to stick that way. With the Hanson brothers, The triplets from Slapshot.
I'll allow it, even though it's
Really
more than
good,
one character.
more than one
but they're-
guy.
They're one unit.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah,
Okay.
no.
All right.
I was gonna try to draft them
Okay.
too. So they were one character.
They were even in the Slapshot sequels. Straight to video.
Yeah, they were, and there was a lot of them. Tam, you got 2 picks to complete your team of to go along with Rocky Balboa and Ricky Vaughn.
All right, I'm going to go with
Vaughn's a juvenile delinquent in the
offseason. The great Arizona Cardinal wide receiver, Rod Tidwell.
Yeah, nice.
That's a good one.
Rod Tidwell.
Won an Oscar for the role, so it's got to be a good character.
All right.
And
last
then
pick.
It's not going to. Well, in terms of great characters, fictional, sports, movies, it's between one of these 2 guys. I'll give you the other one later, but I'm going to go with Crash Davis out of Bull Durham.
Also from Bull Durham. It's Kevin Costner's role.
All right, Crash Davis.
Have you seen any of the Kevin Costner baseball movies, Sammy?
No.
Field of Dreams or what was the perfect game one called?
Love of the Game.
Love of the Game, yeah.
You don't have to watch Field of Dreams, Sammy.
Okay.
It's schlocky crap.
Back to it's very.
I know. All right, here we go. My turn?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, last pick. I can't believe you haven't picked him yet. Mr. Miyagi.
Also good. I think the voting's going to be
It's going to be close.
tight this week.
All right. Another ruling is The Big Lebowski a sports
No.
movie? Okay, cool.
No.
It's one of my favorite movies, if not my favorite
So you
movie.
would have taken
not named Willy Wonka, but it's just a movie that has bowling in it.
All right. It's one of my favorite movies. Give me Billy Hoyle. White Man Can't Jump.
Woody Harrelson's character.
Yes.
One of my favorite movies.
I thought
too.
you were going to talk about the Jack Harlow version, and
No,
then we were
no.
going to kick you out of the game.
Billy Ho.
Yes.
Billy Hoyle is Sidney Dean.
All right.
Nice to meet ya. Last pick of the draft, I'm going with somebody who came up, and then I said the quote, and I was like, oh, don't say that out loud. Harry Doyle, Bob Uecker's character for Major League.
Also
Nice.
good.
We left a lot on the board.
There's a lot on the board.
We could have 20 rounds
Yeah,
on this
we could.
draft. All right, the best sports movie characters draft is complete. I went with Apollo Creed, Nuke LaLoosh, Bobby Boucher, and Harry Doyle. Sammy's got Happy Gilmore, Benny the Jet Rodriguez, Ricky Bobby, and Billy Hoyle. Team Carlin's got Al Chervik, Big Ern McCracken, the Hanson brothers, and Mr. Miyagi. That's going to be tough to beat. And Tim Rings.
None of them are the main character of the movie, though.
That's true. Tim's got Rocky Balboa, Ricky Wild Thing Vaughn, Rod Tidwell, and Crash Davis. We'll get this up on X. You determine the winner. And, of course, please flood us with insults on who we missed on this great subject.
Jimmy Chitwood!
I'll make it. He wasn't a great character. He had like 4 lines.
Not a great actor.
shooter. Great shooter. Final thoughts on this Thursday. Straight ahead, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
After a road loss at Mississippi State, the Sun Devils look to bounce back in the W column at home versus Texas State.
I'm excited. I was excited to build on the second half of last week. Played really good football there at the end. Build on that, play home, and keep the home streak rocking.
Pregame begins at 4:30 Saturday afternoon. Kickoff at 7:30 Saturday night on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother Unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Opioid misuse and overdose deaths are serious health issues across the U.S. Anyone at a workplace, including workers, clients, customers, and visitors, can be at risk of an overdose if they use opioids. Are you prepared? Consider making non-prescription naloxone nasal spray a part of your workplace first aid kit. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Maintain workplace safety, offer training, and always call 911 for a suspected overdose. Visit naloxoneaz.com.
Football season is here. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and if you're like me, when you're watching the game, you're snacking chips, wings, veggies. Why not change the game and level up your snacking? Daisy's got new dips, the French onion dip and the ranch dip. Both qualify as game changers. Just as delicious as a homemade dip made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. Level up your snack game while watching the game. Give Daisy French onion dip a try. Look for it at your local grocer.
Oh, it's here, the best time of year, and no, I'm not just talking about football season.
Wait, Wolf, what could possibly top football?
Robert, it's shade season, baby. I'm at the compound, on my patio, cool, comfortable, no glare on the TV, thanks to All Pro Shade Concepts.
That's exactly what we do. Our shade solutions block the sun, cut the heat, and keep your patio game day ready all year long.
Make your season complete. Visit allproshade.com today for a free estimate, because you gotta have shade.
The reason many of us hate insurance companies is because some of them act like bullies. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been dealing with these creatures my whole career. Whether it's a workers' comp claim, an auto accident, or a nursing home or medical mishap, the playbook is often the same: deny and delay. We became the largest injury firm in America for a reason. We fight the bullies. They know who we are, and I know it makes a difference for our clients. Just go to forthepeople.com and see our results and our verdicts after those bullies gave us their final offer. Hiring the wrong firm can be disastrous. Hiring the right firm could substantially increase your settlement. It's easy to get going. Visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer, or call us on your cell at Pound Law, pound 529. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Let's turn them loose! Friday on the CW, the NASCAR Xfinity Series postseason fight for the title begins.
Justin Allgaier, Austin Hill, Connor Simmons.
And it's not just about acceleration. It's about elimination.
Survival is what it's all about in the NASCAR playoffs.
Who has what it takes to stay in the game?
Man, these guys are out of control.
The NASCAR Xfinity Series, live from the Bristol Motor Speedway, Friday on the CW.
Coverage begins Friday at 4, only on CW7 Arizona.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta, Song of the Day.
Do the voice, Tim.
Here came a somewhere back in the long ago. The sound of the fool don't see trying hard to recreate what
I can't get up that
to be created.
Candidly, neither can you.
Once in her life, she must have
Great song. And the reason why I chose this after our Yacht Rock discussion, I did a search. I tried to ask Siri. Siri didn't want to play along. What is the greatest yacht rock song of all time? So I did a Google search on it. Top 40 Weekly had Africa by Toto as the answer. Paste magazine had Right Down the Line. Smooth Radio had Baby Come Back by Player. MusicInfluence.com went with Escape by Rupert Holmes, the Pina Colada song. But the first one to get 2 votes, Mellophobe.com and Ultimate Classic Rock both picked this. Doobie Brothers with Michael McDonald at the height of his powers with What a Fool Believes. This is also a song that just makes me happy. Puts me in a good mood. All right, that's enough yacht rock for today. What genre are we picking tomorrow?
Grunge.
Country music?
Acid rock.
Not country music, Sammy.
One day.
Doobie Brothers, What a Fool Believes, today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
Yeah, this broke during the show, NCAA putting out a notice, and there was some movement on this yesterday, a sports betting investigation on 3 players, college basketball players, who at one time had played at Fresno State. Well, apparently this investigation is continuing. And according to Chris Cartman of SunDevilSource.com, 1 or more unnamed former Arizona State men's basketball players were alleged by the NCAA to have violated sports betting rules and or related failure to cooperate policy regarding betting against their own teams, sharing information with third parties for purposes of sports betting, knowingly manipulating scoring or game outcomes, and or refusing to participate in the enforcement of staff's investigation.
None of those
according
are
to an
very
NCAA.
good.
The other the schools that have been mentioned today in this: Eastern Michigan, Temple, ASU, New Orleans, North Carolina A&T, and Mississippi Valley.
Because it sounds like it's more than just they were betting on NFL games or they were betting on even other college basketball games.
Yes.
The problem is there's your classic, okay, we're point shaving, we're throwing games, or we're trying to shave points. But the problem is, as I see it, and we saw this with John Tate Porter in the NBA, these prop bets are far too easy for players to manipulate.
Absolutely.
And for college players who are not making NBA money, I mean, what an easy way to pick up $10,000 when your over-under for 3-point attempts is 3.
Yeah.
And you just make sure you shoot 2.
Look, this isn't the first time ASU men's basketball has been involved in a gambling scandal. Go back to the 90s with the Headache Smith point shaving thing. I just think it's so different now. I think that if you want to go back to the 90s, that was an indictment of the player and absolutely top to bottom the program, and they paid their penance. To me, this is almost like, I mean, college sports, and especially basketball, is almost like free agency. Should this really fall on the program? If these guys are hopping, and we don't know who the identity of these players, and I'm not even just saying this because it's ASU, but if you're playing at 3 different schools in 3 years, kind of looking for the best situation, should that really fall on the program if you acted poorly in this realm while you were playing for them? I guess you have to have the penalties. It just seems so much different than it used to, though.
It seems almost unfair if a player pops into the ASU program for like 6 months and is gone.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. They all know it's illegal. The Headache Smith thing is different because now it wasn't legal. Like, you're dealing with illegal bookmakers and ne'er-do-wells and nefarious characters, if you will.
Yeah, this could be anybody that you're dealing with. There's another new rule in the NBA that's going to make some superstar players very happy. The heave rule has been passed. So now, in the closing seconds of a quarter or a half, those desperation shots at buzzer beaters from half quarter beyond, if you miss them, they're not going to count against your...
Was this a thing?
Absolutely, it was a thing.
Guys didn't want to take a half-court shot because it would hurt their percentage at contract time?
Kevin Durant has played 41,000 minutes of NBA basketball in the regular season, has taken a total of 9 heaves as per the definition, hasn't taken one since he was wearing the uniform of the Golden State Warriors. Nikola Jokic last year for the Denver Nuggets, you know how many he took? 22.
Jokic isn't worried about such things. He's not worried about his ultimate stats.
It's kind of ridiculous, isn't it? It's going to affect you for 4 shots a year.
I mean,
thanks to Derek Hall and Rob Fredrickson. We'll catch you tomorrow. Thanks. Wolf and Luke are up next.
See ya.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
That nagging joint pain, you know the one. Sometimes it's from years of hard work or an old injury. It's been calling the shots in your life for too long. But that stops right now. QC Kinetics is here to flip the script. They use regenerative medicine, advanced cellular treatments that help your body heal and restore the damage in your joints. Not cover it up, not cut it out, actually helping heal and restore. And the results, long-term, lasting relief. Don't plan your day around pain. Plan it around life. You're walking the dog without stopping. You're playing ball with the kid until they get tired. You're waking up without that first step being the worst step. QC Kinetics. No surgery, no drugs, no long recovery. Bring your MRI, your x-rays. They'll make sure you're a good candidate. Your first consultation is free, so don't wait. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, it's Ron Wolfley. As a former NFL player, I know what it takes to build something great, and it starts with trust. I chose Legacy Green Solutions to transform my yard. For artificial grass, putting greens, and custom landscaping, these are the experts that you can trust. Family owned for over 25 years and voted best of the Valley, Legacy Green Solutions uses premium American-made turf backed by the best warranties. Text GREEN to 620-620 to book your free estimate or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
We're here with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, what is that great ride you pulled up in?
Man, it's my Honda from Arrowhead Honda. Just like on the field, I know the importance of reliability and performance and trust my ride to Arrowhead Honda. Whether you're looking for a rugged SUV or a sleek sedan, Arrowhead Honda has you covered.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
I'm with Tim from Moving Team 6. You do a lot in hiring vets as well. What's the thought process behind that?
They don't miss a day. They're just so dialed in.
When you guys moved me, there was a veteran on the crew, and he was such a great guy, and it was nice to make that connection with somebody, and you could see it. It's that dedication to getting the job done. It was pretty cool.
I think it's exciting, too, because when we do a move for veterans, they appreciate it so much, too, because we're helping out their fellow vets.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website, movingteam6.com.
For more than 50 years, the Fiesta Sports Foundation has been known for world-class events and unmatched hospitality. But our biggest legacy is off the field, where we're improving local communities through education, youth sports, and programs that serve millions of Arizonans. And we're just getting started. Fiesta Sports Foundation. Our season never ends. Learn more at fiestasportsfoundation.org.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It was the Eduardo Rodriguez and Blaze Alexander show in San Francisco yesterday in a 5-3 win. Erod went 6 1/3, struck out 6, only gave up 2 hits and allowed 0 runs, and he had help from his third baseman behind him who made not 1, not 2, but 3 unreal plays at the hot corner yesterday, and here was manager Torey Lovello after yesterday's win.
We needed it. It was, like I said to you before we started, it was a massive win. And I think good teams are capable of winning games when they really have to. There's never a guarantee in this game, but we played well enough, hard enough, and it was a huge win.
The Snakes are off today, but they make their way to Minnesota to start a 3-game series with the Twins tomorrow. ASU, according to Kenny Dillingham, had their best practice in a while yesterday as they prepped for Texas State on Saturday. The Wildcats down in Tucson get ready for their first true test of the season tomorrow night against Kansas State, and the Cards ramp things up as they'll welcome the Carolina Panthers to Glendale on Sunday. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction, located on 51st Avenue just south of Glendale and online at sandersonford.com.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Thursday morning. It is the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what is up?
Man, what's going on, Luke? How are you?
I'm good.
Okay, good.
We're back into a football weekend.
Yeah, here we go. It is Thursday. Oh, it's so heavy, isn't it? You can feel it. The weight of the game coming up this weekend, you can feel it, can you not, brothers? You've had Wednesday already, a little game plan day. It was heavy on Wednesday as well. And now it's another heavy, heavy game plan day, Thursday. This is where you really start getting tightened up in regard to your opponent, of course, and what you're going to do game plan-wise, offensively, defensively, and in transition.
I like this game tonight, too. This Commanders-Packers game from Lambeau.
Huh?
Yeah, this is we were looking at this yesterday because you brought up, hey, remember last year, every team that played Detroit, then the next week they were a mess. Well, Green Bay just played Detroit. Now Green Bay just destroyed Detroit, but they did play them, and now they're playing on a short week, albeit at home, but against the decent Commanders team. We like this game so much we banished Rick to Lambeau Field to go watch this.
That's right, with his dad, too. How cool is that, man? A father-son event at Lambeau. Okay, I'm all in on that one.
I feel like Green Bay is significantly better than Washington, but Washington might, sneak in there and make this game really close tonight, or maybe even steal it. This could be a good game.
I hope Rick behaves himself. You know what I mean? Because I'm sure he's showing up with his Washington jersey.
Yeah,
and
he's probably going to
Commanders
go running across the field with
Yes.
his. Yeah.
Can you imagine that? What if Rick jumped the wall?
How fast do you think Rick could run a 40?
I think it'd
15
be
seconds?
bad. Yeah, I think it'd be bad.
I feel like security would catch him very quickly.
I think, honestly, a 6-year-old could run him down, I think. Just, my opinion.
Just your opinion, but I mean, you've seen a lot of people run 40, so it's an educated
And
opinion.
by the way, Rick, if you're listening right now, how'd you like that email last night? Just saying. Don't talk to me about your vacation and being on vacation. Are you kidding me, Rick?
Should we at least explain the story to the people that are listening? 100% of them have no idea what we're talking about. All right, let's talk Cardinals and a matchup with the Carolina Panthers coming up. And if it feels like, man, they play Carolina a lot, and man, they lose to Carolina a lot. Well, you're right. Since 2015, and they're not in the same division, mind you, they've played Carolina 8 times since 2015.
I can't even believe that.
And they've lost 7 of them.
I know they're in the same conference, yet at the same time, they're not in the same division. They're playing them every year for the most part.
There are teams in the NFL that I feel like I've maybe seen the Cardinals play once in that time, and they just play Carolina every year. It feels like they play Carolina as much as they play San Francisco.
Yeah, this is, once again, their nemesis. You can clearly say that the Carolina Panthers are the Arizona Cardinals' nemesis, especially in the Kyler Murray era. 2019, since 2019, he's 1-4.
Mm-hmm.
They don't win this game 1-5 against the Carolina Panthers. Come on, man.
If they don't win this game,
Can I talk to you for a minute? I'm not talking about you, Kyler, specifically. I'm talking about the entire team. Guys that have been here. What is going on?
Well, I hear what you're saying. The Kyler era against Carolina hasn't been good, 1-4. But it goes well beyond that. They are 1-7 since a playoff game on January 3rd of 2015. Okay.
Yeah, no, this is always difficult for me, basically. But continue, Luke.
They are 6-15 all time against Carolina. So this is going back to 1995, man. They just can't beat Carolina.
Hey, there were some good teams there for the Carolina Panthers.
There were some, but
Yes.
but I would say majoritively Carolina's teams, if you have to pick bad or good, they tend to be bad more than they're good. They had that run with Cam Newton.
Cam Newton. Look at Cam Newton.
We need that Randos cut at some point this week.
They did. They actually had a good little run right there. For the most part, though, once again, 1-4, for me, this applies because it's Kyler Murray who's been 1-4. Kyler Murray and some other guys on the team, but not a lot of them when you think about that. There are still players here that were with Kyler, of course. Having said all of that, to me, it's a situation where, man, you've got to look at the last couple of years because that's where the majority of this roster has really been put together.
Mm-hmm.
The last couple of years in the Monty Ossenfort era. That's what applies to me. I never cared about what's our record against this team all the time. Like, that's going to impact me? It's not going to impact me in the least.
Yeah.
Now, from a fan's perspective, we can look at it and go, oh, you got to be kidding me.
Well, you're right. I mean, every time every team does this, they'll send out the stat pack, and it'll be, you'll see it with the Suns. Like, all the time they have a winning record against the Bucks or whatever, going back to the 70s. Like, okay, it doesn't matter.
Apply to me as a player, it doesn't.
But for whatever reason, the Cardinals just don't beat Carolina, and they play them a lot more than you would expect. I mean, it's just every year, they're playing Carolina again. Cool. Oh, good. Carolina again. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
And it hasn't mattered when both teams are good, like when they were in the NFC Championship. The last time the Cardinals were winning playoff games and they go to the NFC Championship, they lose to Carolina. When one team is decent and the other's bad, the Cardinals have been decent recently at times, and Carolina has just been bad. Carolina still wins. So, got to put an end to that on Sunday.
And once again, I would just say that has no application whatsoever to the guys that are on this team right now. Yet at the same time, it is a curious stat, is it not?
Well, what about – so I see what you're saying, their all-time record or their record in the last 8 games or the last 5 or whatever. They lost to Carolina late last season. And a lot of these guys were on that team.
And you know the way I feel about that. That was, Macedonians, I was actually on vacation.
You came in for an hour on your day off.
Just because I had to. I had to do it. It was that itch I had to scratch. They went out and they laid an egg. They were not ready to play. And that's on every dude that put the bonnet on and put the mouth guard in and went out and played for the Arizona Cardinals. They were not ready to play. Especially when you're talking about that defense stopping Chuba Hubbard.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. They lost the game on the line of scrimmage, and Kyler did not play very well as well. That's just a fact. So right now, this is a game coming up that is a must. I don't want to say must, no. This is a need to win game.
Just for everybody's sanity in this city.
Need to win.
It's close, for me at least, that you go out and you end this little Carolina Panther thing.
Yeah.
We just end this.
So we never have to play that song again.
We never have to do it again or listen to that.
Or at least when we play it in the future, we can laugh at it instead of just quietly being miserable as it plays. Here's Kyler Murray. He was asked yesterday about last year's game, if that leads to any extra motivation for this year's game.
Honestly, man, I'm not really worried about the past. Obviously, that was an unfortunate turn of events for us. But I think for me personally, I'm not motivated by it. I'm motivated by just again being on my feet, are taking a day at a time, going into Sunday. Feeling good about what we put in this week, so I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about the past, to be honest.
Yeah,
in this case,
your thoughts on that?
I totally great for him. He's playing. He should be focused forward. He shouldn't be focused.
Of course.
100%. But you can't tell me every Cardinals fan watching at some point, if Carolina ever goes up in this game, even if Carolina's up like 7-3 in the first quarter, that everybody's not going to be like, seriously, are we doing this again to this team? This is not a top-tier team.
It's one of the reasons why I would love to see the Arizona Cardinals lower the plow and hit the gas. More on this as the show unfolds, Basinonians. But this is, if you want to talk about your team being a tough team, man, we're a tough team, and we love to play the game of football because it's physical. And we love being very, very physical and tough. We love playing the game of football because it's the blood sport. That is the culture that JG and the Arizona Cardinals have built. Now it's time to do it.
All right, we come back over to college. What does Kenny Dillingham think went wrong against Mississippi State, and how quickly can ASU correct it against Texas State? Talked to him last night. We'll get you some of the audio next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2-2. Swinging a broken bat, chopper to short. Perdomo gloves and throws to first, and that's your ball game. The Giants take the first two, but the D-backs rebound and win the series finale by a final score of 5-3. They pull themselves back to one game under 500.
D-backs day off before flying to the land of Ufta for 3 games at the Twins, the home of Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information, 480-990-3300. When you imagine retirement, what do you see, brothers? You know what? I bet for each of us, we all have our different vision, do we not? Different goals require their own unique plans, of course, and that's where Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors come into play. They're all fiduciaries. The better you do, the better they do, Basinonians. Let Trajan Wealth help you craft a plan that will meet your goals. Choosing the right financial advisor was one of the best investments I made for my financial future going forward. Let my friends at Trajan Wealth help you craft an income plan to meet your goals so you can focus on what matters most. Pick up the phone, give them a call, 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What? You've got brothers. Huh? $50 and $200 bills just like you.
Hey. What's up?
What? We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Everything's a little better when it's super. Heroes, markets, sized, and of course, checks. A super check gives you an in-depth review of your current insurance coverage with a Farm Bureau Financial Services agent, no matter who your insurance provider is. That's super cool. Talk to a Farm Bureau agent to make sure you're properly covered at fbfs.com/protect. It's your future. Let's protect it. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond is worthy of a Shane Company engagement ring. Our team travels the world to see diamonds in person and handpick each one. That type of dedication only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. No matter your budget, your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, it's Gambo. What should fans expect at Arizona State's second home game of the season? We'll talk with athletic director Graham Rossini today at 2:30 on the Burns and Gambo Show.
So I need to be clear. Is this considered frat music? I'm trying to figure out what this genre is.
Who is this again?
311.
Yeah. Feels like a little fratty.
I mean, I would almost say this is more frat music than Blink.
I'm not saying that we might walk into your frat house and roll out the keg. Of course, I'm not saying that.
While this song is playing.
I'm not saying. Can I just tell you that once I witnessed this as a freshman. Just this pimply-faced freshman going to college. 18 years old, and all of a sudden, these upperclassmen went into a frat house and rolled it out. Yeah. I ran the other way, I believe.
Right into a wedge, right?
Yes.
All right, ASU taking on Texas State this weekend. For people that don't watch a lot of Texas State football, they have scored 95 points in their first two games. So just be aware that the Sun Devils are facing a team that can score a lot of points. Now, they have played Eastern Michigan in one of those games. It's not necessarily a football power. They played UTSA, who's not, like, terrible. I mean, that's a...
Right.
And they put up right. But they also did give up 63 points in those two games. So that's sort of the environment that ASU's at home, but that they're walking into. This is definitely the biggest game on Texas State's schedule this year. So you know you're going to get their best. ASU beat them last year when there were maybe some higher expectations for Texas State. And ASU beat them 31-28 in their stadium. So this is, I would say, not... I feel a lot better going into this game than I did going into the Mississippi State game, but I would say not a layup by any means.
For me, Basinonians, this is one of those games where it really isn't about who ASU's opponent is. It's about ASU and how they're going to play. This is a culture game right here for ASU. This is a game about them and how they're going to play. We know the first two games, not great. Not great with what they've done, especially the penalties in the first game of the season against NAU was just ridiculous. Mm-hmm. It just, for me again, it just showed a lack of intensity to make that many mistakes, especially for a Kenny Dillingham coached team. That was really indicative of maybe, to me, their mindset. That's the way I see it. I could be dead wrong on that. But that's what I believe. They were not, the intensity level was not there, and all of a sudden they were being sloppy and making mistakes. Week number two, Mississippi State, of course, a whole different ball game. They went in there and appeared to be not ready to play again in the first half. So I want to see how they come out against Texas State in the first half, because I don't think they're ready to play against NAU in the first half. I don't think they're ready to play against Mississippi State in the first half.
Yeah, I think the first half on Saturday is going to tell us a lot about this team. And I go back and forth on this, and as you imagine, I'm sure everybody listening has had a billion conversations about this on Saturday too with their friends or people they work with. ASU didn't go undefeated last year. They lost 2 games.
Yeah.
And when they lost each game, it didn't feel like the season was over. You know, and the reason I bring that up is the season isn't over because they lost a non-conference game. It's more how it's looked. everything they want to do and everything they wanted to do 2 weeks ago is still there. You got to go through the conference. Ultimately, I don't want to understate it, but that game was a whole lot less meaningful, win or lose, than the ones that are coming up, starting with the Baylor game.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's hard to look at it and not see exactly what you just said. Like, they came out flat, and they almost got run off the field in the first half.
Come on, the expectation factor matters. It does. You know, going into last year, we were talking about this. Going into last year, what was your expectation for ASU? Man, could they win? Could they get a bowl game? You know, could they do that? Win 7 games? That was the expectation. Is that, wow, you know, maybe they might be okay. They might hover around 500 or maybe actually win 6 or 7 games. I mean, that was the expectation going in. They're going to be a better team than they were the year before. But how much better? Nobody could have seen, at least I say this for myself. I didn't see Sam Levitt being the quarterback that he was.
Nobody saw 11 wins last year. I think even Kenny Dillingham in one of his press conferences.
Just even the way Sam Levitt played last year.
Yeah.
How awesome.
And this is the game.
Played.
This is the game where it started. It started game 3. The first 2 games last year, he wasn't asked to do much against Wyoming, and he really wasn't even asked to do that much against Mississippi State last year. But this was the game because they got behind against Texas State. And Texas State had an explosive offense last year. And it's been explosive this year, too, but it was supposed to be explosive last year, and Sam Levitt had to bring them back. We had, obviously, Kenny Dillingham on Sparky's Den last night because he's on every week. And I asked him what changed in the second half of the game on Saturday against Mississippi State.
I just think we calmed down. You know, you go on the road, you're at Mississippi State, it's loud, cowbells. I mean, it's a great environment. It's your first road game of the year. It's your first test of the year on the road. And we came out, and they made some good plays. We miscommunicated a few things. And then all of a sudden it was like we come out of the second half, everybody was kind of calm, and we just played football, and we played an unbelievable half of football.
I'll throw this out there, too, Wolf.
They really did.
Well, he also said this just about that game overall, okay, because they're kind of connected.
Early in the season, you don't know how good you are, right? The second half of that game was the first time you're like, oh, wow, like we can be good, like really good. You know, all the returners in college football, you know, it changes every year. Every team's different. So that was the first time that this group of guys went out and played really, really, really good football. Football that could win any game on any Saturday. That second half, we could have beaten any team that second half. Unfortunately, the first half, we could have lost any team.
Not wrong.
No, he's not wrong on that. You know, I love this because, once again, he's talking about confidence, the currency of confidence, and how strong that really is. The fact that you can go out and have that kind of confidence, but it only comes, Basinonians, through doing. You have to do first. You have to go out and do to be confident going forward. And that's cool because everyone would say, whoa, they're returning all the same guys. And yet Kenny's saying, no, this is a different team right now. You don't know how good you are until you go and you actually do it, until you play like that second half against Mississippi State. Then you can look around and go, oh, yeah, this is who we are. Oh, yeah, I'm very confident. Hey, you know what? That confidence, it starts as a little kernel planted in the dirt, and it grows and grows and grows. And suddenly you've got an entire vine in front of you.
You know, it's a good point, too. And I did, to be fair, hear people making this point even before the Mississippi State game. It's a different team. Every year, every season is a different team. Even if you bring all the same guys back, you see it in the pros, right? I mean, the Diamondbacks essentially brought their entire team back that went to the World Series 2 years ago back last year, and it didn't work. It's a different season. It's a different team. Even if you are largely comprised of the same players, a lot of your opponents are different. At best, it's a sequel to the previous movie. It's different, though, and we have seen that through the first 2 games.
Yeah, I love the fact, again, though, that Kenny's actually pointing it out. All these guys coming back. This is what we've been talking about all offseason. Of course, why wouldn't they be ranked higher when you've got everyone coming back? You won the Big 12 last year. Are you kidding me? Got into the college football playoff. Should have won the game. You know, look, even Kenny's saying, with all of the guys returning that we have returned, it's a different year. It is. It's a year-to-year proposition. College football, even more so now than the NFL.
Yeah, because everything around you changes so significantly. And, I mean, let's be real. ASU's lineup is going to look a lot different next year. They're not going to be able to bring all these guys back.
Teams that you play every year.
Yeah.
The teams are changing as well every year.
It is crazy how the non-conference schedule for ASU, what was it last year? Wyoming, Mississippi State, Texas State. This year it's NAU, Mississippi State, Texas State. Like, it's almost the exact same non-conference schedule and order and everything. It's actually their conference schedule that's going to look different because they didn't play Baylor last year. They didn't play TCU last year. So we're going to find out a lot about this team, but I thought it was interesting because that second question wasn't specifically about how good they played in the second half. I asked him if he found anything out about his team through the first two games. And his answer, that second one we played right there, was that he found out that they can play great football because they did it in the second half against Mississippi State, which I think really feeds into what you were saying earlier, Wolf, of pay attention to how they come out of the gate against Texas State. Because if it's going to carry over, they shouldn't come out flat at home, especially against a team. I mean, they could have beat Mississippi State too, but against the team that they could and probably should beat. Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. All right, when we come back, how does Kyler Murray feel going into the Cardinals, I guess, rematch, as they play him every week, it feels like, with the Carolina Panthers? You're going to hear what he said next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals home opener versus Carolina Sunday.
Huddle.
Football is back.
You know, I don't live in the past, but if you look back at that game last year, we did not play our brand of ball. And they're a good football team coming here. They got some premium players. They're hard to defend, so we got to work cut out for us.
Cardinals-Panthers pregame begins with some birria, bloodies, and chorizo at 8:30 Sunday morning. Kickoff 1:25 Sunday afternoon on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. These shades are commercial grade, brothers. We're talking about industrial strength, hundreds of colors and durable fabric that will be able to withstand the Arizona sun. Choose from manual or motorized seal track or cable shades, courtesy of All Pro Shade Concepts. Of course, installation is all done by their in-house team, Basinonians. There's never any subcontractors. This is one of the things I love and appreciate about All Pro Shade Concepts. Never any subcontractors. The installers, I should say, are shade experts, and they've installed thousands of shades here in the Basin. When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available, voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024, and they've got an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Go to allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Home sellers, have you heard the news? We're entering a buyer's market. Sellers face more competition and buyers have more choices. Before you make a move, do what I always do and call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's multiple cash offer program, you'll receive up to 6 cash offers plus her guaranteed sale offer where Carol guarantees the sale of your home at a price acceptable to you or she will buy it. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com and sell with certainty. Carolyn Selenos to Grand Price and Possession.
Let's turn them loose. Friday on the CW, the NASCAR Xfinity Series postseason fight for the title begins.
Justin Allgaier, Austin Hill, Connor Simmons.
And it's not just about acceleration, it's about elimination.
Survival is what it's all about in the NASCAR playoffs.
Who has what it takes to stay in the game?
Man, these guys are out of control.
The NASCAR Xfinity Series, live from the Bristol Motor Speedway, Friday on the CW.
Coverage begins Friday at 4, only on CW7 Arizona.
Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. They offer unbeatable selection. They have a great reputation for making luxury attainable. And best of all, you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He guarantees our listeners will get a smoking hot deal, the best you're going to find in Arizona. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Coming off a Week 1 win, Marvin Harrison Jr. and the Cardinals are gearing up for their home opener this Sunday against the Carolina Panthers. Here is Marv on the connection between him and Kyler to start the season.
Got to definitely continue to build, continue to grow, but I like where we're at, and I think first game was a good start for sure.
Kickoff for that one is on Sunday at 1:05 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. ASU is looking to avenge their loss from last week. They will be back home this weekend facing the Texas State Bobcats. Kickoff for that one is on Saturday at 7:30 over on ESPN 620. The D-backs were able to avoid the sweep yesterday by beating the Giants in the series finale 5-3. They are off today but return to the Diamond tomorrow in the Twin Cities facing the Minnesota Twins. First pitch for that one is tomorrow at 5:10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Mercury are in action tonight trying to prevent a 3-game losing streak. They'll be in Dallas facing the Wings. Tip-off for that one is at 5 o'clock. This report is brought to you by the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official team eye doc for the Suns and D-backs. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today.
Hey, this is Jarrett, and can ASU turn it around when Texas State comes to town? Well, I think if they can bring some necessary roughness to that scrappy Scott Bakula and Sinbad, I think they could beat those armadillos. We'll talk about it at 6 a.m. on Bickley and Murata Mornings.
All right, we are back. Got the hit chart in my hand, Wolf. We're going to get to this in a little bit.
Yeah. You tell me this isn't frat boy music.
I think you just do it when it's Blink.
Okay.
Just to incite anger around the building. I think that's what you do.
Just put your Dockers on.
Okay. Your image of not only frat boy music, but what frat boys wear.
It's a little skewed, Basinonians. Forgive me on this.
But you know what? You're consistent with it. It's not like you change it every week.
Duck shoes and Dockers.
All right, the Cardinals are playing their home opener this weekend against Bryce Young and the Carolina Panthers. This is a game on paper, much like the opener against the Saints, that you should win. Let's we're gonna have Lorenzo Alexander in here in a little bit, and so we're gonna focus on all different aspects of this game when he's in here. But I think at a certain point we're really gonna dive into the defensive side of things for the Cardinals, Wolf. So how about right now, before Zoe gets in here, we dive into how the Cardinals offense should be able to go about making their way through Carolina's defense?
You know, once again, we were talking about this yesterday as well a little bit. We hinted on the fact, where is the onus? Where is the onus for the Arizona Cardinals to win this game? And I really think it is the defensive side of the ball. Now, again, that doesn't excuse the offense in any way, shape, or form. But the Carolina Panthers defense is not very good. They have been historically bad, as a matter of fact. Last year, if you look at them, really bad. They finished dead last in total defense, run defense, scoring defense, 32nd in third down defense as well. They were historically bad last year. Now, again, they've got a whole offseason where they're changing everything, yet at the same time, this is a game where the Arizona Cardinals need to go out and establish their dominance on the line of scrimmage. This is something they do very, very well. They run the ball well. I said it last week, but I mean, now after watching them do okay in terms of running the ball, and I know their numbers look really good, but for me, James Conner is what I'm talking about, the beating heart of James Conner, lining up in rundown situation when everyone knows you're going to run the ball and then being successful. That's my expectation for the Arizona Cardinals rush offense, and it fell short last week of that. I'd like to see that applied in this game, because this is, if ever there is a line of scrimmage game, it's this game for the Arizona Cardinals on both sides of the ball.
Kyler Murray spoke yesterday, and he was asked what he saw upon his review of the film from Week 1.
I mean, I think we just talked about finishing. When we had an opportunity to put the game away, go and do it. Well, I mean, it's first game. Obviously we want to be hitting on all cylinders and go out there and light it up. But there's a lot of weeks in this thing, so we've got to continue to get better each and every week, and I think guys understand that.
That's interesting, because he did bring up something that I think a lot of people, when the game ended, you're maybe not thinking about it. You're thinking about that play that Budda Baker makes in the end zone, Jalen Thompson. You're thinking about essentially two defensive stands by the Cardinals defense after Ryland's field goal was blocked. So they were about to go up 23-10. Instead, it was 20-10. The Saints had good field position. Cardinals held them to 3 and then held them to nothing. If Carolina gets in the first time and it's 2017, they probably just kick a field goal the second time and it's 2020 and you're playing overtime. So you think about the defense, but Kyler is referring to the fact that they got the ball between those two drives and couldn't kill the rest of the clock. That's something you brought up on Monday, too.
Yes, for me, that was the biggest disappointment. I wanted to see the Arizona Cardinals take the ball at that point in time, up 20-13, and not give it back. And that was not the case. And that bothered me that they couldn't finish the game on the field. Having said that, again, I understand it's also week 1. I don't want to be too judgmental. I really don't, based on needs, because I know, especially in today's NFL with the preseason being what it is, I don't want to go back and talk all about that anymore, but it's the truth. That first week of the season, for the most part, is a big question mark. And I think we saw a lot of that as well, how low-scoring the games were. There were like 5 or 6 low-scoring games.
That was an eye-opener when Max was in here yesterday, and we were talking to him about how the game that he called the Steelers-Jets game, that was supposed to be the lowest scoring game of the weekend. Right. It was actually one of the highest. I think it was the high or second highest because of that Bills Ravens game on Sunday night. But there were only 5 teams in the entire NFL that scored more than 27 points. And 4 of them were in 2 games, right? So it's crazy to think that. But the defense typically is ahead of the offense to start the season.
Yes, correct. That's also a very good observation. And why? Why is that? Because the offense acts and the defense reacts for the most part. Okay, the offense has got to act. They initiate where we're going with the ball. Here's the ball, and where is it going? You need 11 guys to be on the same page for the most part to understand that. The Carolina Panthers, again, their defensive front 7, they struggle to stop the run. They're not very good in terms of doing that, even though they have Derek Brown. And Derek Brown is an excellent three technique to me. Now, they move him around. They'll play him over a tackle as well. He'll play over the center from time to time. Derek Brown, to me, is an excellent three technique. Not dominant. I'm not going to call him dominant. He's just really talented for the most part. J.C. Horn is probably a corner as well that sticks out. Their edge is questionable. They have a questionable edge right now, and the Arizona Cardinals know all about that because they had the same situation last year before they went out and got Josh Sweat. Consistent tackling has been an issue as well. Not only their edge rushers, but their tackling overall has not been good. And let's hope that trend continues. And it's one of the reasons why I want to see James Conner get 20 carries in this game. That is my number. If I know if James Conner gets 20 carries, I'm going to feel really, really good that the Arizona Cardinals won this game.
You're saying Conner specifically, not he and Benson combined.
No.
Specifically, James Conner, battering ram right through their defense.
Gets 20 carries. That tells me, you know what? Oh, yeah, things are going well. Things are going well. That's why they're giving him the ball. And not only that, it's the opportunity. The opportunity is there. Why? Because they're controlling the ball. And now if he gets over 20 carries, I feel really, really good about the Cardinals winning the game.
You bring up Derek Brown, and I will always forever associate him with being the pick before the Cardinals took Isaiah Simmons. Like the second Derek Brown went off the board, everybody's like, oh, they're taking Simmons. I think they kind of ran up there to take Simmons. By the way, that draft, I was looking at it before. It's not just Joe Burrow at the top. You have CeeDee Lamb, you have Justin Jefferson, which then is a reminder that in college, Burrow had Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase to throw to. That's not fair at all. Tristan Wirfs was in that draft. Tua, Justin Herbert, Derek Brown, like you said, Patrick Queen, DeAndre Swift. There's a lot of good players in that draft. But anyway, doesn't matter now. Don't miss your last chance to win tickets to the Cardinals home opener this Sunday. Just head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page, watch us live, and click the contest link pinned in the chat. It's that easy. Tune in, click, and you could be at the game on Sunday. When we come back, how about some baseball? Because every time you want to write the Diamondbacks off, they get back into the wild card race. Is this actually still doable? We're going to look at what it would take for them to get in. It's maybe not as crazy as you would think. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
After a road loss at Mississippi State, the Sun Devils look to bounce back in the W column at home versus Texas State.
I'm excited. I was excited to build on the second half of last week. Played really good football there at the end. Build on that, play home, and keep the home streak rocking.
Pre-game begins at 4:30 Saturday afternoon. Kickoff at 6:20 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information, or you could just go ahead. You could boldly jump in the car and drive on over to the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, and just go ahead and walk around, peruse the inventory that they have. They have over 1,300 vehicles, as a matter of fact, at Santan Ford right now. Yes. 1,300 vehicles. They have all sorts of lease deals starting from $319, 0 down, 0 APR, and 0 payments for 90 days on select new Fords. Tim Hovick, of course, is a good buddy of mine. He's the owner-operator of Santan Ford. I've known him for over 20 years. He'll talk your ear off about sports, show up, and all of a sudden you want to talk baseball, football. Yeah, he's ready to go. Go to the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're looking for a meal that's never boring and always packed with flavor, head to Sonic. With a great menu full of iconic classics and new favorites, there's something for everyone in your crew. And remember, order ahead with the Sonic app to score exclusive rewards like half-price drinks and slushes, where every sip helps support local schools through Sonic's Limeades for Learning, with over $30 million donated since 2009. Live free, eat Sonic.
When your backyard needs a serious refresh like ours did at Casa Cal BC, you want the best. But how do you know? Where do you go? Well, California Pools and Landscape has already won 33 international design awards this year. Discover the difference when you go with the most awarded pool builder in Arizona. High quality work, built to last. Our favorite, the industry leading warranties. Even better, they're donating to Phoenix Children's with every project built this year. See our backyard transformation and what's possible at calpool.com/Paul.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Can the Arizona Cardinals defense have another coming out party against Bryce Young and the Panthers offense? We'll talk about it on today's Burns and Gambo show, starting at straight up 2 o'clock.
All right, I will grant you, this is a conversation, Wolf, that would have seemed ridiculous a couple weeks ago, and still might. You know, we may get to the end of the season and the Diamondbacks might miss the playoffs by 7 games. And people are going to be like, can you believe you were talking about that on, a couple of weeks into September? However, this is where we are right now. They won last night, so they snapped their 4-game losing streak.
Yeah.
The Mets are apparently never winning again. So
they've lost 5 in a row now.
They've lost 5 in a row. It goes so much deeper than that, though. I mean, they have taken the door and thrown it wide open since, July 27th. The Mets beat San Francisco in San Francisco, okay? So at that point, the Mets were 62-44.
Wow.
18 games above 500. Fast forward to now, they are 76-70. So what is that? 14-26 since then.
You do it.
I may or may not be right.
Right. Fact check that, will you, Jamal?
Yeah, Jamal, you're not doing anything else.
Right,
just go ahead and fact check my math. That might be totally wildly off.
It's just here's the whole thing that I cannot get over. Raise your hand, Basinonians, if. Why did you all?
Because first of all, you said raise your hand, so I did.
Raise your hand. Okay, raise your hand if you have given up on the Diamondbacks getting into the postseason twice over the last month.
Yeah, that's fair. I've written them off twice.
Last month,
yeah.
I've said that's it. Well, it's over.
Yeah,
okay? Let's just stop it right now. And yet,
the trade deadline was one of them.
Okay.
And then the third loss in a row on this 3-game losing streak they just snapped yesterday was the other one.
Yeah, for the most part, you're right about that. The trade deadline, they're sellers.
They're sellers, and I believe the exact number was 10 games out of the wild card.
Yeah, it wasn't good. That much I do know. And now all of a sudden, it seems a little premature that you would have raised your hand and said, yes, that was me. I gave up on them, not once, but twice. And right now, I want to do the same thing after this San Francisco series. If they would have won one more game, just one more game against the Giants and won the series, I'd be like, do you believe this? Do you believe what is going on? They have a shot, and they would have. And they still do.
They still do.
This weird kind of, all right, they're 3.5 games out. Is that ridiculous? With, what do they got, 15?
They've got 15 games left. They're 3.5 back. So we're in the range now where it's like, okay, that's going to be tough. You are running out of time. But we're also in the range where this happens, where a team is 3.5 games back with 15 games to go and gets in. It's not inconceivable. Is it likely? No, it's not likely, but it's not inconceivable, and it helps when the team you're trying to run down cannot win a baseball game.
Yes, yeah.
This is where baseball gets weird every year. There's always a team, it seems like, that just kind of melts down at the end, and there's always a team that goes on some sort of crazy run. Now, to your point, the crazy run the Diamondbacks have been on, and they were on one, sort of ended in San Francisco. They lost that series. But still, 3.5 with the Mets. The Mets still have another one coming up against Philadelphia this afternoon. They just can't beat the Phillies. Then they've got 3 against Texas, 3 against San Diego. So the next 7 games are not easy for the Mets. And baseball, I would say more than any other sport, don't undervalue the fact that they are in free fall mode, the Mets. I think that's a real thing. Now, that might mean San Francisco or Cincinnati gets in instead, but the Diamondbacks aren't out of this yet.
Yeah, and I know what free fall mode feels like as well in a locker room. Let me just put it that way. I've multiple times we've lost 4, 5, 6 games in a row, maybe even double digits based on earnings. Don't hold me to that. Okay, don't hold me to that, though, because I don't want to remember that. I know that it did happen one year, and it was really, really bad. Having said that, everyone knows it is. It's about the collective confidence that is inside the clubhouse and the lack thereof that is inside the clubhouse. It does compile. It is something that builds up, and suddenly it's tsunami-like, and you feel helpless. And all you have to do when you're losing, and my young crunks, never forget this, just focus on you. All you can do is control yourself. You can't control anybody else. When that tsunami of losing hits you, you just have to know, go inward, go internal, focus on yourself, because that is the answer. You can only control what you can do, and you can't buy into the collective. You have to focus on yourself. The problem is, a lot of the times, it's hard to do that when somebody's out there and you think maybe, oh, he's not trying. Or he's, you know what, I can't believe he did that. What are you doing? Why did you do that? A lot of times you can't help but focus on your teammates. And that doesn't help you get out of the win or get out of the loss streak that you're in. It doesn't help you win.
Especially in baseball when you're playing every single day. If you are stumbling, all of a sudden you rack up 4 or 5 losses before you ever, if this were basketball and you're playing 3 nights a week or whatever, nothing's going right. Okay, but we have a 4-day break coming up. We'll kind of get away from it and reset. I've seen this before. We've all seen it before, where a team just falls off the map in August and September and they don't recover. The Mets could still recover, I get that, but their lead overall is down to 2 games now over San Francisco, or over Cincinnati, rather. But let me just put it this way, Wolf. I think we'll know for sure.
Giants too, right?
Yeah, I think the Giants are right in there.
Yeah, the Giants are right there too.
Yeah, they're each. So yep. I was.
Okay, you were right.
By being right twice, I was actually wrong completely. So I think we'll know in a week. With what the Diamondbacks have 3 against Minnesota coming up starting tomorrow. Minnesota is 18 games below 500. Games on paper you should win. Then you've got 3 at home against San Francisco to start next week. Games that you would need to win realistically if you're going to get in. And in that time, the Mets play every day through this weekend. They play Philly, and then, like I said, Texas 3 times. They get Monday off, and then they play the Padres 3 times. if you're still 3.5 back in a week, like, that's cool. This is a nice run, but you're out of time at that. But is it really inconceivable you could make up 2 games on the Mets in that stretch and be a game and a half out a week from now?
No, it is not. That's the thing. I know.
They pull you back in.
It's just every time I'm out there, pull me back in. It's just exactly the way that you feel. And, you know, I give these guys a lot of credit that are in the clubhouse for the Diamondbacks right now because they are resilient. To go out and have the opportunity to play, I think of immediately. If there's one guy, I think of Blaze Alexander. We've been talking an awful lot of Blaze Alexander. The play that he makes last night, incredible. Let me just say that, you know, again, going forward, I just wonder if he isn't a guy that the Diamondbacks are going to say, you know what, you deserve this.
They got a couple guys now that can play like 6 different positions, which is crazy.
Know, but I wonder if they're ever going to say, you're our guy.
I think.
Is there enough time left to do that? I think so.
Do you think they're going to say you're our guy at this specific position, or just you're on this team?
Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
I think we're getting there.
But again, a guy that you're going to try to get at bats.
Yeah, why wouldn't you? Because this is not the only time he's flashed. I mean, he did it earlier and even last year. Now
he's so athletic, man. This is the one thing I love about Blaze. Do you agree with that, Jamal? He is so athletic. He's got
very,
a
very
cannon for an arm as well.
And he'll do whatever you ask him to do on the field. He'll play over here today, and now you're going to play. You're going to play in the outfield, and you're going to play third base. Real quick, this is Torey Lovello on D-backs TV after the game yesterday because it wouldn't be a Diamondback story without a win coupled with an injury. So he had to give this update on Ketel Marte.
Yeah, he's got right foot contusion. He fouled that ball off his foot. And I knew that it got him good. I could tell by his body language he wasn't feeling good, and it just got to be too much. But, the way I look at it, and x-rays were negative, so I think we're in a good spot so far. He's one of the best players in the National League, and I want him on the field. But at a certain point, we got to be smart about it. And I think it just got to be too much for him, and he let us know.
And they asked about the next steps for Ketel.
The next steps are to see how he feels over the coming 24 hours. I'll pencil him in right now to start at second base in Minnesota on Friday. So I think hopefully we dodged the bullet. But by that time, I know that he was very uncomfortable, and we had a 5-0 lead, and I felt like we could manage it from there.
Well, let's hope this day off things go well.
Yeah, because they will need him to make any sort of crazy run.
Yeah, beyond a shadow of a doubt.
What did we say yesterday? Probably need to win 13 of your last 16. Okay, so now you need to win 12 of your last 15 to get in. So not impossible, but still I would say not likely. But maybe we should just write them off again, Wolf, because every time we write them off, they go on a run. Coming up next, the Cardinals came away with a Week 1 victory in New Orleans. So what went well for the Cardinals that you can count on going forward? We're going to ask 15-year NFL vet Lorenzo Alexander. He'll join us in here next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Tomorrow afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper, 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Listen, Presidential Pools, this is what I love about this. They first started as this little company that was building little pools in 1991, and they reshaped the pool industry in Arizona by becoming the largest pool builder in the state. Think about that. 1991, there's just a little company building little pools, and now they're the largest pool builder in the state. They've been improving their brand for decades and really set themselves apart with the process, their products, and their people. Of course, they build pools, and their history and expertise is worthy of your attention. Most of their sellers, brothers, have been there for decades. James Frabasilio is a good buddy of mine, as a matter of fact, and someone you can trust. They're family-owned and operated, and I give them my highest recommendation when it comes to your backyard and your pool experience. Go to presidentialpools.com. That's presidentialpools.com. Arizona.
Dave Burns here with Jimmy V, founder of V's Barbershop, where you can always count on a great haircut or a hot lather shave 25 years, and you walk into any of the V's now, nothing's changed at all in the sense that they're all aligned the same. They all look like old-fashioned barbershops. It's the best barbers in town. The smell of the tonic, you talk about nostalgia. Every time I smell the tonic, I think about being inside a V's barbershop. It is amazing how when you walk into one, it's almost exactly the same experience as you would have gotten back in 1999, and that's a real testament to what you've built.
The barbershops were in a bad place when we started, and we changed the model completely in 99, and we're proud of that. We did our part in dusting off the barbershop model and making it better. I want it to change with the times, but I want it to be something that's so familiar that people just look at it and go, yes, that's a V's.
It's true. The more things change, the more things stay the same at V's. Book your appointment today at vbarbershop.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Advanced Window Products, and we all know the Arizona sun can do a number on your house, and if your home is 15 years or older, chances are good you need new windows, so do what I did. Take advantage of a great summertime special at Advanced Window Products, where you are going to get a $2,500 discount on any purchase of 10 or more windows. Advanced Window Products, a family-owned, locally operated company with a great vibe. Their approach is to treat customers as friendships. They offer the highest-rated windows in the state, the most affordable, high-quality custom windows you are going to find, and that's because there's no middleman at Advanced Window Products. They have their own factory where they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, and they will guarantee them for life. And remember, purchase 10 windows, you get a $2,500 discount. 480-790-7480, online at advancedwindows.com.
I'm Bree.
I'm Sean.
And we are the Berquist family. We are repeat Fulton customers, and we've lived in a Fulton community for 6 years. We had been looking for a home, and so we walked into the Fulton community, and we were just absolutely blown away. When we walked into the model home, we noticed the high ceilings, the beautiful kitchen, the flooring, and the floor plan. We knew it was a place where we were going to raise our family.
And on top of that, we have a swimming pool and a good location here.
When you say the word community, you have to be able to see it and feel it. And so when you have your neighbors, you feel that community because you become friends, and it even feels like family, like a family community. And that is something that is priceless and can last a lifetime. We absolutely would recommend a Fulton home to our friends and family.
Fulton Homes. You're proud to own, we're proud to build.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm proud to announce Sanderson Ford has teamed up with Arizona Sports as the tailgate sponsor of all football home games. Show up and tailgate in style in a new Ford F-150 STX Super Crew truck for only $44,899. Sanderson Ford is all about football and supporting our troops by providing seats for soldiers at every home game. Go online at SandersonFord.com for more info. This is Sanderson Ford Country.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Coming off a Week 1 win, Marvin Harrison Jr. and the Cardinals are gearing up for their home opener this Sunday against the Carolina Panthers. Here is Marv on the connection between him and Kyler to start the season.
I mean, it's just a start. We got to definitely continue to build, continue to grow, but, I like where we're at, and I think, first game was a good start for sure.
Kickoff for that one is on Sunday at 1:05 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. ASU is looking to avenge their loss from last week. They will be back home this weekend facing the Texas State Bobcats. Kickoff for that one is on Saturday at 7:30 over on ESPN 620. The D-backs were able to avoid the sweep yesterday by beating the Giants in the series finale 5-3. They are off today but return to the Diamond tomorrow in the Twin Cities facing the Minnesota Twins. First pitch for that one is tomorrow at 5:10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Mercury are in action tonight trying to prevent a 3-game losing streak. They will be in Dallas facing the Wings. Tip-off for that one is at 5 o'clock. This report is brought to you by CW7 Arizona. The race for NASCAR Xfinity Series Championship is on, live from Bristol Motor Speedway this Friday at 4 on CW7 Arizona.
Arizona Sports, the local local sports leader.
The energy and passion he brings to the game is something I think that's contagious.
Intercepted by Lorenzo Alexander. Now he laterals to Aqib Talib.
When you talk about a great pro that you wish every one of your players would emulate.
He's one of those guys, he's like a lunch bell guy. That blue-collar appeal to coming to work. He's going to outwork you every single play.
15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander joins Wolf and Luke to give us the lowdown on the Cardinals and the NFL. Driven by Sanderson Ford.
Yeah, Lorenzo Alexander is here in studio. Wolf and Luke on a Thursday morning live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. So is there a highlight in there of you getting the ball and lateraling it to Aqib Talib? Do you remember that play?
Yeah. I think that surprises everybody. Wolf made a point about that last year when we started. I mean, I said, did he lateral it? Yeah, that was actually the play that won me the Pro Bowl MVP in a car, by the way. So I got a pick. Kirk Cousins threw it a little high. Actually, the play before, I kind of hit Jimmy Graham, for a Pro Bowl game. I blew him up. And so the next play, Kurt went right back to him, and Jimmy didn't reach for it. He said, man, these cats out here hitting cats. Let me put my hands down. And so actually I picked it, finger-tipped it, much like Vetter did, and took it to the house, and we got a little jiggy with it, pitched it to Aqib, and he took it, and then Kurt ended up catching him. One thing, I just saw something about Aqib Talib. I don't know, was it Seattle? Somebody hit one of his teammates dirty. That dude rides for you. If you play with, I didn't really know. I wasn't with him. If you ride with him, because in that game, Jimmy got in my face after I hit him. Talib was the first cat up in him. Like, nah, man, what you doing? We playing football. You want to play? You want to play? Nice. So, but he's one of those cats that always came. I saw like somebody did a dirty play on one of his teammates, and he's fighting on the sideline with the guy. So I always rock with him. He's a really good dude.
Well, it's just funny because I don't remember you playing on a team with him, and then also like I don't know about you, Wolf, but I always feel like Zoe would be the guy if you intercept a pass and then lateral it. Zoe would be like, "What are you doing? Like we got the ball back." It's
Pro Bowl.
But it was a Pro Bowl.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
All right, so let's just start with the win for the Cardinals on Sunday in New Orleans. It wasn't fancy. It wasn't like a blowout win. There really weren't many blowout wins around the NFL, but it's a road win in the NFL. So what did you take away from that game?
I think that's the significant part, being able to go on the road and win early. And in New Orleans, right? I've played there a handful of times. It's really hard to win there. Their crowd gets into it. And it's something, and I know people probably remember this game when, who might have been my first year here, 2013, when we had like 6 guys, right? Shotty lost a fingertip. Sam broke his arm. I broke tore my Liz Frank. Okafor tore his body. It's just a weird place to go, and always weird stuff like that happens when you go down there. Yeah. So to be able to go down there and find a way to win and make enough plays, right? They left a lot of plays out on the football field, and I think that's a lot of the week one rust, whatever, because they haven't really played a football game since the preseason, and that's even in a short order. They found enough plays out there to win the game. And then, I also liked, obviously, Marv showing up. He was actually open a couple of other times where he was missed or not seen, and they got back to him. And so him getting integrated. And then I really like, obviously, Trey McBride. I mean, he had one of the most pivotal plays. It might have been like a 3rd and 12 or 10, catches it, right, breaks a tackle and gets a first down. Mm-hmm. It eventually led to a touchdown. But if he doesn't get that, it's a whole different outcome to that game. And so he's still who he is, who we thought he was going to be this year, really pivotal guy in this offense. And so those two guys really rocking and rolling, I really liked what I saw out of them.
Yeah, for me, what I'd like to do is start with a couple of extremes here. Your thoughts just watching the game overall where you went, yeah! Yeah. And then your thoughts where you said, can I talk to you for a minute?
Yeah. Well, I think the number one thing is when Will Johnson lays out Olave. That's the number one. Where you're like, ooh.
You're like, yeah.
Yeah, the first play of the game was a big hit on Calais hit Kamara pretty good in the hole coming off. That was a big hit. I really love that. James counter. So now the counter game, right? And I know the offensive line I didn't think played great in the run game. I really think strategically the New Orleans Saints had just a great beat on the counter game. When you watch the film back, DeMario Davis and them boys knew what it was coming and was flowing and hitting the gaps perfectly, and really was never nothing there. But a couple of times, James Conner aborted the counter play and kind of hit it off back. He actually had maybe a 10 or 15-yard run after he aborted it. So I really that was a good play for them, being physical downhill.
So you would have wanted to talk to the offensive line.
For sure. And then, you could tell Isaiah, this is a first game. I don't know if he played where the level he wanted to play. I know everybody was kind of watching that. So seeing him settle in, especially when we see these big boys that's going to be coming to the game this week that we can get into, but just being more physical and stout, right? And for offensive linemen, if you have 3 or 4 bad plays, it's a bad day, because he played overall solid. True. But those 3 or 4 plays that flat, what happened? What happened there? That's what people typically look at for offensive linemen.
What happened there? I know there's a lot of coaches who looked at me and said, what happened there?
Right.
Nice open-ended
question. Coach, I was 218 pounds when fullbacks are 245.
Yeah.
One of those questions where there's not really a right answer, and they just want to see what you're going to say.
Right.
Basically what that is.
Yep.
Arizona Sports 98.7 FM is giving you the chance to experience Innings Festival. You're going to rock out to performances by Blink, 21 Pilots, Mumford & Sons, Cage the Elephant, and many more when Innings hits Tempe February 20th through the 22nd. Tickets go on sale this Friday, but you can win a pair now by visiting ArizonaSports.com. When we come back, Cardinals defense got it done against the Saints. Are there still areas they can improve? We'll dive into that next. Lorenzo Alexander is here. He's going to stick around for the full hour. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Will Johnson was great yesterday. You can see what great looks like. Great pops. Great, just kind of reaches out through the TV and grabs you a little bit and says, he was great.
Yeah.
He was great in that game yesterday.
The highest graded rookies in week 1. Tyler Warren a 90.4, Will Johnson a 90.2. Will Johnson was the second highest graded rookie in week 1. He was fantastic.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Brooklyn Betting. What do you say, Jamal? You bring me that Brooklyn beat. The autumn wind is blowing, is it not? Did you feel it this morning, Basinonians? And that means football is here, of course, and so is the fall sale at Brooklyn Betting. Now through September 30th, everything in store and online is 25% off. Yeah, I'm talking everything. Sheets, pillows, mattresses, adjustable frames. Everything is 25% off, so your game plan to score on this great deal is to get on over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the fall sale at Brooklyn Betting. We are the Wu Fan Clan. We love our Brooklyn Sedona hybrid mattress from Brooklyn Betting and still sleep on it. We've had it for years for the best sleep ever. Get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone.
We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time, like car wash. Right now, you can save 20% on the Armor All Complete Car Wash Kit. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This holiday season, elevate your event at Talking Stick Resort. From breathtaking views and a world-class golf course to 113 square feet of flexible event space, every detail sets the stage for an unforgettable holiday party. Whether it's cocktails under the stars or a fully produced banquet with state-of-the-art AV, Talking Stick has it all, plus a luxurious spa for next-day recovery. Secure your celebration today. Talking Stick Resort, Scottsdale's premier destination for celebration. Life well played.
Arizona sports.
Here we go, fellas.
15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander joins Wolf and Luke.
A guy who epitomizes class, integrity, and is a true gentleman.
The Lowdown, driven by Sanderson Ford.
All right, week 1 is in the books. Actually, week 2 is starting tonight in Green Bay. We'll get into that in just a couple moments. But the Cardinals hold the New Orleans Saints to 13 points. Lorenzo Alexander is here. So I wanted to kind of go deeper on the defense, obviously, because you're the guy to talk to about this. People look at it and they say, okay, well, 1 sack. Okay, well, it's not like you're forcing turnovers. And I understand that. But at the same time, you held an NFL team to 1 touchdown for the whole game.
Yeah.
And, you can go back and forth if maybe that touchdown wasn't going to happen if they counted Will Johnson's interception, too. So overall, how do you assess the defense after 1 week?
I think it was good enough to win week 1. And they made enough plays. Again, you do want to try to create some turnovers. I thought the back end did really well. Max got beat a little early when the guy pushed off, and he didn't allow that to linger, right? He continued to compete, and overall, I thought won the day. Same thing with Will Johnson. Obviously, Budda Baker and what they did on the back end with Jalen, just lodging the ball. They did enough back there and was really solid. If I had to pick a place where I think they need to take the next step would be really the second level of defenders, because I don't think the defensive line got dominated. I don't have a concern there when I rewatched at least the first half of the run stuff. A lot of it was happening because it wasn't getting fit properly from the second level, right? In the second level, Mac Wilson, that level, the linebackers are supposed to make the defensive line right. In a couple of those big runs, well, one of them was after Rattler had took the zone read and ran for like 10 or 12 yards. The next time they ran a similar play, Mac thought Rattler kept it, and he didn't do his job and stay in his gap, and that's where the running back ran and got a big gain, right? Yeah. And so those are things he'll watch back on film, because you can immediately see after the thing he like this, that's on me, right? You get too nosy and not fitting into your gap because you're trying to see everything, just do your job, and typically the ball is going to come to you, because if Rattler would have kept that, somebody else was doing their job and he would have got tackled for maybe a 1-yard gain. So little things like that, when you allow yourself to see too much, just stay in your gap. Tackling better, right? A couple of those big runs got out. They hit the guy in the backfield, but they didn't tackle well, so he got out. Definitely from the corners. And then schematically, a couple of times, I think the New Orleans Saints took advantage of the Cardinals defense. Once they had they had like a 6 technique, and they took the edge, and the only person that was out there was a DB. And so they had a tight end. They just had numbers. So it was more schematics than actually physical toughness to set the edge. And then one time, which I think we need to do at some point, they went 20 personnel. And I forget number 5's name, but they motioned out Kamara.
Yes.
And Mac went with Kamara like, okay, and then they handed it off to number 5, who's the other running back, right? And then he got a big gain, but it was by using their best player as a decoy. Yeah. So little things like that, which I hopefully we implement with Troy Benson and Trey Benson, and Connor using that 20 personnel, so you can maybe motion Connor or motion Trey and then hand it off to somebody. Because at the end of the day, you're trying to get numbers in matchups, which they did really well, which the Saints did well versus the Cardinals. So just being able to make adjustments to that and then tackling better.
Yeah, so Kendre Miller is who you're thinking of.
There we go.
Right there. Also, too, just looking at it, I thought they came in with a game plan of we're going to rush 4. That's what we're going to do. We're going to rush 4, and we're going to play some zone, and we're going to try to force Spencer Rattler to make a mistake.
Yep.
And what did you think about their game plan in terms of defensively saying we're going to take an easy or conservative approach on him? And then, to me, I wondered why they didn't bring up a little bit more pressure or blitz.
Yeah, they probably could have blitzed a couple more times, but you have to be in the situations to have it. I thought and I think this is what Nick may have saw, like they were getting the ball out of his hands pretty quickly.
Yeah,
so unless I have 3rd and 12 where maybe he has to hold on to the ball, there's no reason to bring pressure because the pressure isn't going to get there, right? So you got to think about what he's thinking and how he's seeing the game play out. Because anytime he held the ball, Sweat came and got a hand on him a couple of different times. Or D-Rob, right, pushed the pocket and he felt pressure on him even though he didn't necessarily hit him. So I felt like anytime he held onto the ball for an extended amount of time, there were bodies around Spencer throughout the game. Now, he didn't hold on to it a lot.
Right.
And one time in particular, I know Will Johnson had a great game. They lined up in a stack formation to his side. He's with, I think, Jalen Thompson. They motioned one of those receivers that was in the stack, and then the receiver returned, and they didn't communicate well. Right? And so they both ended up guarding the same receiver, and Spencer was able to get the ball out of his hands where he probably would have got hit if that didn't happen. So those type of things, right, need to get cleaned up because the better teams you play, that may turn into a touchdown because you may be on the short route and the deep route. Right. So that was probably the other thing that they need to clean up from week 1 to this week on the back end specifically would be the communication when you have man-to-man and guys are motioning, switching spots, having cleaner communication. And we also saw that when they weren't getting out of the huddle a couple of times. And Mac, I saw him spinning his hands like, I don't know if he needed to be faster or the call needs to come in faster because a couple of times Spencer was able to take advantage of them not being really set and snapping the ball and getting the ball, and the defense wasn't ready, and you saw a couple of free runners. So that's the growth from week 1 to week 2 that they're going to have to be able to see from the communication standpoint and getting the defense set.
Rattler getting the ball out that quick, how much of that is the Saints emphasizing that because he's relatively inexperienced? Because the list of quarterbacks the Cardinals are going to play coming up, it's probably Bryce Young. It is Bryce Young.
Yep.
Probably Mac Jones, because I don't think they're going to see Brock Purdy. Sam Darnold, a rookie, and Cam Ward, and Daniel Jones. I mean, that's the list. It's not like they're facing these ultra-established QBs coming up now.
Yeah, no, not at all. I mean, I got to watch each one of those guys. Obviously, we have Bryce Young coming up, and he holds on to it too. He sees ghosts out there. So, they do have obviously T-Mac that's pretty good, smooth receiver, but he doesn't get the ball out of his hands quickly at all. So they definitely will because the Jaguars last week were able to get to him. So they will have some opportunities, I think, to get pressure. Unless they say, okay, we looked this first week, we got to get the ball out of our hands because it didn't look good last week, and unless have the same plan that the Saints had and try to run the ball a little bit more and be effective there. But I think they'll have an opportunity, especially these DBs, because when you don't have elite quarterback play, they typically throw you the ball at least 3 or 4 times. Yeah. And so that's going to give you some more opportunities to get some interceptions, which I think they got to capitalize on this week, which we all know. What Mac Milton did was not a penalty. I think because of the route combination, it was a curl route. Maybe the ref thought he turned his hip. That's the only way I can think that it may have worked.
He was standing next to him.
He was just
right?
next to him. He didn't turn him at all. And you can be handsy. What they look for is if you are turning guys or restricting them, which he didn't do. And then you negate Will Johnson's first pick. So they need to be able to find those plays that's just going to make this defense that much better.
So break it down for us how the game ended. Okay, I mean, once again, the defense and Buddha making the play. Your thoughts on that overall?
That's what he does. It doesn't surprise me at all. A guy finding ways to get the ball out. I mean, he didn't, and it was a catch until it wasn't.
It was.
Right? And so that's why you got to defend. You got to fight. You got to take guys to the ground, and that's what Sean McDermott, DBs, because sometimes DBs want to just stay up. I don't want to be on the ground. I'm too pretty to do that. Obviously, that's not who Buddha is, right? He's flying around. You got to, it's all the way to the ground, physical, tooth and nail, everything you got, and that's the difference between winning and losing a game, yes. And that's why you always want to demand that from your guys and players, as they're coming up as young players or even in the NFL, because that's the difference in winning and losing.
Yes, for me there was a couple of really poetic things. Just the fact that the three safeties for the Arizona Cardinals, we're all in on that.
They all converged.
It was Jalen Thompson, it was Buddha, of course, and Rabbit over the top as well. I thought that was interesting. And then there was the Buddha kip-up after it, too, which, let's just face it, still one of the greatest moves ever.
I can't do that.
Can knock it off.
Even if you could do it, to do it in that moment,
his hands.
Like we're all trying to see if the ball's on the ground. He's already doing that thing where he jumps up like that.
Man, he does it with his neck alone. That is pretty incredible.
That's not normal. Zoe, the other part of the end of that game, and Kyler talked about this, was that the offense wasn't able to just end it when they got the ball back, but the defense really made two pretty big stops after that missed or blocked, I guess, field goal, because if they don't hold them to just 3 points the first time through, the second time they can just kick and you're playing overtime. So that was the part to me that stood out of the defense maybe getting on the same page more as the game went on. And I guess that's my question for you. They brought in so many new guys. Does it take a little time in actual game situations for everybody to communicate out there?
The back end is pretty together, though, when you think about the three safeties.
Yeah.
Right, Max was here last year. Obviously, Will Johnson is new, and so you saw some miscommunication there that's going to continue to get better. And I don't know who was right or wrong, but obviously being on the same page is all that matters. So that typically does when you have a new guy. Obviously, with Mac calling the defense, that's going to take some time and trying to figure out how fast he needs to go and getting that communication from the coordinator to the call in game. If somebody goes quick or feels like it may be hurry up, it's not necessarily 2 minute where they're going fast. They're just on the line and you feel panicked. Give me the call, right? Being able to get everybody lined up. Those things will progress. Defensive linemen, you just hear the close call, line up and get ready to go. But I think they have enough veteran leadership to where they'll get that fixed for this week, especially knowing, who Mac is as a guy and as a player.
Yeah. Take us with you wherever you go, and if you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on ArizonaSports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. We come back. Two of the 49ers' most important players could be out for a little while here. So how big of an opportunity could this be for the Cardinals and the rest of the NFC West? We'll get into that with 15-year NFL vet Lorenzo Alexander. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream home and you could just move in right away without getting weighed down by all these extra complications, waiting around to sell your old place first, all that stuff? It sounds perfect to just avoid that, doesn't it? It's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. Keep it simple. It's the best way to do it. So here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. On your timeline, no waiting around, no showings, no double moves, no extra hassles, none of those additional complications you don't need right now. And then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home. They make price-boosting upgrades, and once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, sell your old home later, buy before you sell, get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com. That way you can get your free home valuation. It's quick, it's easy, it's right there online. Find everything you need right there. Again, that's Orchard.com.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Hit by a drunk driver who chose to get behind the wheel? Hit by a reckless driver who didn't care about the safety of others? It starts an endless road of pain, uncertainty, and financial hardship. If you've been hit, it's time to hit back.
Call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
When your backyard needs a serious refresh like ours did at Casa Cal BC, you want the best. But how do you know? Where do you go? Well, California Pools and Landscape has already won 33 International Design Awards this year. Discover the difference when you go with the most awarded pool builder in Arizona. High quality work, built to last. Our favorite, the industry leading warranties. Even better, they're donating to Phoenix Children's with every project built this year. See our backyard transformation and what's possible at calpool.com/Paul.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
Hi, Arizona sports listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. So the hot summer is still upon us and school has started. The last thing anyone needs is to start the school year with car troubles. You know, moms and dads will be running all over town, dropping off and picking up their kids, which can be hard on any car. And what if that dang check engine light comes on? Man, talk about frustrating. Well, don't worry. What to do when your car needs repairs can be frustrating, but where to go when it does isn't. That's us at AMCO. With plenty of locations, AMCO's used to taking care of our Valley's heroes. We serve teachers, paramedics, firefighters, policemen, and our most important heroes of all, moms and dads. Now, you all know that AMCO specializes in transmissions and powertrain repairs, which includes clutches, transfer cases, differentials, even engine replacements. All the big repairs that most shops don't do. We do small repairs too, like air conditioning and brakes. So just pop into your nearest AMCO or book online at amcoarizona.com. Now that's pretty awesome. Well, that's because we're AMCO. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Coming off a Week 1 win, Marvin Harrison Jr. and the Cardinals are gearing up for their home opener this Sunday against the Carolina Panthers. Here is Marv on the connection between him and Kyler to start the season.
I mean, it's just a start. We got to definitely continue to build, continue to grow, but, I like where we're at, and I think, first game was a good start for sure.
Kickoff for that one is on Sunday at 1:05 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. ASU is looking to avenge their loss from last week. They will be back home this weekend facing the Texas State Bobcats. Kickoff for that one is on Saturday at 7:30 over on ESPN 620. The D-backs were able to avoid the sweep yesterday by beating the Giants 5-3 in the series finale. They are off today but return to the Diamond tomorrow in the Twin Cities facing the Minnesota Twins. First pitch for that one tomorrow will be at 5:10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Mercury are in action tonight trying to prevent a 3-game losing streak. They will be in Dallas facing the Wings. Tip-off for that one is at 5 o'clock. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction, located on 51st Avenue, just south of Glendale, and online at sandersonford.com.
Arizona Sports.
I've never seen nothing like this.
Lorenzo Alexander, 15-year NFL veteran.
And he is going to get sacked. Lorenzo Alexander, the former Cardinal.
The Lowdown with Wolf and Luke. Driven by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Lorenzo Alexander is here. We're going to go around the NFL. And, guys, I think we just start with the game tonight. Commanders and Packers from Lambeau Field. This is it's a pretty good Thursday night football game this early in the season. And Green Bay looked so good in Week 1, and they already had the hype coming into the season. You add Micah Parsons, you add Matthew Golden as a receiver. Like, there's a lot of buzz around this team anyway. Then they just kind of picked apart Detroit. they're hosting Washington, who they're still, Washington's kind of an unknown to me just because Jaden Daniels is such a, what's he going to do in year 2? Zoe, what did you think of Green Bay in week 1 doing that to Detroit? How much do you read into that?
Well, I think we all knew that Green Bay was a Super Bowl contender, especially when they got Micah Parsons, right?
Yeah.
And so anytime you add a player of that ilk, and then what they have offensively in Jordan Love, and then when you couple that with the Detroit Lions losing their coordinators, which is a significant shift. You may have the same personnel, but they may be doing things differently. They communicate things differently. They game plan and call plays and fill games out differently, right? And so you lose a lot when that happens. So I expected Green Bay, right? I think the Lions are trying to figure out who they are again, right? I think from a head coach's standpoint, he wants to be tough and physical, but still, what does that look like when you don't have your coordinators? Because we just had obviously a conversation and about every head coach may not be a great coordinator, and all coordinators can't be great head coaches, right? You have to have a good blend. So that's why you have a staff, and Dan Campbell had a great staff to support. So when you put new people in those positions, right now they have to prove, so I wasn't shocked. But it's going to be a very interesting game tonight when you think about this Washington Commanders team, because Debo, right, X Factor, Jaden Daniels in the run game, X Factor. I think the one thing is, right, they're going to have to figure out how they block Micah Parsons, because Jaden did get sacked 3 times last week. And so what does that look like when you're playing this Green Bay defense that is pretty dominant with Micah Parsons rushing the passer?
So I think of the Green Bay Packers, of course, playing the Detroit Lions. And, last year, what was the stat in regard to teams that played the Lions?
There was a stretch where they lost every game for a while.
What do you put? I mean, it's a short week.
It matters. If it's a physical game, and I didn't watch that game last week, but there are certain teams, and I'll go the other way. Like when you played the New England Patriots back in the day, you never felt like you were physically whooped. It was like, man, how did they beat us 70-0? And I feel good after it. But then there are other games, like we used to have play the Giants or the Eagles, and you walk out of there, you may have won, but you're like, man, where's the ice? I need the ice right now. All right,
For me,
right now. All right,
it was Joe Montana and Bill Walsh.
Yeah, okay.
You lose to them by 40, and all of a sudden you're like, man, did we play
again tomorrow?
So there are teams.
Yeah,
that are
it's a
more
real
physical.
thing, right? For sure.
I agree with that, man, and that's why I think it's going to be interesting to watch the Packers specifically tonight, because they played the Lions, and it's a short
week, and this is not an easy opponent. Man. That's why I think it might be an ugly game, but I think it's going to be a competitive game. Now, who knows? Green Bay might win by 21, and we look silly, but I'm with you. I think this is like a close game, or maybe even Washington could steal it. Since you're here, Zoe, I want to go back to the Sunday night game with Baltimore and Buffalo. And I know, you were a teammate of Josh Allen's. Were we at a point where can he do anything that surprises you? That was pretty ridiculous.
It was, and it was fun to watch. I'm at the point now where I actually enjoy watching football again. Yeah. I think I've rinsed away my career and where it feels like work. So I was sitting there like a fan, little kid, and cheering just like everybody else was. And so it was really cool to see what they're able to do. Ed Oliver, right, stepping up and making some really big plays, sacks. Stripping the ball from Derrick Henry that gave them the opportunity. Keon Coleman, making that great catch in the back of the end zone off of a tip pass. And obviously Josh and what he's been able to do, just the growth, the maturity, and just the killer instinct that he has when you give him an opportunity. What did he have? I don't know. He had like 200-something yards, 3 touchdowns in the fourth quarter, which is just crazy that he's that explosive. And he was going to be good, back in the day. I didn't, you just never know how good they were going to be. Cause for example, like I played with Aaron in college, right? Yeah. I knew he was going to be good, but I didn't know he was going to be that good, MVP, Hall of Famer. So you could always see it on Josh. You just didn't know it was going to rise to this level. And to do it, it felt like a playoff game, watching it. And it was a great game. And to do it against the Ravens that are obviously going to be there at the end of the year, it was really good to get that win. Now, with that said, I think all Bills fans, just took it with a grain of salt and said, now, can you do it in the playoffs again? And, and then that would be great. If that's the AFC Championship game and we do that, that's awesome.
Well, you might have home field at least.
Exactly. Also, too, some of the news that came down in regard to George Kittle, of course.
Yeah.
He's going to miss at least 4 games. And Brock Purdy, it looks like Brock Purdy's going to miss from 2 to 5 games, whatever. I mean, think about that. What do you think is the bigger loss there?
Brock, obviously, Purdy, and what he brings.
You could build an argument to me once again, because when I think of the San Francisco 49ers, when I think of the 49ers and I think of Kyle Shanahan and I think of their offense, I think of their balance, and I think of how good they are in terms of running the ball and how good they are in terms of throwing the ball, of course. And when I think of that, I think of George Kittle. I think of him as being that guy who allows them to get into 11 personnel and run-down situation, and they can be as balanced as you could possibly have on a football team. They could run it and be able to run you over. They could still throw it, obviously. So to me, again,
but who's throwing the ball?
He's a quarterback. I know. He's a quarterback.
I get it. Yeah.
But man, George Kittle to me is the 49ers offense.
I think if you're comparing Kittles to anybody outside of Purdy, he's always going to be that guy. But the quarterback is just so important in everything they do, and being able to protect the football. It's just hard to, a position player versus a QB is always hard. But I get what you're saying, because he is, still top 3 tight end, if not the tight end in the league, as far as what he brings from a physicality standpoint, a swag and confidence standpoint, and just making plays when you need to make them.
That's why I thought, too, Christian McCaffrey was very similar to that with George Kittle, right?
Yeah.
A guy that was so good coming out of the backfield. And can you say the angle route? Route. Oh, my goodness. They do it with him over and over and over again. The angle where you run like you're going to run into the flat, and then you plant your foot and you come right over the middle. Man, they do that better than anybody else in the NFL.
Yeah, I've had to cover a couple of cats that like to run that, man. That is, I remember I was matched up against David Johnson that was here, who was used to, in his early prime days when he was legit.
He had that one year where he was like the best running back in the world.
Oh, man, that's like the most nerve-wracking, because he really has a two-way go. If you sit inside on him and just sit there, he's going to break to the flat, catch it, turn up, score. So it's like, I got to be kind of on him. He gives you the dead leg, cuts it back in. It's a hard spot, man, when you're playing against great players. And Christian McCaffrey is, again, another one of those guys. And it's amazing how many athletes, but it's also amazing how often the Niners are hurt. They're just always banged. I don't know. What do they do? It's like year after year after year after year. Guys are hurt.
Talk to the trainer.
It's not good when McCaffrey's your healthy guy on offense. Where you're like, well, okay, Ayuk's hurt and Purdy's hurt and Kittle's hurt, but Christian McCaffrey's healthy. Like, okay, I mean, when he's playing, good luck, but good luck keeping him healthy all year, too. Arizona Sports and Redbird Farms Chicken are teaming up to bring you an exclusive tailgate package, including a grill set and a Yeti cooler. Join us this Friday at the Safeway located at Chaparral Road and Hayden Road in Scottsdale from 4 to 6 p.m. for your chance to win. Once again, that's this Friday at the Safeway on Chaparral and Hayden in Scottsdale. When we come back, we got one more segment with Zoe, so we're going to get into how the Cardinals should be able to beat the Carolina Panthers. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time. Like car wash. Right now, you can save 20% on the Armor All Complete Car Wash Kit. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
University of Maryland Global Campus offers more than 55 flexible online certificates that provide short-term credentials and real-world skills you can use immediately. With a range of affordable undergraduate and graduate certificates in high-demand fields like business, AI, cybersecurity, data analytics, and healthcare, you can earn credentials quickly to help advance your career. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Toyotas are always a great value. Choose from best-selling models like Camry and RAV4 or rugged and dependable trucks like Tundra and Tacoma. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
Constipation with belly pain that keeps coming back?
And back. And back. If your symptoms keep coming back, talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C. Linzess could help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you, and Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
The D-backs take on the Philadelphia Phillies for a 3-game weekend series starting September 19th. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The energy and passion he brings to the game is something I think that's contagious.
Intercepted by Lorenzo Alexander. Now he laterals to Aqib Talib.
When you talk about a great pro that you wish every one of your players would emulate.
He's one of those guys, he's like a lunch bell guy. That blue-collar appeal to coming to work. He's going to outwork you every single play.
15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander joins Wolf and Luke to give us the lowdown on the Cardinals and the NFL. Driven by Sanderson Ford.
All right, this is our last chance to talk to Zoe about the game that's coming up, Wolf. So any questions you have, get them ready right here.
Yeah, how do the Arizona Cardinals win this game?
Oh,
Yeah,
let's go big picture.
I mean, and I'm gonna talk about all three phases because I didn't even talk about special teams. Right, we gave up a big return in this past game, and so I think that's going to be one of the things, figuring that out, fixing that, right? Because people see that on film and they're going to want to try to expose. And when you play an opponent that you're supposed to beat, that can be an area that can make this game a lot closer than what it should be. So when they got, Trevor Enian back there, which I know is the younger brother, right, is a baller. I saw him play last week watching the game back as well. I mean, he has the potential to maybe make a big play. So making sure that on the kickoff cover team for the Cardinals, covering and not giving up anything big, I think is probably the number one thing from a special team standpoint that they got to make sure that they shore up. Offensively,
can I just say one thing? Can I jump in?
Yeah. Go ahead. Jump in there.
Special teams and what you were talking about. I'm a huge believer. Football is an emotional game. Would you agree with that?
For sure.
It's an emotional game, and you can feel the when momentum is on your side, you can feel it, I believe.
Oh, yeah. I know people say they don't, but I've run down. I've seen you run down. You smack somebody.
Yes.
It changes the feeling of a sideline.
And especially if you smack somebody and the pig comes out and is rolling on the
right,
ground.
Yeah.
You grab it and all of a sudden, it's just this, yes! I'm a big believer in momentum and the momentum in a game. Now, is it a 100% thing? Of course not. It isn't. But when you make a play and you get guys who make a play, it can wake a team up as well.
That scenario you just described where the ball comes out and you pick up the ball and you turn and just scream at the sideline. Vontez Burfict did that once, and Vince and I were standing on the sideline. He just came over and screamed, and I was like, we got to leave the state. Vontez Burfict, man. He's mad at us. Anyway, sorry, so go back to what you said.
It's good stuff. Transition, yeah. It's a different, man. It get people going now.
Are you kidding me? Oh, we were supposed to turn the ball over to you. We're transitioning. That's what we're doing. We're taking possession of the ball, and we're turning it over to you on a punt. Oh, no, you're not. You know what? You caught the ball, and we hammered you, and the pig came out. Now all of a sudden, it can change the fortunes of a game, especially in transition.
No, I believe that.
The third phase of football. It's critical, man.
Back to offense.
Yeah,
then.
point two, offense. Yeah. Hey, man, we want to talk now. We're going to listen to Wolf, man. He got a lot of wisdom over there. I would say the battle between Brown, Froholt, and Adams versus the big Brown D tackles in the middle, right? And how they dominate that line of scrimmage and knock them off the ball. It'd be interesting to see if we still see counter game, right? When you have guard tackle or guard tight end pulling or centers pulling, or they decide to go deuce, double, crunch, whatever terminology, where you just have double teams across the board. We're bigger, we're nastier than you, we're more physical, we're going to knock you off the ball and then climb to the second level and really establish a running game. I thought early in the game last week, too many negative plays where typically the Connors is more downhill and fighting for 3 and 4. I thought last week it was more, he was still physical. I remember he stiff armed the cat, DB to the field, but he only got maybe a 0-yard gain. You know what I mean? But turning those negative, no gains into 3 and 4 yard gainers while they're still being physical and doing that. I think that's going to be huge there, especially with Isaiah Adams just really showing that physicality there to this next week, right? Let's learn from week 1 and let's really assert ourselves there. Anything follow up?
No.
Okay, any follow-up? All right, I'm just checking before I move on.
I want you mentioned special teams.
I know.
You said that like a professor teaching a class.
Hey, you got to check for understanding, check for any questions. Any questions?
Now let's move to the defensive side.
Yes. And I would say, and I don't know how they're going to come out in terms of passing and all that, but I would just say fitting the run more consistently from the second level guys and tackling well, tackling ferociously across the board. Now, we had Will Johnson have some big tackles, but I want to see linebacker. I want to see my man Mac Wilson knocking some cats out. I saw Jalen. He even came up in the hole a couple of times, which he does all the time. But consistently and not allowing I think they had too many explosive plays in the run game last week. So really taking those away, fitting the run more consistently, and just having good operation as far as in and out of the huddle. Not having, they probably had 2 or 3, which is too many when you ask a coordinator or a defense where they weren't prepared to play and they had to react because the call and the communication wasn't on point.
For me, Zoe, I really believe it's on the line of scrimmage that I'm really focused on for the Arizona Cardinals, both offensively and defensively. They need to win the line of scrimmage. I think this is a game where you need to be able to impose your will. This is a team that is built on the line of scrimmage. Monty Austinford has done an incredible job rebuilding that defensive line up front.
For sure.
For me, this is where I want to see them go out and dominate. Go out and play well on the line of scrimmage, offensively and defensively. Once again, the Carolina Panthers, historically, their defense last year was awful.
Yeah.
Historically. Last in the league in regard to total defense and scoring defense and third down defense over and over and over again. This is a team you need to be able to move the ball against, and I think you need to be able to run the ball. Now, hopefully, of course, there's going to be some nice play action that's going to be involved in that. You can throw the ball down the field. But to me, this is a game that is going to be won and lost on the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball for the Cardinals. That's my focus going into this game is going to be the line of scrimmage.
I completely agree. I just said that. Thank you for reinforcing me.
Yes.
Mr. Wolfley.
Yes. Exactly.
This is the one class Wolf would sit in the front row
we
in.
agree. We agree this
That's what
week.
I'm saying.
I know everybody's thinking, we agree.
I respect who's I know he's an analyst as well. We get to talk about this.
Yeah,
stuff,
no, I
man.
agree. I mean, but that, to your point, that's where this team's heart is. That's where they want. That's what their mindset wants to be. That's the culture, right? When you think about JG and who he's been and who he is, he wants to be physically dominant. I don't know if they had that. They did their job, but I want to watch the game and like, oh man, you just physically dominated. Right. It shouldn't be like, maybe we won some here, we lost some here, it was okay. You want to say, no, we controlled it.
Right. I thought the defensive line, by way of example, last week, I thought they gave up too much. I did. I thought they gave up too much to the Saints. I thought the Saints were able to run the ball. You wanted to make Spencer Rattler one-dimensional at that point in time. Mm-hmm. And that means you got to shut it down. They weren't able to shut it down.
Yeah, true. And like watching it back, I thought a lot of it was a couple of plays was schematic, and then a couple of plays were second level. Right, and so when you say defensive line,
second level, Alvin Kamara's touchdown.
Yes, I'm putting those linebackers as part of the D line, because the D line can do your job, but if I have a linebacker that runs up my back and is in my gap with me, right, and he squirts out, it looks like the D line didn't do their job, And I'm gonna put the onus on the LBs, because that's what I played and that's what I felt really led to a lot of the big plays was not fitting the run. They weren't getting blown off, but I think they held up really well, and the linebackers have to come downhill, fit their gaps right, and it takes the collective right there. And I think when you have a lot of run yards, the D-line must have do their job. Yeah. But when you watch the film back, it's like, okay, it shouldn't even ever got here in the first place.
So it's always great to have you in here, man.
Thank you, Zoe.
Always. Appreciate you.
That's Lorenzo Alexander. Every Thursday, we're doing the lowdown, as we've done, I think, every season we've had the show.
Yes.
Works out pretty well. When we come back, we'll take you to the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals home opener versus Carolina Sunday.
Huddle.
Football is back.
What we got to do a better job of going from week 1 to week 2, regardless of your opponent, just to play better football, to give us a better chance to win.
Cardinals-Panthers pregame begins with some birria, bloodies, and chorizo at 8:30 Sunday morning. Kickoff 1:25 Sunday afternoon on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com, especially if you're playing the game of football and you just happen to get your teeth knocked out. You might want to go see Dr. Joe over at Aria Dental Implant Center. That's right. Listen, the All-On-4 dental implant treatment, it is a game changer. I've had the All-On-4, and I've told you about it now for years. The All-On-4, man, you can have a brand new set of beautiful teeth. It will give you the closest option to your natural teeth. And Dr. Joe, of course, he's owned Aria Dental Implant Center. He's been right here for over 20 years. He travels all over the world. Dr. Joe, right here, travels all over the world and actually lectures and teaches classes based on dental implants, and he just happens to live here. So go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com, Basinonians. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
And the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install a leaf filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Advanced Window Products, and we all know the Arizona sun can do a number on your house, and if your home is 15 years or older, chances are good you need new windows, so do what I did. Take advantage of a great summertime special at Advanced Window Products, where you are going to get a $2,500 discount on any purchase of 10 or more windows. Advanced Window Products, a family-owned, locally operated company with a great vibe. Their approach is to treat customers as friendships. They offer the highest rated windows in the state, the most affordable, high-quality custom windows you are going to find, and that's because there's no middleman at Advanced Window Products. They have their own factory where they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, and they will guarantee them for life. And remember, purchase 10 windows, you get a $2,500 discount. 480-790-7480, online at advancedwindows.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Coming off a Week 1 win, Marvin Harrison Jr. and the Cardinals are gearing up for their home opener against the Carolina Panthers this Sunday. Here's Marv on the connection between him and Kyler to start the season.
I mean, it's just a start. We got to definitely continue to build, continue to grow, but, I like where we're at, and I think, first game was a good start for sure.
Kickoff for that one is on Sunday at 1:05 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. ASU is looking to avenge their loss from last week. They will be back home this weekend facing the Texas State Bobcats. Kickoff for that one is on Saturday at 7:30 over on ESPN 620. The D-backs were able to avoid the sweep yesterday by beating the Giants in the series finale 5-3. They are off today but return to the Diamond tomorrow in the Twin Cities facing the Minnesota Twins. First pitch for that one will be at 5:10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And it is the final day of the WNBA regular season, and the Phoenix Mercury are in action tonight trying to prevent a 3-game losing streak. They will be in Dallas facing the Wings. Tip-off for that one is at 5 o'clock. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Termite season is here. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today to schedule your free termite inspection.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it is noon on a Thursday. It's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Jamal is here. Jamal, what's going on?
Hey, guys.
What up, Jamal?
The Arizona Cardinals are back in action on Sunday against the Carolina Panthers, and for whatever reason, they just seem not to play very well against the Carolina Panthers. But hopefully that changes this season. What is the number one thing you guys believe needs to happen in order for the Arizona Cardinals to beat the Carolina Panthers on Sunday?
I get to go before Wolf, too, so I can steal his answer. But I especially this week, do agree with you. They should be able to control the line of scrimmage against this team. You're going to go deeper into that, so I'm going to go a different direction. You should be able to make life miserable for 3 hours on Sunday for Bryce Young. You know, this guy, his first year wasn't in a great situation. I understand that. And C.J. Stroud, the guy drafted right behind him, just took off. So it was like, oh, he's a bust. Last year, the end of the season, he was better. So maybe the bust label went away, and that's great. I'm not rooting against him. But it's not like he was Patrick Mahomes at the end of last year either. And then certainly week one this year, he struggled. So you know how all in I am on this Cardinals defense, Wolf. This is a week that defense should really be able to steal this game.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think the onus is on the Arizona Cardinals defense to go out and show Bryce Young and remind Bryce Young how difficult it is to play in the National Football League, and especially as a young quarterback trying to make your way. But having said that, I'm going to focus on the offensive line because I really do believe I want to see the offensive line blow the face off of the Carolina Panthers. Last year, the Carolina Panthers historically dead last in the National Football League in total defense, dead last in run defense, okay, scoring defense, and third down defense. Think about those metrics. Dead last. Now, listen, I understand they've had an offseason. They've made some changes. And at the same time, those changes shouldn't be enough for the Arizona Cardinals not to go out and control the line of scrimmage. And I want to see that happen in this game more than anything else.
The Arizona Diamondbacks avoided a sweep yesterday by beating the Giants 5-3 in their series finale. That takes us to our Arizona Sports Sanderson Ford poll question. And we are asking, who will earn the third National League wildcard spot? Your options: the Mets, the Reds, the Giants, the Diamondbacks, or the St. Louis Cardinals.
Oh, it's Diamondbacks with an exclamation point, too.
Yeah.
They really put that in.
They're really emphasizing this.
I got to think the Mets wake up at some point here and they're like, hey, wait, we still have a lead. Let's just okay, let's go. That team, I mean, they invested in that team to be a World Series contender this year. So I'll still say the Mets, but the Reds, Giants, and I would say even D-backs are in play. I don't know that the St. Louis Cardinals are in play necessarily, but I guess I'll still say the Mets, hoping that by me saying that leads them to another 7-game losing streak.
When you have the kind of collapse the New York Mets are having, that tells me there's something going on inside the clubhouse. You guys know how I feel about this.
It's true, and this is the thing you're usually right on.
Something wicked this way comes. I have no idea what it might be. I don't. I just know this is a collapse that we are seeing right now that goes beyond just the physical to me. There's something mental, spiritual that is going on inside the clubhouse. I don't know. Having said that, the Giants, would you say the Giants are on a roll right now? I think that tsunami, that massive momentum they've got going, I think in the end, yeah, I think the Giants are the team to beat for that third and final wild card.
So leading the way is the Mets at 42%, then is the Giants at 26%, and then it's the Diamondbacks with an exclamation point with 25%, and then the Reds with 5%, and the Cardinals with 1%.
Poor Reds. The Reds are they're tied with San Francisco. They're ahead of the D-backs and Cardinals, and they just get no respect. Like here, 5% of people remember you're in the league.
I kind of hope the Mets don't make it because they reminded me of the 2024 Suns.
Yeah.
Paying all these people all this money and you don't make the playoffs.
That's true. If we can't buy anything, nobody else should be allowed to buy anything.
Absolutely.
That's my new rule around here.
The San Francisco 49ers are doing their 49er thing early in the season and are just getting hurt left and right. Quarterback Brock Purdy and tight end George Kittle are looking like they're going to miss a few weeks. If that is the case, how big of an opportunity could this be for the Cardinals and, well, the rest of the NFC West?
It's a big deal. I mean, let's say they each miss 4 weeks. Let's just say that. So the Niners play the Saints, who I think they could just win with McCaffrey in defense against the Saints, but it's not a given. Then they play Arizona, they play Jacksonville, and they play the Rams. I said this half joking before, and I know he's on the Niners. I like watching Christian McCaffrey play football because he is very unique.
Yeah.
I don't want the guy to get hurt, but consistently, you can't count on having him for an entire season. I think he's had like 1 year recently where he's played the whole season. And right now, they need him to play and have the ball like 30 times a game because everybody around him is already hurt.
Yeah, coming into this season for the San Francisco 49ers, they had an awful lot to prove. I think, honestly, based on last season, I think they had a lot to prove coming into this season, and staying healthy was certainly one of those things they had to do. But I look at this, I believe the 49ers can overcome, if they miss 4 games, let's just say it's 4 games, that George Kittle misses 4 games, that Brock Purdy misses. I think they could still win some of those games that you mentioned right there. So I don't think it's going to kill them for the rest of the season. It's a long, long season. But that means when Brock Purdy does come back and George Kittle does come back, that a premium is suddenly set on them where they can't lose many more games after that.
Yeah, and they can't miss any more games after that either, because you're right. It's like this shouldn't bury them. They have a 4th place schedule. So you get around Thanksgiving and they go Panthers, Browns, bye week, Titans, Colts. Like the schedule for them is almost the opposite of the Cardinals, where it's a lot easier in the second half. And it's easier overall because they were a 4th place team. But this idea of like, okay, when they come back in 4 weeks, then they'll be healthy the rest of the way. That's just never the case with the Niners. They always seem to be hurt.
And ASU is looking to bounce back this weekend after a tough loss to Mississippi State. They are facing the Texas State Bobcats at home this weekend. What do you guys want to see from the Sun Devils this weekend?
I want to see a strong start. You brought this up earlier, Wolf. I think them coming out strong in the second half has been it's a character trait of this team. All of last year they did it too. Even in games where they started strong, they came out strong in the second half. I have all the respect in the world for Kenny Dillingham and his coaching staff because they are quickly able to pick apart what the other team's doing. And I was telling you this before the show. I even went back and rewatched that last touchdown a lot on the All-22 last night. And I don't hate the call, honestly. I really don't. When it happens first and you're watching it on TV and they cut off parts of it because they're just trying to show the ball, it's like, what were they doing here? Why take that chance? When you go back and watch it on the All-22, it's like, that was probably the right call, and it just didn't work. So that's a long way of saying I want to see a good start.
Yeah. What was the question again, Jamal?
What do you want to see from ASU this weekend?
What do I want to see from ASU? You know what? A return to who they are for the most part. And that means being a balanced offense. I think the offense is still the strength of this football team. And to me, I want to see Sam Levitt and this offense be more balanced, running the ball very well and using the run to set up the pass in terms of using play action and throwing it down the field. I want to see more balance, and I want to see him do both well. Run the ball and throw the ball against Texas State.
Okay, so last one for you guys. I wanted to ask you this because this kind of infuriated me when I saw this, but
good.
Philadelphia Eagles defensive lineman Jalen Carter was ejected in Week 1 against the Cowboys for spitting on their quarterback Dak Prescott. Carter was fined $57,000, and the NFL said that the ejection from the game was enough punishment, and he did not need any further suspension. What do you got? Do you think that's enough punishment for his action against Dak Prescott?
I didn't love the idea that they were just like, well, since it was early in the game, that was a suspension. Like, when do you ever use that rule? If you feel like he should be suspended, then suspend him for a game. I don't know. I mean, Jamal, if it makes you feel any better, I think he'll do something to get himself suspended again, honestly.
I mean, $57,000 they fined him for spitting. Mm-hmm. Rightfully so.
That's an expensive clearing of the throat.
I honestly, I don't like seeing football players miss games. Okay, he was talking trash. It was the stupidest thing to do. But, you know, it's not like he walked up and punched him in the face either.
No, and if it helps here, That was like a 7-hour game with the weather delay, Jamal. So it was the longest ejection, I think, in NFL history.
Well, that's a great point. But honestly, Wolf, to your point, you said he didn't punch him. I'd rather get punched in my face than somebody spit on me. Spitting on somebody is the worst thing you could possibly do to somebody.
Bad, but man, it happened a lot when I was playing. So I guess I'm a little jaded when it comes to that. Seriously.
I saw James Harrison, former defensive lineman, say his reaction to that. He said, "Get my bail money ready if somebody were to spit on me."
That's a James Harrison answer right there.
Yeah, but Debo would have done that to anybody who did anything to him that was a cheap shot on the field. That's his nickname,
Well, and
by the way.
that's why Jalen Carter wouldn't be spitting on James Harrison.
James Harrison.
That was Wolf from Down Your Lunch. Don't miss your last chance to win tickets to the Cardinals home opener this Sunday. Just head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page, watch us live, and click the contest link pinned in the chat. It's that easy. Tune in, click, and you could be at the game. Coming up next, how good can ASU's running game really be now for the rest of the season? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2-2. Swinging a broken back chopper to short. Perdomo gloves and throws to first, and that's your ball game. The Giants take the first two, but the D-backs rebound and win the series finale by a final score of 5-3. They pull themselves back to one game under 500.
D-backs day off before flying to the land of Lufta for 3 games at the Twins, the home of Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Brothers and sisters, you got some back issues? Your neck a little jacked up? Well, if you do, you need to go to DISC. As a former professional football player, I can tell you right now I suffered an awful lot of damage to my back, to my spine, and the DISC surgeons have helped me in the past, and I give them my highest recommendation for you. Listen, DISC is the preferred orthopedic spine surgeon for professional sports teams and athletes. And because of their least invasive procedures and their reputation for results, people from all over the world, Basinonians, they come right here to the Basin. They come right here because of DISC. Man, maybe it's time for you to enjoy your life again. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900. 602-944-2900 for DISC.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hey, home sellers, Arizona has had more homes that didn't sell in the past 6 months than in the previous 2 years combined. Thousands of sellers left stuck with no offers and no sale. Do what I did so you don't get stuck. Call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's guaranteed sale program, sell your home at a price acceptable to you or Carol will buy it. If your home didn't sell or you're thinking about selling, call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. They offer unbeatable selection. They have a great reputation for making luxury attainable. And best of all, you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He guarantees our listeners will get a smoking hot deal, the best you're going to find in Arizona. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Not available in all states.
Hey, it's Gambo. What should fans expect at Arizona State's second home game of the season? We'll talk with Athletic Director Graham Rossini today at 2:30 on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Don't pot this down. Don't do it, Mason. Wherever you may be, driving around.
Should I even try to start talking, or are you going to be...
No, I'm just saying. You can't. You have to wait for the post on this rejoin. Do you not, brother?
Back in the 90s when they would take 50 seconds to get to the drop, though. Like, you got things to do now.
Yes. Well, you know, I'm just... Oh!
All right, you feel better?
Okay, everyone just calm down. You want to go? Is that what you're saying? Okay. Shall we?
Getting the sense that Wolf kind of wants to go today, Jamal. How do you come out on this? Feels like he's kind of been on the edge a couple times now.
Got a 62-year-old ready to go.
Savage, though. Don't leave out the savage
I'm
part.
just saying, of course.
I want zero smoke. I don't want any smoke.
Ready, let's
No
line
beef.
up. What do you say we go 22 personnel and we run 47 power? 47 power. Here we go. On 2-1-2. Right.
Can you imagine Wolf being on a team, Jamal, that eventually turned into the like, hey, let's run the spread offense and nobody really hit anybody because we're trying to do this and that and move
Hey,
the ball.
where's the ball, everybody? Who's got the ball?
You know who don't worry about hitting. You can't tell who has the ball.
Nothing but shotgun.
I was gonna say, yeah. If Wolf was on that team, that would be so hilarious.
Oh, the beauty of the blood sport.
He'd just be in the corner of the locker room twitching if they were on Hard Knocks or something. Anyway, let's talk ASU football and the potential silver lining that came out of the game on Saturday was that they got back to their running game in the second half. And Wolf, it seems like they have one. Raleek Brown, you kind of knew he would be good. He's an explosive player. It was just a matter of how you fit all these guys together. Unfortunately, they didn't have Kyson Brown in the second half of that game against Mississippi State. Extra unfortunate because he's from Mississippi. You know he wanted to play in that game. But then they also essentially introduced Kanye Udo to the offense. And this is Kanye Udo. He was on Sparky's Den last night talking about the running back room that ASU has now.
Oh, we love each other in that room. So we're going to be able to play off each other well. I feel like we all do a lot of different things well, and that we just love to see each other succeed. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
And also, Wolf, it was interesting to talk to him on the show last night because most of ASU's players were here last year. Yeah. He's one of the few new guys that was asked to come in and play a huge role. He talked about that.
Obviously coming into any new situation, like it's kind of awkward. You kind of got to feel yourself out. But, just coming into this team, they really welcome me with open arms, especially the running back room. Like me and Raleek are roommates before every single game, and we just be having fun joking around. So they really welcome me with open arms.
Boy, that is so cool to hear that. The fact that Raleek and Kanye are roommates. Mm-hmm. Oh, that is really, really cool. That brings back so many memories as well. But I think that's cool. I just think how many things they can remind each other of, how many things they can share with each other in regard. And I don't see it in a very competitive kind of way. They're two different backs to me. And because of that, I think they can coexist, so to speak.
I agree with those two in particular. I mean, it's early in the season. But it feels like those two really play off each other. And then Kyson Brown is almost like in the middle. Like he can do a little bit of both. So I am interested to see what this running game looks like if they have all three healthy. I don't know that that there's enough snaps for all three of them to have a big game at the same time, but it does give you options if you're Kenny Dillingham.
Yeah, to me, you need two. You need two. Three gets a little, well, okay, now you're taking away from somebody else. To me, if you've got two running backs that are a little bit different, you know what's so cool about a Basin Onions schematically? You have tendencies, of course, and your opponent is going to break you down as to what your tendencies are when you're in this personnel group, when you're in this formation, when they're constantly evaluating that and breaking it all down, and it makes it more difficult to actually get a good breakdown on your opponent when they have two backs that are different, because you can start breaking some of your tendencies. And they do this. It's one of the reasons why they call it self-scouting. ASU is self-scouting itself all the time. When we go with Raleek Brown, how many times do we run this play out of this formation?
Yeah.
And when we go with Kanye Udo, how many times do we run this play out of this formation in this personnel group? All of that is being recorded by your opponent, and it's the reason why you've got to self-scout it yourself. It makes you more versatile. It makes you a better offense, in my opinion, when you actually have two running backs that you play in split time with. Now, the exception is you have an unbelievable back like Cam Scatterbo.
Yeah, that's the other option.
That's the exception.
Yeah.
You can't stop it when you know what's coming. And that's obviously the preferred.
Because that's rare. That's rare to truly have that.
Exactly.
You see teams that have one running back that they really heavily lean on.
Yes.
But those guys, I mean, his success rate when they needed a yard or 2 or 5 or 8 or whatever last year, it felt like it was 100% when they needed something.
Just think of last week in and of itself. Both those guys rushed for over 100 yards. I still can't believe they lost the game, honestly. If you were to look at these numbers right here and tell me Raleek Brown had 18 carries for 110 yards, and Udo had 23 for 105. If you would have said that, you would have thought they won this by 3 touchdowns.
Because it was essentially 3 plays. I mean, that 3 plays are why Mississippi State won that game. And look, give them credit for after ASU
won the game.
Comes
Give
all
them a lot of credit.
Yeah, after ASU comes all the way back, comes storming back, and all of a sudden ASU's winning with a minute left or whatever, that Mississippi State was able to do what they were able to do. But it was essentially 3 plays. They had 3 big plays. They didn't really do much else to ASU's defense. Once ASU's offense committed to the run, they couldn't stop ASU's running game at all. That 2 100-yard rushers, it was essentially all in the second half, too.
Yes.
So
they couldn't do anything in the first half for the most part.
No. That is one thing that came out of that game, is especially with Kanye Udo making that jump from, Army's triple option to ASU's style of offense. And it's like, okay, he's here now. ASU has the pieces. You feel like, okay, I mean, come on, you've got a quarterback who people consider to be a first or a second round pick. You've got a receiver who's probably gonna be the first receiver off the board on the NFL draft, and you've got 3 really good running backs. That alone should be enough at the college level to put you in some really big games. Coming up next, we'll come back to Cardinals football and what areas of the game the Cardinals need to dominate if they're going to beat Carolina on Sunday. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
At Mississippi State, the Sun Devils look to bounce back in the W column at home versus Texas State.
I'm excited. I was excited to build on the second half of last week. Played really good football there at the end. Build on that, play home, and keep the home streak rocking.
Pregame begins at 4:30 Saturday afternoon.
Kickoff at 7:30 Saturday night.
On ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. They like to say, your move is their mission, and that's exactly what it is. It's their mission. Why do I say that? Moving Team 6, they utilize a military-like approach, Basinonians. They do to every move. They're going to show up. They're going to be efficient. They're going to be on time. They're going to be reliable. They're going to be professional. It's why they actually proudly support and hire veterans to join their team because they know those veterans are going to show up and they're going to be professional, efficient, on time, and reliable. And one of the things I love about Moving Team 6, you can check out all their 5-star reviews from people just like you. Go check it out, man. I challenge you to do that. You will find out they're the best in the business. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Sanderson Ford is Arizona's largest Ford dealership. They're also #1 in both sales and complete customer satisfaction. This is truly Sanderson Ford country, and people are singing their praises. Across the green desert. Arizona Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez.
To where the mountains touch the sky.
Owner Sanderson Ford David Kimmerly.
This is Sanderson Ford country.
Owner of Rosie on the House Rosie Romero.
We're Arizona's pride.
92.3 KTAR News Talk host Mike Broomhead.
Sanderson Ford country.
98.7 Arizona sports host John Gambadoro.
Built on serving you.
102.5 KNIX country host Tim Hattrick, a.k.a. Johnny Maverick.
Sanderson Ford.
Mix 96.9 host Priscilla Ornelas.
Satisfacción en todo para usted.
Sanderson Ford General Manager Mark Whittar.
We're Arizona's pride. Sanderson Ford.
This is Sanderson Ford country.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor. With hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken, Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're looking for a meal that's never boring and always packed with flavor, head to Sonic with over 10,000 drink combinations, iconic classics like cherry limeades, tots, and corn dogs, plus new favorites like the Double Sonic Smasher and Groovy Fries. There's something for everyone in your crew. And remember, order ahead with the Sonic app to score exclusive rewards like half-price drinks and slushes. Live free, eat Sonic.
Dave Burns here with Jimmy V, founder of V's Barbershop, where you can always count on a great haircut or a hot lather shave. 25 years, and you walk into any of the V's now, nothing's changed at all, in the sense that they're all aligned the same. They all look like old-fashioned barbershops. It's the best barbers in town. The smell of the tonic, you talk about nostalgia. Every time I smell the tonic, I think about being inside a V's Barbershop. It is amazing how when you walk into one, it's almost exactly the same experience as you would have gotten back in 1999, and that's a real testament to what you've built.
The barbershops were in a bad place when we started, and we changed the model completely in 99, and we're proud of that. We did our part in dusting off the barbershop model and making it better. I want it to change with the times, but I want it to be something that's so familiar that people just look at it and go, yes, that's a V's.
It's true. The more things change, the more things stay the same at V's. Book your appointment today at vbarbershop.com.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Coming off a Week 1 victory, Marvin Harrison Jr. and the Cardinals are gearing up for their home opener this Sunday against the Carolina Panthers. Here is Marv on the connection between him and Kyler to start the season.
I mean, it's just a start. We got to definitely continue to build, continue to grow, but, I like where we're at, and I think, first game was a good start for sure.
Kickoff for that one is on Sunday at 1:05 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. ASU is looking to avenge their loss from last week. They'll be back home this weekend facing the Texas State Bobcats. Kickoff for that one is on Saturday at 7:30 over on ESPN 620. The D-backs were able to avoid the sweep yesterday by beating the Giants in their series finale 5-3. They are off today but return to the Diamond tomorrow in the Twin Cities facing the Minnesota Twins. First pitch for that one tomorrow will be at 5:10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And it is the final day of the regular season for the WNBA, and the Phoenix Mercury are in action tonight trying to prevent a 3-game losing streak. They will be in Dallas facing the Wings. Tip-off for that one is at 5 o'clock. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Join the football watch parties every Sunday with special guests, food and drink specials, and more only at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Friday morning. We'll get you ready for Sun Devils against Texas State with the head coach, Kenny Dillingham. He joins us at 7 here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, welcome back to the show. It is Wolf and Luke on a Thursday afternoon. Week 2 of the NFL season gets going tonight. Should be a good one from Green Bay, Commanders, Packers. We're going to do our picks in a little bit, Wolf.
Yeah.
I don't know where you guys are in the standings. I just know that you're both lower in the standings than I am.
Well, the tier system needs time to prove itself.
I was going to say, it didn't really
it's
work
not
for
just
you
a
in week
1 and done week, Luke.
Oh.
Needs a little time.
I could have used a tier system for my draft in our fantasy football league. Jamal, I took a look at that team, and I was just like, I was looking at it today. I was like, I got to set my lineup for the week, right? That team could lose a lot of games.
I was
looking at receivers.
Oh, what do you have? AJ Brown
and nobody else,
yeah,
and he wasn't even there the first week.
Yeah, I was looking at mine today. I'm debating on discarding Jordan Love or CJ Stroud.
Oh,
so
if you have any receivers you want to discard, let me know.
Absolutely not.
I'm going to be. I don't know. I'm going to be
I
getting
don't know
some
what you
teams
guys are talking about.
String receiver. All right, so let's get into the game against Carolina again this weekend, Wolf. And I see on the show sheet. Let's see. It's one thing the Cardinals need to dominate. Now we've got the hit chart. Can you explain to people what the hit chart is?
Yeah, Basinonians. For the most part, I would scout an opposing team and I would compare and contrast numbers, of course, to what the Arizona Cardinals were doing. I called it the hit chart. And it was very, very big metrics for the most part, but it's metrics that I think really identifies what you're all about in terms of offensive football and defensive football as well. So, by way of example, I would compare the Cardinals offense to the Panthers defense. Okay, so how many yards per game, how many yards per play do they give up? How many yards per game do the Cardinals actually accumulate? How many yards per play do they average? And then compare that, of course, to the Panthers defense. And I would go down, I do that for the running game, I do that for the passing game, I do that for the interception ratio because I think that's important, how many times you're turning the ball over. I do that for sacks per attempt, which is another big metric that really, it gives you a general feel for how a team may be doing in terms of getting pressure on a quarterback. It's not an all-the-time thing by any way, shape, or form, but it is a good indicator as to how many times a team is actually getting pressure on a quarterback. First downs per game, third down defense or offense, whatever it may be, those are big. Red zone offense, goal to goal, points per game. So they're metrics that I compare and contrast for the Panthers defense, of course, and the Cardinals offense. And then I go into even more detail in terms of the offense for each team and the personnel groups that they use. What do they like to use? 11 personnel, 1 back, 1 tight end, 3 wide receivers, 12 personnel, 1 back, 2 tight ends, 2 wide receivers, you get it. How many times they use that personnel on a percentage basis, and what is the run pass percentage once they get into those personnel groups in rundown situation? That, to me, this is what I did for 20 years.
Yeah, this is like your own personal way to prepare for calling a game.
To have actual numbers in front of you. Now, again, it's also watching tape. It's not just the numbers.
Yeah.
But the numbers were a really, really good indicator as to how a team was. Now, I will say, this is after 1 week.
1 week,
these
yeah.
numbers.
Yeah, no, I know.
So you've got to take it with a grain of salt. When you start getting 3 in 4 weeks, man, that's the way I like to divide it. You've got a healthy sample size for the most part when you get into 3 and 4 weeks. And then what's cool is even during the season, not just the start of the season or the end of the season, but even during this season, I like looking at it from a 3 or 4. What are the metrics over the last 3 or 4 weeks? Because that really tells you how a team is playing. And we all know a football team changes. Injuries happen over the course of a
Change
season.
whether you want to or not.
Yes.
We did these. You started showing these to us last season, and I think we're going to do this every week this season, right? Kind of dive into it. I thought it was really informative last season, especially looking at the opponent that the Cardinals were playing, because it did kind of it informed you how to watch the game on Sunday. When you're kind of looking at this and you're like, okay, wow, this team does this team does that. Because you have a feel, I think, even, you know, if you're watching at home, you have a sense for what the Cardinals do. I mean, you can go deeper on it, certainly on these levels, but especially with the opposing teams. Like, I'm looking at when you broke down the Panthers personnel, and I know it's only 1 week.
Yeah.
But they ran 21 and 22 in that game against Jacksonville, and you're saying they threw 100% of the time out of 21 and 22.
Yeah.
And then the other part that I thought was maybe this just tells the story and the value of Trey McBride. Out of 12 personnel, the Cardinals are 57% run, 43% pass. Fairly balanced.
Yes.
Whereas Carolina, out of 12 personnel, was 75% run and 12% pass.
Correct. Yeah. So, you know, again, it's the offensive coordinator. It's the philosophy. It's the culture of your team. It's what I love. You know, my number one takeaway when I look at the hit chart between the Arizona Cardinals and the Carolina Panthers is really the Cardinals need to win the line of scrimmage. And we talked about this early. They need to win the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball. That was my number one takeaway. I think the Carolina Panthers are okay in terms of running the ball, but they're nothing spectacular. Now, were they spectacular against the Cardinals last year? Yes.
Well, I don't need to bring that up again.
Yes. Don't get me started on last year. Then I have something I call the hit stat chat.
Oh, yeah, you got to give us hit stat
the hit stat chat.
Producer Wolf.
It's the one thing you can't shake. It's the one thing that when you look at these black and white numbers that you can't get out of your head. For the Arizona Cardinals this week, the hit stat chat for me was when they were in 11 personnel, they were in that 21% of the time. 21% of the time in 11 personnel, the Arizona Cardinals, in rundown situation on 1st and 10. And they threw the ball 100% of the time out of 11 personnel. This is where I think they need to improve and grow a little bit. And I think Trey McBride, of course, out of 11 personnel, allows Big Red to remain balanced in terms of running the ball and throwing the ball. And I would like to see more of that balance come back to the Cardinals in 11 personnel, especially on 1st and 10.
And you probably will, because this is only one game.
One game.
If you get 4 games in and it's like 95% to 5, that'd be kind of odd, right? But that is why I like that second part of the hit chart that you put together, because if we were like 6 weeks into the season and Carolina was still running 75% of the time they're in 12 personnel,
Right.
Well, then when you see them in 12 personnel before the snap, you're like, probably running here. I mean, after 1 week, it's hard to read into it too much, like you said, but it's something to keep an eye on. Also, I know you mentioned how effective Carolina was running against the Cardinals last year. I went back and double-checked. 243 rushing yards and 3 touchdowns.
It was barf bag material.
It was
really bad.
A career-high 68 rushing yards for Bryce Young. All of a sudden, he could run, too. I mean, he's mobile, but he's not Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
And he just ran all over the Cardinals, and obviously Chuba.
Like, all the way back. I'm going in tomorrow. Even though it's my day off, I'm going in because I can't believe what I just saw. Remember, the Cardinals were in the playoff hunt at that point in time.
Are you, if they beat Carolina this week, are you going to take an hour off on Monday to get that hour back?
No.
Have you run that by management yet?
No.
No?
It's not let me write that down.
Not a terrible idea. If you just got, hey, I'm out of here 12:30 to 1:30. I need that hour back.
It off.
Coming up next, what's the one thing ASU has to control specifically to beat Texas State on Saturday? We'll explain next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals home opener versus Carolina Sunday. Football is back.
You know, I don't live in the past, but if you look back at that game last year, we did not play our brand of ball. And they're a good football team coming here. They got some premium players. They're hard to defend, so we got to work cut out for us.
Cardinals-Panthers pregame begins with some birria, bloodies, and chorizo at 8:30 Sunday morning. Kickoff 1:25 Sunday afternoon on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
When our parents passed away, my brother and I were heartbroken. They'd always been there for us. As we began settling their estate, we found their estate planning binder. Inside was their living trust from RJP Estate Planning. It had everything: clear instructions, account info, and the steps we needed to settle their estate and receive our inheritance. Our parents told us years ago, without that living trust, their estate could have gone through probate court, where legal fees could have eaten away at what they left us. When we brought the trust to RJP, they guided us every step of the way. No court, no chaos, just peace of mind. We're one of 40,000 Arizona families RJP has helped over the past 30 years.
If you're 55 or over, save 55% on a living trust from RJP Estate Planning. Call 480-576-5457 by September 12th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One, bringing you more inventory, better prices, and 14 Arizona locations. From hardscape to irrigation, we've got it covered. Visit pioneerco.com and order today. Again, that's pioneerco.com.
At 72 Sold, if we don't sell your home in 30 days or less at your price, we'll buy it and we'll give you a 100% full market value guarantee. That's right. If we don't sell your home at your price in 30 days or less, we'll buy it and give you a full market value guarantee. Sell your home in 30 days or less at your price, or we'll buy it with a full market value guarantee. Only at 72sold.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's almost over, but the heat is pressing on. If you've got battery trouble, stop by AutoZone for free battery testing. It may just need a charge, and we'll do that for free too. If you do need a battery, we've got options starting at just $89.99, and we'll recycle your old battery for free. Now that's a strong start. Don't miss the end of summer sale, now at AutoZone until September 22nd.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Advanced Window Products, and we all know the Arizona sun can do a number on your house. And if your home is 15 years or older, chances are good you need new windows. So do what I did. Take advantage of a great summertime special at Advanced Window Products, where you are going to get a $2,500 discount on any purchase of 10 or more windows. Advanced Window Products, a family-owned, locally operated company with a great vibe. Their approach is to treat customers as friendships. They offer the highest rated windows in the state, the most affordable, high-quality custom windows you are going to find, and that's because there's no middleman at Advanced Window Products. They have their own factory where they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, and they will guarantee them for life. And remember, purchase 10 windows, you get a $2,500 discount. 480-790-7480, online at advancedwindows.com.
The Los Angeles Dodgers return to Chase Field September 23rd for a 3-game weekday series. Secure your tickets for the matchup at dbacks.com.
This is Jared, and in my mind, I've gone to Carolina. which was a mistake because the Panthers are actually coming here to Arizona. Anyway, we'll talk about it at 6 a.m. tomorrow on Bickley Murata Mornings.
All right, Wolf, it has become pretty evident listening to the ASU players and Kenny Dillingham talking to them on the Sparky's Den show last night, looking at what Texas State, not Kansas State, what Texas State, if they're preparing for Kansas State, they're in trouble. What Texas State has done so far this season, scoring 95 points in their first 2 games. It's become pretty clear that the biggest key for ASU in this one is to minimize the explosive plays. I know that's a big deal every week, and especially coming off last week's game because it was essentially 3 explosive plays that beat them. But so much of Texas State's offense is predicated on that.
Yeah, it really is. And, that is a thing that is a little disconcerting as well. Hopefully the secondary is going to be a lot more buttoned up than we've seen in the first 2 games. We have seen them have some type of communication issue throughout in the first 2 games, I think. And that, to me, is my biggest concern against Texas State. Because, again, this is something they're trying to do with the offense they have, this high-powered offense they have. They're trying to get you into a situation where you make a mistake in regard to communicating. And, brothers and sisters, can I just tell you this right now? You want to lose a football game? Make mental errors.
Yeah, that's a fast way to do it.
Don't be on the same page. Have a lack of communication if you want to lose. This is what coaches worry about more than anything else, is knowing what to do, of course, but also making sure everyone else is communicating with each other so we're all running the same play, if you know what I mean.
I always think back to that. I don't know who came up with this. I don't know if it was you or Zoe or somebody else, but where it was just like, I'd rather we were all on the wrong page together than like some of us on the right page and some of us on the wrong page.
Coaches won't say that. They will tell you that.
It's so true, though. At least if you're going to run the wrong play, all run it in unison. There's still a chance it might work.
Yes.
Looking at Texas State, and this is just the longest play for each of these guys. It doesn't mean they don't have other explosive plays. But Lincoln Pear, running back, okay, he's got 2 touchdowns this year. He has a 57-yard run. Jalen Jenkins, running back, 2 touchdowns. He has a 58-yard run. Bo Sparks already has 5 touchdowns in the receiving game. He's got a 73-yarder.
Wow.
Chris Dawn has a 56-yarder. Didn't go for a touchdown, but it was a 56-yarder. Again, those are just their longest plays. Bo Sparks has a few other explosive plays too. But that right there is 4 guys that have plays this season through 2 games that have gone over 55 yards. And, they've played Eastern Michigan, and UTSA, I would say, is, it's decent. ASU is the toughest team they have played. But to your point, if ASU is not communicating on defense, it doesn't really matter what uniform you're wearing. You have to communicate on defense. I think we're still at a point where if they go out and look like last year's defense on Saturday, you can write off week 1 as it's week 1. And they still won the game. And you can write off week 2 as there was a constant drone of cowbells, and maybe that messed up your communication. It would make some sense. But if they struggle to communicate at home defensively this week, it's going to be hard to write that one off.
Yeah. You know what also, too, is going to be interesting to see how much they go with man cover in this game as well. Because sometimes if you want to eliminate a lot of the thinking and what is going on, if you want to eliminate some of the margins, so to speak, on a given play, go with man cover and actually be a heavy man covered team. Now, again, I haven't watched a lot of Texas State. I don't know what it is that they're really, really good at based on earnings. I think even right now, everyone is trying to find out what everyone's going to be good at this point of the season. But I do know that if you don't want mental errors, if you don't want breakdowns in your secondary, like what we saw that ended the game for the Sun Devils, you're going to go with a lot of man cover as well.
Whatever you can do to prevent how that game ended from ever happening again, I'll sign up on that.
Just
for
brutal.
Sure. Although, again, I told you this, went back and watched the all 22 on it, and if Xavier Alford, I know people were saying this right after the game, but if you watch the full field, if you go back and rewatch it, if he just doesn't get tripped up trying to get to the quarterback.
Oh, I know.
The play never even develops.
Oh, my goodness.
There's not even a play. Even if he doesn't get the sack, he can't if he could have got any pressure, there's no time for them to put together the play that they did. So
tripped over the number
three receiver.
Yes.
And then the safety came up to cover the number 3 receiver, and that's why there was nobody else back there. And here we are. Here's Kenny Dillingham from Sparky's Den last night talking about adjustments his team can make and just their mindset now at 1-1.
I think our team and our staff does a good job adjusting to what has been good, what has been bad. In a game that our players do a good job being able to apply that. And then I think we're in shape. I think our guys work really hard in practice. So in the third and fourth quarter of our games, right, we're hopefully the most in shape team. We're the team who's playing at our best in the third and fourth quarter of games. I think most good teams, if not all good teams, play their best football in the third and fourth quarter because you're conditioned enough to do it because you put in the work to do it.
I think we've seen that so far. I do.
I think we saw it last year,
But I think
too.
the first half matters
Yeah.
as well. And I think Kenny and Coach knows that, of course. It is much better. If you're going to have your druthers, basically, needs as to where you were better, in the first half or the second half, always pick the second half.
Yes, that's...
Trust me on that.
ASU fans, like longtime ASU fans will tell you, and this is pre-Kenny Dillingham, there were certainly teams and years and even eras where it felt like, I don't know what happened at halftime, but the other team adjusted and we're still running the same stuff and it's not working. That's not the case with Kenny Dillingham. I'll keep saying this. I even felt this way on Saturday when they were getting just handled in the first half. If you follow this team closely, you know they're going to come out stronger in the second half. But that said, you really shouldn't have to test that this week. You should be leading at halftime and just build on it in the second half. That's not a knock on Texas State, but you're at home.
Yeah.
You need a bounce back after Saturday.
No, you definitely need that bounce back. And, this is one of the reasons why I'm very happy Sam Levitt is the quarterback for the Sun Devils because this kid, I think, is different. This kid is special. I truly believe that. And not just because he wanted to give his NIL to other players. I'm not just saying that. I think he is a natural-born leader. That's what I think he is. I use him as the tip of the iceberg. Last week, go back and watch it. The game against Mississippi State.
I'm not going to watch that
where
game
they
again.
came back out in that second half, and guess what? It was Sam Levitt and how Sam Levitt was running the ball. Now he handed the ball off, and they did very, very well.
Yeah, but when he ran like we need these yards.
He ran it with purpose. And it was like, okay, to me, that doesn't happen by accident. Sam Levitt came out and was trying to set the example for everybody else. I'm not going to slide. I'm going to get tackled as if I were a running back. And I was like, they were showing Kenny a couple times after some of his runs too. And Kenny was like, okay, that's great, but Sam, you still got to be careful.
It's a long season. No, he runs like it matters to him. And I know as a coach, you're like, dude,
yes.
you got to avoid some of this contact. I get that. But with that game on the line, it's one thing if you're running and you're putting your body at risk and you're up by 20 in the second half. It's like, okay, you got to be smart about this. They needed every yard. And as it turns out, they needed about 2 more yards. But they needed every yard, and they got a bunch in the second half. And he was at the center of it as well. Real quick, since you brought him up, this is Kenny Dillingham last night. I asked him about just the expectations and pressure on Levitt and what that does to him.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, anytime that, everybody's talking about you, you feel like everything is on your shoulders. Like, that's natural, right? Especially in today's day and age with social media and, in this market specifically where the highs are super high and the lows are super low, right? There's not like this. We're not in this market. We're in this market, right? We're in the sky is falling and the world is ending or everything is on top, right? So you got to learn to just kind of stay like this, and there's going to be ups and downs. So for sure he has that, and that's my job to hopefully keep him just like that.
Man, just listen to Kenny. He sounds like upbeat and right.
He sounded like he was ready for this game.
Right,
to get here. Right,
Jamal. Right. He sounded,
Jamal brought it there.
We were talking about that, though. We were talking about that after the game. Just, the next day, Kenny was trying to set the table for his team and say, our season is not over. Quit sucking your thumb and acting like it is.
Yeah, I hope that he has been effective at doing that because, as you know, I mean, that's my biggest thing. If you lose early, talking about college kids, Sam Levitt's 20, man. Like it's easy for your season to unravel when in the back of your mind you were like, we're going 12-0, and that's off the table in week 2. But nothing else is off the table.
Nothing.
So you need to get back going. Coming up next, we got a really potentially great rookie matchup to watch in this Cardinals game on Sunday. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
The Sun Devils have played 2 of their 12 regular season games, and they don't look good. They don't look like anything like the team that finished last year. There is a lot of football left, but as somebody who's been watching this program and has lived through the last 5 or 6 this is our year periods in ASU football, this feels exactly like what anybody who's lived through that time period has experienced.
Bickley and Marotta mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
People who suffer from long-term chronic joint pain spend so much of their time acting, putting up a carefree front. It's exhausting.
I was really tired of trying to act like I wasn't in pain because I was in pain all the time.
Rick Rawlings didn't want everyone else to know that he was coping with agonizing shoulder pain 24/7.
Yes, I had to put on a face to cover up my pain.
But then Rick found QC Kinetics, offering new lasting treatments for joint pain using natural biologics. Treatments designed to restore and repair joint tissue with no drugs, no surgery, no downtime. The results were amazing.
I am very glad. It changed my life doing the QC Kinetics. Today, my shoulders feel wonderful. The cranky Rick is gone. He's not grouchy anymore.
No more acting. Feel like yourself again with a call to QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN.
Did you know the average roof in Arizona lasts about 15 years? And a typical homeowner will need to replace their roof 2 to 3 times. People often wait until it's too late to replace their roof because they can't visibly see the damage that the sun, wind, rains, and elements cause. What could have been a repair for a few $100 turns into damage to insulation, floors, drywall, baseboards, and more, which is why I want you to know about JLC Roofing, a third-generation family of roofers right here in Arizona. JLC Roofing takes pride and integrity as a family-owned business. Their motto is people over profits. A roofer-owned roofing company. They offer free estimates, specialize in tile, shingles, foam, and rolled roofing. JLC is even offering all listeners a $1,500 full replacement discount if you need a new roof. So if you need a repair or a new roof, go with the roofing company that is roofer-owned for 32 years. From grandfather to father to son, JLC Roofing. Call them at 602-ROOFING for a free estimate. And remember, JLC Roofing will never sell you what you don't need. Get that free roofing estimate at 602-ROOFING or jlcroof.com.
Insurance companies often have a basic strategy: delay, deny, defend. Some try to grind you down, but they have another tremendous weapon, a software called Colossus. They know which attorneys are great and which are not so great. They know who is likely to take the last offer and who will take them by their scalp, kicking and screaming to trial. They know that they have to pay some firms early and fairly. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. The insurance companies have done their homework. Before you hire a lawyer for your injury case, do yours. Visit forthepeople.com and see our settlements and verdicts for cases like yours. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason. When you hire the wrong firm, you may be beat before you start. All law firms are not the same. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
1-877-CARS for kids. KARS
Cars, Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Coming off a Week 1 win, Marvin Harrison Jr. and the Cardinals are gearing up for their home opener this Sunday against the Carolina Panthers. Here is Marv on the connection between him and Kyler to start the season.
I mean, it's just a start. We got to definitely continue to build, continue to grow, but, I like where we're at, and I think, first game was a good start for sure.
Kickoff for that one is on Sunday at 1:05 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. ASU is looking to avenge their loss from last week. They will be back home this weekend facing the Texas State Bobcats. Kickoff for that one is on Saturday at 7:30 over on ESPN 620. The D-backs were able to avoid the sweep yesterday by beating the Giants 5-3 in their series finale. They are off today but return to the Diamond tomorrow in the Twin Cities facing the Minnesota Twins. First pitch for that one will be at 5:10 tomorrow right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And it is the final day of the WNBA regular season, and the Phoenix Mercury are in action tonight trying to prevent a 3-game losing streak. They will be in Dallas facing the Wings. Tip-off for that one is at 5 o'clock. This report is brought to you by Presidential Pools. If you're looking to get a pool and add value to your home, now is a great time. With in-house financing and a 5-year warranty, go with Arizona's best pool builder at presidentialpools.com.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. Can the Arizona Cardinals defense have another coming out party against Bryce Young and the Panthers offense? We'll talk about it on today's Burns and Gambo show, starting at straight up 2 o'clock.
All right, final hour of the show live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios.
What up, YouTube? Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, as Luke said. What up?
You know, my favorite thing, Jamal, is that, we want to say that a certain amount of times throughout the show. And Wolf is really, for a guy who claims he can never drive, he's really good at, but he only does it right after I just did it. So the value's totally diminished.
I like it, yeah.
Wolf tells you to make the right after you've already made the right turn.
Right, though. You know what? Mine sounded better, did it not, basically?
That's a great call, though. You're in the car driving somewhere. Hey, should I go right or left? And then somebody will say, hey, go right. And you go right. And Wolf's like, that was good. It's a good thing you went right.
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 Right. Stop it.
Really good, potentially. It should be a really good matchup on Sunday between, I don't know how much he'll specifically be on him, but Will Johnson, I would say early returns are good.
Yeah.
And Tedero and McMillan at receiver for the Carolina Panthers.
Okay. Where do you begin on this one, based on when you think of the possible matchup that could happen here?
I just want to see it.
Will Johnson, are you going to travel? Are you going to travel? Is that what you're telling me right now? Wherever Tedero and McMillan may actually go, are you going to travel with him? That is number one. I don't know. I don't know. Have we seen that before? Do you have the unmitigated temerity, Nick Rawlis, to actually have Will Johnson travel with Tedero and McMillan? You've got two rookies doing that? I don't know about that.
I don't know, though. You're probably right that we don't see that, right? It's his second game.
I have a hard time believing we're going to see that.
But
wouldn't it be cool?
It would be cool, yeah. And it's only McMillan's second game too. And it's not like the Cardinals have a ton of experience at corner. Like, no, we're not going to put Will Johnson on him because we've got, whoever. We've got Patrick Peterson in his prime. We can just put him on. You don't really have that. You have a bunch of inexperienced corners, relatively. And it's not like Carolina has a bunch of amazing receivers that are established. So it's kind of cool that these guys are going to be going at some point in the game head-to-head, and it's each of their second games. Because McMillan in his first game, even though the Panthers did nothing, he did have 68 yards.
Yes,
So
he did.
That's number 2 among all rookies in terms of receiving yards in week 1.
And not only that, too, I would say, based on earnings, he had 5 receptions on 9 targets. Does that sound familiar? Kind of like that 50-50, you know? I mean, again, it just sounds a little familiar. I would also say this. Of those 5 receptions, 4 of them were first downs. That's a big deal. Nobody made more first downs for the Carolina Panthers. Now, it wasn't like they were lighting it up, okay, but nobody made more first downs for the Carolina Panthers than Tetairoa McMillan. So because of that, he's looked good.
He's already their go-to guy.
He's already their go-to guy. Preseason, he looked good, and of course now in the regular season, he's ready to go.
If it's not Will Johnson on him, I'll be interested to see who is on him. Will Johnson had a really good NFL debut, and he spoke yesterday about how he plans to build on that now.
I would just say just staying in the moment, taking it day by day, practice by practice, meeting by meeting, and not looking too far ahead and just staying locked in.
And naturally, the response from his teammates on that Chris Olave hit.
I mean, it's a bunch of oohs and ahs, and they all loved it, but everybody said they didn't know I had that in me, but because they know I'm a kind of chill guy, but when I get on the field, it's a little different.
The one thing I would say, it is whatever he said right there. A tier guy? What did he say?
Chill guy.
A chill
I don't
guy.
know Will Johnson, and I mean this as a compliment. He doesn't seem like a chill guy ever since he dropped to the second round of the draft.
Okay.
But that's fine.
Yes.
That's what I want.
Yes. The one thing about this is really interesting. Based on earnings, I don't think Nick Rawlis is going to start traveling Will Johnson with McMillan. I don't.
You mean this week, though?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm talking about this week. I don't see that happening. Game 2. Oh, yeah, we're going to start traveling.
Well, what about when they inevitably play Carolina somehow again next year? Will we do it then?
Maybe at that point in time. But I will say this. Tetairoa McMillan is 6'5". He's okay, I don't think he's 6'5". I think he's 6'4" and like a half. Okay, but everyone, of course, in the NFL, they're going to round it up. Even if you're 6'4" and a quarter, they're rounding that thing up for the most part.
Well, because let me just say this, though, because when people ask me how tall I am, I just say 6'2", even though I'm like 6'1" and a half.
Yeah, right.
Because you really want to be the guy who walks around it's like, well, I'm 6'1" and 3/4.
Why not just say you're 6'1"?
Well, that's rounding down.
Well, so what?
Okay, I'll say that, and I'll
round up.
I'll start slouching
Knock it
forward.
off,
Then
Luke. You're not 6'2", and I know you're not. But
I didn't say I was.
But again, that might be the one reason why. Will Johnson's got some size to him.
Yeah, he does.
Doesn't he?
Yeah.
He's got some size, and maybe that's kind of the matchup you would like. I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see what they might do.
I could tell you if I wasn't in a position where we obviously all want the Cardinals to win the game, if these guys were just on 2 teams in a different game, I would be 100% banging the drum for, no, just put them on each other all game. Let me just see that one-on-one matchup all day. That's what I want to see.
That'd be a lot of stress right there for Will Johnson.
Yeah. I mean, that's
not.
Well, I mean, if they both win, even if it's like a 50-50 performance, that's going to favor the offensive guy, right? I mean, if Tetairoa McMillan wins half the snaps, Carolina's going to score some points.
Yes, and once again, Bryce Young already has got a little something going with Tetairoa McMillan.
Yeah, hopefully not this week. Arizona Sports 98.7 FM is giving you the chance to experience Innings Festival. You're going to rock out to performances by Blink-182, 21 Pilots, Mumford & Sons, Cage the Elephant, and many more. When Innings hits Tempe, February 20th through the 22nd. Tickets go on sale tomorrow, but you can win a pair now by visiting ArizonaSports.com. All right, when we come back, it's time to make some picks. And somebody's making picks for Rick, which means Rick's picks will probably be better this week than they were in week 1. All right, that's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals home opener versus Carolina Sunday.
Huddle.
Football is back.
What we got to do a better job of going from week 1 to week 2, regardless of your opponent, just to play better football, to give us a better chance to win.
Cardinals-Panthers pregame begins with some birria, bloodies, and chorizo at 8:30 Sunday morning. Kickoff 1:25 Sunday afternoon on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Jamal, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat? The autumn wind is blowing, Basinonians. Yes, indeed. And that means football is here. Can you dig it? and so is the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. That's right, the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. We are the Wu Fang Clan. We love our Brooklyn Sedona hybrid mattress from Brooklyn Bedding. We've had it for years now, and man, we love sleeping on it. Now through September 30th, everything in store and online is 25% off. That's September 30th, 25% off, Basinonians. And I mean everything. Sheets, pillows, mattresses, adjustable frames, everything is 25% off. So your game plan to score on this great deal is to get on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding. Go to brooklynbedding.com.
Today at Burke Simpson, we're helping another client who's seriously injured. We're taking on the insurance company to help that client with their medical bills. We're helping them get access to great doctors and great therapists. And today, we're joining that client on their road to recovery because their better future begins with our help. Help that starts today.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
When our parents passed away, my brother and I were heartbroken. They'd always been there for us. As we began settling their estate, we found their estate planning binder. Inside was their living trust from RJP Estate Planning. It had everything: clear instructions, account info, and the steps we needed to settle their estate and receive our inheritance. Our parents told us years ago, without that living trust, their estate could have gone through probate court, where legal fees could have eaten away at what they left us. When we brought the trust to RJP, they guided us every step of the way. No court, no chaos, just peace of mind. We're one of 40,000 Arizona families RJP has helped over the past 30 years.
If you're 55 or over, save 55% on a living trust from RJP Estate Planning. Call 480-576-5457 by September 12th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Sanderson Ford is Arizona's largest Ford dealership. They're also #1 in both sales and complete customer satisfaction. This is truly Sanderson Ford country, and people are singing their praises.
Across the green desert,
Arizona Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez.
to where the mountains touch the sky.
Owner Sanderson Ford David Kimmerly.
This is Sanderson Ford country.
Owner of Rosie on the House Rosie Romero.
Where Arizona's pride.
92.3 KTAR News Talk host Mike Broomhead.
Sanderson Ford country.
98.7 Arizona sports host John Gambadoro.
Built on serving you.
102.5 KNIX country host Tim Hattrick, a.k.a. Johnny Maverick.
Sanderson Ford.
Mix 96.9 host Priscilla Ornelas.
Satisfacción en todo para usted.
Sanderson Ford General Manager Mark Whittar.
Where Arizona's pride. Sanderson Ford.
This is Sanderson Ford country.
Let's turn them loose. Friday on the CW, the NASCAR Xfinity Series postseason fight for the title begins.
Justin Allgaier, Austin Hill, Connor Simmons.
And it's not just about acceleration. It's about elimination.
Survival is what it's all about in the NASCAR playoffs.
Who has what it takes to stay in the game?
Man, these guys are out of control.
The NASCAR Xfinity Series, live from the Bristol Motor Speedway, Friday on the CW.
Coverage begins Friday at 4, only on CW7 Arizona.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, making picks with Wolf and Luke.
Oh, am I not ready for this week? This is going to be interesting.
Yeah, I love this beautiful part of the program here, based on it. Whoa, what are we? Pixie! We got Pixie in the house.
Pixie's Picks?
Ladies and gentlemen.
Is that what we're calling this now?
Nobody calls her Lauren.
I've heard people call her that.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
They must not know.
Pixie.
Lauren's picking for Rick. Is this correct? Or are you just starting your own? If you just do 1 week, you might finish ahead of Rick for the season anyway, if you just branch out on your own.
I'm just joining the show.
Okay.
Rick's been fired.
Okay.
I'm joining the show now. I'm taking over. I'm making picks every week.
All right, fair enough. Wow, this got aggressive. All right, so we're going to do reverse order of last week. We were all debating what to do. We're like, well, how should we do the draft order? And then Aaron came in and was like, just do it from last. Yeah, in fact, your exact words were, why don't you ask Mal? So that's how we're going to do it, Jamal. We're going to do reverse order of the previous week. Not the whole season, but just the previous week.
Whatever the boss says goes.
So what are the standings? And then we'll go in reverse order.
They are. Well, I wish Rick would have left them for me, but I'm pretty sure Luke is 3-1.
Yes,
that's all that matters.
I am 2-2. Rick,
so am I.
Yes,
I am
Wolf is
2-2.
also 2-2.
Yes,
and Rick is 1-3.
Rick is a solid 1-3.
Wow. Okay.
Nobody told me I have literally no expectations to live up to.
As long as you make the picks, you win, even if they're not right. It kind of makes me wonder which game he actually got right last week, because we're not like picking against the spread. We're just picking winners.
You're just picking winners.
Yeah.
See, and you only got one. Also, I would have got 3 if, Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry just won.
Well, I would have got 4 if Drake May was actually as good as everybody from New England says he is. All right, Lauren, you're going first. Or sorry, Pixie, you're going first.
I'm going first?
Yeah.
Right,
okay,
Rick.
should I just absolutely throw all caution to the wind and pick Green Bay?
You should go. That would be hilarious. Yes. You should do whatever you believe you should do. And I.
Wink, wink.
Pick against the Commanders.
Yeah, that's right. Rick would not like
Rick
that.
goes to the. If you do that, somebody has to text him and tell him, by the way, you need the team you're rooting against in person to win tonight.
Yes.
I hope your butt isn't too cold on those bleachers because you're rooting for the Packers now. No, I can't do that.
Oh, you could.
I mean, I could, but I'm not going to do it. Instead, I'm going to take the Baltimore Ravens over the Cleveland Browns.
Oh, there you go.
You're taking the freebie.
Yes.
All right. I don't know where that game even is. I think I crossed it completely off. Okay.
That is a Tier 1 game.
So now we have a new dilemma, Jamal. How do we decide who gets to pick first between you and Wolf? All things we could have worked out before we went on the air, but that's not in the spirit of the show.
Well, that is the Wolf and Luke show.
Yeah.
We're improvising.
I think because Wolf told us how many times he won last year, basically all summer, you pick if you want to pick second.
Okay, well, I was going to say rock, paper, scissors.
No, you go ahead and second. Okay, Jamal, you get to pick second. Because Wolf's so good, he's got this tier system, it doesn't really matter where he picks.
All right, I am going to take... Oh, man, this is actually kind of hard.
Yeah, there was one really easy game and then 15 tougher games.
And then all of them. Yeah, thanks, Pixie. I'm
coming in here just to build up Rick.
Goodness. I'm going to take the Cowboys over the Giants.
All right.
Oh.
Wow, what sound was that?
Well, that's a Tier 3 game, but there's so many other easier.
Do you pre-tier these
Yes,
games?
I do,
Okay.
Pixie. Yes.
You should, so all we do is talk during the breaks, except the one break before this segment each week, it's just silence in here as Wolf puts together his tiers. All right,
Okay,
well, let's see if they work for you this week.
I'm going last, right? I'm next.
You're
Okay.
not in first anymore.
Okay. Okay, right. Well,
This is a wake-up call,
Yeah,
Wolf.
come on. Okay, Basinonians, you know what? There are 5 Tier 1 games.
Oh, he does this too to mess with your
Tier
head.
1, of course, the easiest. So I'm going to... Oh, this is going to be really good.
I don't see 5 Tier 1 games.
Pixie's going to love this. I'm going to take Detroit over Chicago, a Tier 1 game in Detroit, Basinonians, as Chicago starts 0-2 on the season.
I don't know if he would have done that if you weren't here, to be honest.
I also don't think he needed to add the Chicago starts 0-2 part at
I
the
just
end.
say, Pix, the Lions are not going to start 0-2.
He doesn't usually throw in like the season-long ramifications after a pick. Like, that'll put the Bears at 0-2. Well, we all know the percentage of teams making the playoffs and they go 0-2. All right, I got 2 picks here. I will take... I should have planned ahead. Give me Arizona. That worked last week. I'll just keep riding with the Cardinals.
Okay, there you
Hosting
go.
Carolina. They never beat Carolina. They're 1-7 in
Tier
their last 8.
2
So why
game.
not take them? You know what? Just give me Buffalo over the Jets.
That's Tier 1.
Yeah,
of course.
Let's not overthink it. Give me Josh Allen.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we're back to you, Wolf. You said there was like 7 Tier 1 games, so you should have plenty to choose from now.
I said there were 5.
Okay, well, you should still have plenty to choose from.
Tier 1 games. Let me see. Of the Tier 1 games left, the Rams at Tennessee. That's Tier 1. The Denver...
But you can't throw out all the Tier 1s because other people are still picking after you.
Well, I'm just saying, which way should I go on this, Basinonians? I'm going to go Denver over Indianapolis, a Tier 1 game.
Okay. Did you watch Denver in Week 1?
Yes.
Did you watch the Colts in week 1?
Well, that was deceptive because they were playing a team that all hates each other, apparently, in Miami. All right. Jamal, you are up.
Well, thanks. I was terrified Wolf was going to take the Rams over the Titans, so I will go ahead and take that Tier 1 game.
Yeah.
I'll take the Rams.
And
over
now
the
the Tier 1s are gone,
You
of
guys
course.
do not respect Cam Ward enough, nor will you after this week.
Well, it's
They're
for his
gonna lose.
receivers because they all seem to eat popcorn before the games.
He has
Just
receivers?
buttery pop. That's a great point, actually.
Have you ever seen popcorn stuck in somebody's teeth? Have you ever seen that?
Probably.
It's,
My own teeth.
No, it's pretty. Seriously, there was this guy at this movie. He just smiled and it was caught right in his. Yeah.
Did you tell him?
No. No, I didn't.
Do you
tell
wish
him,
you
but
had?
It was. How do you not feel that, dude?
That's true. If you,
It literally was the Colonel's. What do you? Okay.
all good stories start with there was this guy at this movie, just like all good picks.
Okay.
All right, Lauren, you have 2.
Okay, with my first one, I'm going to take the Steelers over Seattle.
Okay.
Because I can't see
Wow.
this. Wow.
No,
Wow.
I'm just-
Wolf, passing judgment on all my picks.
Steelers over. Okay, that's a difficult game.
I don't know how many tier.
Tier
You said
three.
there was tier 5, tier 1s, or whatever your system is. I looked at this and I was like, there's 8 games I feel fairly confident in,
Yeah.
and 8 games I have no idea what's going to happen. So we're now into those games. Good luck.
And with my first pick in that, I'm going to pick against the team that all hates each other. And I'm going to take the New England Patriots over the Miami Dolphins.
Wow. Okay. Yes.
Now,
Okay,
good luck to you 3.
If Pixie goes 4-0 for Rick, I mean, does it really count? I mean, it's
No.
No, okay,
I don't
right?
think so.
Well, it does technically.
but
Yeah.
we should make that her own.
If
her
she
own,
goes
like-
4-0, she should just get to have her own and come in and pick next week instead.
I agree.
And
Yeah,
there
I'm
it is.
sorry, Rick. If you go below 500 in this game, you're out.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's not going 4-0. I just don't think so.
Shots.
Even though I
Wolf,
would
did
like
I
to
do
see-
something to you before we got
not
on
at all.
air?
Not at all.
You pick against my football team. What
I
about the
did
Ben?
not
What
pick
about the Ben Johnson revenge game? Does that mean
picked
anything to you?
No, I picked for the Detroit Lions because I'm a big Lions fan.
He is.
you
He
know.
does. He loves Lions football.
Okay.
We still got half these picks. So, Jamal, we got half these picks and 1 minute to do them all.
Wow. Okay.
Oh man,
I hate all. Actually, there's one I still like.
I gotta go quick. God, this is going to backfire. Give me the Bengals over Jacksonville.
Good.
Okay.
Enjoy that.
Yeah, that one right there. That's tier 3.
I'm firmly in the Jaguars camp this year. That can't go well for me.
Okay. Who's next?
You're next.
Okay, here
Take
we
your
go.
time, 'cause I
LA
have to come up with
Chargers
2.
over the Raiders. That's tier 2 game. I'll take that based on needs for this late. I'll take that quickly.
I said take your time so I could have a second, and as I was saying it, you made your pick.
Yeah, thank
so
you.
now I have to sit here. So somebody else talk while I really think about this. Thanks, guys.
No, we're just going to let you hang.
Somebody have a cricket sound effect?
Yeah.
Uh,
I mean,
You
honestly.
guys know that you do this segment every Thursday at 1:15, right?
yeah,
That was a great observation
that's a
by
good
you,
point.
Pixie.
All right, you know what? Give me Philadelphia in Kansas City.
Okay.
I do not feel good
That
about
is-
the Chiefs'
man,
chances.
That is so tier 4.
Feels so. Well, we're in the end of the games here.
Well, that's what it is, and that's a hard game to pick.
Boy, this one should be easy, but they don't have a quarterback or a tight end. All right, you know what? I don't even care. Give me San Francisco over New Orleans without any players.
You're a big Mac Jones believer.
Oh, it's Mac Jones, isn't it? Ugh. No, I'm not. I think he might be the worst quarterback in the league.
Worse than Spencer Rattler?
Yes, actually.
Well, we'll find out on Sunday.
Why did I pick that? I'm already going to consider that a loss. All right, go ahead. Wolf.
Has somebody taken the Green Bay game?
No.
No?
No.
Okay. That's tier 4, so I'm going to go with the safer bet. I'm taking Minnesota over Atlanta.
All right.
That's tier 3.
I hate my San Francisco pick so badly.
I know.
Now I can't even actively root against them.
I wanted to say something to you about it, but
You should have saved me.
I just let you wallow in it.
You did. Not only that, none of you spoke. So there was just dead air, and I panicked. And when there's dead air, I side with Mac Jones. I don't know. It's a thing I do. All right, Jamal, you have 1 pick left in 2 games to choose from.
Gosh, man. Okay, I gotta go quick, don't I?
We're way past the break now. You can take as much time as you want.
Oh, come on. This isn't hard. There's 2 games.
I'll I'll gladly give you San Francisco, and let me pick one of these instead. Can we trade?
You know what, Rick? Taking Green Bay.
No.
Take that.
Take that, Rick.
That's just wrong.
All right. Lauren, you have 1 game to choose from.
What will I pick?
Should be a good game.
It should be a good game. I mean, I'm excited about it for what it's worth. I'm going to go with Tampa Bay.
Oh, all right.
I'm going to pick an upset for Rick.
Tampa Bay.
I'll read off the picks when we come back because we were supposed to break 7 hours ago. All right.
So late.
Lauren, thank you for coming in. Not thank you for making Rick's picks better than he would have. He would have taken the Commanders. He would have been like, I'll take Cleveland because I like their shade of orange better than some teams. He would have taken the Giants for Scattaboo, and then he would have taken some college team. So you've already done better than him. Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app or ArizonaSports.com or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast brought to you by YREFI. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Just go to YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. We come back. What does a bounce-back game for Sam Levitt look like on Saturday? We're going to ask Arizona Sports ASU reporter Damon Allred. He'll join us in here next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Who's on top in high school sports in Arizona and who's building up a powerhouse to unseat Arizona's best programs? Kevin McCabe talks with Arizona high school coaches and athletic staff Saturday mornings at 9 on The Kevin McCabe Show, presented by Brooklyn Betting. The Kevin McCabe Show, Saturday morning at 9 on the local sports leader, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. You know what you could be doing right now is you could be eating wings, and this is pretty much the perfect time to do it because football's here all day, every Saturday and Sunday, plus Mondays and Thursdays and some Fridays. So, look, we're closing in on the postseason in baseball, too. Get to Twin Peaks. It really is the perfect solution when you and your friends are looking for somewhere to watch all the action. Just grab a table, order some food and drinks, live it up with their wall-to-wall TVs. That way you won't miss 1 second of the action. Again, football all the time. So you want as many TVs as possible. And while you're there, enjoy their outstanding food selection. It's not just the wings, although I highly recommend the wings, and there are many, many sauces to choose from. But they've also got an entire menu made for MVPs: burgers, flatbreads, loaded fries, sweet and smoky ribs, green chili chicken soup. They got some great lunch combos, 11 to 3. So, you know, basically right now you could be going there. It's between 11 to 3. You got them every weekday. Whatever you need, Twin Peaks has you covered at the great scenery they're known for at 5 convenient valley locations. So never settle. Stop by and experience the lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your boat, boat wins.
What are you going to do? Take the boat out for a spin or go mail something? Boat wins! Are we cleaning the patio or taking the boat out fishing? Boat wins! Are we skipping that eye exam to go sailing? Boat wins!
Rescheduling eye exams can be a nightmare.
All right, fine. Eye exam, then boat. Yeah!
With Progressive, you can bundle your boat with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings on your boat. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states and situations.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Construction managers. You prioritize safety with hard hats and gloves and harnesses, but there's another tool to add to your first aid kits: naloxone. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Not only are construction workers at a greater risk of an opioid overdose than people in other occupations, but many overdoses occur in or near job sites. Provide access to naloxone and protect your workers. Together, we can build a safer future. Visit naloxoneaz.com. That's naloxoneaz.com.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor. With hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken, Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albert Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's'.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Advanced Window Products, and we all know the Arizona sun can do a number on your house, and if your home is 15 years or older, chances are good you need new windows, so do what I did. Take advantage of a great summertime special at Advanced Window Products, where you are going to get a $2,500 discount on any purchase of 10 or more windows. Advanced Window Products, a family-owned, locally operated company with a great vibe. Their approach is to treat customers as friendships. They offer the highest rated windows in the state, the most affordable high-quality custom windows you are going to find, and that's because there's no middleman at Advanced Window Products. They have their own factory where they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, and they will guarantee them for life. And remember, purchase 10 windows, you get a $2,500 discount. 480-790-7480, online at advancedwindows.com.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Coming off a Week 1 win, Marvin Harrison Jr. and the Arizona Cardinals are gearing up for their home opener this Sunday against the Carolina Panthers. Here is Marv on the connection between him and Kyler to start the season.
I mean, it's just a start. We got to definitely continue to build, continue to grow, but, I like where we're at, and I think, first game was a good start for sure.
Kickoff for that one is on Sunday at 1:05 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. ASU is looking to avenge their loss from last week. They will be back home this weekend facing the Texas State Bobcats. Kickoff for that one is on Saturday at 7:30 over on ESPN 620. The D-backs were able to avoid the sweep yesterday by beating the Giants in their series finale 5-3. They are off today but return to the Diamond tomorrow in the Twin Cities facing the Minnesota Twins. First pitch for that one will be tomorrow at 5:10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And today is the final day of the regular season for the WNBA, and the Phoenix Mercury are in action tonight trying to prevent a 3-game losing streak. They will be in Dallas facing the Wings. Tip-off for that one is at 5 o'clock. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction, located on 51st Avenue just south of Glendale, and online at sandersonford.com.
Let's take it back to straight hip-hop and start it from scratch.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Friday morning. We'll get you ready for Sun Devils against Texas State with the head coach, Kenny Dillingham. He joins us at 7 here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, talking ASU with Damon Allred, our Arizona Sports ASU reporter, joining us in studio. Wolf, he drove all the way here from where, Damon?
From Scottsdale.
Wow. And were you working today already?
I was.
So he didn't drive in for this?
Nope.
And, okay, the magic is gone. How you doing?
Pretty good.
Oh, that's good. All right. We've got that established. I want to start. Just want to start with your general.
Luke is so weird, is he not, Damon? I mean, just say it.
This is getting personable.
This is after 3.5 hours of sitting next to Wolf. It messes with you a little bit. Your general reaction to what happened on Saturday at the end of the game?
Oh, boy. Just about the end, I think I was shocked. I think that from a lot of what we saw last year, that this became a team that didn't allow a ton of big plays. Mm-hmm. So just to see, just kind of, even on the first drive, the way that they just marched right down the field, and then it was a big play to score. And then that last drive, it was also just marching down to midfield and then ending the drive with a score. And it felt so uncharacteristic of what we've come to expect from the team in so many ways. And I think that it's been the right sort of emphases placed this week. Like, they've talked about explosive play rates, bringing that down for the defense. And, I mean, Texas State is a perfect team to go up against right after you just had a bad game against explosive plays. I mean, Texas State will test that right off the bat.
Yeah. So when you think about the game overall between ASU and Mississippi State, where do you start, Damon?
I think it starts with Sam Leavitt. And I know that he has put a lot of expectations on himself, and I know the team places a lot of expectations on him as well. I mean, Graham Rossini has talked about, we believe he's the best player in the country, and they've tried to market him as this Heisman, and So for him to come out and look the way that he did, the 1-for-7 start, 5-for-15 first half, I think it was very disappointing from what we've come to expect from the guy. But I think that there are times where we forget that he is still 20 years old. He is still a developing quarterback, and he's not what he's going to be in the NFL, assuming he gets there at some point, right now. I mean, and from a standpoint of just the receivers to come around, I don't think that they've really nailed down that rotation yet of who's going to be counted on and who's going to be able to be counted on in that way. And so I just think that these are, in the same way that he's talked about this week, these are kind of the early season things that you've got to figure out.
Talking to Damon Allred. Damon, with the defense, most of this defense is back from last year. And like, I'm not trying to put that loss on Saturday on the defense because I feel like for 95, 96, 97% of the game, they were fantastic.
Right.
It was just a couple really explosive plays. But they forced one turnover through the first two games. And it just felt like last year they swarmed the ball, and they were like the underrated part of that team last year. Does the defense, has it looked any different to you this year?
I think in many ways it's looked like what I've expected from a ball hawking standpoint. I think maybe I've expected a little more out of the cornerbacks and maybe some interceptions just with how physical they looked in fall camp, really all throughout that. I mean, interception by Keith Abney comes to mind up at Camp T, where, I mean, it's just a lot of coverage and he just comes out of the pile with the ball somehow, and we just haven't seen those moments yet from this defense. I think part of it, too, is something that Brian Ward has cited is their tipped balls are pretty high up. And I think you saw that more in the NAU game than even in the Mississippi State game. So they're creating the havoc, and I do think that they're actually pressuring the quarterback a little bit more than what they were last year as well. So I think that that's just an area where the takeaways will come around. I think that it's just a matter of time.
Damon, how do you rush the ball for 251 yards and lose the game? How does that happen?
Well, you come out trying to force the ball through the air, I think is what it was, because obviously there were plenty of first down runs in that first half, but they just didn't go all that far. And I think that if they would have stuck with it more in the first half and established that really as their identity and not waited until the second half to establish that. And I mean, we heard about all throughout the week that we want to get back to this downhill rushing attack. And we've seen that the guys in that room are capable of producing on any given day. I mean, we've seen any one of those three can give you 100 yards. And so with Kyson Brown kind of dealing with this ankle injury now, I think you still feel confidence that Raleek and Kanye can produce for you at that position.
We're talking to Damon Allred. Damon, what do you believe the best balance is for this offense? Because you've talked about the running game right there. You talk about Sam Levitt, who was getting Heisman buzz coming into the season, and he can put up crazy numbers, and we've seen him make big plays, obviously, last year. In an ideal world, what's that split look like? Like, how are you using all these different weapons?
Well, I think a lot of it comes down to rhythm, and that's, a buzzword Kenny has used a lot this week. It's someone was joking that rhythm is becoming ASU's alignment for the Suns. But it's a good point, too, because say you're on first down and it's not a run play, it's not a downfield pass, but maybe it's the run replacement kind of screen or pass out to the flats, and that's what gets Sam Levitt in a rhythm. Sam talked about a basketball analogy that Marcus Arroyo has used, where you don't want to come out just firing deep threes right from the get-go. You want to get the layups, get the free throws, kind of work your way into that. And so I think that if they rely more on the screen game, which was such a signature part of that offense last year, and that's kind of another way to get Shimon Mateer more involved in the passing game as well. That's a guy who had such an incredible game as a blocker, and with no block, no rock being such a highly used phrase for this team, I think it would be good to get the guy who has blocked the rock.
Okay, so we only got a minute here, so I'm sorry for asking you this up against it, but your biggest concern going into Texas State?
I think my biggest concern is just making sure that they come out with the right approach. I think that's something that we haven't seen now 2 games going. Just from a prepared standpoint and from just a mentality standpoint of we are going to win this game because we are the more talented team that is going to play harder, and I don't think that we've seen that in a game yet at this point. There were times, like a drive or two in the Mississippi State game where we saw that, like the 17 plays that ultimately ended up with the failed goal line stand, but I mean, there's just so much more out of this team that I feel like we haven't gotten yet.
That's a good way to put it. It feels like we
is.
haven't seen anywhere near their best yet, other than maybe the second half against Mississippi State, and then obviously that ended badly anyway. Damon, thanks for the time, man. We'll talk to you again soon.
Thank you, guys. Always happy to be here.
Don't miss your last chance to win tickets to the Cardinals home opener this Sunday. Just head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page, watch us live, and click the contest link pinned in the chat. It's that easy. Tune in, click, and you could be at the game on Sunday. When we come back, what was real that we saw from the Cardinals in Week 1, and what was a mirage?
Yeah.
That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Just about everybody around the NFL is like, that Cardinals defense is crazy. How different it is, how unique it is. They were talking about it during the broadcast on CBS over the weekend. Like, it's one of the most unpredictable defenses in the NFL, to the point where Nick Rawlis is seen by some as kind of a rising star in this game. You know, like a guy who can just scheme it up with some of the best of them. So while I certainly agree it's partially a reflection of who they played, I think he did way more with less last year and is being now tasked with doing more with more this year. Right.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Legacy Green Solutions. That's right. Listen, I got a huge shout out to Legacy Green Solutions for transforming my backyard. Listen, they're family-owned and operated. One of the things I love the most about Legacy Green Solutions, they're family-owned and operated, have been for over 25 years, voted best of the Valley. Legacy Green Solutions uses premium American-made turf with certified installation that looks and feels so natural. This is what they did at the Wolfley compound, Basinonians. It's cost-effective, professional, and they're going to treat you like family. And here's the best part. Right now, Legacy is offering a limited-time deal. What you have to do is mention Wolf, and you're going to get 15% off. That's right. All you got to do is call Legacy Green Solutions, and you mention me. You get 15% off. Text GREEN to 620-620. That's GREEN to 620-620, or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
What is your next success story? At University of Maryland Global Campus, you can succeed again with more than 135 affordable online degrees and certificates to help you move your career forward. From cybersecurity and AI to healthcare and MBA, our programs help you build critical thinking, leadership, and communication skills that set you apart in today's job market. Designed for working adults, focused on the future. Classes start September 17th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Dan Bickley here with a great opportunity for one lucky sports fan. My friends at Waltz TV and Appliance are giving away a 75-inch 4K television along with a state-of-the-art soundbar, a combination guaranteed to take your fandom to the next level. All you have to do is text Waltz to 620-620 between now and September 22nd. The winner will be announced on September 23rd. And once again, very simple. Just text Waltz to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Need space that's designed to last?
Mueller Incorporated delivers pre-engineered steel buildings customized for your style. From garages and workshops to barns, warehouses, even airplane hangars. Our bolt-together buildings are designed to last decades with proper installation and maintenance. Designed for strength. Engineered to last. Visit us today at our West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or go to MuellerInc.com to learn more.
Hey, this is Jaron, and in my mind, I've gone to Carolina. Which was a mistake because the Panthers are actually coming here to Arizona. Anyway, we'll talk about it at 6 a.m. tomorrow on Bickley and Murata Mornings.
All right, final segment of the show. Well, if I'm looking at this story on ESPN, okay?
Yeah.
It's not about the Cardinals. It's just NFL. And it's week one. What was real and what was just a mirage, okay?
I like that.
So I read through it. I'm looking, do they have anything on the Cardinals? No, they don't. So we're going to play our own game.
I mean, think about that, right? I mean, there's some producers sat around and thought about that. What's real and what's a mirage? You have two ways to go on that basis, audience. That is a great producer question. What's real and what's a mirage? Okay.
We need to have a segment, Jamal. I don't know if it's once a week or once a day where Wolf, as a producer, has to come up with the topic.
Couldn't agree more.
Where it's just, because you're right, it's always like a multiple choice thing. Or sometimes it can be three options, but it's typically going to be two or three where it's just like you have to decide, make a choice.
When you go with 3 points, okay,
yeah.
Now you're in trouble.
But I think he should also drive that segment as well.
Well, yeah. He's got to be the producer and the driver.
And the driver.
I just, honestly, it's A or B. It's black or white. That's the best kind of producer.
It's real or mirage.
What? You think you're going to go gray? You're going to sit there in the middle? No, you're not.
Pick a side.
Yes.
How
I
dare
demand you pick a side.
Dare you see the virtues of both sides. Pick
right,
one.
Exactly.
All right. Well, I'm giving you a couple examples here from the story. Like, for real, there are concerns about the Lions' offense. They have decided that is real, okay? They have decided a mirage is that there should be excitement about the Bengals' defense. They've decided, no, that's not real.
Okay. Yeah. Why do you think they would say that about the Lions' offense? I know this is not where you want to go on this, but why do you think they would say that's a mirage?
Because they couldn't score any points against Green Bay? I don't know. I mean, I do believe that losing all of the coaches that the Lions lost that's a real thing. That's we can't just write that off. But I also think people are very eager to be like, the same old Lions are not good anymore. I think the truth is somewhere in between. I still think that should be a 10-win team.
Okay. So can I start in regard to what is real, maybe, for the Arizona Cardinals?
Sure.
What we've seen one game in.
Don't let me hold you back with all this Lions
talk.
I
know where you're going, of course. I know where you wanted to go. What is real, based on
my answer is? I don't even have an answer
based
yet.
on what we saw from the Arizona Cardinals against the New Orleans Saints in their 20-13 victory, Will Johnson, I'll have to go, is real. Now, you can go with the same thing. This isn't like a power poll or something, right? It's not like that.
That's fine. I'll just agree with you.
Or maybe it is.
I'll come up with something different. Yeah.
Yes, you can actually have the same answer.
I was going to say, on the power poll, we don't have to be different.
Yeah, I know. I forgot about that.
We've been doing that for 4 years.
What was the one where you couldn't pick what somebody else did? I forget.
Fulcrum football.
Oh, that was it. Yeah. Yes.
All right. So why Will Johnson? Why are you confident after 1 week that he's the real deal?
It's obviously because of his talent and how much talent he has. The fact that he went out and played as well as he did and should have had an interception. And, one of the things I don't think enough people are really talking about is the fact that happened. Will Johnson was there. They were trying to beat him deep, and he was there and was actually playing the ball as opposed to the receiver. If you go back and you watch that deep throw, it was really incredible because Will Johnson was running the route for the receiver.
I don't know what the receiver was doing,
but Will playing Johnson the ball that was in the air. That is incredible. It's an incredible gift. Will Johnson was that impressive to me. Physically, it was obvious that he was up to the task, but mentally, to see him actually do that, a deep shot down the field and the ball was in the air, Will didn't worry about the receiver, where the receiver was. He played the ball.
How did we get to a point on draft night where that narrative was out there that he was damaged goods?
I don't know, man. I'm just wondering, what are we watching? What could we watch here with Will Johnson?
You need stuff like this to go your way as a franchise at some point. You need there to be this like this is the perfect example. And I'm sure other teams that have had a lot of success, like teams that have won Super Bowls, can point to, like, when the Seahawks won their Super Bowl and they, would have won the second if they didn't throw a pass to Malcolm Butler in the end zone. You go back and look and it's like, here's draft after draft after draft that the Seahawks nailed. And I'm sure there were moments in there where it's like, man, we caught a nice break there when like Jacksonville drafted a punter over Russell Wilson. And so we went ahead and took Russell Wilson. But this is like, you need to get lucky, but then you also need to be smart enough to not overthink it. Will Johnson shouldn't have been there in the second round. I'm not saying the guy will never get hurt, but he shouldn't have been there in the second round. And the Cardinals were like, you know what? We'll just take him because he shouldn't be here.
So what would you say is real? You can actually pick Will Johnson.
No, you know how I feel about that. I'm gonna say Marvin Harrison Jr. taking the jump in year 2 is real.
I like that. That's good.
And I feel good saying that after week 1 because it's not like he had 175 yards and 2 scores. No, he's going to do this every week. You did the math on what his numbers would look like if he just did what he did against the Saints all season. And what was it, over 1,200 yards?
85 receptions for 1,207 yards and 17 touchdowns.
So, I mean,
sold.
Yeah, absolutely sold. And I don't think watching that game on Sunday, even got the ding. I don't think anybody watched that game and they're like, this is the greatest game anybody's ever had. He'll never be able to replicate this. Touchdown aside, I don't see him getting a touchdown in every game. But other than that, everything that happened in that game felt like not the floor. I'm not saying that, but it just felt like that could be really doable every week. And if he comes out of the season with 85 catches for 1,207 yards and 11 scores, that is a clear step forward in year 2.
Okay, so what is a mirage to you? I'll let you double up here.
No, you go first because we only have like 45 seconds.
Oh, okay. The mirage base earnings would be the fact that the New Orleans Saints were able to run the ball for over 4 yards a carry, removing Spencer Rattler from that as well. Every time they handed the ball off, they actually gained 4.3 yards. I think that's a mirage. I expect more and better from the Cardinals' rush defense.
Do you like how I made you go first because I don't trust you in the final 10 seconds of the show?
Yeah.
To not just blow up the clock. I think I probably have to say this because I was so adamant that the Cardinals were going to be a team that put up a ton of sacks this year, and they had 1 in the first game. I'm going to say / hope that that's a mirage, that they're going to put together a more consistent pass rush going forward. So we'll see. This would be a good week to do it.
Yeah.
All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Jamal behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo coming up next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
You've heard about the thousands of patients finally getting relief from chronic joint pain thanks to QC Kinetics non-invasive treatments. And here's one who was determined to avoid surgery. Meet Vicky.
The orthopedic surgeon said, well, you're going to need knee replacement sooner rather than later. I kept hearing commercials about QC Kinetics and thought, well, I'm going to check them out first.
QC Kinetics has treated over 20,000 patients like Vicky around the country. People who were told they needed surgery but chose a more natural, less invasive approach that uses regenerative treatments to help heal and restore painful joints with no downtime.
If QC Kinetics had not been what I expected, I would have gone through with the surgery, but I got so much relief, am now pretty much pain-free that I don't have to have the surgery.
Before going under the knife, you need to check out QC Kinetics. The consultation is free. Call today.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
Don't wear it, sell it.
At Oliver Smith Jeweler, we love buying jewelry and luxury timepieces. We care about each piece's unique history, craftsmanship, and design.
Hi, I'm Oliver Smith, and over the past 40 years, Oliver Smith Jeweler has helped advise many clients on jewelry and watches. We can evaluate your pieces free of charge, provide you with an estimate of what they are worth in one-on-one meetings with you respecting your time and valuables. Get a check or convert your unworn valuables directly to gold coin or bullion for the future investment.
Oliver Smith Jeweler is known for our beautifully crafted jewelry and having the best timepiece selection in the Valley. Our clients choose us time and time again for our trusting nature, exceptional value, and our commitment to providing unsurpassed customer care.
Don't wear it, sell it. Come visit us at Oliver Smith in Gainey Ranch or in the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall.
You know, all the rain we've been having, a lot of phone calls coming into America Roofing, Arizona's #1 roofer. Listen, with this rain, a couple things. You got to keep an eye on your roof, because if you get a leak, you absolutely need to call the best, and that's America Roofing, 602-960-ROOF. America Roofing knows that a damaged roof can't wait. So today, last few days, we've been dealing with the rain. And now you've got this brown spot on the ceiling, right? And you're like, well, what do I do? Well, timely service is what America Roofing is all about. They know a damaged roof can't wait. And that's why they prioritize timely service to ensure your roof gets the attention it needs promptly. 602-960-ROOF. With the rain, make sure you're getting your roof checked. Make sure everything in your house is dry, and it all starts with your roof. 602-960-ROOF. 602-960-ROOF. America Roofing, we've got you covered.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Coming off a Week 1 win, Marvin Harrison Jr. and the Arizona Cardinals are gearing up for their home opener this Sunday against the Carolina Panthers. Here is Marv on the connection between him and Kyler to start the season.
All right, we got to definitely continue to build, continue to grow, but I like where we're at, and I think first game was a good start for sure.
Kickoff for that one on Sunday is at 1:05 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. ASU is looking to avenge their loss from last week. They will be back home this weekend facing the Texas State Bobcats. Kickoff for that one is on Saturday at 7:30 over on ESPN 620. The D-backs were able to avoid the sweep yesterday by beating the Giants 5-3 in their series finale. They are off today but return to the Diamond tomorrow in the Twin Cities facing the Minnesota Twins. First pitch for that one tomorrow is at 5:10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And it is the final day of the WNBA regular season, and the Phoenix Mercury are in action tonight trying to prevent a 3-game losing streak. They'll be in Dallas facing the Wings. Tip-off for that one is at 5 o'clock. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction, located on 51st Avenue in South of Glendale and online at sandersonford.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw on this Thursday afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo.
Burnsy, what's going on?
Pointing to the correct camera. I see
camera.
that. Yes. Yeah, no, not that one. Not over that one. Speaking of the correct camera,
yes,
our guy Jamal, at least today, is filling in on the updates with Mitch out.
Mitch is on his way to Europe.
I was looking at the YouTube feed that we have here in the studio just to confirm this. When Jamal does an update, it's like he's staring right into my soul. It's the weirdest thing. The way the camera is positioned and the way you read the script, it's like I'm looking up at Jamal. I'm like, Jamal, quit staring into my heart. Stop it. You look like right at me. It's crazy.
That's just me saying hello. That's all.
I know, right? Like, it's like, Jamal,
just giving you some love.
Quit looking at me, Jamal. Quit looking at me. Stop looking at me, Jamal. You're looking right at me. Stop. You in all day?
What's up, Jamal?
What's the deal? What's the plan?
Only for a few more minutes.
You're gonna record a couple, and then you know what? There's me giving away the magic of radio. Jamal not going to be live for the rest of the day because he's already put in his shift. Well, Jamal's already worked on the Wolf and Luke show.
All right.
That's his main gig. That's his thing, what he does there. But so you won't be staring into my soul for the rest of the show?
No. Just maybe here in 2:30.
So Mitch is off, right? He's leaving on a jet plane today. He's on his way to Greece and Italy.
He's in Greece.
Nice.
Yeah, fantastic. I hope he has a good trip.
I hate to spoil this. He's actually going to Palm Springs first.
Oh, is it Palm Springs first?
And then Europe.
How lame.
Boy, you suck, Mitch. Boy, I love Palm Springs.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. No, it's a good trip. Hold down the fort in there, Lauren. Hold it down. 2.5 weeks and no international travel for you. In the meantime, here's our top story of the day on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Drew is 100% right. How are we running the ball? How are we imposing our will upon our opponents? How are we executing in those things? And if we do that, then we'll be able to create a bunch of play action stuff, a bunch of wide open receivers. We'll be able to design those things, to design explosive plays in this offense. If we're just dropping back, trying to huck it down the field, that's never going to work out long-term for anybody.
It's Mark Schlereth. He was a guest yesterday on the Bickley and Murata show from our sister station up there in Denver, talking about the strength of the Arizona Cardinals. And Gambo, if it's all about, your strength versus their weakness, what you do well versus what they do not.
Yes.
I know Carolina has had the Cardinals number for seemingly ever, but there is a very real, that thing you do really badly, we do it really well. Watch this element of the game.
Running the football. Yeah. Running the football. I mean, there's no doubt about it. When you look, the opponents have rushed for 200 or more yards in each of the past 7 games against Carolina, dating back to last season. The Cardinals are one of those. The Cardinals are one of those teams. The Cardinals had 206 yards rushing and 2 touchdowns. James Conner had 117 yards and a touchdown on just 15 carries. Burns, he averaged 7.8 yards per carry. Kyler Murray, he had 63 yards, averaging 7.9 yards a carry and a touchdown. Arizona ran the ball extremely well against Carolina at the game. They lost, but they were one of the opponents that have rushed for 200 or more yards against Carolina. The past 7 games, they cannot stop the run.
No, they haven't been. And that was, there were so many frustrating things for Carolina about their week 1 loss to Jacksonville. It's hard to know where to start. We've talked about that a lot this week. It always seems to come back to the fact that, God, really? Again? 200 yards again? 71-yard run to Travis Etienne again?
It's almost like
this thing's happening again?
You can nitpick all these other things. Pre-snap process was lethargic. The playmaking was uneven. The center to quarterback exchange was inconsistent. All things coming out of Carolina right now. You can't stop the run.
No.
What does it matter?
No. And
what does it matter?
And it's not like, we all watched the game on Sunday. We all experienced it. We're talking about the Cardinals now.
I mean, yeah, they ran for, 146 yards rushing. I mean, it was fine. It was good. I don't think anybody thought
it was
that
one
was
big
a
run.
dominant performance. I don't think anybody thought that was a great performance by the Cardinals.
It
run.
wasn't.
It was fine.
If you take out the one big run by Trey Benson, they averaged 3.6 yards per carry or something?
I didn't. It would be something like that. I didn't do the
wasn't
math,
good.
but it'd be something like
Wasn't
that.
great.
Yeah. In fact, Drew Petzing yesterday or Tuesday talked about why they struggled to establish the
You
run.
hit it. It's efficiency. Right? When you have the big numbers, your yards per carry looks good. But hey, if we handed the ball off 18 times and 2 of them got us, 80% of those yards, we need to be more efficient in the running game. I think that's going to be a big thing moving forward here.
Yeah, and he's saying exactly the same thing. Like if you're
Just
getting
be more
all
efficient.
of your yards on one of those plays and you're not getting any yards on all the rest, are you really being that efficient of a run game?
And then here comes Carolina. Right.
Just like a tall glass of water on a hot summer day. Here it comes. Trey Benson talked about the run game.
I missed a couple opportunities out there. I showcased my speed today, but I kind of let somebody track me down. That usually don't happen most of the time, but it won't happen again. I feel like we left a lot of yards out there, and we can do better for sure.
Now I'm going to point this out, and I don't know how much seriousness or how much weight to attach to it.
Okay.
I really don't, but I'm going to bring it up because certainly I think we would all agree that Tip Ryman is a part of the Cardinals' running game, right?
Of course.
Is certainly
the physicality
an
of tight
important
end, the blocking, of course.
He was not seen at practice again today for the second straight day. According to Tyler Drake, still no Tip Ryman during the open portion of Cardinals practice. Same with Cody Simon. Darren Urban said the same thing. Did not see tight end Tip Ryman with a foot injury. Darren says that would be a key missing ingredient if he can't go on Sunday.
No 15 personnel packages.
None of those illegal 15 personnel plays. No, the math does. Do the 15 personnel in your head. The math doesn't work. But
okay.
the 14 personnel, the 13. Tip Ryman. Okay, say whatever you want. I mean, he's a mauler in the blocking game. Still evolving as a pass catcher, obviously.
He did have the one catch last week.
He did, but
same amount that the other 3 wide receivers, not named Marvin Harrison Jr., had. One.
His ability to block, does that dramatic, if he's not available, and again, I don't know, but if he's not, does that dramatically affect their ability to block in the run game?
It doesn't.
I don't know.
It doesn't help to not have him there, but I still think that you should be able to be successful against Carolina running the full, because everybody's successful. It's like the one thing they can't stop. They can't stop the run. 7 straight games of not 150 or 200 yards. 7 great straight games of 250. The one thing I found interesting too is the Panthers defense. They're not usually strong in coverage against tight ends. So I was looking at that today. Last week they gave up 5 passes on 5 targets, 5 for 5, 65 yards and a touchdown against Jacksonville. But then you go back and say, okay, well, how did Trey McBride do against Carolina last year in that game? 3 catches for 20 yards. Trey McBride was not a factor in that game. Like, that's something, you want something that's going to change? Okay, that's something that's going to change. Trey McBride will be a lot more of a factor in this game than he was the last game. 3 catches on 4 targets for 20 yards the last time they played Carolina. That was interesting to me because they're talking in Carolina like, oh, they have a problem against tight ends. They didn't have a problem against Trey McBride last year.
Yeah, no, they didn't. In fact, I'm trying to. I didn't have the game in my notes. And I'll spend one of the commercial breaks doing this.
Maybe you're on vacation.
Maybe I might have been actually.
When was that? When was that game?
December 22nd last year when they played.
Oh
the
yeah,
Panthers.
You got no notes on that game.
Was I gone? Was I gone that week?
That had to be. I took off before Christmas. You took off after.
Okay, maybe that's why I didn't have any notes.
So you were probably off.
I'm trying to figure out how the hell they lost to Carolina. I need to go back and remind myself. How did they lose? I know James Conner got hurt in that game, right? Had to leave that game, and I know the game went to overtime.
Gambo was out. You were in.
Oh, I was in?
You were in.
Why don't I
Where
have
the hell are your notes?
Why are my notes? Why don't I have notes? I am.
Where's the notes?
You were gone the week after.
Look,
you left. Okay.
What day was the 22nd?
If you want to be specific,
Sunday.
Burnsy left the 26th.
Okay.
That was your first day off. Gambo, you left the 16th and you came back the 26th.
Okay, so you missed the game.
So I was gone.
So you were gone.
You know why? You know why I know I'm gone? I can't find my notes on the game either.
So no one took notes.
I have meticulous notes on the
Meticulous.
Who was on this show to talk about the game?
It was
Burnsy.
me and who was filling in that day.
Where are your notes?
Jody Jackson.
Jody Jackson was filling in that
Did
day.
you send an email? Can you go back to your email and go back to that day?
Find an email from that long ago?
I have
Probably there.
Yeah, like we could go back 2 years on our email. So I have all my Cardinals games lined up right here. I've got all my Cardinals games in front of me from last year and all my notes. Cardinals lose to the Rams 13-9. Cardinals lose to the Seahawks 30-18. Cardinals fall to the Vikings 23-22. I've got all my notes from every single game. Cardinals trounce the Jets 30. I don't have the Carolina game because obviously I was off. I didn't watch it. I'm not going to watch it if I'm off. I'm like, hey, I'm on vacation. What do you want to do? Watch the Cardinal game? No, I'm not.
I'll look through my notes, but I
probably didn't send an email.
All of this stuff on last year, it just got me thinking, how'd they lose to Carolina last year?
Jody Jackson's right now. I got your email from that. You sent it to me.
I'm going to go back and look for it. I'm going to go see if I can find it because I have no idea where it's at. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, that is if we could remember to do it, we will turn our attention to Sam Levitt and whether he can rebound against Texas State on Saturday. That is next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Cardinals home opener versus Carolina Sunday.
Huddle.
Football is back.
You know, I don't live in the past, but if you look back at that game last year, we did not play our brand of ball. And they're a good football team coming here. They got some premium players. They're hard to defend, so we got work cut out for us.
Cardinals-Panthers pregame begins with some birria, bloodies, and chorizo at 8:30 Sunday morning. Kickoff 1:05 Sunday afternoon on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
You've realized that over these last couple of months, you need a new roof. Like, all right, I need a new roof. Expensive. Where can I go? Who do I call? JLC Roofing. Why? Well, first of all, we're going to save you $1,500 just for mentioning me. $1,500 when you call them off your new roof. They do it all: tile, shingles, foam, rolled roofing at JLC Roofing. You can go online at jlcroof.com. You'll realize that this company's been around for over 3 generations. From the grandfather to the father to the son, they are all about taking care of the customers here in Arizona, and they'll do a great job for you with your new roof, and they will help you save a lot of money. $1,500 off just for listening to this radio station. You'll save that money. Now, again, JLC Roofing, locally, family-owned and operated, second largest roofer in Arizona. They're going to get you a great price on the roof, save you $1,500, and they'll get out to you quickly to get it done. This is a good time. A lot of people like to get their roof done after the major heat is gone, and now is the time to schedule your new roof. Call them at 602-ROOFING. That's 602-ROOFING.
The San Francisco Giants travel to Chase Field on September 15th for a 3-game series to take on the D-backs. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
When our parents passed away, my brother and I were heartbroken. They'd always been there for us. As we began settling their estate, we found their estate planning binder. Inside was their living trust from RJP Estate Planning. It had everything: clear instructions, account info, and the steps we needed to settle their estate and receive our inheritance. Our parents told us years ago, without that living trust, their estate could have gone through probate court, where legal fees could have eaten away at what they left us. When we brought the trust to RJP, they guided us every step of the way. No court, no chaos, just peace of mind. We're one of 40,000 Arizona families RJP has helped over the past 30 years.
If you're 55 or over, save 55% on a living trust from RJP Estate Planning. Call 480-576-5457 by September 12th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Homeowners, did you know Arizona had more homes that didn't sell in the last 6 months than in the last 2 years combined? Thousands of sellers were disappointed with no sale. Don't let this happen to you. I'm Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, and with my guaranteed sale program, sell your home at a price acceptable to you or I will buy it. If your home didn't sell or you're thinking about selling, call me, Carol Royce, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com.
Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon, or at newnordicusa.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Arizona State has been linked to alleged men's basketball betting violations. How far back are the Diamondbacks from a postseason spot with 15 games left? And Cam Scadaboo wins Kyle Brandt's Angry Runs Award and receives an honorary scepter. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi.
All right, this is Kenny Dillingham. By the way, for those of you who stayed with us through the commercial break, I did find my notes. I wasn't completely half-assing it with you on vacation.
Good. I'd like to know that you're
2 days away from Christmas. I was still plugging away, making notes.
Actually, watch the game.
And I
actually watch the game.
I'm reading my notes. I'm like, I remember. So next time we go through that, I'll go through some of my notes of that game because it was really an awful day. In the meantime, this is Kenny Dillingham last night on Sparky's Den, talking about the expectations and the pressure on his quarterback, Sam Levitt.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, anytime that, everybody's talking about you, you feel like everything is on your shoulders. Like, that's natural, right? Especially in today's day and age with social media and, in this market specifically where the highs are super high and the lows are super low, right? There's not like this. We're not in this market. We're in this market, right? We're in the sky is falling and the world is ending or everything is on top, right? So you got to learn to just kind of stay like this, and there's going to be ups and downs. So for sure he has that. And that's my job to hopefully keep him just like that.
Yeah, of course it was a shock to see him struggle as badly as he did. That not that it's a huge sample size, but that was clearly the worst start of his career. It was a shock.
It was a shock
when you're touted, and it's not like it was fake touting. Like it was based off of how he performed last year. But when you're touted as a Heisman candidate, when you're touted as a potential first-round pick, and you come out and you're 1 of 7, you're 5 of 15 for 30 yards at the half, you throw for 82 yards in the game and 2 interceptions. Yeah, it's a shock. You don't expect that out of Heisman candidates.
It's almost like it reminds me of something, and just like on my son's club baseball team, we had a pitcher fill in once that we knew really well, and we're like telling him, this kid's great. Oh my God, this kid's unbelievable. Like, he's great. And he goes up there, he gives up a couple of bombs and a bunch of runs. Everybody's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, I'm shocked. Like, the guy's so good. I
swear he was great.
I swear he's great. Every time he pitches, he's great.
He was great.
And so, that's what if you were sitting there and you've never seen Sam Levitt play, and you're sitting with an ASU fan, like, hey, Sam Levitt, oh my God, this guy's the real deal. You got this kid's going first round NFL draft, Heisman Trophy candidate, and you watch him and you're like, this guy? The guy that's 5 for 15, the guy that just threw for 30 yards in the first half.
The guy that
this
can't
guy's
throw
gonna be a
5
first
yards.
round.
Yeah,
right. That guy looks rattled. He looks like he's scared to death. Like, so I get it. Like, yeah, that was a shock to anybody that's watched multiple Sam Levitt led ASU victories. To see him perform like that, we were taken aback by it.
Yeah, we were. We were very taken aback by it. Here's one more from Kenny Dillingham on, okay, well then what changed in the second half?
I just think we calmed down. You go on the road, you're at Mississippi State, it's loud, cowbells. I mean, it's a great environment. It's your first road game of the year. It's your first test of the year on the road. And we came out and they made some good plays. We miscommunicated a few things. And then all of a sudden it was like we come out of the second half, everybody was kind of calm, and we just played football, and we played an unbelievable half of football.
This is Marcus Arroyo, and I don't have the cut. This is the offensive coordinator of ASU. Quote, I don't have any questions about Sam. I think that part of the growth in year 2 of a quarterback is just being able to understand that success is not linear, There's going to be ups and there's going to be downs, and there's going to be new people, identity, characteristics, and chemistry that you're going to have to build each game, close quote. Do you have any questions about Sam?
No.
None at all.
Not after one. I think there's blips. I think there are those occasional games when something happens, you don't have it, you don't get into a rhythm early, things start to go backwards on you. I think we call them outliers, right? Outlier. That's not who he is. I think that Sam Levitt is a lot more of a guy that we projected to be a top pick in the draft, first, second round, a guy that should be a Heisman candidate, a guy that could go down as one of the great quarterbacks in ASU history. I feel a lot that he's more like that, and I'm okay with giving him the occasional off game.
Okay, and I don't disagree with you. So I'm saying this as like a devil's advocate. Let's create a little conversation here. So recognize that I'm not necessarily subscribing to what I'm about to say. Has he played enough games for us to even know what an outlier is for him? You know, has he been here long enough for us to know what is truly that's not him. That's not what he's about. I mean, he's made 15 starts as a Sun Devil. I'm just going off the top of my head here. It might be a little bit more than that. It might even be less than that.
Less.
You know what I mean? And you know me, I sometimes I lean too heavy on the small sample size thing. But I do wonder if he's been around long enough for us to truly know. This isn't Jake Plummer we're talking about circa 1996 when he had been there for 3 years, right? Like he's still.
It doesn't, yeah.
I'm just asking the question: has he made enough starts for us to know what an outlier is for Sam Levitt?
I think so.
Okay,
he's got a full year under his belt. He played in a Big 12 championship game. And now, listen, if you had gone through the regular season and you don't play in a bowl game and you don't play in a Peach Bowl and you don't have those two games there, then I understand you might be able to say, oh, okay, I don't think that there's a big enough sample size. I get that. But I think when you look at the way he played in some of those big games, I think it's easy to say, okay, this kid is, I mean, even just the way he played against Iowa State, in that game, I thought he was very good. And he was very good against, BYU. And there was one or two small games last year that he didn't play well. And other than that, I thought he was really good.
Yeah, no, I did too. Like I say, I was just thinking about it and doing the math in my head and wondering if there are any true outliers like that. I do think for Sam, and this is just my guess. My guess is that he will play very, very well this week at home against Texas State, that he will rebound very well, and he will look like the guy we all thought. I think the next big test for him is going to be when they have to go to Baylor or when they have to go to Utah.
Yeah.
And it's okay, it's that road environment. Maybe it's not SEC on a Saturday night with 75,000 cowbells, but like you said on Monday, and I thought you made an excellent point on Monday, pressure's not one of these things where, hey, you solve it once and you're good.
Nope.
Hey, I figured it out. I'm fine. I got this pressure thing licked. I'm going to be great for the rest of my life anytime I'm under pressure. He goes on the road, and he gets in that hostile environment. Now, every time he does it again, I do think we have to adopt a little bit of okay, let's wait and see. Let's see how he does this time. And let's see how he does this time. We've got enough evidence to know he can, but we don't have enough evidence to know he's going to every time because it doesn't work that way. You were right when you said that on Monday. It does not work that way.
No, and there's different types of pressure, right? Each environment is different. I mean, and there's the pressure of, okay, you don't get into a good rhythm, and all of a sudden you're down 17. Down 17-0 is a different type of pressure than, I'm in an environment where it's really loud and I can't hear I can't hear anything. Like that's different pressures. I remember last year when Sims had to play and Sam was out.
Cincinnati, right?
Cincinnati game. And it was like, oh, yeah. I mean, you could just tell right there. I mean, not having Sam Levitt in that game, they scored 14 points. Like against Cincinnati.
It made all the difference in the world.
It made all the difference in the world not having Sam Levitt. They didn't have him, right?
Exactly. The reason why they lost that game. There's no doubt. Arizona Sports and Red Bird Farms Chicken teaming up to bring you an exclusive tailgate package. That includes a grill set and Yeti cooler. Join our promotions team tomorrow at the Safeway located Chaparral Road and Hayden Road in Scottsdale from 4 until 6 for your chance to win. Once again, this Friday, the Safeway at Chaparral and Hayden in Scottsdale for your opportunity to win an exclusive tailgate package. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, it's our weekly visit with the AD of ASU, Graham Rossini. He'll join us coming up here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
After a road loss at Mississippi State, the Sun Devils look to bounce back in the W column at home versus Texas State.
I'm excited. I mean, I was excited to build on the second half of last week. Played really good football there at the end. Build on that, play home, and keep the home streak rocking.
Pregame begins at 4:30 Saturday afternoon. Kickoff at 7:30 Saturday night on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app.
So I know what you're probably thinking, right? A bank is a bank. Yeah, banking is banking. Yeah. Global Credit Union has 195 million reasons why they're a little bit different and a little bit better than your standard bank. Back here to tell you about Global Credit Union. I am a proud member, and when it comes to checking accounts and savings accounts and loans and everything a bank offers, there is a better way to do it. Global Credit Union is the better way to do it. One of the largest credit unions in the country, and because of that, they've got so many benefits that they can pass along to their members, including the fact that there are low to no fees on many of their accounts, a better interest rate than you can get at the bank, and like I said, $195 million. Collectively, that's what Global members saved last year banking with Global Credit Union, $195 million. Explore the benefits of becoming a member. Go to globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Summer's almost over, but the heat is pressing on. If you've got battery trouble, stop by AutoZone for free battery testing. It may just need a charge, and we'll do that for free too. If you do need a battery, we've got options starting at just $89.99, and we'll recycle your old battery for free. Now that's a strong start. Don't miss the end of summer sale, now at AutoZone until September 22nd. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
In baseball, numbers matter. Every stat is tracked, every play analyzed, but numbers alone, they don't win games. And they don't build a secure financial future either. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team behind a personalized plan for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Tori here. You're spot on, Jeff. Good numbers help, but it's teamwork that wins. It's about building trust, understanding goals, and creating a legacy.
At Trajan, we go beyond the numbers. We build real relationships and customize investment strategies so you can enjoy life today and feel secure about tomorrow.
It's a relationship, and that's why I chose Trajan Wealth. Call today to build your personalized plan. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
For more than 50 years, the Fiesta Sports Foundation has been known for world-class events and unmatched hospitality. But our biggest legacy is off the field, where we're improving local communities through education, youth sports, and programs that serve millions of Arizonans. And we're just getting started. Fiesta Sports Foundation. Our season never ends. Learn more at fiestasportsfoundation.org.
Football is back, and it's all about the tradition, the tough defense, just like America Roofing. Hey, we went with the best in Arizona, America Roofing in Casa Calvisi. We're ready for every season. Heat, wind, rain, repair or replace, home or business. America Roofing means championship service and quality. No trick plays, just honest work, proven results. Don't settle for second string. Get a free inspection and save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Coming off a Week 1 win, Marvin Harrison Jr. and the Arizona Cardinals are gearing up for their home opener this Sunday against the Carolina Panthers. Here is Marv on the connection between him and Kyler to start the season.
I mean, it's just a start. We got to definitely continue to build, continue to grow, but
I like where we're at, and I think first game was a good start for sure.
Kickoff for that one is at Sunday at 1:05 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. ASU is looking to avenge their loss from last week. They will be back home this weekend facing the Texas State Bobcats. Kickoff for that one is on Saturday at 7:30 over on ESPN 620. The D-backs were able to avoid the sweep yesterday by beating the Giants 5-3 in their series finale. They are off today, but return to the Diamond tomorrow in the Twin Cities facing the Minnesota Twins. First pitch for that one is tomorrow at 5:10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And it is the final day of the WNBA regular season, and the Phoenix Mercury are in action tonight trying to prevent a 3-game losing streak. They will be in Dallas facing the Wings. Tip-off for that one is at 5 o'clock. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football watch parties have taken over Sundays. Join the excitement and don't miss a play at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
The AD Update. Talking all things Sun Devil Athletics and NIL Weekly with Graham Rossini.
Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 12% on all repairs or replacements with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com.
It's our weekly visits with the AD of Arizona State University. And with that, we go to the video. You're watching live at ArizonaSports.com or the Arizona Sports app. There he is, the AD of ASU, Graham Rossini, who joins us here on Burns and Gambo. Good to see you with that fantastic office view behind you, Graham. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you. Beautiful day here in the Valley.
I do love that office. I really do. I'm coming Saturday, 7:30 game. We expecting a big crowd. I guess I got to arrive a couple hours early.
I
make
hope
sure
you're
I get
serving
in.
pasta in the press box, Graham, because Gambo's coming. I hope there's going to be some pasta and meatballs available.
Yeah, we'll get the chef on that. We may need to adjust the menu, more Italian friendly, but we'll be ready for it. Yeah, great crowd expected. We've got another really big student turnout. We're north of 50,000 so far. Trying to push as many tickets as we can over the next 48 hours, and eager to get to Saturday night and get this home game underway.
Yeah. Let's talk about what happened in Starkville, Mississippi State. You guys, really rough first half. You came back, handled that adversity, took the lead, had a chance to win the game, and then a blown play at the end. But just tell me about the environment there. I had talked to Kenny after the game, and I know it was loud. The cowbells, they weren't stopping them at the pre-snap like they're supposed to. But just tell me what it was like, that environment, how loud it was, and how raucous it was.
Yeah, it was a fun environment. It was exciting the moment we got there and they let the gates open. The drum of the cowbell started. Continued through on. It was more like white noise as the game went on, but credit to Mississippi State. They showed up. It was a fun atmosphere, just like we predicted last week it would be. The cowbells, the environment wasn't the reason that we lost the game. I think the guys did a good job making adjustments at halftime and had that really impressive second half coming back from just finding themselves in the first half. And, unfortunate how that final play unraveled or went in the end. But like Kenny said, like we got to stick to the game plan. We're not going to change how we approach it. We've got to execute at a higher level. And we've had a great week of practice. The guys have been accountable to what happened last weekend, and they're focused on getting ready for Saturday night.
Never got into a rhythm early, end up getting down 17-0. What were your impressions just at that point, being down by 3 scores early in the game?
Yeah, I mean, it was really when we got to the end of the first half and Jesus kicked that field goal to kind of give us a little bit of a spark going into the half. I felt really good at that point that, Kenny's shown throughout his career at ASU that they make incredible halftime adjustments, really gets the team to reset in those games where we've been a little out of sync or out of rhythm in the first half. And we saw that. I mean, the second half was just out the gate with a quick score, really controlling the clock, really getting the running backs involved and really, playing a different style of football that we did in the first half. And so really excited as the second half went on. I felt like we were going to win that game throughout the entire second half and just had your heart ripped out of your chest at the end of the game there. But, really proud of the response, the way that coach has mentioned all week long. I think we really found something within ourselves to get back in that game in the first place, despite, hostile environment, loud, energetic, all those things. The guys adjusted well. We got the running backs more involved in the game. And coach mentioned Monday morning when we got together, he's like, I feel better about our team this week than I did last week.
How do you feel like that environment compares to all of the other ones that you've seen in your time here, in particular last year, towards the end down the stretch when you guys were doing what you were doing in the Big 12 title game, the Peach Bowl, things like that? How does it compare?
It was fun. I mean, I don't know that it was more hostile, more energetic, et cetera. It just was, anytime you go in as a road team, you kind of expect that, you're not going to be the favorite. There's going to be 50, 60,000 people cheering against you. That just comes with the territory. But it's fun to be in that setting. And I think it's a compliment to the program when they rush the field after the game, that here we are 3 years into this iteration under Coach Dillingham at an SEC school, and their crowd is rushing the field to celebrate a win against ASU. And I think that shows that we're on our way as a program. We're not anywhere where we want to be ultimately yet, but it was kind of a compliment in a weird moment to have their crowd so excited to take down number 10, number 11 ASU at home, and for their fans to have the kind of moment that we experienced routinely last season. So fun atmosphere. And we expect that as we get into the Big 12 schedule. We go down to Baylor next week. They're riding high after the big win against SMU. We've got our donors heading out on that trip with us. We know that'll be a lot of fun atmosphere as well. And it comes with the territory, and the higher stakes that we're in as a game and as a program, we know we're going to be encountering that. And so I think the benefit of being in the environment like we were in Starkville only benefits us as we get later into the season that we're in right now.
Just out of curiosity, and I'm sure a lot of the Sun Devil fans who are listening right now probably know this off the top of their head, but I don't. Give me a thumbnail sketch of some of the other, in the future years, some of the big non-conference games that you've got coming up that will be, big environments, big moments, big games. Because if memory serves, you've got quite a few that are coming up over the next 7-8 years.
Yeah, we've got Texas A&M on the scheduled to be in College Station next year. They'll return the home trip in 27. We've got Texas on the schedule. We've got San Diego State on the schedule coming up. I think there's a home and home with UNLV as well. There's a lot of schedule fluidity right now, just as the SEC has gone to 9 games. And so some of the matchups that have been committed, may end up changing, but we're talking to a lot of the groups that put on the week 0 or week 1 events in NFL stadiums. We're in conversations about a chance to play internationally. And so as much of the games that have been scheduled out in the future, a lot of it's somewhat up in the air as we kind of navigate changing, the remnants of realignment the past couple of years, the fact that the SEC has now gone to 9 games, the ACC may be starting to have those conversations as well. So we've got commitments lined up in those schools that I mentioned, but we're also mindful of other opportunities. We're still very focused on Pac-12 legacy rivalries. We'd like to get back in Southern California. We'd like to get to the Bay Area schools. We'd like to maintain some of these familiar rivalries. It gives us a chance to play in California, which is so important for recruiting, as you know, and it also gives our chance to make some easy road trips here on the West Coast.
One of the things we talked a lot about on Monday was the only thing you guys really lost was clout. You lost that hype. You lost the clout. Everything ASU football wants is still in front of them. You could still win the Big 12. You could still hang a banner. You could still go to the playoffs. It's all still right there in front of you. You just don't have the clout and the hype that came early in the season because you lost that game. Would you agree?
Yeah, maybe to some extent, but that's okay. I mean, we want the chip on the shoulder. I think that's where we've always been our best. And so, Coach has talked a lot about, as a program, as a fan base, we need to learn how to win. We need to understand how to handle the highs and not just always respond to the lows. And so we're learning a lot about ourselves as a program. I know the guys have been accountable to putting in the extra work, tightening up some of the details. It's really allowed the coaches to reinforce a lot of the principles that they've been putting in throughout the summer and the fall camp leading in the season, and then making these week-to-week adjustments that, there was progression from the NAU game to the Mississippi State game, and we expect that same going into Texas State this weekend. So, whether the rankings matter or not, too early to tell, like you mentioned. Nothing that we've got in front of us was affected by the loss in Starkville, maybe other than some public perception, but we'll earn that back. And we got a chance Saturday night to kind of right the ship and change that narrative and show the Valley that this team is showing up ready to play.
Graham Rossini is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo show. Graham, the news of the day, obviously, this NCAA investigation. And I want to make it fully clear to everybody listening that the NCAA is not pursuing any penalties against ASU or any of the schools involved. They're looking at the individual players here. But when were you made aware of this investigation into one of the men's basketball players for this sports vetting violation, and what's the latest on that you can tell our audience right now?
Yeah, thanks, Bernsey. Really important to mention, it was nothing that they found wrongdoing with the university. It was one athlete that was involved. We got word of it at some point over the summer after he had already been released from the team, and so cooperated with the investigation. A very quick process, minimal involvement on behalf of the university, and as the release mentioned today, no involvement or wrongdoing on behalf of ASU. And so I think the takeaway and the most important thing that we've thought a lot about, we found out yesterday that this announcement was coming out, just the world today. I mean, we really think a lot about, we've got yes, aspirations to win. We want to win at a high level. We want to entertain our fan base. Those are two things that we think about every single day. But we've got 600 athletes that are choosing us, and we've got the responsibility to help prepare them for the real world, help them make better decisions, help them be mature in their progression while they're here with us at ASU. And I think what we heard today really reinforces that we've got to be looking at all these opportunities. It's a really, really complicated time for college athletes at any school, certainly here at ASU. And we've got to be mindful of how we're resourcing and helping them to navigate a complicated world that we're living in today.
I want to go back to the schedule for a second with football. I know those schedules used to be done sometimes 7-8 years in advance. Is that still the case? Do you still have to schedule teams out that far in advance?
Yeah, I mean, we've got 3 non-conference games every year that we're looking at. I think we're some version of a game is scheduled out to 2032, maybe 2033 at this point. And so, but again, there's a little bit of adjustments that are going on right now, and so there's some holes that are opening up that we're real-time filling. But that's not unique to ASU. That's happening all across the Power 4 landscape. That's happening all across Division I in both subdivisions. So yeah, we're mindful of conversations that are going on about mid-2030s, which is crazy to think about as we sit here in 2025. But there's also some games coming up in 27, 28 that we want to be mindful of and looking at some opportunities there too. So a little bit of both to answer the question.
All right, Graham, as always, we appreciate the conversation. Best of luck to the program on Saturday night against Texas State. We appreciate you coming on. We will talk to you next week, all right?
Little chicken parm or some chicken cutlet, maybe a meatball parmesan hero for Saturday night.
You an eggplant parm guy?
I love eggplant parm. Love eggplant parm.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll be there.
Right, we'll get the cannolis right.
Oh, yeah. I'll be there at 7:30. Let's go. Let's go ASU.
Yes.
Let's go.
Thank you, Graham. We appreciate it. Graham Rossini, AD over at ASU, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show, working on the pregame meal in the press box for Gambo when he's there on Saturday night. These are very important things we're dealing with.
It's
here.
important.
Very important things.
Right.
Yeah.
We have to be fed.
Maybe a little more important than what's going to be on Gambo's menu on Saturday night is the Phoenix Mercury opening up the playoffs on Sunday at PHX Arena. And joining us next, the general manager of the Phoenix Mercury, Nick Uren. He'll join us here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The AD Update.
Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 12% on all repairs or replacements with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2-2. Swinging a broken back chopper to short. Perdomo gloves and throws to first, and that's your ball game. The Giants take the first 2, but the D-backs rebound and win the series finale by a final score of 5-3. They pull themselves back to 1 game under 500.
D-backs day off before flying to the land of Ufta for 3 games at the Twins. The home of Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about Christian Brothers, AC, plumbing, and electric. Matter of fact, my wife reached out to me today, said, hey, our friends are having an issue with their plumbing. They've got a leak, and they got to find it, and it's somewhere, and their water bill went absolutely through the roof. And I'm like, she's like, let's get them in touch with Christian Brothers. And so we did that today. We put our good friends in touch with Christian Brothers to get that taken care of because Christian Brothers does a great job. They've got a great plumbing department. They've got a great electrical department. And, of course, they have a great AC department. That's why I highly recommend Christian Brothers to any of you out there that need any plumbing, electrical, or AC needs. They can help you with clogged drains. They can help you with a toilet bowl that's not flushing properly. They can help you with any and all of your water needs. Do you need soft water? Do you need reverse osmosis? Do you want pure drinking water in your house? You having a problem getting the hot water to certain areas? Do you turn on the shower and it takes 4 minutes to get hot water? If so, let's call Christian Brothers. Their plumbing department has been around since 1976. Call them at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535 or go to cbrothers.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
And we're back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how is the service at Arrowhead Honda?
I trust my friends at Arrowhead Honda's service department to keep my Honda in tip-top shape. Their expert team always gets it right. From quick oil changes to major repairs, they will literally handle it all. Thanks, Arrowhead Honda.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 and Bell Road or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Tell them Michael Wilson sent you. Go Red.
In football, the best teams rise to the top. In medicine, the same is true. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is consistently ranked among the nation's best in brain and spine care. From game day concussions to the most complex neurological conditions, Barrow delivers world-class expertise right here in Arizona. When it comes to your brain, your spine, your future, you want the very best on your side. Barrow Neurological Institute. It matters where you get your care. Visit barrowneuro.org.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
University of Maryland Global Campus offers more than 55 flexible online certificates that provide short-term credentials and real-world skills you can use immediately. With a range of affordable undergraduate and graduate certificates in high-demand fields like business, AI, cybersecurity, data analytics, and healthcare, you can earn credentials quickly to help advance your career. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Friday morning. We'll get you ready for Sun Devils against Texas State with the head coach, Kenny Dillingham. He joins us at 7 here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, back here on the Burns and Gambo Show, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. One more regular season game for the Merc. It is coming up tonight, as a matter of fact. And then after that, it is playoff time. And PHX Arena is going to be rocking on Sunday. And joining us right now, the general manager of the Phoenix Mercury, Nick Uren, who joins us on the Burns and Gambo Show. Nick, welcome to the program, man. How are we doing today?
Hi, guys. Thanks for having me.
I know you went to McClintock High School. Just don't tell us that you were listening to us when you were a little kid in elementary school, okay, Nick?
Okay. Yeah. Charger proud, and yeah, I've been Valley born and raised, and have been listening to you guys. But I'll keep the time to myself.
All right. What were you going to say?
Okay, I was supposed to go to McClintock, but we moved right before my freshman year. Did you? What year? Do you mind if I ask you around what years you were there? I'm just curious.
No, it's fine. I was a 2005 graduate.
Oh, I missed you by a country mile. Okay, never mind. never mind. We weren't even. No, I grew up right there. I went to Curry Elementary. I went to Conley Junior High. I was supposed to go to McClintock, and we moved. So
were you listening? Were you listening to the show back when you were in high school?
Yeah, I mean, occasionally. I was I was a huge sports fan. I grew up a diehard, Phoenix Suns fan, Cardinal fan, Mercury when they started in '97. So I've been a diehard Arizona sports fan for my whole life. So. Certainly remember you guys and have, I don't want to be too corny, but grown up with you guys a little bit.
That's great. Well, first off, I want to talk a lot about this season, how great it's been, but I do want to mention that tickets are available for September 14th, Sunday. The Mercury take on the defending champion New York Liberty. First round WNBA playoffs. You can get your tickets right now. Go to mercury.wnba.com. That's mercury.wnba.com. You can purchase your tickets for Game 1, Liberty at the Mercury right here in Phoenix. This is an incredible turnaround, what you've been able to do in the few years that you've been here. I mean, just 2023, The team won 9 basketball games. You take over, 19 wins, 27 wins. Obviously, the hiring of Nate Tibbetts. To you, what was some of the biggest moves you made to get the organization to where they are, one of the best teams in the WNBA right now?
I appreciate it. You know, the biggest thing is like the people behind the scenes, to be honest. We have an incredible, like from Matt's ownership down to like the people who work with me on a day-to-day basis, our coaching staff, our training staff, our operations staff. Like we've got an incredible group behind the scenes. And so like it's, you know, when I took the job, you know, it seemed like, you know, there were some decisions to be made. Obviously, Diana and Brittany's careers were on the tail end and whatnot. But with Matt's investment, you know, that gets a lot of attention. But we try to, you know, cross every T and dot every I from a detail standpoint. And I think the players hear that and feel that. And so we wanted to become a destination where people wanted to play and these athletes knew they'd be treated right. And so I think it really starts with the people. We've got an incredible group that works with us. And then, you know, we knew that this was a huge year. You know, we're coming into a new collective bargaining agreement. Everyone's a free agent. And so we just wanted to make some strides in terms of showing that we could be on the doorstep from a competitive standpoint on the court, and that we would treat you right off the court. And I think some of that stuff is starting to come together.
Looking back on it now, given the massive amount of change the organization underwent from a personnel standpoint, from the players on the floor, looking back on it, was it as challenging as you thought it would be to navigate that, knowing some of the big ticket items that were as part of the conversation? Was it easier than you thought? How did you, looking back at how you navigated last year in the offseason, how do you feel that worked out for you in terms of how you got through the process?
Yeah, thrilled with how it turned out, but it's never easy. Certainly, I never thought it would be easy, but probably even more challenging than I thought it would be. I mean, we've turned the roster completely over 2 years in a row, and now I hope we're in a place where we can have some continuity. Obviously, I just referenced that everyone's a free agent, but, you know, hopefully we're returning a large portion of this team and can build on the success of this year. But, yeah, overhauling an entire roster kind of 2 years in a row needed to be done because we'd won 9 games, but that's never easy, and you never know whether it's going to come together till you actually see it. And, you know, I think part of it's a job well done and part of it's good fortune, and we've had a really good year.
It's obviously not about one player, and you've got a bunch of players I could ask you about, but I'm curious how much traction you think Alyssa Thomas's MVP candidacy is getting over these last few weeks, over these last couple of months with what she's been able to do.
Yeah, she's incredible. I mean, I can't answer the question of how much traction it's gotten or whether she'll get it or not, but, like, I truly have I've spent a lot of years in basketball, both the NBA and the WNBA, and I cannot think of hardly any players that lead to winning like she does. She is a direct correlation. If you look at her career, she just doesn't lose. She wills you to victory, and she controls the game. And, you know, there's so few players that raise their level to, you know, when the competition ratchets up, she raises her level to such a degree. She's such a competitor. She makes others better. The triple doubles, the single season assist record from a person at her position, her intelligence, her defensive impact, like she's a special player. And whether she gets a league MVP or not, she's absolutely deserving of it and being in the conversation, and she's ours for sure.
She was one of the best players in Connecticut Sun history. I almost can't believe that you were able to pull off this trade. Natasha Cloud, Rebecca Allen, and the number 12 overall pick. Do you look back and pinch yourself sometimes that you were able to pull off a deal to get a 5-time All-Star and one of the best players in the league in Alyssa Thomas?
Yeah, we were, you know, very fortunate to get that thing done. Those things happen over, you know, weeks and months, not just, you know, at the snap of a finger, but to have gotten, you know, entering last off season, we were hoping to kind of make one big splash, and to have gotten both her and Satu in the same off season, you know, you never know if it's going to turn out that way, but really happy that it did.
All right, give me your thoughts. You guys have had the Liberty's number, the defending champs. You've had their number a little bit this year. What's going to be the key to getting out of that first round?
Oh, I mean, it's funny. Like, you would have told me at the beginning of the year that we'd be the 4 seed and, you know, have home court advantage. I would have taken that and ran with it. And then you tell me we're playing New York and the defending champs. that's a tall task. They're a hell of a team. They're huge. They've got players of extreme capability and experience. The thing Nate and I have talked about is like, we just have to come out in game one. The first adjustment can't be to play harder. I've been a part of a lot of NBA playoff series, and those are 7 games. And, so often it's like the first adjustment is just like realizing playoff intensity and playoff speed. And in a 3-game series, you can't have that. So the home crowd will be critical on Sunday. That place is going to be electric. You guys have been to Mercury games. The place is awesome. But we have to come out with force and throw the first punch on Sunday.
Tickets are available now. The round 1, game 1 opener is coming up on Sunday at PHX Arena. Nick, congratulations on a tremendous season up until this point. We can't wait to see how it all turns out. It's going to be a lot of excitement. And yeah, as a near McClintock Charger, it's nice to know we got that connection, kind of, sort of. Hey, man, best of luck. Truly, we're pulling for you, and we'll chat soon, okay?
Hey, thanks, fellas. Appreciate the support, and we'll drink a beer at McClintock when we win the whole thing.
Okay, sounds good. Even though I never spent a day of my life there, that sounds great.
Yeah, close enough. Close
enough. Nick Uret, our guest on the Burns and Gambo Show, the general manager of the Phoenix Mercury. Again, they're taking on the Liberty on Sunday. Take us with you wherever you go. If you cannot catch us live, you can find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Burns and Gambo Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Is there a bad omen on the horizon for Bryce Young and the Carolina Panthers? Of course, that would mean there's a good omen for the Arizona Cardinals.
Rising?
Maybe. We'll do a little Creedence Clearwater Revival next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Tomorrow afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper, 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Friends, it's Pat. I finally did it. Sometimes you just need to get off the grid and get some time to think, like way off. So I hopped into my all-new 2025 4Runner with available iForce Max engine and took off, which is me, the 4Runner, and good old Mother Nature. Unfortunately, that's when I realized it was also Taco Tuesday. So I ended up coming back that night. I mean, priorities, right?
Right now, get low 2.99% financing for 48 months on a new 2025 Tacoma SR or SR5. Or get a great deal on your favorite Toyota. Plus, check out the all-new 6th generation 4Runner today by visiting your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota. Let's go places. 2.99% with $22.13 per thousand borrowed for 48 months. 0 down payment if you qualify. Tacoma offers exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models and N93025. See dealer for details.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here, and I'm sitting next to my great friend, Dr. Joe from Aria Dental Implant Center. Hey, Dr. Joe, it's great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Talk to me about the All-on-4 dental implant.
It's a process where we can remove patients' remaining dentition, where we can place 4 dental implants, take our digital impressions, so we can get this population back in function.
You know I've had the All-on-4. It is a life changer. It truly is. Not only to be able to smile, right, but also to bite into a steak. What is the best thing about getting the All-on-4 dental treatment?
Self-confidence. The only reason people don't get All-on-4s is because they can't afford it. It's expensive.
Yes.
My goal is to make it economical. So if I can reduce that cost, I will.
If you have broken or missing teeth, he's going to help you. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. It's spelled A-R-I-A. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. They offer unbeatable selection. They have a great reputation for making luxury attainable. And best of all, you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He guarantees our listeners will get a smoking hot deal, the best you're going to find in Arizona. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Coming off a Week 1 victory, Marvin Harrison Jr. and the Arizona Cardinals are gearing up for their home opener this Sunday against the Carolina Panthers. Here is Marv on his connection with Kyler Murray to start the season.
I mean, it's just a start. We got to definitely continue to build, continue to grow, but, I like where we're at, and I think, first game was a good start for sure.
Kickoff for that one is on Sunday at 1:05 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. ASU is looking to avenge their loss from last week. They will be back home this weekend facing the Texas State Bobcats. Kickoff for that one is on Saturday at 7:30 over on ESPN 620. The D-backs were able to avoid the sweep yesterday by beating the Giants 5-3 in their series finale. They are off today but return to the Diamond tomorrow in the Twin Cities facing the Minnesota Twins. First pitch for that one is tomorrow at 5:10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Mercury are in action tonight trying to prevent a 3-game losing streak. They will be in Dallas facing the Wings. Tip-off for that one is at 5 o'clock. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. Disc physicians are the leaders in the valley for minimally invasive spine care. If you have neck or back pain, check us out online at sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900. Enjoy life again.
Hey, it's Wolf. What does Kyler Murray need to do in order for the Cardinals to beat those pesky Panthers? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports. Here, kitty, kitty.
I see. Not you. Turn him off.
Don't go around tonight. Well, if you found to take your dad, there's a bad moon on the right.
Okay, now you can turn on his mic. I just didn't want him. I just didn't want you ruining it.
It's such a good song.
I know you can sing along all you want, but turn off your mic, you're gonna ruin it.
Such a good song.
It's a very good song.
I like to sing.
I know you do.
Suck at it, but I like to sing.
I don't like to hear it. That's all.
Oh, I know.
So
Most people don't.
This way we both get what we want. You're still singing. Nobody hears it.
Great song. Just a great song.
How is it that it took us this long to figure out the solution? Sing your heart's content. We're just gonna turn off the mic.
There's a bad moon. I'll sing so loud I'll go right over your mic. Don't test me.
Don't test me. Don't you test me. Is Bryce Young going to test the Arizona Cardinals? Is he capable of testing the Arizona Cardinals? He beat him last year.
By the way, CCR, like if you don't know about CCR, You got to start like downloading some of this. That's such a great.
There
great
is a
group.
song they sing that is one of my favorite of all time, and it's not Bad Moon on the Rise. It's called Midnight Special. It is such a good song.
I know. The song.
You know the song is such a good song.
It's a great band.
It's a great band. Time and time again. The bad omen for the bad moon, if you will, that's on the rise for the Carolina Panthers. If that's where you want to go here.
Okay, let's go there.
Is this line from NFL.com in which it was overreaction or bad omen, judging 9 narratives that developed in week 1. And they wrote about Bryce Young. Bryce Young shows regression, and this is a bad omen. This isn't an overreaction. This is a bad omen. They write, we can't even blame pressure for a discombobulated Bryce Young.
There was none.
According to Next Gen Stats, the Panthers did not allow a pressure on 22 pass attempts. 60% of their pass attempts, he was not pressured.
No pressure.
On those plays, he completed 12 passes.
He was not under pressure.
For 86 yards and an interception. When he was not under pressure, he had a 44.9 passer rating, and he only averaged about 4 yards per attempt. That's dreadful.
Right.
You don't even need to know anything about
with no
semi-advanced stats to know. That's dreadful.
With no pressure. 12 passes, 86 yards, 3.9 yards per attempt. Wow. And a minus 15.8 completion percentage over expectation, if you know what that means. That's not good. That's not good.
Not good, Bob.
So for all the...
That's a little Mad Men for you. Not good, Bob.
So for all of the positives that came out of Bryce last year at the end of the season when he kind of felt like he turned the corner.
Yeah, I got the numbers here. I'll share them in a second.
And things were going well. To start off like that is like, okay, all right. Like, he just, again, right back to square one. When everybody was doubting Bryce Young and not believing in him, and they made a terrible choice at quarterback, and, it's going to haunt them for decades, and then all of a sudden he turns it around a little bit. You're like, oh, okay, all right, maybe you've got something here, and then he takes a big step back in week 1.
The last 10 games of the season in 2024, and one of those included was the Cardinals game. Bryce Young completed 62% of his passes. It's decent, but in today's age, that's not that great. 2,104 yards, so spread out over 10 games. That was about 210 yards per game. Again, okay, not great. 15 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. It's pretty good. Rushed for 223 yards and 5 touchdowns. And it looked like he had turned the teeniest of corners. And I'm not saying it was like a major breakthrough, but there was. And I remember talking about this a little bit going into the Carolina game. Like, okay, you know what? He's playing better. And maybe it's not so one-sided as we thought with the C.J. Stroud-Bryce Young comparison, where after year 1, I was like, oh, my God, Carolina, what have you done? What have you given up to give up Bryce Young? Look at everything you gave to Chicago in that trade. You didn't even get the right quarterback. It looked a little bit better.
Could have had C.J. Stroud.
Exactly. Could have had C.J. Stroud.
That was the year the Cardinals got Paris Johnson.
Correct.
Yeah, they could have had C.J. They had the number 1 pick, and then C.J. Stroud went second. And Bryce was first, so they could have had...
They could have had C.J. Stroud. They should, but C.J. Stroud might not have been C.J. Stroud in Carolina.
Right.
You just never know. Development and coaching and things like that, it all matters. It looks like whatever teeny tiny corner he turned last year was either fake, false, temporary, not real or whatever. I know it's just one game and maybe things are going to get better. They went out and drafted T-Mac out of U of A to help things get a little bit better for him. He looked dreadful. Those pressure numbers blew me away when you sent those things. I
have always, I mean, outside of like recent memory, Jalen Hurts, the Alabama quarterback thing has just not worked out for many teams. Like, you're going to go back to like Kenny Stabler. Like, it really hasn't worked out. There's been a ton of Alabama quarterbacks that won a lot of games and had a lot of success, and they're just not very good. And so, like, I've always kind of like looked at that. The Greg McElroy and the John Parker Wilson, A.J. McCarron, and just think about all the quarterbacks that played. And it's just like, all right, like, they don't really ever put good quarterbacks in the NFL. So that was one of the things. Bryce is small. He's 5'10". So he's a smaller quarterback too. They loved him. They drafted him. Hasn't worked out yet. This is a big year for him because if he doesn't have success this year, they will probably look to move on and not go any further. But it's, for whatever positives he had in that stretch last year that you just mentioned, Man, all went to hell in a handbasket in this first game of the season. He was awful.
Yeah, I just searched the top
They're
10
never any good.
quarterbacks in the history of Alabama.
They're never any good.
No, they're. I mean,
never. They win a lot of games. They win championships. They go to the NFL and they suck.
I mean, Jalen Hurts has been all right.
Jalen Hurts has been okay.
He's been okay for Phil by like the fourth. What this is from FanBuzz.com. The fourth best Alabama quarterback in their history is Mac Jones. He's the backup for San Francisco. He's going to get the start this week against New Orleans.
McElroy, McCarron,
Tua Tagovailoa made the list, but he hasn't been great in the pros. Yeah,
it's not any good. They're never any good.
Here's Jonathan Gannon on why he thinks they lost to Carolina last year.
Well, we didn't stop the run, and we lost the takeaway battle and got beat. So you don't do that, you're going to lose. So it was very clear to our guys why we lost that game, and just revisit it because they got a lot of players. Hubbard went for 152 versus us last year. Like, you're not going to win.
See, and the reason I played that there is because, I mean, we can sit here and say Bryce Young is bad, Bryce Young is this, Bryce Young is that, and I don't even think he was that much of a central figure why the Cardinals lost last year to Carolina.
You have your notes from the game?
I do have my notes for the game, as a matter of fact. You want them?
What did they say?
Okay.
What did they say?
So here's...
What's that? What's the headline of your notes from the game?
The headline is actually a screenshot I took from Teo Mackey as part of my notes. Through the first 23 minutes of that game against the Carolina Panthers last year, the Cardinals, now it's all coming back to me like a flood. The Cardinals committed 8 penalties, completed 4 passes, allowed 106 rushing yards. They were outscored by 17 points to a team that was 3-11. In the first 23 minutes of the game, 8 penalties, 4 completions, 106 rushing yards allowed, multiple coverage busts. They were outscored by 17. They were down 20-3. They were down 30-20. There's a play-by-play cut from Dave Pasch after the 13-3 lead. He's like, what is happening in Charlotte right now?
Wow.
Chad Ryland had to hit a 58-yard field goal at the end of regulation to send the game into overtime that they barely got off because the clock almost ran out on them because things were just so chaotic. There was a play with Kyler. Did he get out of bounds? Did he stop the clock? Did he get the first down? Did he not? They barely got the field goal off to get it in overtime in the first place. It was a mess, all against a team that was 3-11, that was a must-win game, and that ended the Cardinal season. Their season ended that day in Charlotte. With that loss, they were eliminated from the postseason.
I think I was dog mushing in Alaska. No, I really was. I think I was dog mushing in Alaska.
Might be the first time I've ever been jealous of one of your vacations in Alaska in the middle of the winter.
Yeah.
Usually I'm not jealous of the Alaskan
winter
vacations. It's a little too cold for me.
I'm just hanging out with a bunch of Siberian Huskies on a trail somewhere in Alaska, and you're watching the Cardinals lose to Carolina.
So we're going to see. Now, obviously, you heard what Gannon said yesterday. Taking away Hubbard is going to be, forget all of the Bryce Young talk. Taking Hubbard out of the game, minimizing his impact, and then exposing Bryce Young is obviously key number one, right? First thing you got to do in this game.
Yes.
So we can make it about Bryce Young all we want, but it really is about Hubbard and stopping that run game for Carolina.
Yeah, because what did they say? Went for 150 or something?
156, I believe, was the number. Yeah.
Against the Cardinals in that game. So absolutely, that's going to be the running game. Look, we said this earlier. The Carolinas allowed 200 yards rushing in 7 straight games. The Cardinals had a great game running against them last year. Both Connor and Murray had big games running the football. Even though the Cardinals lost, they had big games running the football. So I think your initial note is that, you got another one? What's the other gem you got?
The Cardinals defense gave up 243 yards rushing that day. It was the highest total of the season. Hubbard gained 152. The last 49 yards rushing came on back-to-back plays in overtime to end the game. So he went 21 and he went 28 and then 21 to end the game in overtime. Jeez.
And you had to talk about that game.
And I did.
The next day.
Yeah.
That was not good.
Yeah, the Cardinals defense gave up 30 points in regulation to the 5th worst scoring offense in the NFL.
Okay.
That was a horrible weekend last year.
This is a much different defense.
Yes, it is.
It is a much different defense. They've changed out. More than half the defense has been changed out, right? So it's going to be a lot different than last year.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, one major media site put it all into their computer, and the computer spit back at them that ASU is going to go 5-5 the rest of the way.
What?
Yeah, we'll talk about that next on the Burns and Gambo show.
NFL record for most punt return touchdowns in a season. Played 10 of his 13 NFL seasons for the Cardinals and officially retired a Cardinal this summer. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
The first thing you should do if you're involved in a crash, especially if you're involved in one with a truck, you should first call the police and get medical care. Second, don't talk to their insurance company alone. Third, call the truck crash lawyers at the Berg Simpson Law Firm, because the truck crash, I mean, all crashes are serious, obvious. And certainly I know from my own experience, you're going to want somebody on your side because we didn't and we made a huge mistake. But the truck crashes are different because they can really be devastating. There were 150,000 alone last year. And with the trucking companies, they have some major insurance companies on their side. And Berg Simpson has very real commercial vehicle crash experience against some of the biggest trucking insurance companies out there. They've recovered over $50 million in trucking injury claims alone. They promise that they won't charge you unless they recover compensation on your behalf. It's just a different deal. You're going to want Berg Simpson on your side. So call 602-777-7000. That's 602-777-7000. Or visit bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
When our parents passed away, my brother and I were heartbroken. They'd always been there for us. As we began settling their estate, we found their estate planning binder. Inside was their living trust from RJP Estate Planning. It had everything: clear instructions, account info, and the steps we needed to settle their estate and receive our inheritance. Our parents told us years ago, without that living trust, their estate could have gone through probate court, where legal fees could have eaten away at what they left us. When we brought the trust to RJP, they guided us every step of the way. No court, no chaos, just peace of mind. We're one of 40,000 Arizona families RJP has helped over the past 30 years.
If you're 55 or over, save 55% on a living trust from RJP Estate Planning. Call 480-576-5457 by September 12th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Hi, I'm James Frabasilio, president of Presidential Pools. Since 1991, we've been transforming backyards into dream oasis with one of the longest warranties in the industry. Our unwavering commitment to quality and excellence has earned us the title of Arizona's #1 pool builder. We sell the most pools in the valley for a reason. It's our dedicated team and extensive experience that sets us apart. Visit us at presidentialpools.com today.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy, and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
Ready! Hi, my name is Brent Sanderson with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. What makes Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning a great choice for customers is that you know when Ready comes to your home, you're going to get an honest assessment, a positive experience from start to finish, a very comfortable, no sales experience. Our mission is to come in, assess the situation, troubleshoot, and solve your problems and leave you smiling.
ReadyServices.com. Ready.
It's kickoff time. Score big at Freeway Chevrolet with our kickoff special. Triple your rebate on all new trucks and SUVs. Every new vehicle in stock. No exclusions. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Kickoff special available on new inventory only. Cannot be combined with any other offers or incentives. NCC rebate only. On approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
Freeway Chevrolet. I-10 and Ray.
Hey, this is Jared, and in my mind, I've gone to Carolina. Which was a mistake because the Panthers are actually coming here to Arizona. Anyway, we'll talk about it at 6 a.m. tomorrow on Bickley and Murata Mornings.
Yeah, speaking of guys whose microphone we should turn off when they start singing, I listen to you every day compared to him. Every day that ends in Y, I'll listen to you sing compared to him. He's funny, he's creative, but God, he can't carry a tune to save his life. It's the safest life.
There are no days that end in Y in the Italian alphabet, just so you know.
Well, you know what? That's the difference between you and me is I don't speak Italian.
There's a
So
lot
for
that-
me, the
there's a lot
days that
that
end
end
in
in
Y,
I, but not Y.
That doesn't concern me. And to be honest with you, I don't know how much this concerns me either, but I saw this today.
Oh, I got a kick out of it.
On sundevilsource.com. And because I think they do, I think this is a weekly feature of Chris Cartman's crew over there. And I'll cop, well, this isn't going to come like as a major surprise. I'm a little bit of a nerd when it comes to stuff like this. You know, I'm always interested in these are the kind of clicks the links that I'll click on. ESPN's Football Power Index projects ASU's remaining schedule.
Okay.
I'm like, all right, I'll click on this. So, with using the loss to Mississippi State as part of the algorithm, ESPN's Football Power Index now has ASU less than 50% to win in 5 games this season. They've got a 41% chance of winning against Baylor. They've got a 42% chance of winning against TCU. A 27% chance to win against Utah.
Oh, my God.
A 37% chance to win at Iowa State. And then there was one more. Okay, this is 50-50, so if you want to count this one, do. If you don't, fine. A 49.5% chance to win against Texas Tech. So what they're saying right now, according to their computers,
that they're underdogs in 5 games.
That their percentage, their odds of losing, yes, are 5 games.
Can you give me the 5 games again?
I'd be happy to.
Please.
Baylor,
road,
41%. TCU, 42%.
That's a home game.
Utah, 27%.
Road game.
Texas Tech, 49.5%.
Home game.
Iowa State, 37%.
Road game. 3 road games, 2 home games. So they think that they could lose the home game to TCU and Texas Tech.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, I'm not counting Texas Tech. First of all, I'm not counting any of this. This is fun conversation. This is like, hey, we're 2 guys doing a sports radio show. Let's talk about this for a few minutes.
Wait a second.
I'm not taking this super seriously, but I'm also throwing out the Texas Tech one because that's like a coin flip. That's 50-50. I don't think that
Last
counts.
week at this time, we were talking about how the model predicted Mississippi State would beat ASU, right?
Cover.
Yeah.
That's always the distinction.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Okay, it was close, still.
Cover.
Model predicted
model said
Mississippi
cover.
State was going to cover.
Should we give more credence to the model? Is that where you're going with this?
No, I don't think so, because I think things change week by week. ASU right now is, they're not getting any benefit of the doubt. They did not play great against NAU, and they did lose to Mississippi State. Now, if they come out and Texas State's a good football team, you might be saying, okay, if you beat Texas State, you'll get a little bit of that mojo back. But the big game is the Baylor game. The big game is going on the road and beating Baylor. Because if you beat Baylor now and you beat Texas State, you're 3-1. You've won 2 games in a row. You're home against TCU. You win that one. All of a sudden, you're 4-1, and you're 2-0 in the conference, and you've got a little bit of mojo going into the Utah game. I still said I couldn't find 4 losses, and I did not have Mississippi State as a loss. I could see 3 losses. I could see the Utah game being a loss. I could see the Texas Tech game being a loss. And I think there was one more.
The Iowa State game.
I think that they beat Iowa State.
Okay, so you're really not buying the Iowa State thing. Okay.
Yeah, I think
they're pretty much number 1 across the board in most of the Big 12 power rankings.
It's just
right
hard
now.
not to remember how bad ASU spanked them last year.
That's fair.
I mean, ASU beat the hell out of them.
Yeah.
In that football game, Big 12 championship game.
I mean, honestly, it's the road games. I don't really have that much of a problem with this. Baylor, okay. Utah, okay. Iowa State, okay. Those are going to be hard. Those are going to be hard games. And I think based off of how they performed in Mississippi State, I think you can reasonably say those games are going to be more difficult than maybe we thought because ASU looked overwhelmed against Mississippi State.
Yeah.
It's the ones at home where I'm wondering about the TCU game and I'm wondering about the Texas Tech game. And again, Texas Tech I think is a coin flip, so I'm wondering about the TCU game and trying to figure out how good they are. But you're right. If ASU beats Texas State on Saturday and then goes to Baylor and beats Baylor on that Saturday, then I think they'll stick it all into a computer, and the computer will spit out that's something way different than this. Because the computer go, oh, wait, on second thought, they're good enough to go to Baylor and win? Okay, let's rethink again what we think about ASU. And then they'll come back and say, yeah now they're favored to lose 2 games and not 4 or whatever the case may be. It's this ongoing, always changing thing where they're always updating the model with new data and a new game and a new, okay, now we think this and now we think that. You can change this. It's not going to be like this the rest of the year.
Yeah.
But forget the analytics and the computer model for a second. We'll all feel better if they go to Baylor and win that game.
Yeah. Now, Baylor had the loss to Auburn, and then they came back and they beat SMU in double overtime.
And they were down 2 touchdowns in the fourth quarter of that game on the road in SMU to come back to win that game.
Now, TCU, they've only played the 1 game so far. They spanked Bill Belichick in North Carolina. They haven't played a game since then.
Yeah.
So they've only got the 1 win. So I think the hard part about all of this is trying to judge, I watched Utah's first game when they kicked the crap out of UCLA. They came back and they beat Cal Poly. It's like I'm having a hard time early in the season getting a gauge of who's good.
But here's the thing. There's nothing wrong with that. Can you imagine trying to get a gauge on ASU after they were 3-0 a year ago? Right? We knew they were better. Okay, we knew they weren't as bad as everybody said.
They struggled in 2 of the 3 games.
But nobody had any idea what was coming even after they started 3-0. So, how are we supposed to know everything there is to know about ASU after 3 games anyway?
If you play somebody, but it probably wasn't. Last year they beat Wyoming, Mississippi State, Texas State. They lost to Texas Tech. It had to be. Man, I don't even think because even after they beat Kansas, then they beat number 16 Utah, but Utah had
everybody was hurt.
The quarterback was coming back. He was 100 years old. He couldn't move. Oklahoma State wasn't any good. Nope. It really wasn't probably until late November against BYU when this team's legit.
The week before that,
Kansas State game.
I think it was the Kansas State game. It's the K-State game where I thought, on second thought, this team is way better than anybody thought. But even when they started 3-0, we're like, okay, they're not the worst team in the Big 12. All right, they might not be great, but nobody at that point we're like, they're 3 wins away from being bowl eligible. Remember when bowl eligibility was what we were aiming for ASU last year? And that was...
because they would pick to finish last in the conference. It would have been a nice stepping stone to get to a bowl game.
Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch our show live, you can find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Burns and Gambo podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Talking Cardinals with our guy, Tyler Drake. He'll join us next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Presented by Brooklyn Betting. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
It's fall, and back-to-school activities keep everyone busy. Remember, emergencies can occur anytime. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. Be ready. Be safe. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit. Remember, seconds matter, and so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Hey, it's Ron Wolfley. As a former NFL player, I know what it takes to build something great, and it starts with trust. I chose Legacy Green Solutions to transform my yard. For artificial grass, putting greens, and custom landscaping, these are the experts that you can trust. Family owned for over 25 years and voted best of the Valley, Legacy Green Solutions uses premium American-made turf backed by the best warranties. Text GREEN to 620-620 to book your free estimate or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
Dan Bickley here with a great opportunity for one lucky sports fan. My friends at Waltz TV and Appliance are giving away a 75-inch 4K television along with a state-of-the-art soundbar, a combination guaranteed to take your fandom to the next level. All you have to do is text Waltz to 620-620 between now and September 22nd. The winner will be announced on September 23rd. And once again, very simple. Just text Waltz to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Bree.
I'm Sean.
And we are the Berquist family. We are repeat Fulton customers, and we've lived in a Fulton community for 6 years. We had been looking for a home, and so we walked into the Fulton community, and we were just absolutely blown away. When we walked into the model home, we noticed the high ceilings, the beautiful kitchen, the flooring, and the floor plan. We knew it was a place where we were going to raise our family.
And on top of that, we have a swimming pool and a good location here.
When you say the word community, you have to be able to see it and feel it. And so when you have your neighbors, you feel that community because you become friends, and it even feels like family, like a family community. And that is something that is priceless and can last a lifetime. We absolutely would recommend a Fulton home to our friends and family.
Fulton Homes. You're proud to own, we're proud to build.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Coming off a Week 1 victory, Marvin Harrison Jr. and the Arizona Cardinals are gearing up for their home opener this Sunday against the Carolina Panthers. Here is Marv on the connection between him and Kyler to start the season.
I mean, it's just a start. We got to definitely continue to build, continue to grow. But, I like where we're at, and I think, first game was a good start for sure.
Kickoff for that one is on Sunday at 1:05 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. ASU is looking to avenge their loss from last week. They will be back home this weekend facing the Texas State Bobcats. Kickoff for that one is on Saturday at 7:30 over on ESPN 620. The D-backs were able to avoid the sweep yesterday by beating the Giants 5-3 in their series finale. They are off today but return to the Diamond tomorrow in the Twin Cities facing the Minnesota Twins. First pitch for that one is tomorrow at 5:10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And today is the final day of the regular season in the WNBA, and the Phoenix Mercury are in action tonight trying to prevent a 3-game losing streak. They will be in Dallas facing the Wings. Tip-off for that one is at 5 o'clock. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Join the football watch parties every Sunday with special guests, food and drink specials, and more only at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
The Red Sea Review with Tyler Drake, brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Kickoff savings at Freeway Chevrolet, just off the I-10 and Ray Road. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Cardinals insider Tyler Drake joining us here for his weekly visits on the Burns and Gambo show. I struggled, but I have them, to find my notes from last year's Carolina game. When I say to you last year's Carolina game, what pops? What do you remember? Other than it being the end of the season because they were officially eliminated that day. What do you remember from that day?
The Carolina run game.
Yeah, ran all over them, right?
That was the problem. Hubbard, and let me say this, Hubbard, I think, is very under the radar for the type of running back. I think he had 1,195 yards last year, 10 touchdowns. But that, by far, was what stood out to me and what has to change this week. I mean, that's easily number one. And second, takeaway battle. I mean, Jonathan Gannett said it this week, but I think a lot of us have already been thinking that those are the two things this team has to get right this week.
I look at the run game from the Cardinals' perspective, and we talked a lot about 7 straight games. They've given up 200 yards, their inability to stop the run. Kyler had a big game last year. Connor had a big game last year. That's going to be, again, you're going to lean heavily on that because that's something that you do very well. Although the first game, outside of the Trey Benson run, it was not great. It was not great. And I think they're going to want to get that to be great. So I would expect that's your game plan going into Carolina is just to run the ball down their throats.
Yeah, and if you look at last year, James Conner went nuclear against this team, and I think he left early with an injury. So, I mean, he was going, and not only just in the rushing game, it was also in the receiving game. He was doing things too. So,
and Trey McBride didn't. Trey McBride had 3 catches for 20 yards in that game. So odd.
Yeah, I mean, I'm calling the shot right now. I think this is the week James Conner goes nuclear again. Trey Benson will get his touches too, but I really think this is one of those. Yeah, pound it down their throats. Kyler, get yours too. But here's something to watch this week. Tip Ryman has not practiced.
We brought that up earlier. That's a big deal, right?
That's a big deal. Yes, he's not going to flash you with the stats, but he is one of their best blocking the best blocking tight end on this team. Trey McBride gets a lot of credit, but you've got, for what this guy wants to do and put people on the ground, he's their best option. And you lose him, a lot is going to be on Elijah Higgins, Travis Volkolek, these guys who are going to have to pick up the slack. And I loved Elijah Higgins' game last week just with that on the Trey Benson pop. He was a big person in their blocking. So really need to see the backup tight ends step up and really get more.
Tyler Drake is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show for his weekly visit talking Cardinals football. What, in terms of adjustments and different things that we'll see from week 1 to week 2, do you got anything circled in terms of, I think this guy might get a little more run, or this guy might get a little more less run, or they might do more of this, less of that? What do you think changes from week 1 to week 2?
I think we see a little bit more Jordan Birch.
Okay.
Because Jordan Birch was, yes, he didn't get a ton of snaps, but he was up there.
Dominant.
And pass rush win rate by PFF was, I think, top 5 with the limited snaps he had. So, I mean, you can't keep guys off the field that are doing stuff like that. So I want to see him do a little bit more. Obviously, want to see Josh Sweat do some more. But also, guys, when you look at this team compared to last week, they're probably going to follow a similar game plan. Get the ball out early so this pass rush can't affect you like it could.
Yeah, I'm excited about Birch a lot more now than, I mean, when they drafted him out of Oregon, we know he's a really good football player, but might have got overshadowed a little bit by Walter Nolan and Will Johnson. Mm-hmm. But you knew the kid was a good player. There was some injuries that had kind of hampered him a little bit, but you knew you were getting somebody when he played, he was really good. He might end up being one of the, when people talk about Will Johnson being the steal of the draft, it might end up being Birch.
Yeah,
it might be.
Yeah, and I think you're onto something there because it really does when you look at it. Yeah, Will Johnson should have been a first-round pick. I think after last week, we could already see that, and I think this week it's going to be much of the same. He's going to be out there and going to be a ball hawk like he almost was last week. But yeah, when you look at it, Jordan Birch on the ultimate steal, he very well could be that. I mean, he's already leapfrogged Xavier Thomas in that rotation, so it's only a matter of time. If another injury pops up in that room, he's going to get more snaps.
Yeah.
And I think he can run with them.
I think the thing that I continue to be fascinated about, me and Burns, you talk about it all the time, is they didn't go out there and get Gabe Davis. They didn't go get Keenan Allen. They didn't get Amari Cooper. They didn't go out there after Sean Murphy Bunting, got injured and Starling Thomas they didn't go get a veteran corner. They didn't go. Monty Ossenfort's, and this isn't a money thing because a lot of the guys they could have got were on the cheap. You could have got veteran minimum. You could have got veterans on veteran minimum deals. So this wasn't a money thing. This was just simply a Monty believing in his guys thing.
Exactly. Because when you do look at that cornerback rotation, beyond those 3 guys, Garrett Williams, Will Johnson, and I'm having a blank, but beyond those guys,
Max Melton?
Yes, Max Melton. Thank you. Beyond those guys, it's a drop off. There's not a lot of experience there. So if one of those guys goes down, it gets a little murky there. But like you said, I agree. It's very much these are our guys. We want to win. I do want to see more out of that backup wide receiver spot, though. Wide receiver 2, wide receiver 3, because
I don't know if we're gonna.
Listen,
I'm fascinated by that.
Because this is something else we had a conversation about, too.
Go ahead.
Like, okay, and Gannon said as much on Monday. The offense is going to run through 85.
Yeah.
The passing offense is going to run through 85 and 18. I mean, we might get all hung up on who wide receiver 2 is.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I'm getting the impression that they're all that hung up on who wide receiver 2 is. You know what I mean?
And especially if they're winning games. I think if they're winning games, everything's probably
playing
fine.
all the tight ends, though. Like
Yeah,
if they're
that
going,
too.
if they're going to play multiple tight ends, 2-3 tight ends,
that takes some guys out.
Why do I need to have somebody that's better than Michael Wilson or better than Dortch?
Especially when I saw a cut up of the 52-yard run from Benson, and you mentioned the blocking from Tip Ryman. I also saw a hell of a nice block from Michael Wilson.
Yeah.
And it got me thinking that if we're talking about what you do, what value you bring to the table, I can't help but think for a guy like Wilson or a guy like Zay Jones is their ability to block downfield, right? Like blocking wide receivers
and they're big dudes.
to set up everything else, right? I mean, like, was it Wilson who set the little kind of pick play for Marvin Harrison Jr. in the end zone? I think it was a legal screen, but he kind of set a little bit of a screen, and that like little stuff
just big
like
bodies.
that, just little things like that. That he may have only had one catch, and Michael Wilson may have had only 4 targets, but he played a role.
I also think it comes down to being safe with the football. I think that's another factor, too.
That's why all those passes were behind the line of scrimmage or 0 to 10 yards.
Exactly.
18 completions.
Exactly. So that's the other thing is this team does not want to lose the turnover battle, and if they can keep it out of harm's way until they absolutely have to, where they have to take deep shots if they're down, that's when you kind of open it up. But I think right now, just keep everything in front of you and see what happens.
We talked about, okay, go look at the best second receivers on all these other teams, and you're going to see 60, 62, 64, 65 catches by number 2 guys that are good. And okay, well, you're on pace for 17 out of your number 2 guy right now. Number 3 guy, number 4 guy. I don't know that we get to 50 with these guys. And I don't know.
You might be right there because it's very much like Jonathan Gannon said, it goes through 85 and 18, and you got to get 6 involved too on the ground, and now you've got to get 33 involved.
So how do you get how do you get 4 or 5 catches to a Michael Wilson, a Greg Dortch, or a Zay Jones?
You're taking touches away from Connor. You're taking touches away from Benson. You're taking,
and you've got to have a balance. You've got to have a healthy balance because you have to have your playmakers making plays. Yes, you want your role players to contribute, but at the end of the day, this team isn't built around Michael Wilson or Greg Dortch. It's built around Marvin Harrison and the rest of these guys who they've brought in as premium talent. So it really starts there.
So what did you think about the Bears collapse on Monday night?
You were putting me on the spot for this one.
I'm sorry. She was so focused on whatever she was doing.
You realize that if I leave, you have no one to run the show for the next 2 weeks.
That is my Cardinals quarter co-host.
I mean, that question was not for you, Tyler. It was designed to elicit a reaction from Lauren.
She's just ultra focused on something. She's just
running the show.
Let me just see if
She's
I mention the Bears if she takes notice.
Oh yeah, that was something though. That was something.
You think they need a new quarterback?
You know what though? As much as we're talking about the Bears, the Lions looked rough.
Oh, it was my Super Bowl pick
I think
too.
OC and DC leaving might have hurt something over there.
Yeah. Speaking of rough, that 49ers injury report. Oh boy.
Well, and here we go.
The 49ers are going to do it again.
Off season.
Yep.
It's been it since the offseason, and this is why one of the reasons why the Cardinals have to get to the playoffs now. The NFC West is there for the taking. Yes, the Rams are still there, but what's up with Matthew Stafford's back throughout the season? Seattle, who knows? But beyond that, it's there for the taking.
Yeah. Good stuff, Tyler. We appreciate it. We'll see you out there at State Farm Stadium on Sunday.
Absolutely.
Yep. All right,
See you
Tyler
guys
Drake from ArizonaSports.com, who covers the Arizona Cardinals for us. Arizona Sports 98.7 FM is giving you the chance to experience Innings Festival. You're going to rock out to performances by Blink 182, one of my friend's favorites, 21 Pilots, Mumford & Sons, Cage the Elephant, and many more when Innings hits Tempe, February 20th through the 22nd. Tickets go on sale this Friday. You can win a pair now by visiting ArizonaSports.com. The Mets meltdown continues, which means the door is still slightly cracked open for the Arizona Diamondbacks. We'll talk about it next on Burns and Gambo.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Dr. Jay Schwartz, the team eye doctor for your Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks, ready to help you right now with a vision correction procedure. Check this out. 2 years interest-free financing. You sit there, you think to yourself, do I really want to get the LASIK surgery, the camera inlay, the clear lens exchange, one of the many procedures available at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center to help you if you're struggling with your eyesight, you're nearsighted, you're farsighted, you have an astigmatism. Well, Dr. Jay Schwartz is ready to help you right now, and he offers not only a free thorough eye exam for you, but also 2 years of interest-free financing. Yeah, you don't have to pay it off all at once. You pay it off a little at a time over 24 months with no interest. That's what you get at locations in Glendale and Scottsdale and Mesa with Dr. J. Schwartz. Did my LASIK surgery about 15 years ago, and I say to this day, one of the best things I've ever done for myself was getting that LASIK surgery done. Call the Schwartz Laser Eye Center at 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or go online at teamidoc.com.
Enter to be the next Arizona sports fan of the game, presented by Redbird Farms Chicken. Win tickets to a Cardinals home game, be featured on the Jumbotron, and receive a $100 grocery gift card. Text Redbird to 620-620 to enter to win today.
Message and data rates may apply. You know, in the game of life, a lot of people are in the red zone close to retirement, and they haven't thought about what happens after they're gone. It's not easy. Paul Calvise here. That's why I went to Matt Dagas and his Bright Wealth Management team. Matt.
And that's a tough conversation, Paul, because the retirement red zone is one of the most important times of life. And estate planning isn't just about money. It's about making life easier for the people you love.
So what happens if someone doesn't have a proper plan?
Well, their family could be left with court battles, confusion, and a lot of stress during an already difficult time. And that's where we help people create a full strategy for that next phase of life.
Because it doesn't have to be that way, right?
Not at all. And a simple estate planning session can give you peace of mind. And we'll walk you through the next steps to make sure that your legacy ends with a win and not a turnover.
Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116 or click brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
Protect your home with residential metal roofing from Mueller Inc. Strong, stylish, and designed to last, their metal roofs handle wind, hail, and heat with minimal maintenance. With a range of colors and styles, you'll get lasting beauty and proven durability, all backed by paint warranties up to 45 years. Visit one of their sales representatives today at their West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or check out MuellerInc.com to learn more.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon, or at newnordicusa.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Who needs to step up for ASU to bounce back and get a win against Texas State on Saturday? We'll talk about that tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports. Game starts in a half hour. The Mets and the Phillies.
So does it seem like the Mets play the Phillies all the time?
Feels like it. Feels like it.
They just played them last week, too.
Yeah, I believe they did. And they play again today, and I just can't imagine. I just can't imagine what it's like being a Mets fan right now. I can't imagine what it's like being a Diamondbacks fan, because we are Diamondback fans right now. And they're still there, remarkably, mostly thanks to the Mets' utter collapse. The Diamondbacks are still very much a part of this. They're 3.5 back of the final wild card spot. The Giants are 2 games back. The Reds are 2 games back. If you look at the schedules coming up this weekend, it's kind of encouraging to a certain extent, in that the Texas Rangers, who are 77-70 on the season, they're at the Mets.
Okay. And still in it, by the way. The Rangers are still in it, too.
The Rangers are still in it.
Still in it.
The Giants, I mentioned them as one of the teams in front of the Diamondbacks. They are hosting the LA Dodgers this weekend for the first of 3. Mm-hmm. The St. Louis Cardinals, or I didn't mention them, they're still in it. They're at the Milwaukee Brewers with their 89-58 record, while the Arizona Diamondbacks are taking on the woeful Minnesota Twins.
The team that screwed them the most at the trade deadline.
64-82. They sold more than they did.
They
right?
did.
They sold
Nobody
everybody.
thought the Twins were going to sell, and they sold the house.
They sold the house.
And the Diamondbacks, what the hell? Like that, it really did. It hurt the Diamondbacks that the Twins ended up being big sellers.
Now, the Diamondbacks still have to face Pablo Lopez. He's got a sub-3 ERA. They still have to face Joe Ryan. He's got a 3.32 ERA. So the pitching matchups are going to be tough this weekend. But as a team, the Arizona Diamondbacks clearly have the easiest draw this weekend of any of these teams. Mets, Reds, Cardinals, Giants. I don't know if that means anything. Last time that the Diamondbacks had an easy draw, they lost 3 or 4 to the Colorado Rockies. So take it for what it's worth, but the schedule kind of favors the Diamondbacks this weekend.
I think it's hard to look at the Reds and the Giants until one of them is able to overtake the Mets. So I think what you got to look at is, okay, Twin Series, if you can pick up one game on the Mets, either if you win 2, they've got to win 1. If you win 3, they win 2. You just don't want to be even. You don't want to come out of these series with no games gained because you got to make a move here.
Okay.
So you look at the Twin Series, try to pick up one game while they're playing the Rangers. Then you play the Giants, they play the Padres. Try to pick up a game. Then you play the Phillies, they play the Nationals. Try to pick up a game. And all of a sudden, you're right there. Somewhere in the next 4 series, you got to pick up 3 games. You could probably have one series that doesn't pick you up a game. You'd have one series where you break even, but here's what you can't do. You can't lose a game. You can't lose a game now. You can't come out
series. You can't lose a series.
You can't lose a game in the standings.
Okay, I got you. Okay.
Sorry.
That's
you
okay.
can't lose a game.
So you can't lose a game? Oh
you
my God,
can't
they're
lose
screwed.
a game in the standings and drop further back because then it becomes almost insurmountable. At this point forward, you've got to try to pick. You don't have to win every game, but you have to try to pick up a game in each series.
It's a really good way of looking at it because, and I wasn't aware of this until our guy Alex Weiner at ArizonaSports.com took a look at the tie. And I think you had asked me about the tiebreakers.
Yesterday, we didn't know.
I
knew that they had split with the Mets.
Yeah, so
3-3.
The Diamondbacks in a tiebreaker with the Reds would lose it.
Yes.
Okay. So
yes.
they lose the season. They lost the season series with the Reds. They would lose that.
Yeah, the Tony Perez homer. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Pete Rose stealing home and barreling into Gabriel Moreno. They split their 6 games against the Mets. They split their 6 games against the Cardinals. So that'll come down to other tiebreakers later. The season series with the Giants comes down to next week's 3-game series at Chase Field, which is tied 5-5. So what's crazy is if the Diamondbacks can do literally exactly what you said, don't drop a game in the standings, pick one up, every series, you just inch a game closer, game closer. The tiebreakers are all still in play. They're all still a factor here where your Mets tiebreaker is uncertain, your Cardinals tiebreaker is uncertain, your Giants tiebreaker is uncertain. The only one you know for sure is the Reds. You can't finish tied with the Reds because they will beat you because they won that series.
A 3-way tiebreakers would not be determined until the season was over.
Yeah,
right.
I don't remember
you start It's like okay.
I don't even know how we do that.
The intra-division records between the Diamondbacks, Mets, Cardinals are all similar, so tiebreakers won't be revealed until the end of the season.
The other thing that might benefit some of these teams potentially, and I'll include the Diamondbacks in that, is that a couple of the teams that are on the schedule for them later, and a couple of the teams that are on the schedule for all of these teams a little bit later.
Rockies, Marlins?
No, like the Cubs, they might not have anything to play for towards the end of the season. They might be locked into the number 1 wild card spot or locked into a wild card spot. The Diamondbacks closed the season with 3 games against the San Diego Padres. The Padres have a very healthy lead for either the number 1 or number 2 wild card spot. They might not feel like they have a whole lot to play for the last 3 games of the season.
Yeah, but there's still 3 games. Right now, they're still within distance of getting the Dodgers.
Right now. But
right now.
2 weeks from now,
might be different.
If they're not, it might be different.
But it might be different for the Dodgers, too, then, going into the...
yeah, I mean, so there's you got to forecast a little bit and look ahead and wonder, will those games matter for the Padres? When the Reds close the season with the Brewers, will those games matter for the Brewers, or will they just be resting their guys for the first round of the playoffs? And so you kind of look at it with an eye towards that. Most of all, I think you summed it up really well. You don't have to get it all back this weekend. you can't go backwards, and you probably have to pick up a game on the Mets this weekend. Just a game. You're fine. Like if
I'll put it a different way.
Okay.
If you lose even one game in the standings in the 3-game series that they both have coming up, I think it's over.
Okay.
Because then you fall 5 games behind in the loss column.
Okay.
I don't think you can make. So when the 3 games are over for each team,
yeah.
And if you're 5 games back in the loss column instead of 3 back, I don't know that you can make that up.
So would that be the 3rd or 4th time we've declared it over for the Diamondbacks this season?
6th.
Okay. That's what I thought.
Look, I think it's.
How many times have we declared it over for the Diamondbacks this year? Oh, that's it. They're done.
They're like a cat with 9 lives.
Forget it. They're done.
But it's all because of the Mets. It's all because of the Mets collapse. Well, you sent something today that showed the Mets record in the last, 40 games or something.
It was a Bob Nightingale story, and it was since June 13th, they're 31-46, right?
15 games under 500.
31-46 since, that's going back 2 months, 3 months almost since June 13th. Yeah, it's been a mess. It's been an absolute mess. And it's not like since July 27th, the Diamondbacks actually have the best record among them, the Giants, the Reds, and the Mets. They're 22-19. The Mets are 14-26 since July 27th.
Right.
That's the whole, and at the end of the day.
And they're in the driver's seat right now.
And I still think they're going to get it. I just don't see them losing at this rate the rest of the way out. They'll figure it out. But they're a mess. And their pitching, their pitching is a god-awful mess right now.
The Phillies, the Phillies are 10 games up on the Mets. They're going to win the division. But they still have the ability to play for home field advantage in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Because right now Milwaukee has it, and Milwaukee's 2 games up on Philly.
All right, when we come back, it's 4 o'clock, just like that. The show's flying by.
Good night, everybody.
No. The reset with Lauren gets you caught up on what's going on in sports. Don't go anywhere, because Lauren is next here on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
There was a lot of thought after the draft that, hey, the Cardinals, they rolled the dice. Some people said it was a gamble. Some people said it was a steal. Week 1, look, we overreact to everything. This is what we have to base up what we think right now. Will Johnson looked very much the part. He looked comfortable. He looked seasoned. That hit that he made when you watched that swing pass that went out to Olave, the technique that he used.
It was textbook.
It was perfect. It was a clean football hit, which you don't see a lot anymore.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
So you got that little check engine light on in your dashboard, right? You've been putting it off. You've been neglecting it. You don't know what it means. You don't know what's wrong. You just know at some point you got to figure it out, right? So you take it to the service department at Liberty GMC. They are offering right now a complimentary diagnosis. That engine code, what that check light engine means, they'll tell you. They'll tell you what's what with your vehicle. They'll give you some peace of mind. They'll explain it in plain English. They'll advise you of your options, and they'll get you back on the road as soon as possible. No pressure, no gimmicks, none of that. Their service department also is offering something brand new, and this is really cool. It's a concierge service at Liberty GMC. They'll pick up your vehicle, they'll perform the service, and then they'll return your vehicle to you. You talk about the ultimate convenience. If you're a small business owner, it's great. If you just crave the convenience of this service, it's great. Either way, Liberty GMC Service Department. It's great. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
When our parents passed away, my brother and I were heartbroken. They'd always been there for us. As we began settling their estate, we found their estate planning binder. Inside was their living trust from RJP Estate Planning. It had everything: clear instructions, account info, and the steps we needed to settle their estate and receive our inheritance. Our parents told us years ago, without that living trust, their estate could have gone through probate court, where legal fees could have eaten away at what they left us. When we brought the trust to RJP, they guided us every step of the way. No court, no chaos, just peace of mind. We're one of 40,000 Arizona families RJP has helped over the past 30 years.
If you're 55 or over, save 55% on a living trust from RJP Estate Planning. Call 480-576-5457 by September 12th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs. You sound very... Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees. Ooma. Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Coming off a Week 1 victory, Marvin Harrison Jr. and the Arizona Cardinals are gearing up for their home opener this Sunday against the Carolina Panthers. Here is Marv on the connection between him and Kyler to start the season.
I mean, it's just a start. We got to definitely continue to build, continue to grow. But, I like where we're at, and I think, first game was a good start for sure.
Kickoff for that one is on Sunday at 1:05 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. ASU is looking to avenge their loss from last week. They will be back home this weekend facing the Texas State Bobcats. Kickoff for that one is on Saturday at 7:30 over on ESPN 620. The D-backs were able to avoid the sweep yesterday by beating the Giants 5-3 in their series finale. They are off today but return to the Diamond tomorrow in the Twin Cities facing the Minnesota Twins. First pitch for that one is tomorrow at 5:10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And today is the final day of the regular season in the WNBA, and the Phoenix Mercury are in action tonight trying to prevent a 3-game losing streak. They will be in Dallas facing the Wings. Tip-off for that one is at 5 o'clock. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Termite season is here. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
4 o'clock reset time on this Thursday. Halfway home, here is Lauren. Tell us everything's going on in sports.
Hi, guys.
Hi. Simple little hi.
Hi. Yeah, I've rebounded since Gambo just thinks I'm dilly-dallying back here and not paying any
I knew
attention
you were
to the
doing
show.
something. I didn't know what you were doing. I knew you were doing something.
He just wanted to test your multitasking abilities to see if you
listen to the name Bears anytime something comes up.
like you're one of those Pavlov's dogs, right? You just hear Bears and you just stop whatever you're
It's
saying.
more accurately that doing this job for so long has trained me that one ear can listen to something, the other ear can listen to something else while I'm typing something.
What if you're sleeping and somebody's got a nature documentary on in the other room and they mention, well, the Bears are about to catch, and do you like automatically?
Right, upright. I'm
like,
ready to go.
Even though it's like bears catching salmon in the river.
Who knows?
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe salmon's a metaphor for the Detroit Lions. I don't know.
Are we talking about the Bears in the 4 o'clock reset? Okay,
no, the Bears have nothing to do with the 4 o'clock reset.
Blame the kicker for something, though?
Yeah, Ben Johnson told Cairo Santos at the end of the game to kick the ball out of the back of the end zone, but he couldn't do it. And so then that's when the Vikings got it and ran it out, and it wasted about 20 seconds.
Blame the kicker. Gotta blame the kicker.
Because that's why they lost on
Yeah.
Monday
Blames
night.
the kicker.
That's totally why they lost on Monday night.
Yeah,
They lost because of the kicker.
No. All right. Well, let's pivot over to our local team, the Arizona Cardinals, and we'll start with their injury report because it is a deep one today. Tip Ryman is a do not practice with a foot injury. Cody Simon did not practice today with that concussion he sustained in the game against the Saints. Blake Gillikin was limited today with a back injury. Will Hernandez limited with that knee injury as he recovers from that ACL last year. And John Gaines and Kelvin Beachum were both full participants.
I've got to think that they think Hernandez will be ready by week 3 against San Francisco. As to why, like, he's a bit
Otherwise, they could have put him on the
I got to think that they probably think that he's closer, you know, because we know the guys that are out for 4 weeks, but he's not one of them. So,
yeah.
I just wonder if they feel like he could be ready by the 49ers.
Yeah, and that's something, you know, everybody has talked about needing to see improvement out of the run game this week, and I would imagine some of that falls on the shoulders of Evan Brown and Isaiah Adams to do a better job at the guard positions. And I'm telling you, with Will Hernandez, it kind of looms in the background there is something that might push them a little bit. The Gillikin one is interesting because I thought low-key he kind of did a good job on Sunday. As you know, as punters go, I thought he did well. But the big one is Tip Ryman, especially if they really want to establish their run game. He's a mauler at the point of attack, and if they don't have him, it will
change your game plan
things.
a little bit.
Yeah, it will change their effectiveness of the game plan at the minimum, I would think.
Especially since they're the team that plays 13 personnel the most in the NFL.
Exactly.
Right there. And a team that's going to have to rely heavily on their run game this week, the San Francisco 49ers. And Christian McCaffrey talked to the media yesterday about having to manage the offense without Brock Purdy and without George Kittle.
I think everybody's just got to do their job, you know, it's and that's whether Brock's playing or not. You know, it just comes down to everybody executing at a high level and, you know, keeping it that simple, you know, not trying to do anything extremely special, but just have to have really good execution at all times. But, you know, that's pretty much consistent every week.
Mac Jones will start the game for the Niners.
It's the Saints this week. They should be okay. But if you look at how many weeks Brock Purdy could miss, I think it's
1 to 5.
5.
Okay,
Let's go 5.
So there's a Cardinals game and there's a Rams game.
Okay, but here's what we always say about backup quarterbacks. He's Mac Jones. He's not very. How many games do they need to win with Mac Jones? If he has to play 5, how many games will they win with Mac Jones? You can't go 1-4 with Mac Jones as your quarterback.
No,
you can't.
The divisional games to me are the key there because if the Cardinals can beat him and if the Rams can beat him, now they're 1-2 in the division and they're way behind the.
What if they go 2-3 in those? If it's 5 games, because all the reports out of San Francisco, Purdy could reportedly miss up to 5 weeks.
If they go 2-3, then they're 3-3 after the first 6 games.
They're okay.
And they're fine.
Then they're okay.
And they're fine. They'd be fine. They'd be a little bit behind the 8 ball if there were 2 losses in the division, but they'd be fine. It's just. It goes beyond the 5 games. It really is just if it's not Purdy, then it's, you know, you tell me Christian McCaffrey's not going to get hurt at some point this year? I mean, he always does.
That's why they got B-Rob.
Which is why they got Brian Robinson.
So they've got a really good backup.
It just piles on them every year. You just like
Gambo saying,
fantasy
yeah, that's
team.
exactly where I was going.
Because he's on his fantasy team, that's all.
My GM's on the hot seat. GM's on the hot seat this week.
So we've
Ryan Nelson is waiting in the wings to take over.
Ryan Nelson's going to be your GM from
my guy's on the high.
Diamondbacks.
He made some roster moves.
How does your GM feel about you constantly talking about on your radio show how he's on the hot seat? Is he comfortable?
Are you trying to light a fire under him?
If I lose this week and I'm 0-2, then he's clearly on the hot seat the next week. He would be fired if he starts 0-3. He'd be fired.
Yeah.
I'd fire my GM.
Would you find a replacement GM, or are you the GM?
I might just have to take it over no, I don't know. I don't know what I do.
Time will tell. Time will tell.
But I think it would be fun to fire my GM if he's 0-3.
I also think that would be fun.
Sean,
I think it
my guy
would be
Sean.
fun to fire my GM.
I think it would, yeah. I've never done that
It's
before.
a perfect Gamboism
It
right
sure
there.
is. Well, I start 0-3, he's gone.
And it took exactly 1 week in the NFL for Cam Scatterbo to win angry runs. Kyle Brandt awarded him not only a t-shirt in which they took a matching photo of, but a honorary scepter.
Well, the scepter goes to every angry run winner, but this is the first time I think Kyle Brandt delivered it in person.
And they
So,
posed together for a comically hilarious photo.
He showed up at the Giants headquarters and he had the angry run scepter in a box and he gave it to Scatterbo. And they posed for the picture. I love the angry runs thing. I think it's hilarious. I think it's funny.
He's still on Good Morning Football,
yeah,
right?
and he still does
but
it.
But the other guy that was on there is on ESPN now.
Schrager's on ESPN. Yeah. They've all kind of scattered in the wind a little bit.
Right,
But
Kay Adams is somewhere else.
But Brandt still does the angry runs thing, and it's still really, really funny.
I think Kay Adams does the Amazon Prime games. When she do?
I think so. She's also on like the FanDuel network too.
Yeah, where she has her own thing.
Yeah,
they had a really good thing.
Yes, they did.
They had a really good thing, and it's a shame it got broken
When it was
up.
Brandt, Schrager, Burleson, and Kay Adams,
it was great.
Show was.
It was great.
It's still okay. It's just not quite the
it's
same
not
now,
the same.
but it was when those four. It was so good.
And make sure you guys have your fantasy football lineups in for this week, because week 2 starts tonight. The Commanders are at Lambeau Field to take on the Packers.
What a big game.
Good game.
Mike
What a big
Tannenbaum
game.
called it the NFC Championship preview today.
Ooh. The Packers looked so good last week.
They did. They looked really good.
They got Micah Parsons now.
Parsons looked so good.
Commanders look really good, too, though they played a crappy team.
Yeah, people giving the Commanders defense probably a little too much credit because they were playing the Giants, but they both looked really good. NFC Championship game preview. I don't know about
Philly
that.
did not look good against Dallas.
No,
Philly did not look good against Dallas.
They didn't. There's still a lot of questions. But I mean, it could be.
Nobody in the NFC West looked dominant.
I wouldn't rule it out.
Seems a little dramatic to say week 2 of the season,
a little bit, but I wouldn't rule it out.
Okay. You get both of those teams of the field
for one position in the
the NFC champion.
For the NFC champion.
Yeah, I'll give you Green Bay and Washington, or you could have the field. One or the other. Who you taking?
I'll take the Green Bay or Washington.
Yeah, give me 2. Okay.
I'd take Green Bay or Washington.
The field man goes with
I know.
2 teams?
Did you see how hard I rubbed my eyes before I said it? Like I was fighting a headache.
It's taking so long to answer the question. I was about, just move on. The music's
to
going
the
to run
next
out.
topic.
That long.
No, we still have 7 minutes left on the music bed, by the
Okay,
way. But Matt Norlander of CBS Sports is reporting that the Arizona State basketball player who was in the probe today that involves 6 different schools and 13 college basketball players for gambling schemes was B.J. Freeman, who was kicked off the team in February.
Yeah, he was their leading scorer at the time of his departure. He left the team midseason, February 23rd. Conduct detrimental to the team.
So they knew.
Gramercini, yeah, he didn't confirm that it was B.J. Freeman, but it sounds like it was B.J. Freeman. Look, the good news is that at ASU, they're not under investigation. They're not facing any sanctions. They're not being held responsible for this. It's just a player who happened to play at their program that they're investigating.
Many, many, many years ago, you're not going to remember this, there was a guy named Headache Smith. That cost Bill Frieder his...
You're talking to her, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were talking to me. I'm like, of course I remember.
No, you're almost as old as me. I don't really... I think we're kind of in the same age group. Headache Smith, big, gigantic gambling probe at ASU. Bill Frieder was the coach, terrific coach. Freeds, loved that guy. And it ended up, really breaking down ASU's basketball program. It was terrible. It's a terrible scandal.
And quickly, we've got to end this 4 o'clock reset with the best team in
Well,
the
we
Valley.
have 6 more minutes on the
Yeah,
on the music bed.
On
but
the
not
music
in
bed, not in this segment.
Oh, okay.
You want to blow out that clock there, Gambo. The Phoenix Mercury, they're back in action tonight. In just about an hour from now, they will take on the Dallas Wings, and then the Mercury set their sights on the New York Liberty and their first round playoff matchup.
Sunday at PHX
I
Arena.
would totally root for the Mercury over the New York Liberty. Let's go Mercury.
They still haven't named that thing yet.
It's coming.
The arena. It's coming? Okay.
I think it'll happen before the Sun season.
Okay.
They got
He says as he takes a swig. It's coming.
It's coming.
Does it look like what does it look like I'm drinking here?
A Heineken.
It does look like
Does it look like a Heineken?
It does
Yeah.
kind of look like a Heineken.
It's a Topo Chico.
Yeah, it kind of looks like a Heineken.
Twist and lime, which is the glass bottle. They've got like 3 or 4 options. I think they're closing in. I think it could be close.
Okay.
And with that, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
Burns and Gambo Arena.
That's not what they're going to call it.
I've made an offer.
That would be. Did you really? Did you? Was it a competitive offer?
Not
or was it
really.
Non-competitive offer.
Non-competitive offer.
Are the young stars of the Cardinals defense reminding us of the 2004 NFL draft? That's some big shoes to fill. We'll talk about it next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Cardinals home opener versus Carolina Sunday. Football is back.
What we got to do a better job of going from week 1 to week 2, regardless of your opponent, just to play better football, to give us a better chance to win.
Cardinals Panthers pregame begins with some birria, bloodies, and chorizo at 8:30 Sunday morning. Kickoff 1:05 Sunday afternoon on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
For me, it's the smell of the tonic when I walk into V's Barbershop. It's very distinct. It lets me know exactly where I'm at. It lets me know exactly what I'm in for. It's going to be at least 30 minutes of just kind of relaxing and leaving my troubles outside and walking in, getting a nice haircut, great conversation. I'm going to walk in and Omar, my guy, he's going to be sitting over there and he's going to start telling me about how great the Cowboys are and how great the Lakers are, and I'm going to tell him about how crazy he is. And it's always comfortable, it's easy, it's familiar, it's a great haircut. It's why I love going to V's every single time, because I know I'm going to get all that, and I know I'm never going to not be happy with the haircut. Like, it's automatic. It's a guarantee. So if you're looking for an experience like that, where you can trust the barbers, where you can, feel really good about the experience and comfortable when you walk in, whether it's the smell of the tonic or the sight of the old-fashioned barber chairs, V's is for you. The next time you need a haircut or a hot lather shave, go to vbarbershop.com and book your next appointment at V's Barbershop.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, the Scratch Kitchen delivers lunch in the clutch. I mean, where else can you order a 29-degree draft beer and a quickie combo on your lunch break? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Hey, home sellers, Arizona has had more homes that didn't sell in the past 6 months than in the previous 2 years combined. Thousands of sellers left stuck with no offers and no sale. Do what I did so you don't get stuck. Call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's guaranteed sale program, sell your home at a price acceptable to you or Carol will buy it. If your home didn't sell or you're thinking about selling, call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carolyn Seller must agree on price and possession.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these 2 words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
We are back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how's your new Honda?
Man, I love it. It's so smooth, reliable, and perfect for my busy life. Whether I'm heading to practice or a game, my Honda from Arrowhead Honda gets me there in style.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 at Bell Road or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
AutoZone, AutoZone. Summer's almost over, but the heat is pressing on. If you've got battery trouble, stop by AutoZone for free battery testing. It may just need a charge, and we'll do that for free too. If you do need a battery, we've got options starting at just $89.99. And we'll recycle your old battery for free. Now that's a strong start. Don't miss the end of summer sale. Now at AutoZone until September 22nd.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Purchase a Stranger Things special event ticket pack for Friday, September 19th and receive an exclusive hat and D-backs versus Phillies game ticket. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com/StrangerThings.
Cardinals home opener versus Carolina Sunday.
Huddle.
Football is back. Cardinals Panthers pregame at 8:30 Sunday morning. Kickoff 1:05 Sunday afternoon on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
The 2004 draft for the Arizona Cardinals. Larry Fitzgerald with the 3rd pick. Carlos Dansby with the 33rd pick. Darnell Dockett with the 64th pick. Fast forward to the 5th round when they got Antonio Smith at pick number 135.
Who was a good player.
The other players from that draft, Alex Tabanovich, Nick Leckie, John Navarre. But those are the...
John Navarre, quarterback, Michigan.
Indeed. Those are the 4. Fitz, Dansby, Dockett, Antonio Smith. And then the next year was Antrell Roll.
Antrell Roll.
Who was in 2005. And if you're talking about the defense now, and you know, we can have all the conversations in the world about Fitz, but since we're going to talk about the defense here, Dansby, Dockett, Antonio Smith, and Antrell Roll were 4 players that were plucked from the 2004 and 2005 drafts.
Right.
So what on earth could possibly have us comparing this Cardinals team to that? It's early. Let's qualify this all by saying it's really, really, really early. But you came across some defensive rookie of the year
ESPN
rankings,
NFL,
odds, things like that.
NFL executives predicting the award winners.
And
this
it's
was just
interesting.
NFL executives. And it's interesting. I'll go to it.
Go ahead, yeah.
Defensive player of the year, not defensive player, rookie of the year. They think the rookie of the year is going to be Abdul Carter, the outside linebacker from the Giants.
Okay.
Probably going to be the Penn State, probably. They said also receiving votes, and they mentioned like a few other people. Kenneth Grant, Dolphins. Jordan Birch, Cardinals. Jalen Walker, Falcons. Malachi Starks, Ravens. Will Johnson, Cardinals. And I'm sitting there, and I'm like, wow, that is so great to see that the Cardinals have 2 players, not 1, but 2 players. And Walter Nolan's not even playing. And he's a first-round pick. 2 players that are very highly thought of by NFL executives as guys that will be in contention for Rookie of the Year, even if they don't win it. And it made me think, when was the last time the Cardinals had such an impact draft with, like, dominant defensive players, like dominant guys? And I went back and I immediately thought of the Dansby and Dockett draft. I immediately thought of that draft because those 2 players ended up being star players in this league, dominant players that really helped, turn the Cardinals around, become a great defense, go to the Super Bowl. It was the draft before that helped, and it was the draft after that helped too. You mentioned the Antrell Roll draft, and then obviously you hit on the free agency with Kurt Warner, which was a big thing. But I looked at the defensive rookie of the year odds, and not odds, but NFL executive picks, and I started to think, wow, if Nolan's able to pop and Birch is able to pop and Will Johnson pops, you might have something similar to like that 2004 where you end up with 2 or 3 really great players on defense.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously it's early. The Will Johnson is not a surprise. I mean, I think he was blessed and burdened with expectations from the jump, right? Like he's Will Johnson, yes. and you're blessed with those burdens because he was so good in college, and you're burdened with them too because we just immediately expect success out of him given his pedigree and where he's from. Jordan Birch's inclusion on this list is really interesting to me because some of the underlying stats of his, even though he didn't play a lot of snaps, I don't go back and look and see how many for sure, but it wasn't a lot.
Oh, but very impactful. He
was very impactful in that game. He was one of 3 Cardinals defensive players to have at least 3 quarterback pressures in that game. The others were Sweat and Baron Browning. Okay. And given how little he was on the field, there's another stat pass rush win rate, which, is exactly as it sounds. How many times do you win when you're rushing the quarterback? How many times do you win that matchup? How many times do you beat your guy? And he was like 5th in the NFL in week 1. He won his matchup like 40% of the time, which was one of the best numbers in week 1 in the NFL. If that lasts and that sticks, and you heard Tyler Drake when he was on here with us earlier, he said one of the big changes he thinks from week 1 to week 2 is that Jordan Burch is going to get more
playing time,
more snaps, more opportunity. If he's already getting noticed for popping like that, it makes me think the Cardinals have really potentially struck gold with him at a position that you and I weren't even sure they necessarily needed when they drafted
because
him.
The first-round pick was Walter Nolan. The second-round pick was Will Johnson. Here comes the third round, and what are you thinking in the third round? You think, okay, you just got a defensive tackle. You got a cornerback. You're starting to think, okay, I was
thinking wide receiver. I'll cop to it.
Okay,
I was totally
wide receiver. And they go edge rusher. And then they go linebacker. And then they go cornerback. And all of a sudden, you're in the 6th round. They haven't taken an offensive player. You're like, what is going on here? And, Jordan Burch is, again, very good player, very well thought of. Everybody, liked him. He was the 64th best prospect in the draft, according to Daniel Jeremiah, NFL Network. He was the 6th best defensive end, according to Mel Kiper. Everybody loved his size. They loved what he did at Oregon. He transferred from South Carolina. In his last 2 years at Oregon, he had 11.5 sacks in 24 games, 19 tackles for a loss. And you draft him, and it was the ankle injury and the knee injuries that kept him out of 4 games last year. Might have hurt his draft stock a little bit. But so far, all indications are that this guy is going to be an impact player. And we talk about this all the time. You got to hit on your first-round picks. You really need to hit on your first-round picks. Your first-round picks need to play. Your second-round picks need to play. When you start to get to the 3rd and 4th round, if you get starters out of your 3rd and 4th-round picks,
sure,
that's a hell of a draft.
Yeah.
We talk about 5th-rounders and 6th-rounders being depth guys and special teams guys, 7th-rounders, but when you the 1st and 2nd-round picks need to play. Nolan and Will Johnson need to play. Darius Robinson and Paris Johnson Jr. they need to play. When you get to the 3rd and 4th round, it could go either way. You could either have a bench guy that's just a depth guy. You could have an okay starter. But to have an impact starter with that pick is a home run.
Yeah, it is. And I don't think we can dub him that yet. I think we need more. We need to see more, right? Like it's just you can't give him that after week 1, but it's encouraging. And I guess what makes it even more encouraging is we haven't seen Walter Nolan yet, and we don't know when we're going to see Walter Nolan. Hopefully, this is not Darius Robinson Part 2 with Walter. We don't know that for sure. Now,
28 snaps, 37% of the plays, Burch. Let's see what that goes up to this year.
Yeah,
this next
week. Let's see.
28 snaps, 37% of the plays.
Yeah. Now, I just said his name. Another guy I'd like to see a whole lot better from this week, Darius Robinson. I don't feel like I noticed him at all.
42 plays, 56% of the snaps.
Didn't feel like I felt
but we felt that about the whole defensive line.
Yeah.
For the most part.
For the most part. I barely remember him being out there on the field, which is great if you're talking about an offensive lineman, bad if you're talking about a defensive lineman. I don't remember seeing him.
The thing about Dan, you go back to that draft, Dansby and Dockett were obviously dominant players, played with the Cardinals for a long time. Dansby even came back 2 or 3 times. He came back.
Yeah. It's like, Carlos, leave. Seriously, we're done with you. No,
yeah. Antonio Smith was a hell of a football player, man. He played a long time in this league.
Yeah,
he just left the Cardinals after
really well.
He was a really good player with the Cardinals. Then he left and went to the Texans, and he played for a long time in this league. That was a great draft pick.
That was a very good draft pick. Take us, our show, with you wherever you go. Yes, Italy,
Finland.
Hiking, Finland, down the street.
The Bahamas.
If you can't catch us live, you can find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Burns and Gambo podcast brought to you by Y Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Are we trending early for the Big 12 to be a one-team college football playoff conference again? That's coming up on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2-2.
Swinging a broken back chopper to short. Perdomo gloves and throws to first, and that's your ball game. The Giants take the first two, but the D-backs rebound and win the series finale by a final score of 5-3. They pull themselves back to one game under 500.
D-backs day off before flying to the land of Lufta for 3 games at the Twins, the home of Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax, because something that should be very important to all of us, is having an eye on the future. Investments, retirement, financial planning, tax planning, all the things that are eventually going to come up for you. It's just one day it's going to be there. Before you know it, just wow. All of a sudden you're like, wow, I remember when the kids were 2 and 3 years old. I remember when they were born, and now all of a sudden they're in college, and I'm going to be a grandparent. And all of a sudden, like, things change quickly. Are you ready for it? Have you had the right financial advisor helping you with your financial plan, retirement plan? I recommend Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. He's a local fiduciary, does a great job helping me with my plan, and he has for many years, and he can help you as well. All you have to do is call 602-877-PLAN, and you can be like, hey, I know Gamble's got a good plan going. He's about to retire. I'd like to get on board with that too. He'll meet with you. He'll go over your plan. He'll put one together for you. You could start working together, great. If not, you'll at least get a lot of good information to help you for the future. He's got 5 locations in the Valley, so he can meet with you almost anywhere. 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN or assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Opioid misuse and overdose deaths are serious health issues across the U.S. Anyone at a workplace, including workers, clients, customers, and visitors, can be at risk of an overdose if they use opioids. Are you prepared? Consider making non-prescription naloxone nasal spray a part of your workplace first aid kit. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Maintain workplace safety, offer training, and always call 911 for a suspected overdose. Visit naloxoneaz.com.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
It's kickoff time. Score big at Freeway Chevrolet with our kickoff special. Triple your rebate on all new trucks and SUVs. Every new vehicle in stock. No exclusions. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Kickoff special available on new inventory only. Cannot be combined with any other offers or incentives. NCC rebate only. On approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
Freeway Chevrolet.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Coming off a Week 1 victory, Marvin Harrison Jr. and the Arizona Cardinals are gearing up for their home opener this Sunday against the Carolina Panthers. Here is Marv on the connection between him and Kyler to start the season.
I mean, it's just a start. We got to definitely continue to build, continue to grow, but, I like where we're at, and I think, first game was a good start for sure.
Kickoff for that one is on Sunday at 1:05 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. ASU is looking to avenge their loss from last week. They will be back home this weekend facing the Texas State Bobcats. Kickoff for that one is on Saturday at 7:30 over on ESPN 620. The D-backs were able to avoid the sweep yesterday by beating the Giants 5-3 in their series finale. They are off today but return to the Diamond tomorrow in the Twin Cities facing the Minnesota Twins. First pitch for that one is tomorrow at 5:10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And today is the final day of the regular season in the WNBA, and the Phoenix Mercury are in action tonight trying to prevent a 3-game losing streak. They will be in Dallas facing the Wings. Tip-off for that one is at 5 o'clock. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, home of the no-fee emergency. Want to save money on your AC or plumbing issues? It's ReadyServices.com, saving you money since 1957. Get ready, because here we come.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Friday morning. We'll get you ready for Sun Devils against Texas State with the head coach, Kenny Dillingham. He joins us at 7 here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, back here on the Burns and Gambo show on this Thursday. Thanks as always for hanging out with us. Thanks if you're watching on YouTube. Hi, YouTubers. Nice to see you. I was looking at me.
Am I waving at the right camera?
You are. For a second, I didn't think you were, but you were.
When did these cameras go up? How many years ago?
We've had them for 2 years now.
2 years. For 2 years, I've looked at absolutely the wrong camera every time I look.
Yes, you have.
For 2 straight years, I've looked at the wrong camera.
Yep.
I'm like, I see a blue light. Looks like that one's on.
Yeah, I know. Now you know.
Now I know.
To look at.
Takes me a little while.
It does. It does. Eventually, we'll make a TV star out of you yet, Gambo. John Gambadoro, you'll be a TV star before you know it.
I'll be the next Cam Cox.
You hear that, Cam Cox?
Yes.
Yes, he's coming for you. He's coming for you. He's coming for your gig. This time a year ago, it would have been really difficult to predict how it was all going to play out for ASU in the Big 12, right? Like 3 games into the season. This time a year ago, Colorado was still all the rage. Remember Deion Sanders and Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders, and
they were like, they haven't played anybody.
Yeah, I know, but everybody was talking about them.
Oh yeah,
they were the. Nobody could have seen how it was going to play out. So understanding that everything that we talk about is kind of under the veil of it's early. There is one early trend for the Big 12 as a whole that is not very encouraging for them.
Yeah.
And that is they are looking early on like, and maybe this isn't a big surprise, they are going to be a one-bid college football playoff conference. And I don't know if anything's going to change that.
Last year, they were the only power conference to have just one team in the college football playoff, just ASU. And now they're staring at that same possibility with a lot of the struggles. There was a story talked about the worst loss was ASU. ASU being upset by Mississippi State was bad. Talking about Kansas blowing a lead to Missouri. I watched that game. Kansas was terrible on that game. West Virginia and Kansas State both lost to non-power conference teams. And then they talk about Oklahoma State getting taken to the woodshed by Oregon. And all of this goes to show that a conference that is just not that strong is their point. Their point is the conference is not that strong. So but you know what? I thought about this and I'm like, I'm okay with it. I'm okay with one bid because it enables Arizona State to win the conference. It enables Arizona, you like how many times, it's tough to be, I don't know, USC or UCLA in a big time conference with, in the SEC trying to win with all of those teams or the Big Ten. It's those conferences are hard because they're so top heavy. But at the Big 12, there is no leader in the pack. There is no great program. So anybody can win. And I kind of like that over having a dominant conference with 2 or 3 traditional powers that never go away.
Well, and I guess to me, there's a fine line kind of in the middle of the two in that I kind of wanted ASU to establish themselves as the dominant power of the Big 12. You know,
and they still could.
And they still could, but I don't think the dominant power loses to Mississippi State on the road. I don't think the dominant power is down 17-0 at halftime on the road to Mississippi State, the worst team in the SEC. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that – I don't know if you can be the dominant power of the Big – well, now we'll see. Maybe they run the table in the Big 12 and everything's going to be fine. But so far, the Big 12 is 3-3 against the Power 4, which is not great. So far, the Big 12 is 5-6 head-to-head against the SEC, Big 10, and ACC. That ain't great. You know what I mean? And I think as good as it is, I think we've had this conversation before, like different variations. I think there's a short term and there's a long term. In the short term, it's fine. Hey, you know what? Go win the Big 12. You're in the college football playoffs. That's awesome. I think ultimately it is better for the Big 12 if they don't lose games like Mississippi State on the road. You know what I mean? If they don't lose to K-State loses to Army or West Virginia losing to Ohio. The
Missouri loss.
Yeah, you're just Missouri to Kansas.
You got to win that game if you can.
You're trying to establish yourself as a brand that you can say, hey, we belong with the big boys. And so far, let's be honest about it. They don't. I mean, so far they have not established themselves as belonging with the true big boys. And if they really want to...
I understand what
you're saying. If they really want to maintain that relevance, I think they need to establish that. And to be honest, it's probably too late this year. The non-conference schedule is mostly done.
You're just going to beat each other up now for the next...
This week, you've got a few more, but there's nothing significant.
No, you blew your chance against Oregon.
Yep.
You blew your chance against Auburn. Mississippi State, Missouri.
Iowa State beat Iowa.
Okay, that's
a nice
the
win.
best one you've got.
Best one so far.
Right. And how great is that?
And honestly,
it's not even that great.
If I remember right, wasn't that the same problem last year?
That's all they had?
Iowa State's win over Iowa.
Yeah.
Didn't we look back on it and say that was the best non-conference win you had? If I remember right. Am I remembering it wrong? I don't.
Fox Sports lead college football analyst Joe Klatt, he said this is a big year for the Big 12 in order to argue that, hey, we need multiple spots as automatics. But he said, to put it honestly, that was a bad Saturday for the Big 12.
And I'll go one more, and I'd forgotten about this. Utah, in the moment when they beat UCLA, you go, ooh, nice win.
UCLA is so
bad. And then
bad.
UCLA lost to UNLV, and it's like, okay, on second thought, never mind.
Yeah, UCLA
wasn't that great.
UCLA is so irrelevant in college football right now. They can't even get people to go to their games. Nobody cares. UCLA is completely irrelevant in college football.
Yeah, now...
why are they even in that conference?
SMU was ranked when Baylor beat them.
Yeah, that was a good win. It was 17th, I think, when they beat them.
And if North Carolina bounces back, then TCU trouncing them the way they did on that Monday night, maybe that one ends up looking a little better.
So you got an SMU win, a North Carolina win, and an Iowa win.
Yeah. It's not... You're right.
It's not great.
It's not a lot to build on. It's not a lot to make an argument on.
If you would have had an Oregon win or an Auburn win, a lot better.
But for now, it doesn't matter. The day will come when it does. You know what I mean? Like I agree with you. For now, it doesn't matter. Go win the conference, and you're going to be in the college football playoffs, and everything's great. Everything ASU wants is still in front of them. But at some point, you do need to establish yourself as a premier college football
against
conference.
Other power conferences.
And it really hasn't even come close to
happening
yet.
So there's 8 teams in the conference right now who are still undefeated. ASU's not one of them, but there are 8 teams that are undefeated. Iowa State hasn't lost. TCU, Texas Tech, Utah hasn't lost. So there are still teams that could go out there and take care of business. They are undefeated. ASU's going to have to work their way back up the ladder, but ASU could go undefeated in the Big 12. Win the Big 12 championship, represent the conference in the postseason. It's still very possible.
I still can't believe, to a certain extent, I'm looking at the whole Big 12. I still can't believe Oklahoma State is as bad as they. Come on,
I know.
Come on, like there was a while there.
Where Mike Gundy had that program
in the old Big 12, where it was Texas, Oklahoma, and Oklahoma State, and you could count on Oklahoma. What the hell happened to you? You were in the driver's seat to
Texas and Oklahoma left.
Yeah, is that what hurt them?
Of course. Of course.
Why couldn't they maintain? Shouldn't they have said we can now dominate this conference with those 2 out? Shouldn't they have been able to do? The 2 bullies have moved. The 2 bullies are in a new neighborhood. We're now the number 1 bully in this Big 12. I think that I would have thought the door would have been wide open for them.
And Gundy kind of said it when he talked about Dan Lanning in Oregon. We don't have the money. We don't have the NIL money.
Yeah.
So
the money has moved past the Oklahoma State.
Didn't they have like a rich guy who built a stadium there?
Yeah, T. Boone Pickens.
T. Boone Pickens.
T. Boone Pickens.
Is he still alive?
I don't know. He gave that program a lot of money.
T. Boone Pickens.
No idea, but he was the main check writer there for Oklahoma State for a while.
He died like 6 years ago.
Maybe that's
yeah. T. Boone.
Rest in peace, T. Boone.
Rest in peace.
Rest in peace. Don't miss your last chance to win tickets to the Cardinals home opener on Sunday. Head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page. Watch us live. Click the contest link that is pinned in the chat. It is that easy. You tune in, you click, and you could be at the game. Can the Cardinals win their revenge game against the Panthers on Sunday? The national media is mostly convinced, but there are still some who are unsure. That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
They put a trips formation away from Marvin Harrison Jr. basically. There he is, as the axe. He was on the single receiver side, and then they put the trips formation over here, and they ran 3 guys across the middle. And then here comes Marv across as well. The scissors play. That was timeless in regards to the execution by Marvin Harrison Jr. and Kyler Murray.
The other thing I liked, Marv looked different and better. He just did. And the other stat, if you're looking for a stat, he was targeted 6 times. He had 5 catches.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
When our parents passed away, my brother and I were heartbroken. They'd always been there for us. As we began settling their estate, we found their estate planning binder. Inside was their living trust from RJP Estate Planning. It had everything: clear instructions, account info, and the steps we needed to settle their estate and receive our inheritance. Our parents told us years ago, without that living trust, their estate could have gone through probate court, where legal fees could have eaten away at what they left us. When we brought the trust to RJP, they guided us every step of the way. No court, no chaos, just peace of mind. We're one of 40,000 Arizona families RJP has helped over the past 30 years.
If you're 55 or over, save 55% on a living trust from RJP Estate Planning. Call 480-576-5457 by September 12th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
More fiber and laxatives, eh? Who are you? I'm Future You. Future me? Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Our doctor figured it out. It's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C. And Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
For more than 50 years, the Fiesta Sports Foundation has been known for world-class events and unmatched hospitality. But our biggest legacy is off the field, where we're improving local communities through education, youth sports, and programs that serve millions of Arizonans. And we're just getting started. Fiesta Sports Foundation. Our season never ends. Learn more at fiestasportsfoundation.org.
Hi, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Getting engaged? So friends, listen up. Shane Company engagement rings are protected with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We stand behind the same quality we've offered since 1929. Our rings are crafted to last. It's why our warranty is the only one that protects your center stone. We also cover repairs, resizings, cleanings, and so much more. That's money you keep for you and your family. Because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
Oh, we didn't do our Twitter poll because we had Nick Uren on from the Mercury.
You can listen to that interview now. Up on ArizonaSports.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
McClintock high grad. Burns, you almost went there.
Burns and him are getting a beer if they win it all.
At McClintock, apparently, which I'm pretty sure is against the rules, but okay.
It's definitely against the law, yeah.
Why? Drinking on a high school campus?
Oh, yeah, at McClintock.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Maybe like as a local place establishment nearby.
They had their 30-year reunion several years ago, and a buddy of mine that I still keep in touch with, that I went to elementary school with, said, "Yeah, you should come. You know everybody here. You went to elementary school and junior high with all of them.
You're a big star now."
No, I'm like,
my 10-year high school reunions next year.
Oh my goodness,
Wow.
you are so old.
I know, I feel so old.
So old.
I feel so old.
What are you, 28 now?
27.
Oh my goodness.
Can you believe it?
All downhill from here.
I know. Got my knees hurt.
Oh, yeah.
How am I going to support myself?
Join the club.
I really enjoyed the 10-year. I thought the 10-year was, I enjoyed it.
Yeah?
Yeah. Beyond the 20, it was, the joke was up. It was like, okay, yeah, we're good. We're fine. But the 10-year was cool. Go to your 10-year. Go to your 10-year reunion.
We'll see.
Oh, okay. Doesn't sound like very enthusiastic about
I
it at
keep
all.
in touch with everybody I care
Right,
about.
exactly.
Is
Keep in touch with who you care about.
Yeah. In today's day and age, the reunion
Right.
is almost
I had all the
unnecessary.
boys out 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did.
They all came out.
So what
Frankie
is
Peach and
Joey
Bobby
Bacala.
Mack and T-Bone.
T-Bone.
I like that Gambo paused.
Yeah, I'm trying to
Venus.
who is here? Yeah.
What is our poll question today that we have yet to hear?
Our poll question today, who will earn the third NL wild card spot?
Who? The Mets.
The Mets, the D-backs, the Giants, or someone else? And for the record, the Mets are currently up 4-0 on the Phillies.
boy.
I meant to look up the score. Thanks very much.
It's on Fox.
4-0. It's on Fox. Oh, I need to change the channel. Okay.
It's only the second inning.
The Mets. They'll do just enough to get in.
I don't want. Let me see. Let me just see. I'll go with the Giants.
Okay.
The Mets are in such a free fall right now.
I know.
They're in such a free fall.
They'll pull up the stick and level it out.
Still having to pay Bobby Bonilla really hurt their chances to go get another player that could have helped them get over the hump.
That's what did the Mets in.
That's it. Yeah.
Lee
that's it.
Mazzilli's not walking through that door.
Oh boy.
No. All right, before we hear every single Met ever to play
From
baseball.
the 69 Mets, yes.
Lee Mazzilli was later.
Well, with you, I just default to anything in the 60s.
We'll get back there eventually.
Yeah.
The Mets are leading the way with 38% of the vote. 34% going with the D-backs, 21% going with the Giants, and 7% going with someone else.
If the D-backs were to do it, it would be a remarkable story. Although, I was talking with Alex Weiner in the newsroom yesterday at the end of the show. I need to look this up to remind myself to be sure. Did the Diamondbacks have a 3-game lead in the wild card with 6 games to play last year and they blew it? Was it that bad? I don't remember. Was it that bad?
Yes.
Because Alex,
I think so.
Because Alex said something like, I mean, we talk about how crazy it is. The Diamondbacks had a 3-game lead with 7 games to go, and they blew it.
And they lost the tiebreaker. They ended up in the tiebreaker and lost it.
And I'm like, was it that bad? Was it it enough of a lead that I know we assumed they were getting in, but I didn't realize it was like that.
That tiebreaker day was awful. We were on the
I'll never forget it.
Yep.
I'll never forget it.
There was 3 teams. There were 3 teams And you needed the Diamondbacks to win and 2 other teams to lose, and it didn't. And
the Braves and the Mets. But then the problem was that whoever won the game 1 didn't care.
Right, they didn't care. The doubleheader. Doubleheader. Yes.
And we remember Chris Sale was out, and we were like, we've got a shot.
Yeah.
No.
Because whoever won the first game was going to play all the Scribinis in the second game, and so they split.
And that's exactly what happened. Just one more damn win. They would have just one more. One more. All right. Well, we've gone down that dreadful memory lane. The Cardinals in their revenge game against the Panthers, and yeah, it's kind of crazy to say it that way, but it is a revenge game. They lost last year in overtime in Carolina, and it was a loss that ended their season. Mostly the national media reaction and predictions, and there'll probably be more on this tomorrow. They're mostly favoring the Arizona Cardinals. On the NFL Network, 9 of the 10 took the Cardinals.
Yes.
Only Bucky Brooks said the Panthers were going to win.
Yes.
7 of the 10.
This was interesting to me.
Predicted it to be a 1-score game.
Yeah. Is it just a norm now in the NBA, in the NFL, to just predict a 1-score game, never predict a blowout?
I think that's
Is it
safe.
the norm?
I think that's safe.
Because
you counted it last
12.
week. How many games in
12.
week 1 were 1-score games?
It's almost every one.
Every week.
Almost every one was a 1-score game.
Yeah.
It's just I mean, you think of it, you look at this, you're like, okay, Carolina, how bad were they last? Like, this should not be a 1-score game. This should not be a 1-score game.
No.
I'll bet you it's not a one. I'll bet lunch with anybody here, it's not going to be a 1-score game. Cardinals will win by more than 1 score. I just feel it in my bones that they're going to win this game by more than 1 score.
So that would be Cardinals minus 8.5. Am I doing the math right?
I'll give you 8. I'll give you 8. 8's 1 score. It's a
Well,
touchdown,
8
2 points.
8.5. Just
Cardinals
so you don't
will
get
win
the
by
push.
more than 8. They're going to win by more than 8.
No,
the odds are in your favor. Everything's a 1-score game.
You know what? I wouldn't take that bet.
Yeah, good. I think they're going to win. But I think I looked at it. So it's very easy to just glance at it and say, okay, everybody's picking the Cardinals. And that's my original thought. I looked at it and I'm like, okay, everybody's got it off the TV screen. Obviously, I can't
Well, you don't need to show me the picture. I trust
No,
you.
I'm looking at the pictures for myself.
I was going to say, you don't need to show me. I believe you.
I'm looking at the picture.
I trust you.
I want to just see what I got there. And I'm like, okay, there it is. They all pick. So Daniel Jeremiah, 20-10. He's got it by 10. Wolf, 21-14. That's a 1-score game.
Colleen Wolf. Okay.
Rank.
Adam Rank.
26-14.
I don't know all these people.
He's got it a 2-score game.
Okay.
Grant, 21-14.
Okay.
Brooks, 24-23, Carolina.
Wow, Bucky. Be wrong, Bucky. Be
Gordon, 23-20. Cardinals. Shook, 23-20. Edholm, 26-19. 1-score game.
Yeah.
Patra, 20-13. 1-score game. That was the thing that stood out to me.
Yeah.
What stood out to me is not that everybody was picking the Cardinals except for Bucky Brooks, who picked Carolina by 1. Almost everybody had it being a close game.
A little bit of a zag where everybody else is zigging was on theringer.com. Their best NFL bets for week 2. They do this every single week, and they come up with their favorite 5 bets of the week. They've got the Cardinals covering as one of their favorite 5 bets.
Okay.
In large part because the Cardinals are great rushing offense. The Carolina defense is an awful rushing defense. That Jacksonville ran all over the Panthers. There was an injury, Tershawn Wharton, hamstring injury. He's out this week. Trevor Lawrence had time to do whatever he wanted to do. The Panthers' pass rush is miserable. He said, last week in this column, I said it was hard to make the case that Arizona should be favored by 6.5 against anyone on the road. And I stand by that. However, if they're playing at home against arguably a bottom 3 team in the league, I'm willing to lay the 6.5 points here, bet the Cardinals, and lay down the 6.5.
Okay.
Is his, you do whatever you want, it's your money, and we don't care. We're not giving you advice one way or another, but he believes the Cardinals will cover.
Yeah, there's 2 things that kind of lead towards believing that it could be a close game. And one of these is the fascinating thing that you brought up yesterday. 16-5 in the last 21 games, right? Is that what the number was?
15-6.
15-6.
15-6.
I got a little dyslexia there.
Yeah.
15-6 in the last 21 games. Carolina's owned the Cardinals.
Yeah.
They've owned them. They're the only team in the NFL that has beaten the Cardinals twice in the playoffs. The Arizona Cardinals. They've got 2 wins over the Cardinals in the playoffs. Nobody else has that.
Yeah.
They've beaten Arizona more times than anybody else. So there's that little history. But, man, I cannot get away from how bad Carolina played last week. I cannot get away from that.
They were horrible. It's just horrible. Speaking of which, the Panthers' greatest weakness is the Cardinals' greatest strength. How can the Cardinals use that to their advantage on Sunday beyond the obvious? We'll talk about it next. Going to the 5 o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
There was a lot of thought after the draft that, hey, the Cardinals, they rolled the dice. Some people said it was a gamble. Some people said it was a steal. Week 1, look, we overreact to everything. This is what we have to base what we think right now. Will Johnson looked very much the part. He looked comfortable. He looked seasoned. That hit that he made when you watched that swing pass that went out to Olave, the technique that he used. It was
textbook.
It was perfect. It was a clean football hit, which you don't see a lot anymore.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, back here to tell you about Global Credit Union, and I love telling you about all the benefits. I love, when it comes to banking, I'm telling you, go with Global Credit Union over a traditional bank because it's just the checking accounts, the savings accounts, the loans are all just done better, low to no fees on your accounts, better interest rates than you can get at a bank. Global members collectively saving $195 million last year. It makes a difference. And on a day like tomorrow, it makes a difference too. Tomorrow might be your payday. You'll wake up tomorrow morning. If you have direct deposit with your account, you're going to wake up tomorrow morning and there's going to be money in your account. If you bank with Global Credit Union, this is one of my favorite benefits. If you bank with Global Credit Union, you can access direct deposit funds up to 3 days in advance. If you need that money on Thursday, you can get it. If you need that money on Wednesday, you can get it. That is one of, to me, the major benefits of banking with Global Credit Union. There are many more. Explore them all of becoming a member at by becoming a member at globalcu.org. That's the website. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Everything's a little better when it's super. Heroes, markets, sized, and of course, checks. A super check gives you an in-depth review of your current insurance coverage with a Farm Bureau Financial Services agent, no matter who your insurance provider is. That's super cool. Talk to a Farm Bureau agent to make sure you're properly covered at fbfs.com/protect. It's your future. Let's protect it. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler, a local luxury watch and jewelry business founded by my dad, Oliver Smith. We've been serving Arizona for over 40 years, and trust has always been the foundation of what we do. Dad, after all these years in the watch and jewelry business, what keeps you coming into work every day?
It's the celebrations we get to share with our clients. We're part of their engagements, anniversaries, birthdays, all those special moments. It's an honor to be trusted with those memories.
But trust alone isn't enough. Let's talk about our value.
That's right. Value means offering top quality at the best price, never compromising. It's about hitting singles rather than always swinging for a home run. We're focused on building relationships with clients that last for generations.
Your low price equals high volume seems to be working well.
It is.
Trust our family to be part of your special moments. Visit us at the Shops at Gainey Village on Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, or at our new store in Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall.
Dan Bickley here with a great opportunity for one lucky sports fan. My friends at Waltz TV and Appliance are giving away a 75-inch 4K television along with a state-of-the-art soundbar, a combination guaranteed to take your fandom to the next level. All you have to do is text Waltz to 620-620 between now and September 22nd. The winner will be announced on September 23rd. And once again, very simple. Just text Waltz to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
When it comes to your electric bill, saving energy means saving money. That's why SRP offers many ways to help you cut costs and boost comfort. From rebates and discounts that can save you thousands of dollars, to expert insights that can help make your home more energy efficient, SRP has tools and programs that give you many ways to save. Explore your options today at srp.net/savings. That's srp.net/savings.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Coming off a Week 1 victory, Marvin Harrison Jr. and the Arizona Cardinals are gearing up for their home opener this Sunday against the Carolina Panthers. Here is Marv on the connection between him and Kyler to start the season.
I mean, it's just a start. We got to definitely continue to build, continue to grow, but, I like where we're at, and I think, first game was a good start for sure.
Kickoff for that one is on Sunday at 1:05 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. ASU is looking to avenge their loss from last week. They will be back home this weekend facing the Texas State Bobcats. Kickoff for that one is on Saturday at 7:30 over on ESPN 620. The D-backs were able to avoid the sweep yesterday by beating the Giants 5-3 in their series finale. They are off today but return to the Diamond tomorrow in the Twin Cities facing the Minnesota Twins. First pitch for that one is tomorrow at 5:10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And it is the final day of the regular season in the WNBA, and the Phoenix Mercury are in action right now in Dallas taking on the Wings. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Hey, this is Jared, and in my mind, I've gone to Carolina, which was a mistake because the Panthers are actually coming here to Arizona. Anyway, we'll talk about it at 6 a.m. tomorrow on Bickley and Murata Mornings.
Drew Patzing, offensive coordinator of the Cardinals, as we welcome you back, 5 o'clock hour on Burns and Gambo here. On the Cardinals struggling to establish the run this past Sunday against the Saints.
You hit it. It's efficiency. Right? When you have the big numbers, your yards per carry looks good. But, hey, if we handed the ball off 18 times and 2 of them got us, 80% of those yards, we need to be more efficient in the running game. I think that's going to be a big thing moving forward here.
Yeah, the 52-yard run by Trey Benson obviously kind of skewed the numbers a little bit. You can't take it away, but you can also kind of evaluate it and say the run game without that big play clearly left a lot to be desired. And so as you fast forward now to week 2 against Carolina, one thing that's very clear, dating back to the last 6 games of last season and the first game of this year.
Sure as the sun's going to come up.
The Carolina Panthers are terrible at stopping the run. Terrible.
How many straight games is it with 200 yards or more?
7.
7 straight
the
games
last
teams
6
have
of
rushed for
last
200
year
or more.
And the first one of this one.
Including the Arizona Cardinals in a loss. Had a great game by James Conner and Kyler Murray. They averaged like 7 to 8 yards per carry each.
Which honestly had us scrambling. I mean, it had me scrambling, not you, because you were
how the hell did they lose that game?
I had to go through my notes, and I finally found them. How did they lose that game?
Old Mother Hubbard.
Hubbard
Took the Cardinals defense to the cupboard.
He ran all over
And the Cardinals
him.
defense was bare.
He ran all over him. And Kyler Murray had a bad interception. The penalties, they were a mess. They were playing sloppy. I remember it now clear as day. Sloppy, undisciplined, awful football against a 3-11 football team. They let Carolina run all over them that day. So you would think, man, the Cardinals ran for 200 yards on the road against, how did they lose? That's why they lost. They played a real sloppy game, and they got run over.
The first couple of weeks are always, everybody does after the first week. What's real, what's not real, type of thing, all those stories. Because the initial thought is that Carolina's no good. Like, they're a terrible football team. They didn't score their first touchdown. There were 4 minutes left in the game. They were really bad last week. So, there's a lot of stories about just all the problems that they had. And I was looking at one of them, today. The pre-snap process was lethargic. The playmaking was uneven. The center-to-quarterback exchange was inconsistent. They talk about all the miscues they had and how poorly they played. And, it showed they were one of those teams that got blown out last week. They were one of those teams that were not a one-score game. So, is it real? Is it not real that Carolina's a really bad football team? That's you'll find out more because now they can go back to the drawing board. They can figure out, okay, how do we tighten things up? One of the things that Carolina did really well last week against the Cardinals was they shut down Trey McBride. They did a really good job of shutting down Trey McBride, but the running backs went off. I would believe that is your game plan. Now, we're not sure about Tip Ryman and whether he's going to play or not because he has missed the last 2 practices. But I would think the game plan by Petzing is very simple. Hey, listen, everybody runs on them. We're not going to be any different. We're going to try to wear them out at home.
Yeah, we had Tyler Drake in here earlier. He covers the Cardinals for us on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi, and he said he thinks this is the big James Conner game. And I know this is only week 2, so it's like, we're not sitting around impatient for the big James Conner game. But the big James Conner game didn't happen last week. Everything about this week says this is going to be the big run game. I mean, just because Carolina, 71-yard gain last week by Travis Etienne, 200 yards on the ground against Jacksonville, getting torched the way they have. Like, everything about this one kind of points to James Conner really being able to get to eat. And so I would think everything the Cardinals want to accomplish on Sunday starts on both sides of the ball with running the football, establishing James Conner, limiting Hubbard, so that you use that as your foundation and you kind of build off of that. And that includes getting Trey McBride involved as well, obviously.
3 catches for 20 yards. The Panthers have had some struggles against tight ends. Last week against Jacksonville, the Jaguars tight ends had 5 catches on 5 targets, 65 yards and a touchdown. Trey McBride last year, 3 for 20 on 4 targets, only 4 targets. The interesting thing to me is going to be, okay, if you do have the dominant run game, are we going to see the shots down the field? We saw 2 shots down the field last week. One of them was a big connection to Marvin Harrison Jr. We all rejoiced. We want to see that. We want to see those shots down the field. Is the game plan going to allow for some of those shots down the field, or is it going to be more of a conservative game plan? Because let's be honest, against New Orleans, 9 passes at the line of scrimmage were completed. 9 passes between 0 and 10 yards were completed. 18 out of Kyler Murray's 21 completions were somewhere from behind the line of scrimmage to the 10-yard line. It was a pretty conservative play calling. Like, first game, let's just make sure we win the game. You got out of there with the win. Do you feel like you could open it up a little bit more now that you've got a full game under your belt?
I don't know. It's like I'm usually wrong about stuff like this. I got to think it's going to be the conservative game plan until, like, we'll know when it's not. You know what I mean? Like, we'll see, we'll watch a game and go, oh man, they really opened it up in that one. They were going down the field. I don't feel like that is in their DNA yet. I don't feel like that is how they're going to approach a game. I think this is the way. This is the method. James Conner, Trey McBride, Marvin Harrison Jr., short passes, and the occasional every now and then pass downfield. I think
then when you go play Seattle with a really good defense, that's going to take a lot of that away from you, and you're not going to have as much success. Like, that's why
you would have you won't have, you have no experience doing it that much, right? Like, you're just
that's why I think you have to take some shots down the field on a regular basis. You got to put it on film for these other teams too. If these teams, like, okay, the Cardinals are going to take 1 shot down the field all game, I'm not going to defend that. I'm not going to go crazy defending. They don't do it. We'll just play everything. We'll stack everything up front and try to stop their short yardage situation games. But if, like, you take more shots down the field, it does open it up where, okay, defensive coordinators are going to have to look at that and realize that you're going to go down the field quite a bit.
And it could, and honestly, if things go well, it's going to be both. I mean, you're gonna pound them into submission with your run game, and that's going to open
and
up
hit a couple of
everything,
deep plays.
Hit a couple of deep plays, and then you can do both.
Yeah, to me, like, I'm even good for pass interference. Like, to me, that counts. Like, that's a big play down the field. You get a pass interference penalty.
Wasn't one of the plays, not the Cardinals, but was it the Bills-Ravens? One of the big reasons the Bills were able to kind of get back in that game was, I think, on a 4th down they got a pass interference.
I think I think it was Coleman running the. I think it was Coleman running the route.
I think it was just sort of a, like, 4th down the right sideline, chuck it down there, and the pass interference bailed everybody out, right?
Yeah,
you're not always going to get there, but you can get those every now and then.
Especially if you've got good receivers, physical receivers. That Marvin Harrison Jr. is probably not going to get a lot of separation, but he's bigger and he's physical now. And Larry Fitzgerald made a lot of big plays down the field because he was big and physical.
We won't probably have another opportunity to bring this up, but something we did talk about earlier too was, if you flip the coin and you look at the Panthers on offense, Bryce Young had a miserable week last week. And he was not pressured hardly at all in that game. I mean, it was almost remarkable. Had the lack of pressure Jacksonville was getting on him, and he still struggled.
And usually, you have a high completion percentage with no pressure. His was terrible.
Yeah.
By the way, real quick, could be a poll question for tomorrow. Who wins by more points, ASU or the Cardinals this week? Just hit me. It hit me.
Lauren.
It hit me.
You should have seen Lauren nod.
It just hit me. Oh, yeah. She's
Lauren
like, I
was
like that. Who wins by more points this week, assuming that both teams win?
That's a good question.
Do Cardinals win by more, or does ASU win by more? Because they're both going to win.
We're going to win.
They're both going to
win.
We said that last week.
We were worried about Mississippi State. We were.
I remember we specifically said, hey, look, we're not going to be in here Monday talking about 0-2.
No.
It won't be 0-2. Should be 2-0, but it won't be 0-2. Chalk that up to bleep happens. Sometimes.
Not this week.
Sometimes. Not this week.
This is our week.
Bleep doesn't happen this week.
This is our week.
No bleep. It's going to be a bleep-free weekend for us. Thank God I could use one of those. Arizona Sports and Redbird Farms Chicken are teaming up to bring you an exclusive tailgate package that includes a grill set and a Yeti cooler. Join us this Friday at the Safeway located at Chaparral Road and Hayden Road in Scottsdale from 4 until 6 for your chance to win. Once again, this Friday, our promotions team going to be at the Safeway on Chaparral and Hayden in Scottsdale. When we come back, how heavily will Arizona State rely on Jordan Tyson on Saturday, and do the Sun Devils need to share the wealth a little bit more? That's coming up on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Cardinals home opener versus Carolina Sunday.
Huddle.
Football is back.
You know, I don't live in the past, but if you look back at that game last year, we did not play our brand of ball. And they're a good football team coming here. They got some premium players. They're hard to defend, so we got work cut out for us.
Cardinals-Panthers pregame begins with some birria, bloodies, and chorizo at 8:30 Sunday morning. Kickoff 1:05 Sunday afternoon on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Sanderson Lincoln, just east of the I-17 on Bell Road, and you are going to find a great selection of high luxury Lincoln vehicles there. The Lincoln Aviator, the Corsair, the Nautilus, and the Navigator. You're going to love the all-new, better than ever, 2025 Lincoln Navigator SUV. My favorite vehicle on the road. We have one at our house. I don't really get to drive it much because my wife loves it, and that's her everyday car is the Lincoln Navigator. We love it. The Aviator is one of my favorite rides as well. I love the Lincoln Aviator, and Sanderson Lincoln just has a great selection right now. They also have effortless test drives, the way your test drive should be, delivering you an experience to your doorstep that gives back your most important asset, time. You simply select the preferred date, time, and location, and they'll bring the Lincoln of your choice right to you so you can test drive it right there. You also get priority service when you need an oil change or tire rotation. You get that luxury experience when you buy a Lincoln from Sanderson Lincoln. They're just east of the I-17 on Bell Road, and they also have the boutique store in the Scottsdale quarters. For more information, go to sandersonlincoln.net.
D-backs fans get the best seats at the best prices and access to exclusive events. 2026 Advantage memberships are on sale now. For more info, visit dbacks.com/memberships.
Need space that's designed to last? Mueller Incorporated delivers pre-engineered steel buildings customized for your style. From garages and workshops to barns, warehouses, even airplane hangars. Our bolt-together buildings are designed to last decades with proper installation and maintenance. Designed for strength. Engineered to last. Visit us today at our West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or go to MuellerInc.com to learn more.
It's back. Bunker to Bunker's 14th annual Fall Frolic, Saturday, September 27th at the Arizona Biltmore Golf Club, benefiting Phoenix Children's Hospital. Play a fun two-person scramble. Enjoy a tasty breakfast. Win big in the raffle and mulligan drawing. Plus, get a bounce-back golf round. It's just $134 and open to everyone. But hurry, space is limited. Sign up now at bunkergolf.com. That's bunkergolf.com.
Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. They offer unbeatable selection. They have a great reputation for making luxury attainable. And best of all, you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He guarantees our listeners will get a smoking hot deal, the best you're going to find in Arizona. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of SiteOne, bringing you more inventory, better prices, and 14 Arizona locations. From hardscape to irrigation, we've got it covered. Visit pioneerco.com and order today. Again, that's pioneerco.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Friday morning. We'll get you ready for Sun Devils against Texas State with the head coach, Kenny Dillingham. He joins us at 7 here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, I just got to, start feeding the ball to my other guys and trust them to make plays and trust them to play overall, and just in terms of packaging, not putting everything on Zero's hands. So, it's going to be within the game plan and myself just feeding them the rock.
I was Sam Levitt, quarterback of ASU, as they get ready to take on Texas State on Saturday night. Gambo's going to be at that game for that 7:30 kickoff. On the importance of getting the ball to guys not named Jordan Tyson. And it's funny when it's not funny, but when there are a list of things the Sun Devils need to work on and fix, obviously, right, and figure out. I don't know where this is on the list. I don't know if it's number 1. I don't know if it's number 5. But you look at the distribution so far of the passes. Oh my God, it's like. Right? You're nodding your head up and down.
Yeah.
It's almost like there isn't anybody else on the team for Sam to throw to.
Where was Mateo?
Yeah, Mateo had a really good year last year.
Where was he?
And it's like he's and I know they were very complimentary of the tight end Shimon Mateo's blocking in the game against Mississippi State. Like they were like Brock Osweiler in particular was, oh my God, he's doing an unbelievable job blocking, and that's great, and that's all fine and well. But man, this offense for ASU, at least the passing offense for ASU, is really coming off like a one-trick pony with Jordan Tyson getting everything and nobody else getting anything.
But I think it should be what the Cardinals have. I think it should be a 1-2 punch with Mateo and Jordan Tyson. Last year against Texas State, Jordan Tyson had 6 catches. Mateo had 5. They had 11 catches for 177 yards in the game, those two guys. I think that they could have the great 1-2 punch. I really do. Now, after that, I think it's like the Cardinals. It gets a little dicey after those two. But I kind of felt like they were going to have that 1-2 punch like the Cardinals have Trey McBride and Marvin Harrison Jr. I think it will develop. I think Sam Levitt's a terrific quarterback. Obviously, the running game last week, especially what they came out of the gates with at the start of the second half with the 8 straight carries led to a touchdown. It was a phenomenal drive. Raleek Brown was outstanding in that. The Udo kid was great. I think that they're going to want to run the ball, but I think you've got to get your tight end more involved. You have to figure out a way to get him more involved in the offense.
He's got 1 catch on the season.
I know. He's a good player. He's a good player.
The only among the reception, there have been 35 catches made so far this year by ASU football players. There have been 2 made by a wide receiver who isn't named Jordan Tyson. Yeah. That's it.
Last year, he had 32 catches and 5 touchdowns.
Malik McLean has 2 catches so far this year for 5 yards. That's just among the wide receivers, right? Tyson Brown has 6. Raleek Brown has 6. Mateo only has the 1. Udo has the 1. Harpole has the 1. And again, is this the number 1 problem facing ASU? Is this the number 4 problem facing ASU? Kenny Dillingham certainly is aware of it.
Yeah, we got to get more guys involved. We just got to get more guys involved. So that's the plan. I mean, in fall camp, we had more guys involved all the time. We got to do a better job, myself, getting more guys involved. That's simple. We have guys out there that should be involved, can be involved. So We just got to get more guys involved.
And so this is where we got to get guys involved. That's what we got to do.
He's so calm.
Oh yeah,
like he knows. It'll be fine.
It'll be fine.
I'll get guys involved. You guys are all panicking. Everything's. We're fine.
I'm not panicking. I think I'm more concerned than you are, but I'm not panicking. I'm not like, oh my God, the season's lost. It's over. Forget it. They lost to Mississippi State. I'm worried there's more blips coming up than, like you just keep calling this a blip. This is just a blip. I'm a little worried there are more blips coming.
Okay.
But I don't know that for a fact. And it's just a guess in that, like we've said, they've played 8 quarters of football so far, and they haven't been that impressive in hardly any of them at all. I mean, maybe the last 2 against Mississippi State. What I'm wondering about more than anything is you were so successful running the football last week. Are we sure it really is the priority to get other wide receivers more involved, or do you need to focus on running the football because that is clearly what worked very well for you against Mississippi State?
Good question.
I don't know if hey, we need to get Mateer involved and we need to get McClain involved. Is that really the priority for you this week? I don't know. Or is it just running the rock because he did it so well? I don't know.
Michelle Gardner, who covers the team for AZ Central, said minimize explosive plays, get more receivers involved was her number 2 thing. 6 things to change if ASU wants to win the Big 12. Minimize explosive plays, number 1. Get more receivers involved, number 2. Use the tight ends more, number 3. Get more takeaways. I think they had a boatload of takeaways against Texas State last year. I have to go back to my notes, but I kind of remember them taking the ball away quite a bit. Sam Levitt plays like Sam Levitt and convert third downs. That's been a problem for like that. The convert third down things is a big deal. They didn't do it in the first 2 games. Like they really struggled against NAU with the third downs, and I don't think they were that much better in the last game.
I'm looking up the
they started to get some like in the second half, but I think overall it's been a problem for them, the third downs. But I do like to use the tight ends more. Sam plays like Sam. Get more receivers. Like you can't probably have all of those things. Sam plays like Sam. Get more, use tight ends more, get more receivers involved, and you still want to run the ball a lot. That's a lot.
That's a lot to check off.
Yeah,
you can't get that all done.
There's only so much time in a game.
Yeah, and continue the success you had with the run game as well, which you kind of stumbled on last week. When you almost, and I know Kenny has said no to this. And this is another thing to watch this week. I felt like in the second half of that game, they just didn't have much trust for Sam Levitt, and it was okay. We're going to run the football.
I know you said that
because I don't think they trusted Sam.
I don't know. I don't know. You might be right. I think the kid just had a really bad game, and I think the pressure got to him, and maybe that was a way to alleviate the pressure. We're going to run the ball, but you're right. I mean, we haven't seen Sam Levitt play like a guy that's a contender for the Heisman and it could lead a team. So yet,
but if he comes out throwing the ball a bunch on Saturday night, then it'll just be hey, we didn't trust him, or whatever. We just felt like we had to get away from him in that half because it wasn't working, and we're going to try something else. So do you come out? Establish the run, or do you come out to try to get Sam in a rhythm? I don't know. We'll see.
I think you try to get Sam in a rhythm.
I think you probably try to get Sam in a rhythm.
Right.
I
knowing that you could always turn to the running game.
Because it's still, at the end of the day, and we said this on Monday, your identity is based on your Heisman Trophy candidate quarterback.
Yes.
It is. As good as Kanye Udoh was and as good as Raleek Brown was, that's still your identity. You need to figure out that. I bet he comes out throwing.
I think so, too.
I bet he comes out
I think because you're going to want to get him in a rhythm and not, just get that game past him. Get that game past him and move on.
Yeah. When we come back, there was an Arizona Cardinal who surprised many last Sunday.
Who?
We'll tell you who the potential gem on the defense for the Arizona Cardinals was next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
After a road loss at Mississippi State, the Sun Devils look to bounce back in the W column at home versus Texas State.
I'm excited. I was excited to build on the second half of last week. Played really good football there at the end. Build on that, play home, and keep the home streak rocking.
Pre-game begins at 4:30 Saturday afternoon. Kickoff at 7:30 Saturday night on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about the Lund Mortgage team, who I have used ever since I moved to the Valley. And they'll do a great job helping you with your new home loans, your refinances, getting you pre-approved for a mortgage. Very popular right now is getting pre-approved for a mortgage. The Lund Mortgage team, Matt Oliver, Lisa Lund, they have a 30 years of experience in this industry. And I say this all the time. The most important thing is you want to have the right person working for you as a mortgage broker to get you the best rate possible and also the right mortgage. A lot of these 800 numbers in different areas, it's all about volume. They're trying to get you off as quickly as possible. Well, at the Lund Mortgage team, it's all about selling you the right mortgage. It's all about making sure you have the best rate and the best fees and the right mortgage for you and your family. So call the Lund Mortgage team. If you want to get pre-approved for a mortgage, absolutely free, you'll be on your way to owning your own home, call the Lund Mortgage team at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130. Or go online for more information at lundmortgage.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
University of Maryland Global Campus offers more than 55 flexible online certificates that provide short-term credentials and real-world skills you can use immediately. With a range of affordable undergraduate and graduate certificates in high-demand fields like business, AI, cybersecurity, data analytics, and healthcare, you can earn credentials quickly to help advance your career. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Ready! Hi, this is Chris with Ready Services, Air Conditioning and Plumbing. I've been with the company for going on 15 years. What you're going to get is not only get your problems fixed, but you're going to leave with peace of mind knowing that it's done right and done well by a qualified technician. Ready Services won't ever take advantage of any of our customers. Our goal is always to be the most accurate in diagnosing and providing top flight service for any service, air conditioning or plumbing.
ReadyServices.com. Ready.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Coming off a Week 1 victory, Marvin Harrison Jr. and the Arizona Cardinals are gearing up for their home opener this Sunday against the Carolina Panthers. Here is Marv on the connection between him and Kyler to start the season.
I mean, it's just a start. We got to definitely continue to build, continue to grow, but, I like where we're at, and I think, first game was a good start for sure.
Kickoff for that one is on Sunday at 1:05 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. ASU is looking to avenge their loss from last week. They will be back home this weekend facing the Texas State Bobcats. Kickoff for that one is on Saturday at 7:30 over on ESPN 620. The D-backs were able to avoid the sweep yesterday by beating the Giants 5-3 in their series finale. They are off today but return to the Diamond tomorrow in the Twin Cities facing the Minnesota Twins. First pitch for that one is tomorrow at 5:10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And it is the final day of the regular season in the WNBA, and the Phoenix Mercury are in action right now in Dallas taking on the Wings. This report is brought to you by CW7 Arizona. The NASCAR Xfinity Series is shifting into high gear, live from Bristol Motor Speedway, Friday at 4 on CW7 Arizona.
Cardinals home opener versus Carolina Sunday.
Huddle.
Football is back. Cardinals Panthers pregame at 8:30 Sunday morning. Kickoff 1:05 Sunday afternoon on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
And as always, don't forget, Jonathan Gannon will be our guest on Monday at 3 o'clock to talk about that game. He does that every single week with us. We appreciate that. Cardinals and the Carolina Panthers. One of the stars, I don't know if stars is a strong word, but one of the top performers for the Cardinals on Sunday against the Saints was kind of a off-the-radar, low-key, somewhat encouraging sign for them that not a lot of people have talked about so far. And admittedly, some of this is based a little bit on Pro Football Focus and their grading system, okay? So take it for what it's worth. But Akeem Davis-Gaither was one of the guys who, at least in their metrics, kind of popped a little bit.
Yeah,
and that's good.
I saw this out of a Bengals site. Just reading some Bengals news, and I really don't know why. But
why were you reading about
I
the
don't
Bengals?
know. I don't know.
Okay.
But it was
How
a
many
Bengals
Bengals
site.
do you have on your fantasy football team?
I don't have any. I don't have any.
Not one.
Oh, you guys are all looking at your phones right now.
I'm trying to remember
I
how
don't-
many
I don't have- I don't have any
3 teams.
Bengals.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Well, I was just thinking if you were getting ready to take over the general managing duties of your fantasy team, that maybe that's why you're checking out the Bengals.
My GM is on the hot seat after last week's performance. He made some moves this week. Try to change some things around, made some tight end moves. We'll see how we do this week. But if I start 0-2, he's on the hot seat for the next week.
Okay.
He will be. If we go 0-3, he will be fired, and I will hire a new GM.
So while we were all trying to figure out why you're searching for Cincinnati Bengals stories, but we don't know why, but okay.
According to Pro Football Focus live grades, he was the Cardinals' third best defender in the win against the Saints. And they say a solid return on investment right away for Arizona. They signed him to a 2-year, $10 million deal in free agency with $5 million guaranteed. Says in addition to recording 7 total tackles, he allowed 1 catch for 6 yards on 2 targets. And he almost came down with an interception when he forced an incompletion. So they said they were happy for him, but that stood out to them that he played very well. He kind of went under the radar a little bit with us because we focused on the play of Will Johnson and Max Melton to more of a certain extent, and then we kind of looked at the lack of pass rush. So we didn't focus a lot on the linebacker play, right? We focused more on the secondary, the play at the end of the game with Buddha. We focused on the lack of a pass rush, how there was only 1 sack, and it was by Baron Browning. We looked at some of the rookies. We talked about Jordan Birch quite a bit, but we didn't really focus on the linebackers a lot, and that's why they say that's a really good return on investment. Akeem Davis-Gaither with with good play for just 2 years and $10 million.
It's noteworthy, I think, for a couple of reasons. Number one, it's noteworthy because it kind of follows a trend that Monty Austinfort and the organization did from year to year, in which they kind of looked like they did it with Mac Wilson a year ago, and they looked at him and said, okay, he's a guy we project that when we give him more snaps and give him more opportunities, he'll be good for us. He hasn't really done it yet,
right?
But we project him that when he gets that, and so we're going to give him a little bit more money than maybe he would have gotten otherwise, with the idea that we've got a hidden gem in here. And maybe for the second straight year, they've done that when it comes to like they did it with Mac Wilson. Maybe they've done that with Akeem Davis-Gaither. I think the other thing, too, is
where he played in the field.
Well, yeah, I mean, sometimes he's the only linebacker out there.
He played linebacker. He covered the slot. He played a couple snaps at safety. They kind of penciled him. He was all over the place. So, mainly the linebacker spot. Did line up in the slot. Did line up at safety on a few snaps. I think, listen, he's an athletic guy. He's versatile. He's got experience. He wanted a bigger role. He didn't think he was going to get it with the players they had in Cincinnati. He comes here and he has a really good first game. That's That's a great, right? We talk about Josh Sweat and all the money. When you can get somebody and come in and play like that, and you're not paying him much money, that's a great signing by Monty Ossenfort. Now it's one game, but so far so good.
Yeah, it's the uniqueness of their defense that they crave. Now, Mac Wilson Sr., he played 100% of the snaps, and so I don't mean he's the only linebacker out there, but I just mean he's so versatile that they're playing three safeties some of the time, and they're moving guys around, and like even a guy like Will Johnson. Will Johnson wasn't the starting when they were in their base defense and they only had the two corners out there. It was Garrett Williams and Max Melton. It was only when they had three corners out there that Garrett slid into the slot and that Will Johnson was out there. So it's really obvious that Nick Rallis has this scheme where sometimes it's three safeties, sometimes it's three corners, sometimes it's just two linebackers, sometimes it's this guy, sometimes now it's got Jordan Birch. And you got to figure out a way to get him more snaps and more reps and more things to do. But if the grades for Akeem Davis-Gaither were that good, then it kind of suggests they were right in how they invested their money and they were right in how they did their homework on him in terms of the versatile role that he could play.
Yeah, and they were right in the guys that they let go.
That too.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, you look at some of the players they let go. Okay, like take Kaiser White.
Tennessee.
Kaiser White. They didn't want to bring Kaiser White back. Like, it was very, very little interest in Kaiser White. I think we had reported, back in the get-go that we don't expect him to be back. We believe that the Cardinals are going to move on, go in a different direction. And for whatever reason, I don't know the full extent of why they didn't bring Kaiser White back, but they just felt it was time to move on for them. And it took him a long time to find a team.
Yeah.
It took him a long time to find a team.
It did.
So they go out and they get Akeem Davis-Gaither, and he pops in week one. That's really good.
There were 5 players against the Saints who played 100% of the snaps, defensive players for the Cardinals who played 100% of the snaps.
Okay. I have it on my phone, so I'm going to – but you give it to me. Go ahead.
Mac Wilson Sr., Budda Baker, Jalen Thompson, Garrett Williams, Max Melton. Everybody else was in a rotation. Everybody else, which is not a surprise considering the defensive line, not a surprise considering even the edge rusher position. They're trying to keep that fresh. Mac Wilson Sr., Budda Baker, Jalen Thompson, Garrett Williams, Max Melton. And it's funny, the name that stands out to me on that whole list is actually Jalen Thompson.
Oh, yeah, because there was a part of us.
Yep. You know where I'm going with this.
Yeah.
That I wondered if he was going to be like a cap casualty guy. Like I wondered, hey, with Adrian Taylor-Demerson, do they really need Jalen Thompson on the roster? And he's playing 100% of the snaps.
We did during the offseason say that it's likely they're going to keep all three because if one gets hurt,
yes, you did say that.
We did say, from what I was hearing, it was likely that they were not going to make a cut on Jalen Thompson and we're going to keep the 3 because, again, if you get rid of Jalen Thompson and one guy gets hurt, you're screwed. So they decided to keep all 3. But we did early speculate what Jalen Thompson's contract and Budda's. Do you really want all that money at safety? Can you spread it out a little bit more? But then we kind of found out that they were going to keep him, and we kind of went with that in the offseason.
Boy, Jordan Love, your boy Jordan Love just did a little grown man run.
Oh,
it's on Amazon Prime, so it's not on any of the TVs in here, but he took a couple of hits.
We don't have Amazon Prime on this TV?
No, we know. It's.
I got a code. Can I put it in?
I got it on this TV right here. Right there.
How do you got it on your laptop?
Because I'm a genius, Gambo. Because you put it on your phone.
Can I broadcast it to the TV above there? No, but you're shocked Bernsey can get it on his laptop?
Yeah, it's I logged into my Amazon account and bada bing.
I'm gonna be 100% honest. I've never watched a game on my phone.
No,
on my phone. No, I've never watched a game on my phone ever.
All the time.
I don't have an app on my phone that is for games. There's no apps on my phone where I could get a game.
Wait, hold on. Give me your phone.
I gotta
give me your phone.
Yeah,
give me your phone. Okay, we'll go there, and then you know what I'm doing here, Lauren, and then I'm gonna go there.
I do.
And
no way.
You, come on. You have an app on your phone that allows you to watch a game.
How did you do that?
I went to your Amazon Prime.
Other
than being freaked out about the things you guys are buying over there, I was able to find the game in seconds flat.
I only have that. I'm going to tell you something.
Flat. Once I got through your list of oh my God, what are they? I'm kidding.
I only have that because when I've got to go to Whole Foods Like, I went to Whole Foods once. My wife was away, and I'm like, I got an Amazon Prime account. And like, well, like, okay, like, I could give my wife's phone number? They're like, no. I'm like, I only have my wife's phone number. And they're like, I ended up spending like $50 more at Whole Foods because I had everything on the counter because she sent me food shopping. I couldn't get a hold of her. You have to have your app to get the discount at Whole Foods.
Wait till he finds out he can pay with his hand at Whole Foods.
I couldn't just give the phone number. You go to Safeway or Fry's, you just put the phone number in. Here's the phone number. There's your discount. I go to Whole Foods. Here's my number. They're like, I need the app. I'm like, I don't have an app. So my wife put the app on my phone. Yeah. And now I can watch the game on my phone.
And now you can watch the Amazon Prime game on your phone.
I even got the commercials. Buy one, get 2 free towels at JCPenney. There you go.
You had the power all along to watch this game on your phone. Look at that.
I did.
That's all along. This whole time, you were able to watch
I'm
this
going to watch
game.
the game now. You do the last segment yourself. I'm going to watch the game. Look at that.
You've created a monster, Bernsey.
All right, so when I come back on the Burns and Gambo show, we are going to turn our attention back to baseball because in one of the games that is actually on here in the room that Gambo isn't watching on his phone.
Oh, here it is. Buy it again. The dog treats right there. My wife loves those jungle-calling soft chicken dog treats.
The Phillies might be making a little bit of a push against the New York Mets. We'll give you the latest on that next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
There was a lot of thought after the draft that, hey, the Cardinals, they rolled the dice. Some people said it was a gamble. Some people said it was a steal. Week 1, look, we overreact to everything. This is what we have to base up what we think right now. Will Johnson looked very much the part. He looked comfortable. He looked seasoned. That hit that he made when you watch that swing pass that went out to Olave, the technique that he used. It was
textbook.
It was perfect. It was a clean football hit, which you don't see a lot anymore.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
When our parents passed away, my brother and I were heartbroken. They'd always been there for us. As we began settling their estate, we found their estate planning binder. Inside was their living trust from RJP Estate Planning. It had everything: clear instructions, account info, and the steps we needed to settle their estate and receive our inheritance. Our parents told us years ago, without that living trust, their estate could have gone through probate court, where legal fees could have eaten away at what they left us. When we brought the trust to RJP, they guided us every step of the way. No court, no chaos, just peace of mind. We're one of 40,000 Arizona families RJP has helped over the past 30 years.
If you're 55 or over, save 55% on a living trust from RJP Estate Planning. Call 480-576-5457 by September 12th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, everything you need and nothing you don't.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you
you know you can donate real estate too?
Oh, it's here, the best time of year, and no, I'm not just talking about football season.
Wait, Wolf, what could possibly top football?
Robert, it's shade season, baby. I'm at the compound, on my patio, cool, comfortable, no glare on the TV, thanks to All Pro Shade Concepts.
That's exactly what we do. Our shade solutions block the sun, cut the heat, and keep your patio game day ready all year long.
Make your season complete. Visit allproshade.com today for a free estimate, because you gotta have shade.
Hi, I'm Becca, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As an in-house designer, I can't wait for you to see our incredible selection of stylish and stackable rings. If you're shopping for your wedding bands, we have high-quality designs for every style and budget, from romantic to modern. If you're looking to add to a stack, your options are endless. Discover styles with clusters of gemstones, sleek all-metal designs, updated cigar bands, and signet rings perfect for an engraving. Because a friend knows you like options. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Dan Bickley here with a great opportunity for one lucky sports fan. My friends at Waltz TV and Appliance are giving away a 75-inch 4K television along with a state-of-the-art soundbar, a combination guaranteed to take your fandom to the next level. All you have to do is text Waltz to 620-620 between now and September 22nd. The winner will be announced on September 23rd. And once again, very simple. Just text Waltz to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, what's on tonight? The games that we're going to watch this evening, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. The Phillies have tied it up against the Mets. It's 4-4. In the bottom of the sixth with one out.
They just don't want it. They don't want it.
And the Phillies are wearing those
the best, one of the best uniforms ever.
Sweet powder blues.
Oh, they're so
with
sweet.
The maroon.
It's a great. It's one of the best ever.
Such a great uniform.
Who do you think of when you see that? One player. Give me one player.
Schmidt. Oh, Mike Schmidt.
Schmidt or Carlton?
I think it's Schmidt.
Okay, Schmidt.
I go right to Mike Schmidt. And a little Pete Rose too, but I think of Mike Schmidt.
I think of Schmidt, Carlton, and Greg the Bull Lazinski.
Those jerseys are sweet.
Larry
anyway,
Bauer.
It's the Mets had a 4-0 lead in this game, and now it's 4-4 in the sixth.
They'll lose. The Mets will lose. Mets will lose. Well, remember what I said. The Diamondbacks I don't think they could lose one more game. They're 4 games in the loss column behind.
Yeah. And
they cannot get to 5.
And we'll talk about that in a second. We're going to do a baseball segment.
Oh
here.
yeah, you have to do some work. You got to pay some bills.
The other games that are on tonight, the Dallas Wings are beating the Phoenix Mercury 57-47 in a game that means nothing.
We're
to
resting
the Mercury.
Everybody. We're resting everybody.
They're actually playing. Alyssa Thomas has 12 minutes. Satu Sabali has 12. Kalea Copper has 11. They're playing I imagine in the second half they won't play hardly any at all.
Does Dallas have the UConn rookie? Paige
Beckers? Yeah, and she's got 15 points in 16 minutes.
She's a good player.
She's 6 of 10 from the floor and 2 of 2 from distance. She's a very good player. And then also, the Packers are currently beating the Commanders 7-0 on a touchdown pass to Romeo Doubs from Jordan Love.
My backup quarterback on my fantasy league.
Who has started the game 7 of 10 for 118 yards and a touchdown. He's off to a very good start so far.
I might offer him up in a trade if anybody has a bad quarterback. I need a running back. My running backs suck. Anybody have a good running back and one Jordan Love?
Gambo's already taken over his team. So 7-0 Packers. That game is on Amazon Prime.
I got a couple running backs I can give you.
You still watching it on your phone?
I had it.
I do have a few running backs, and my quarterback Brock Purdy just went down.
Oh, who do you got? You got a number 1 running back? I'll give you Jordan Love.
I'm not giving you Bijan Robinson for Jordan Love. That's not happening.
Brock Purdy's out 5 weeks. Who's your backup?
Justin Fields.
I could give you Jordan Love. It's a big difference.
For Bijan Robinson?
Bijan?
Who's your number 2 running back?
Do you think I was born yesterday, Gambo? Alvin Kamara. I'm not giving up either of those for Jordan Love.
Okay, all right. Well, you looked like you were interested.
Well, you were describing my fantasy football team, but I'm not giving you Bijan.
Okay.
That's funny. All right, let's talk about the baseball for a minute here. So, I didn't mean to cut you off. Repeat again what you said about the Diamondbacks.
Okay, so the Diamondbacks are 4 games out in the loss column right now. If the Mets lose this game, they're only 3 out. But I don't think you can go backwards anymore. I think you've got to stay 3. Mets lose, you lose, you're okay. Mets win, you win, you're okay. But there's only, 5 series left?
Yeah, there's 15 games left.
I
Yes,
think
5
what
series.
you've got to do is you've got to pick before the final series, you got to pick up 3 games. So I'm looking at it and can you pick up 1 game in 3 out of 4 series and play even in the other one? Because that's what you have to do. You can't let's just assume the Mets lose this game.
Okay.
You're 3 out in the loss column. You don't want to fall in. You're in striking distance. If you could pick up the next series, the Mets play.
The Mets play the Rangers. This
The Mets
weekend.
play the Rangers.
They host the Rangers.
Rangers win 2 out of 3. You win 2 out of 3. You're okay. Mets win 2 out of 3. You only win 1. You're in trouble. You lose a game.
Yeah.
So you got to either play even or pick up a game. If they win 2, you've got to win 3. If they win 1, you can win 2.
I think that's reasonable.
But you've got to try to pick up another game or 2. And you just can't assume that you're going to sweep and they're going to go 0-3.
Phillies just took the lead.
There it is.
Phillies just took the lead on
Matty Trio base hit.
Harrison Bader's single, RBI single, made it 5-4.
Harrison Bader. He's the guy that hit the home run in which the lady took the ball from the kid. That lady.
That's right, because then
she went over there and she was
the
like,
kid. He met the Harrison Bader was the one who met the kid down in the tunnel after
and
the
then
game.
This lunatic lady comes running over like, give me the ball, Dad. That's my ball. The guy's like, I got the ball fair and square.
No.
He's like, here, just have it. Go away, crazy lady, go away. Here's the ball.
Thing. Now the Diamondbacks don't play tonight, so
they pick up a game in the loss column.
They can't pick up a full game overall in the standings, but they can pick up a game in the loss column. And the Mets are losing 5-4. Here's the Diamondbacks the rest of the way.
Okay.
They've got 3 against the Twins starting this weekend, starting tomorrow. The Twins are 64-82 on the season, but Pablo Lopez, who's got a sub-3 ERA, and Joe Ryan, who's a very good pitcher, are both starting against the Diamondbacks this weekend, for what it's worth. 3 against the Twins, 3 at home against the Giants, 3 at home against the Phillies, 3 on the road against the Dodgers, 3 on the road against the Padres.
Okay.
And it's possible by the end,
teams will
the
Dodgers,
Padres have
Padres.
nothing to play for. The Dodgers might not have anything to play for. Possibly.
It's possible. It's definitely possible. I would like to go into the final series with a puncher's chance. A puncher's chance.
Can you imagine, given everything that would have transpired in the previous 159
Yeah, we'll be like, Hazen,
games?
why'd you trade all those guys?
Can you imagine having a puncher's chance at getting a playoff spot, given everything that would have happened leading up to that point?
I still think Mike did the right thing by making the trades. I do. So, now, it's fair to say, where would they be if they had Suarez, Naylor, Merrill, Kelly? It would be fair to say it right now if he would have just held the line. But you could have never predicted a collapse like the Mets have had. The Mets have had an epic collapse.
Yes.
They're like...
you know what? I agree with you. In the moment, you got to live in the moment. In the moment, you were done. You were out of it. You needed to sell. You needed to... And like we talked about yesterday, I don't know if all of this happens if Blaze Alexander isn't playing every day and doing the things that he's doing. And that doesn't happen if they don't trade him.
Yeah, he might not have gotten the opportunity.
I don't think he would have. And it's certainly not to this extent. By the way, I misspoke. The 3 against the Dodgers, those games are here. So after this Minnesota series, they've got a 9-game homestand. 3 against the Giants, 3 against the Phillies, 3 against the Dodgers at home. Then they go to San Diego. But maybe those Dodgers games don't mean anything.
Yeah.
And maybe the Padres.
Again,
games
my
don't
best
mean
case scenario is you go into the final 3 games and you're only 2 games out.
Big Red Rage is next. Max Melton is the special guest on today's Big Red Rage, so stay tuned for that.